The aroma of delicious food wafts from the stove as soft, sizzling sounds fill the quiet morning air. The girl standing there, happily preparing the meal, is Junhee. She hums a nameless tune, completely lost in her work. Once finished, Junhee carefully tastes a bit to check the seasoning. It is exactly 8:30 in the morning. Glancing at the clock, Junhee feels a surge of urgency. Following her usual routine, she heads toward the bedroom to wake up her family member. She quickly reaches the bedside and looks down at the young man still lost in sleep. Junhee shakes him firmly, her voice low. "Wake up! Please get up!" He remains dead to the world, but she refuses to give up. "You're going to be late." She pauses for a second before trying a different approach. "Dad?" The moment he hears that word, the young man jolts awake, his eyes snapping wide open in shock. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks utterly bewildered. He sits up abruptly, his face still frozen in a look of sheer astonishment as cold sweat beads on his forehead. He looks at Junhee with a wry, helpless smile. All right. Seeing his reaction, the gentle girl breathes a sigh of relief and offers a faint smile. She looks at Do-jun Lee Do-jun and speaks, "Let's go eat breakfast." This strange domestic scene actually traces back 2 months ago to a fatherhood contract that gave Do-jun Lee Do-jun a daughter. It's hard to believe, but 10 years ago, massive cracks began splitting the earth open. Back then, the entire world was gripped by terror. What on earth is that? Staring at those gaping abysses, some people were too paralyzed by fear to even move, and it was from these cracks that countless monsters began to crawl out. Human strength was useless against them. Fortunately, a select few underwent an awakening and gained incredible powers. These individuals possessed supernatural abilities capable of slaying the beasts and became known as hunters. Every hunter had a status window to track their attributes. The hunters were satisfied with this new reality. "Not bad," they would say to one another with a grin. "Let's go for another round. Let's do this." Our protagonist is Lee Do-jun, an ordinary man who was finishing a 3-year program after completing his mandatory military service. Eventually, he joined the crack management office, becoming a rookie staff member for one of the teams. His daily life was a whirlwind of busy work. Huh? What kind of pathetic report is this? "Hey, Lee Do-jun!" Back then, he would always answer submissively, "Yes, sir, I understand." Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, was a disorganized and forgetful employee, which frequently drew his boss's ire. "Are you even taking this job seriously?" All Do-jun Lee Do-jun could do was bow his head and stammer, I'm so sorry." Despite his flaws, he finally made the team after over a year of trying and was eager for his first assignment. That night, right after his shift ended, he headed to Gangdong District to inspect a potential crack. While on the road, a speeding truck barreled toward him. Do-jun Lee Do-jun had no time to react. The piercing blast of a horn echoed through the neighborhood that night. Do-jun collapsed, losing consciousness. He had been brutally struck by the truck. When he finally opened his eyes, the light was blinding. But when he regained consciousness, Do-jun Lee Do-jun found himself in the Murim. This place was far more brutal than his old life. Endless, bloody battles raged all around him. Do-jun Lee Do-jun was killed countless times in that world, but the strange thing was, he kept standing back up, over and over again. It turned out he possessed an awakened skill in this Murim, an ability that allowed him to return to the previous day every time he died. It was called the Pocket Watch. Every time he faced a life-or-death crisis he couldn't overcome, Do-jun Lee Do-jun could only scream in helpless frustration. Fortunately, that power would always pull him back. By the time his memories of his old life began to fade, Lee Do-jun had become the strongest being in existence. He sat upon a high throne, the corpses of those who sought his life piled at his feet. From that day on, the people of the Murim called him the Heavenly Demon. Yet, despite becoming the most powerful man alive, Do-jun Lee Do-jun often wondered what he actually had left. Just as abruptly as he had been summoned to that world, Do-jun Lee Do-jun suddenly found himself back in reality. Before he was discharged from the hospital, the nurses and doctors were incredibly worried. "Please come back if the pain returns. Are you truly all right, sir?" A nurse watched Do-jun Lee Do-jun walk away, her face pale with fear. Is he really the same man who underwent a 17-hour surgery just yesterday? I heard he was hit by a truck. Even the doctors gave up. I just don't know. Meanwhile, looking up at the sky, Do-jun Lee Do-jun whispered to himself, "My memories of this life are so blurry. It's going to take some time to get used to things again." He summoned his system interface, calculating his next move. He had grown so powerful that food and money were no longer concerns. However, he looked down at himself with a touch of sadness. These hands were stained with the blood of many. Recalling the past, he muttered that surviving countless betrayals had left him unable to trust anyone. This was the price of living and dying so many times. After a moment, Do-jun Lee Do-jun's heart grew calm. He looked around with a neutral expression. All he really wanted now was to live a normal life. The scene shifts to City Hall, where Lee Do-jun has immediately returned to work. "Good morning." The moment he enters, the entire office falls into a stunned silence. Cheon-soo jumps in surprise the moment he sees him. Hey, are you okay? Do-jun Lee, Do-jun replies casually. Yes, boss. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. His colleagues whisper in disbelief, unable to wrap their heads around how he looks completely uninjured. Cheon-soo quickly notices something else. Wait, you didn't stutter just now? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun scratches his face. Oh, did I do that before? Everyone's eyes scan him, sizing him up. Mr. Lee, your physique. You look much more muscular. What happened to you? You're right, he used to look like a dry twig. Cheon-soo walks closer, confused. It looks like you've grown taller, too. He brushes it off as if it's nothing. I see. Thanks for letting me know. Cheon-soo's jaw drops in shock. Is this really Do-jun Lee, Do-jun? Or are you someone else? He replies lazily. As you can see, I've changed a bit, but I am definitely Do-jun Lee, Do-jun. Glancing around, he asks, where is my desk? I've forgotten a few things since the accident. Cheon-soo puts on a disdainful face. Amnesia? Something is fishy. You're not the real Do-jun Lee, Do-jun, are you? Hyunwoo, bring the fingerprint scanner over here. The result of the scan leaves Cheon-soo frozen in shock. This is impossible. Han-seon mentioned that amnesia seems to have cured his stuttering. But the old man argued back, saying that even if that's true, it doesn't explain how a person grows so tall so fast. She beams with a radiant smile, wondering how she could possibly know the answer. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun's head is throbbing. Could you please tell me where my seat is? He asks, only for Cheon-soo to abruptly cut him off, telling him to just go home and rest. The man quickly advises Do-jun Lee, Do-jun, telling him he's already been granted leave, so it's fine to return to work tomorrow. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun hesitates for a moment, but Cheon-soo turns him around and nudges him out the door. I'll take you home, let's go. Cheon-soo offers, but the young man immediately declines. It's okay. I can make it back on my own. It's been a long time since Do-jun Lee Do-jun walked these familiar streets. Yet, in this world, only a single day has passed. He walks slowly, trying to piece his memories together. Oh, I think this is my house, he murmurs, stepping onto the porch he once knew so well. Everything feels a bit surreal now. He reaches for the automatic lock, his hand trembling slightly. It seems that spending so much time in another dimension has taken its toll. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun has forgotten quite a few things, including his own password. Just then, a voice echoes from inside the house. His eyes widen, and his lips tremble in shock. Junhee steps out from the house. Uncle! Do-jun Lee. Do-jun jumps, his heart racing. What? Who are you? He stammers, completely bewildered. They head inside to talk, the air between them thick with tension. Junhee sits up straight, remaining silent. Do-jun Lee Do-jun sips his water, his eyes scanning her suspiciously. Seeing her tearful, pouting face, he finally asks a question. So, according to you, you're the daughter of my brother and his girlfriend, right? She springs up with joy, shouting aloud and clear, yes, that's right. Setting the glass down, Do-jun Lee Do-jun continues. But your mother passed away in an accident, and you had nowhere else to go. So, I took you in? And that's why you know the password and moved in today? Junhee nods obediently, confirming his words. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun pauses, searching the depths of his mind. Have I ever actually met you before? Junhee hesitates. No, we've never met in person. Today is the first time. He rubs his forehead, asking another question. Don't you have any other family? She fidgets with her fingers to ease the stress. My mother was an orphan, so I have no one else to turn to. Do-jun Lee Do-jun's gaze then shifts to a plate of food on the table. What is this? He asks. Junhee answers honestly, I made omuris. I just thought I should prepare something for when you finished work. But Do-jun Lee Do-jun remains blunt. First of all, I can't let you stay here. Junhee jumps up and protests loudly. But you already agreed. She pulls out her phone, catching him off guard. What's this? He mutters. Junhee shows him the messages they exchanged 2 days ago. It was true. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun had agreed to take her in. He is stunned. Oh, so I really said that? After a pause, he replies, I was in the hospital until yesterday because of a car accident and was only discharged today. Junhee gasps in shock. A car accident? Do-jun. Lee Do-jun continues. That's not all. More importantly, I'm having some trouble with my memory. Watching him closely, she asks with worry. Are you okay, uncle? He responds coldly. Physically, I'm perfectly fine. As he washes his cup, he adds, the problem is my memory. It's likely going to be a major obstacle in my life. He continues, so I don't have the capacity to worry about anyone else right now. I need to focus on putting my own life back together. Junhee is left speechless for a moment, looking at him with hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she makes a serious proposal. Uncle, let's make a contract. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun is taken aback. A contract? She stares intensely at him and says, please act as my father until I graduate. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun's eyes are wide with disbelief. What? She grabs his arm and persists. Didn't you say you're having memory problems? Living alone will be even harder then. It'll be a struggle to clean, do laundry, and cook for yourself. So, let me help you, she pleads, trying to convince him. Just let me stay here until I graduate. She pouts, her voice breaking. No, just for 6 months. At least until I can move into a dormitory. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun starts to calculate the pros and cons. The deal isn't bad at all. In fact, it's quite tempting. He thinks to himself that since he's been in the old world for so long, it will take time to adjust here. If there's something he doesn't know, he can just ask her. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun begins to look intrigued. Wait, wouldn't this be a win-win situation for both of us? He pauses before opening his bag. Fine. Let's draw up a contract. Junhee is completely surprised. Huh? A contract right now? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun says nothing more. He sits down and focuses on writing. Very quickly, he hands over a completed contract to Junhee. Tell me if there's anything you don't understand or want to change, he says. The contract states he will provide for her, and in exchange, she must handle the housework. Junhee quickly reads it over. She stammers. Okay, I understand. He asks again. Any parts you're confused about or want to edit? Junhee looks flustered and replies, no, I'm good. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun hands her the pen, then sign right here. Junhee's eyes well up with tears as if she's about to cry. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun then adds, I'll be in your care from now on, Lady Junhee. She stands up and gives a deep bow. Yes, I'll do my absolute best not to let you down, uncle. Beaming with joy, she asks, should I start calling you dad now? Do-jun. Lee. Do-jun replies, if that's what you want. Watching him walk away, she calls out, then you call me Junhee. And please, speak comfortably to me. He nonchalantly responds, sure, good girl, Junhee. Looking at the contract, she still can't believe it. He settled that so quickly. With that, she heads naturally into her room. While he's changing his clothes, she calls out, hey dad! Seeing Do-jun Lee Do-jun's physique, she jumps in surprise. Her face turns bright red as she quickly spins around. She covers her face with both hands. I'm so sorry. Do-jun Lee Do-jun is puzzled. Huh? What for? Junhee scratches her face, stammering, there's not much food left in the fridge. I think we need to buy some groceries. After a brief pause, Do-jun Lee Do-jun says, fine. He hands her a credit card and says, here, use this card from now on. Junhee stares at it, dazed. Then she excitedly makes a suggestion. Since you're having memory issues, Dad, do you want to come to the grocery store nearby with me? Maybe you'll remember something. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun doesn't refuse. That sounds like a good idea. Let's go. Soon they arrive at the local convenience store where the sounds of vendors fill the air. Junhee says, Dad, based on what you usually eat, I was thinking of making some vegetable dishes. Is that okay? He calculates the costs in his head, noticing that pork belly is on sale. However, Do-jun Lee Do-jun keeps it to himself. Thanks, Junhee. Suddenly, a loud explosion-like sound startles them both. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun immediately asks, what was that? As a massive hole opens up, people scream in terror, run! Get out of here! Instantly, Junhee pulls out a replica gun, pointing it forward and shouting, a rift! Dad! It's dangerous here! Run, now! Right at that moment, a blue monster comes charging out of the crack. The crowd panics as a goblin emerges from the shadows. While everyone scrambles in terror, Do-jun Lee Do-jun stands there in eerie silence, unmoving. Suddenly, a gun barrel levels into frame, locking onto the beast with lethal intent. It's Junhee cool, collected, and pulling the trigger with veteran precision. The rounds tear straight through the goblin's flesh. Do-jun Lee Do-jun watches, momentarily stunned by the sheer power radiating from the young girl. The monster lets out a guttural roar, staring down at the gaping hole in its chest. Clearly, that wasn't an ordinary firearm. A heartbeat later, the goblin's strength fails, and it collapses into the dirt, dead. A collective sigh of relief ripples through the street. The beast is gone. They were lucky a hunter was nearby. Do-jun Lee Do-jun stares at Junhee, 1,000 questions racing through his mind. So, she's a hunter. Junhee holsters her weapon and turns to her father, her voice sharp with worry. Didn't I tell you to run, Dad? It's dangerous. What would I do if you'd gotten hurt? I'm sorry, Do-jun Lee Do-jun says softly. I'll be more careful from now on. She looks up, searching his eyes. Promise? I promise, Junhee. Just then, sirens wail as the police swarm the scene. One goblin neutralized, 0 casualties. An officer approaches, scanning the area for the hero of the hour. Pardon me, sir, but are you the one who took down this creature? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun steps aside, placing a hand on Junhee's shoulder to present her. No, it was my daughter. The officer's eyes widen in surprise. I see. He clears his throat and adds, I'll need to see your identification then. If you provide your contact info, address, and bank details, we'll process a compensation payment for you. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun blinks, caught off guard. Compensation? The officer quickly explains that the payout covers the monster's bounty and the cost of the mana stone. Furthermore, since she protected civilians, the government issues an additional reward for her service. The officer turns back to Do-jun Lee. Do-jun, pen ready. You're her legal guardian, right? Just give us your account number and we'll transfer the funds immediately. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun looks at the girl. Junhee, give him your account number instead. Her jaw drops. Really? Of course, he replies. You're the one who earned it. Junhee's face flushes with a mix of pride and shyness. Later that evening, while she's busy cooking dinner at home, her phone chimes with a sudden notification. She checks the screen, her eyes going wide. A deposit notification flashes. 50,000 for the rift closure and 100,000 for compensation. Total, 150,000 won. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun leans against the kitchen doorframe, watching her. That's a significant amount of money, he remarks. If you can make that much just by hunting one monster, why are you still staying here with me? Junhee gives a bittersweet smile. That was just luck, Dad. These rifts appear totally at random. There's no schedule for them. And there's no guarantee it'll always be a weak goblin, she explains. Real dungeons can only be entered by licensed hunters in organized parties. It's much more official than this. Since I don't have a hunter license yet, I can't even go inside. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks at her thoughtfully. Is there a specific mastery or technique you're looking to learn? Junhee looks confused. What do you mean? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun explains it's the ability to absorb external energy to grow stronger, then shakes his head. Actually, never mind. You must be pretty surprised, huh? Junhee says, returning to her cooking. The truth is, I've actually been accepted into the National Hunter Academy. I haven't fully awakened yet, but I can already manipulate mana. I'm not an official hunter, but I do have a license to carry and use a mana gun. So, I'm allowed to carry it with me. Do-jun Lee Do-jun can't help but offer his praise. That's incredible. Not everyone has what it takes to become a hunter. She beams at him, full of confidence. So you better be nice to me. I've already got a plan to become super famous, you know. She sets a spread of food on the table, her mood bright. Thanks for the meal. Now don't leave any leftovers. As she sits, curiosity gets the better of her. By the way, Dad, what exactly do you do for work? I work at City Hall, Do-jun Lee, Do-jun replies. Her eyes light up. Oh, so you're a civil servant? He nods. Why do you ask? She giggles. No reason. I was just worried you were doing something dangerous. She pushes a plate of meat toward him with a wide grin. Here, eat up. The scene shifts as the clock strikes 9 the next morning. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun arrives at the office as usual. Morning! Manager Cheon-soo yells the moment he spots him, his face etched with concern. Lee Do-jun, how are you feeling? Are you really okay to work? Do-jun, Lee Do-jun gives a calm nod. I'm fine, sir. Thank you for worrying. As you can see, I'm perfectly normal. Cheon-soo settles into his chair, still skeptical. If you feel even a little off, you tell me immediately. Health always comes first, understood? He points toward a desk. That's your spot, remember? As Do-jun Lee Do-jun sits, the young man at the desk next to him speaks up. Just ask me if you've forgotten anything, he says with a grin. I'm Hyuk-soo, your senior, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun nods politely. Thank you. Cheon-soo checks his watch. They should have been here by now. Hyuk-soo shrugs. Just give them a minute. They are elite hunters after all. Cheon-soo scoffs. An F rank is considered elite now? Hyuk-soo just chuckles. A hunter is still a hunter. Suddenly, a voice bursts through the door. I'm so sorry. A young woman stumbles in, gasping for air as if she'd run a marathon. She wipes the sweat from her brow, offering a sheepish grin. Sorry, I'm late. Cheon-soo's mood flips instantly to a welcoming smile. Oh goodness, I should have met you in the lobby. The girl bows deeply. No sir, it's my fault for being tardy. Hyuk-soo nudges Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, pointing toward her. Go say hello. She's our new contract hunter. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun follows his gaze, his expression unreadable. He remains silent, offering no greeting. Hyuk-soo laughs it off. You probably don't know this, do you? We've just been tasked with rift exploration. That means we'll be heading out into the field with hunters quite often from now on. Hyuk-soo gestures to the girl. This is Hunter Cha-yi. You know, this position used to be your responsibility. Nice to meet you, Do-jun Lee, Do-jun says flatly. Cha-yi looks genuinely startled. Both of them turn their attention back to Hyuk-soo. An awkward smile tugs at Hyuk-soo's lips. But given your current condition, I'll be taking over those duties for now. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun tilts his head. So you're saying this was originally my job? Hyuk-soo beams. That's right. But it's better if I handle it for you. You look fine, but who knows what kind of side effects that head injury might have. Manager Cheon chimes in immediately. We were already worried about your performance, and now with a brain injury on top of it. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun narrows his eyes. Wait, am I being bullied right now? He cuts the manager off mid-sentence. No, I'll do it. Hyuk-soo's hands fly up in protest. Huh? You don't have to push yourself. Cheon-soo bellows. Hey, I told you to go rest. You can't even find your own desk, let alone do this. Besides, we've already informed the higher-ups that Hyuk-ju will be the one taking charge. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun stands caught in the middle of their bickering, his patience wearing thin. His voice drops to a lethal chill. I handle my own business. Stay out of it. That voice, sounding like a summons from the depths of hell, makes Hyuk-ju snap to attention. That's it then. Do-jun Lee Do-jun declares, clocks out. The scene shifts to the street below the company building. Cheol-soo is fuming. Is he insane? Who knows what kind of disaster he'll trigger this time? Hyuk-ju tries to calm him. I get it, boss. I know you're worried. Sipping his soda, Hyuk-ju adds, just give him one shot. He's still part of the team, after all. Cheol-soo stares at him, baffled by his sudden nonchalance. Finally, the old man lets out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Do-jun Lee Do-jun and Lee Ji head out on their mission, the young man nodding as he scans the files in his hands. I think I've got the gist of this, Do-jun Lee Do-jun calculates. Time is tight, but he's managed to read through it 5 times. He just hopes it's enough to survive this mess. The primary objective is to extract as much data on the rift as possible. From what Do-jun Lee Do-jun knows, this equipment was originally meant for the hunters. However, a flood of falsified data across various branches caused a string of disasters, forcing the government to step in and take control. As Do-jun Lee Do-jun is deep in thought, a voice chirps in his ear. I'm Chae-ji. Thanks for working with me. I'm 21 years old. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun finally snaps out of it and looks at her. Sorry, I was just reviewing the mission briefing. Lee Ji beams. No worries. But then, his eyes drift toward her. What is that? She shifts awkwardly, clutching her gear. Oh, this? It's my suitcase. It's got my suit and weapons inside everything I need to take down monsters. The driver pulls over. We're here. Both of them hop out. Thank you, sir, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun says politely as they head toward the site. Lee Ji keeps a tight grip on her belongings. A moment later, she reaches inside and pulls out a strange, glowing object. Curious, Do-jun Lee Do-jun leans in for a look. Suddenly, the orb erupts in light, merging with Lee Ji's body as a sleek combat suit forms around her. She stands there, a majestic warrior with a blade in hand. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun can't help but let out an impressed, whoa. Lee Ji glances at him, a playful smirk on her face. Never seen one of these before, have you? Honestly? No, he admits, continuing his trek forward. This is the cheapest model, and it still set me back 3 million won, she sighs. Expensive, Do-jun Lee Do-jun notes. What about the sword? It's a D-rank blade made from warrior bones. That part wasn't too bad. She turns to him, curious. By the way, what should I call you? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's reply is ice cold. It doesn't matter. As they reach the gate, Lee Ji hands her gear to the attendant. Hold this for me. Then she looks back at Do-jun Lee Do-jun. I'll just call you manager then, since you're managing the rift. Sure, he replies flatly. The staff member checks their credentials. You're cleared for entry. The two of them press on. The silence around them is unnerving. Before them, a massive fissure is tearing through the air. Lee Ji stares at it, her confidence beginning to waver. This is my first time doing this on my own, Lee Ji whispers, looking up. Just then, a mocking voice cuts through the air. Well, look who it is. A hulking figure slowly approaches. I thought you'd quit the business, but I guess I was wrong. Lee Ji's face goes ghost white the moment she sees him. Han Young sneers at Do-jun Lee Do-jun. And who's this? Your new little teammate? Yeah, Lee Ji stammers. Han Young isn't done. Wow, so someone actually bothered to hire you? You can't even use mana, can you? He needles her, and though she's stinging, she doesn't dare talk back. Seeing her distress only fuels his sadistic pleasure. Getting this far is actually pretty impressive. For a loser. Hey, I'm giving you a compliment here. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun turns to her. You know this guy? Yes, she says, her voice small. We were in the same hunter academy. Han Young's eyes continue to rake over them until he spots Do-jun Lee Do-jun's ID tag. He bursts into a fit of maniacal laughter. A contract hunter? Seriously? Han Young mocks a sob, wiping away fake tears. Makes sense. No real squad would touch you with a 10-foot pole. Guess it just proves you're nothing but F-rank trash. That's enough. Do-jun Lee Do-jun interjects. You're getting annoying. Han Young points at him, turning to the two goons behind him. Did you hear that? What did this punk just say to me? He storms over, looming over Do-jun Lee Do-jun. You little pig. In a flash, Han Young's hand clamps around Do-jun Lee Do-jun's throat, lifting him off the ground. Manager, Lee Ji screams. You're an eyesore. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Little civil servant boy? He roars with laughter, mocking him. Come on, do something. But at that moment, the light in Do-jun Lee Do-jun's eyes begins to shift. Suddenly, Han Young flinches. Do-jun Lee Do-jun's voice rings out, devoid of any emotion. I'll let this go, if you back off in the next 3 seconds. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's eyes bleed into a deep crimson red. He looks less like a man and more like a god of death. Han Young has never felt a terror like this before, a suffocating dark energy wrapping around him like a shroud. Sweat pours down Han Young's face as he gasps for air, paralyzed by fear. Seeing him frozen, Kwon Sung-taek steps forward. Hey, Han Young, what's the matter with you? The pressure becomes too much to bear. Han Young's legs give out and he collapses into a heap. Sung-taek's face fills with worry. What's wrong with you? Sung-taek's concern turns to disgust. What, did you eat something rotten? You idiot? You actually pissed yourself. Lee Ji can hardly believe her eyes, covering her mouth to hide her revulsion. Lee Do-jun lets out a cold, sharp breath of laughter. He feigns concern, leaning down. Oh? What happened to you? Can you even stand up? But Han Young knows better. Those crimson eyes are burned into his mind, haunting him. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's voice echoes in his head like a demon's whisper. Listen up, you lowlife. If you value your pathetic life, stay out of our way. Tears and snot stream down the bully's face as he stammers. You understood, sir. The other 3 can't even bear to look at the pathetic sight. Let's move. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun says, turning his back on the mess. Before we run into anything else pathetic, Lee Ji quickly follows. Right behind you! They soon reach the massive fissure looming before them. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun reaches out, his hand slowly probing the rift's energy. Finally, they step through to the other side, finding themselves standing on a vast carpet of vibrant green grass. They scan their new surroundings. From a distance, Do-jun Lee Do-jun takes it all in. So, this is an F-rank rift? It's a bit underwhelming, isn't it? Suddenly, a system notification blares. Welcome to the Rift Management System. A holographic screen flickers to life. You have registered a rift in Seoul City, Gangdong District, Mian Ward 002. The voice chirps excitedly. Please select the rift rank. You have selected rank F. If this rift feels more difficult than the rank you chose, take note, there are still notifications inside, and the live ping map is currently online. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun nods, satisfied with the setup. Alright, looks like we're ready. Having finished his preparations, he turns to Yeji and asks, ready to go? She beams with excitement. I'll lead the way. For a while now, Do-jun Lee, Do-jun has been silently observing her expressions. He thinks to himself, maybe before, I was just a guy who carried everyone's gear, but now, I have the responsibility of protecting someone else. At the same time, Yeji grows even more determined, thinking, I need to prove to the manager that I'm more than just a contract hunter. After walking for a bit, both stop as they hear a commotion ahead. A group of people below are discussing their next move. Okay, let's call it a day. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun says nonchalantly. Seems like quite a few hunters have already cleared the path ahead of us. Yeji's face falls. Oh, no way. She's so disappointed she practically collapses to her knees. I wanted to show you that I'm reliable. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun replies coldly. Actually, this is a good thing. If we don't have to deal with those annoying goblins, we can move through the map faster. That means we get to go home early. But then, Do-jun Lee Do-jun pauses, a look of genuine surprise crossing his face. Looking at the status window, he's taken aback. Aren't these just the stats of a normal person? The screen clearly displays her info. Rank 4, Hunter Manager. Strength is 6, Agility is 11, Health is 8, and Mana is 0. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun's eyes widen slightly. He then glances at his own information and sighs. Passive skill, S, rank Swordsmanship Scholar. Benefit, currently at Stage 1 of the Swordsmanship Scholar skill. You cannot gather mana until you reach Stage 3. He immediately voices his curiosity. Miss Yeji, is your post-awakening skill the Swordsmanship Scholar training? Hearing this, she's startled. You saw that in my status window? Yeji admits honestly. Yes, that's the one. At first, I was over the moon because it's a rare S-rank skill. I was even the top student when I first entered the academy. Her voice begins to tremble as she speaks. I finished every written exam with a perfect score and never lost a single sparring match. That was truly my peak. Do-jun Lee Do-jun cuts her off, Miss Yeji. But she's lost in her own head, gritting her teeth in frustration. I'm stuck at this skill stage. What am I supposed to do when I don't even have mana? Do-jun Lee, Do-jun tries again, more firmly, Miss Yeji. Yeji doesn't even hear him. It says I can gather mana from Stage 3, but I don't even know how to get to Stage 2. What else can I do besides try my best? No matter how hard I try, I'll probably just fail anyway. Suddenly, Do-jun, Lee Do-jun steps in and sweeps Yeji off her feet. He shouts at the top of his lungs, "Watch out!" Before she can even process what's happening, a projectile slams into the spot where she was standing a second ago. Looking back, she sees a primitive weapon used by goblins. She begins to shake. She-goblins! Do-jun Lee, Do-jun immediately snaps her back to reality. Don't just stand there like a statue, Miss Yeji. He leans in and whispers in her ear. It's time to start taking these things out. She quickly snaps to attention. Yes, boss. With that, Do-jun shoves her forward. Go. Yeji stammers, F-fight. Her face contorts with focus. I need to concentrate and control this. Pushing her fears aside, she lunges forward. All right, just like the skill. She extends her leg in a long, sweeping slide, tripping a goblin. Without missing a beat, she leaps into the air. Her blade whistles through the air, slashing across the goblin's face. Noticing the wound isn't deep, she clicks her tongue. Too shallow. Seeing her opening, Yeji flies through the air and delivers a powerful kick. Take this! The goblin takes the full force of her strike. But the monster is surprisingly tough. It stumbles back, but its eyes are filled with fear. Yeji is already moving. She blurs forward, her sword severing the goblin's head from its shoulders. With one down, Yeji drops to a crouch, gasping for air as sweat daps her forehead. She turns to him with a proud smile. Did you see that? I can handle these goblins easily. But as she looks at Do-jun, her face pales. Manager, there's a goblin behind you! Yeji screams in terror. Watch out! Despite her frantic warning, Do-jun remains completely calm. The goblin swings its weapon with everything it has, but somehow the strike misses him completely. Yeji's jaw drops in disbelief. She never imagined Do-jun could be this powerful. In a flash, he strikes, sending the goblin tumbling backward. Yeji can't even follow his movements, but with a second strike, the goblin is sent plunging into a nearby pit. Looking at his effortless composure, Yeji can only gape in awe. That was so cool! Do-jun cuts her off. The battle isn't over yet. Focus on the enemy. Both Yeji and a nearby goblin blink in confusion. Snapping back to his senses, another goblin lunges directly at her. This time, Yeji seems to be struggling against this new opponent. The goblin swings a massive wooden club wildly at her. Yeji is visibly flustered. For a girl like her, this kind of raw combat is incredibly difficult. Do-jun watches her struggle and asks, You're already tired after only 2 of them? Yeji gasps out, No, I'm fine. The goblin shows no mercy and charges again. In a split-second crisis, Yeji fails to dodge the incoming attack. She's sent flying, stumbling back several steps. Seeing her weakened state, the goblin lets out a twisted, demonic grin. She grits her teeth, sweat pouring down her face. Yeji refuses to give up. She grips her sword tight and charges forward with a defiant scream. The goblin lunges as well, and they clash head-on. Do-jun stands there, watching impassively as Yeji begins to falter. Finally, unable to watch any longer, he lets out a long sigh. Miss Yeji, you must know the fundamental forms of swordsmanship. It's not about aggressive attacks, Do-jun calls out. In the blink of an eye, the goblin swings its weapon down. But something bizarre happens. Its face suddenly turns pale, and its mouth hangs open in pure, unadulterated shock. She has her blade pressed right against its throat. The goblin didn't even have time to react. Following his guidance, she actually did it. And now, the monster can only stare in disbelief. The razor-sharp blade slices through, and the goblin's blood sprays out like a fountain. She gasps for air, lungs burning, as sweat pours down her forehead in heavy droplets. Standing nearby, Do-jun watches with a satisfied nod. Now that's what a true sword scholar master should look like. The sun is beginning to set, and the twilight glow turns the world into a vivid, breathtaking masterpiece. As they step out of the rift, Do-jun says with a hint of pride, Well done. Thanks to you, we finished this expedition with ease. Ready to head home? She pants heavily, exhausted. Let me just rest for a second. Do-jun looks down at his system interface and notes. You hunted 17 goblins today. If you were on your own, you'd be making a fortune. Why would I do that? Yejin quickly stands up and brushes the dirt off her clothes. I'm not doing this for the money. I just want to be part of a team. She suddenly shoots him a sharp look. By the way, manager, you're hiding your true skills, aren't you? Do-jun doesn't blink. No, what are you talking about? She persists. You know way too much about swordsmanship for a regular guy. It's strange. Do-jun doesn't answer, instead turning away to dodge the question. I'm heading out first. She knows he's hiding something, and she falls into a deep, pensive silence. Night falls, and the city lights begin to sparkle. On the crowded streets, people bustle about in every direction, but in the shadows, a figure is huddled against a wall. That shadow seems to be tailing Do-jun, but he just keeps walking as if he hasn't noticed a thing. After a while, Do-jun starts to get bored of the game. He lets out a long sigh. Do-jun turns around and shouts into the darkness, I won't lose my temper if you step out in the next 10 seconds. 10, he starts counting down rapidly. 9, 3, 2, 1. Right as he hits 1, Yejin comes sprinting out in a total panic. A heavy silence falls between them. She stands there huffing and puffing while Do-jun looks genuinely surprised. Why on earth are you following me? She fires back immediately. Because I haven't heard your answer yet. Do-jun is baffled. What answer? She blushes, looking away as she asks again if he's secretly hiding some incredible power. Do-jun just turns his head. Since you followed me all the way to my front door, you might as well come in and eat something before you go. Yejin hesitates, her heart racing. Thank you. Manager. The scene shifts to the apartment complex where Do-jun lives. She follows him silently, not daring to utter a single word. Finally, she stops and stammers. Manager. Actually, it's getting pretty late. Maybe I should just go home. He looks back at her and tries to reassure her. We're almost there, and it's dinner time. I'm sure the food is already prepared. Her eyes widen at his words. Do-jun explains simply, I live with my daughter. Hearing this, Yejin nearly jumps out of her skin. Wait, what? She stutters. Your daughter? Before entering, Do-jun warns her. And remember, keep our work a secret. My daughter thinks I'm just an ordinary civil servant. She quickly bows her head. Yes, sir. Inside, her mood instantly plummets. He got married so young, she thinks gloomily. Is it even okay for me to be hanging around him like this? Maybe they're just a young, happy couple. Just then, Junhee bursts out of the house, cheering, Dad, you're home! Yejin sees the girl and freezes. Her jaw hits the floor as if she's been struck by a bolt of lightning. Holy crap, how is his daughter this big? She screams internally. I thought he was only 26. Is this kid some kind of giant kindergarten superhuman? Is Dad just a nickname? This makes no sense. Junhee glares at her suspiciously. Who's this, Dad? Do-jun says nonchalantly. A colleague. Hearing that, Yejin forces a bright, awkward smile and introduces herself. I'm the manager's colleague. I mean, Do-jun's colleague. Junhee remains wary. Is that so? Junhee asks, eyes narrowed. Yejin stammers, yeah, totally. Junhee turns to her father. Is she telling the truth, Dad? Do-jun sighs wearily. She works at the same branch as me. Now, can we go inside? Junhee opens the door with a forced cheerfulness. Of course! As soon as she steps inside, Yejin is impressed. Wow, your place is so clean. Junhee immediately tries to shoo her away. We're about to have dinner soon. It's probably best if you leave right after your tea, ma'am. But then, Do-jun drops a bombshell that makes the girl fume. She's eating with us. Go get the food ready. Despite her obvious annoyance, Junhee obeys. Fine. Seeing the girl's intense reaction, Do-jun mutters to himself, is she going through a rebellious phase? Hearing him, the girl snaps back. I am not. She pauses, and Yejin flinches at the sudden outburst. She watches Junhee's pouting face and prickly attitude with wide eyes. Yejin turns pale, trying to keep her cool. A moment later, all three are seated at the table. She says cheerfully, thanks for the meal. Trying to make friends, she adds. You're a great cook, Junhee. This kimchi stew is amazing. Junhee doesn't give her an inch of credit. I bought it, ma'am. Yejin keeps trying to chat, but the conversation just circles back to supermarket food, seaweed soup, and side dish shop egg rolls. Suddenly, Junhee stops eating and points at something. Is that a suitcase? Yejin jumps at the chance to finally connect with the girl. That's right. I'm a hunter, you see, even though I'm only F rank. Then, she can't help but brag a little. It might not look like much, but it's actually made from a very rare, precious metal. Yejin suddenly realizes she said way too much. Catching Do-jun's icy, warning glare, she stammers, I'm so sorry, but it's too late. Junhee's suspicion is piqued. A hunter? But Dad is just a normal civil servant. He quickly stands up and starts tossing the dishes into the sink. It's just her side job. She'll get in huge trouble if people find out, so keep it a secret, okay? In that instant, Junhee slams her hands onto the table and stands up abruptly. Yejin watches in terror, a chill running down her spine as she looks at the girl. But then, Junhee's expression flips to pure excitement. That is so cool! I want to be a hunter too! Junhee pulls out a certificate. I've been studying at the National Hunter Academy for 3 months now. Yejin says shyly, it's not that special really, I'm only an F rank. But Junhee couldn't care less about ranks. You're a real hunter, which means you passed the test, right? Yejin hesitates. Well, yeah, I guess. Junhee leans in, eyes sparkling. What's your class? Are you melee, ranged, a mage, or a healer? The two hit it off and time flies by. Before leaving, Yejin bows politely. Sorry for staying so late. Manager, I mean? Do-jun, I'll head home on my own. Junhee beams. I had a lot of fun today. Yejin smiles back. She's really grown fond of the kid. I'll come by again next time. But Junhee's face turns cold in an instant. No, you're fine. Don't bother. Yejin is stunned. Wait, why? The girl answers with brutal honesty. Once I don't like someone, my mind doesn't change easily. Yejin breaks into a nervous sweat at the girl's bluntness. Do-jun finally speaks up. Go inside, Junhee. I'll walk her to the station. Even though Junhee isn't happy about it, she forces a smile for her father. Okay, Dad, don't be late. Then, the two of them walk toward the bus stop together. Yejin looks at him, her eyes dancing with curiosity. Junhee isn't your biological daughter, is she? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun hesitates. What are you talking about? Yejin explains. The ages don't add up. You're 26 and she's 17. You aren't wearing a wedding ring, and there isn't a single wedding photo in that house. She adds one final observation, and Junhee's last name is Seol. That means she isn't your blood relative, and you've never been married, right? Manager Do-jun Lee, Do-jun's face darkens instantly. This girl is sharper than he gave her credit for. Without missing a beat, Yeji presses him again, demanding to know the true nature of his relationship with the child. She isn't just bluffing. She's already pulling out her phone and dialing 3 digits for the police. This isn't anything dangerous, is it? Lee Do-jun freezes, realizing she's dead serious. Knowing he's cornered, he finally decides to come clean. She's my niece, he admits, his voice dropping. My brother's in a situation where he can't look after her right now. Hearing the weight in his voice, the suspicion on Yeji's face melts into a look of genuine sympathy. Oh, I see, she whispers, her tone softening. I'm sorry for sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun sighs, meeting her eyes. Just keep it under wraps. I need you to promise me this stays a secret. Yeji nods quickly. You have my word. They walk in silence for a while until Do-jun Lee Do-jun finally stops. This is far enough for today. Yeji beams at him. Thank you, manager. Get home safe. She watches him walk away, but as his figure grows smaller in the distance, a realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. She freezes, her eyes widening. Wait, if he's the brother, does that mean his surname is Seo? A prickle of unease crawls up her spine. Something about that name feels incredibly off. She shakes her head, trying to dismiss the thought. Whatever, I just need to get home. The next morning at the company, the atmosphere is electric. Cheon-soo stares at the mountain of paperwork on his desk, his jaw dropping. You finished all of this in a single day? Do-jun Lee Do-jun looks up, completely unfazed. Is there a problem with the work, sir? No, that's not it, the man stammers, still unable to process what he's seeing. Cheon-soo is practically gaping at the documents. It's perfect. It's beyond perfect. Did you honestly pull this off all by yourself? Normally, it takes months just to gather this much data, Cheon-soo mutters, his suspicion shifting. He turns his gaze toward another employee, his eyes narrowing. Hayuk, be honest, did you help him with this mountain of work? Hayuk holds up his hands, shaking his head fast. Absolutely not, sir. Honestly, I'm just as blown away as you are. He turns to Do-jun Lee Do-jun, flashing a bright grin and a thumbs up. Incredible work. Do-jun Lee Do-jun? Guess I'll have to step up my game or you'll leave me in the dust. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun gives a curt professional nod. Thank you. Yeji chimes in from the side, her voice full of genuine admiration. I had no idea you were such a powerhouse, manager. He looks over at her, clearly surprised to see her in the office. What are you doing here? You don't have a shift today. Yeji offers a playful shrug. I just got here a moment ago. I was in the neighborhood and figured I'd drop by to say hello. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun takes his seat, his expression returning to its usual calm. Suit yourself. Just know your salary isn't going up for extra visits. Suddenly, a document is slid across his desk. He looks down at the paper, then back up. What's this? Hayuk leans in, looking excited. It's the roadmap for the hunter rank evaluation, Hayuk explains. Now that you're officially managing a hunter, you need to know this system inside and out. This is the moment of truth for every hunter. Once a year, they are required to undergo a grueling evaluation to measure their growth. Depending on their performance, their rank can skyrocket or crash into the dirt. For a hunter, this day is everything. It's the day their worth is quantified for the whole world to see. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun leans back, skimming the details. So, it's basically a system that decides a person's market value? From what Do-jun, Lee Do-jun has gathered, Korea alone is home to hundreds of hunter parties. These teams are in a constant, cutthroat race to scout and recruit anyone with a high rank. This is the season of betrayal, and big moves the time when countless hunters jump ship from one squad to another. Do-jun Lee Do-jun realizes that the evaluation period is nothing less than the opening bell for a massive transfer war. Hayuk leans in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. This is actually what the boss is most worried about. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun raises an eyebrow, prompting him to continue. See, if a contract hunter hits a higher rank, they usually ditch their old team for a bigger, richer party. Hayuk sighs as he turns back to his computer. It's the way the world works. Money talks, and loyalty is cheap. To be honest, it's better for us if Yeji just gets an average score, Hayuk adds, typing away. That way, we can keep working together without drama. Let's see. Her exam is scheduled for exactly 1 week from now. This will be her very first official test. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun turns his gaze toward Yiji, his eyes searching. If you manage to climb to a higher tier, do you have plans to move on to a bigger team? She doesn't even hesitate. No way. Actually, I was hoping I could just renew my contract here, she says softly. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks away, his thoughts unreadable. I don't have the authority to make that call for you. He falls into a pensive silence, the weight of her words hanging in the air. Regardless, it would be in your best interest to raise your rank before the evaluation, he says finally. It would make our raids a lot smoother. Plus, you'd be looking at a significant bump in your annual salary. Yiji slumps her shoulders, looking defeated. I can try all I want, but I'm destined to stay at rank F. He stares at her, his mind calculating. The problem is clear. She's under a curse that blocks her from using mana. In this world, a hunter's rank is decided by their level. It's a cold calculation of stats and average combat experience. Those numbers combined are what define a hunter's standing in society. But Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, knows the secret. The most critical factor is the amount of mana a person possesses. Hunters often use mana stones to artificially boost their physical stats. They call it mana grafting. But for Yiji, such procedures are useless. Do-jun Lee Do-jun rubs his temples. If her body is a complete void for mana, then climbing to rank E is an impossible dream. He looks at her determinedly. Even so, you'll never know your true potential unless you push yourself to the limit. Yiji pouts, looking down at her hands. I know my own body, manager. I was born to be a rank F. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun stands up, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Well, if that's the case, I guess I'm stuck taking nothing but rank F missions too. He looms over her, his presence suddenly commanding. Since you're the only hunter assigned to me, your rank determines the level of rift I'm allowed to enter. My future is tied to yours. Yiji hesitates, her voice small. But if you manage someone else, you could do so much more. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun shrugs playfully. True. Maybe I should put out an ad for a new hunter right now. He catches her worried expression and lets out a short laugh. Don't look so scared. Come on, Yiji, my one and only hunter, follow me. They head to the hunter training facility, and as soon as they step inside, Yiji's eyes go wide. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun explains that this space used to be a standard office building. He scans the room, his eyes sharp. We've completely renovated it into a state-of-the-art training hall. To be honest, it's my first time in here too. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun admits as he walks toward the center. The materials used were provided by the Hunter Bureau. They're designed to be virtually indestructible, no matter what kind of attack you throw at them. He turns back to her, getting straight to the point about her mana deficiency. Yiji blinks, confused. Huh? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun stares her down. Have you ever actually tried to push your physical body to its absolute peak? Of course I have, Yiji replies, her voice rising with frustration. But did you know I have to reach stage 3 of the Sword Scholar path before I can even sense a drop of mana? Her eyes begin to well up. It's the most frustrating thing in the world. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's interest is piqued. Can you show me your progress? Yiji quickly fumbles with her pockets, her hands shaking slightly. Wait a second. Let me see if I brought my notebook with me. She pulls out a thick, weathered journal and hands it over. Here it is. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun takes it, flipping through the pages. He whistles softly, genuinely impressed. You've been incredibly thorough with these notes, haven't you? Yeah, but I don't really understand most of it, she admits. The pages are filled with theories about the triad, the ancient belief that the universe was forged from 3 entities, heaven, earth, and humanity. Since everything in the cosmos begins with these 3 forces, the techniques are built around them. Yiji points to the back of the book. I even drew some diagrams of the footwork and movement patterns back there. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun falls silent, his eyes scanning the sketches with intense focus. Yiji blushes, fidgeting with her hair. I'm sorry. I know the drawings are pretty terrible. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's voice is low, filled with a sudden realization. I can't say for sure yet, but this doesn't look like sword scholar theory. This looks exactly like the lost 3-entity swordsmanship. Yiji's jaw drops. 3-entity swordsmanship? You mean it's not the scholar style? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun shakes his head, his eyes gleaming. The sword scholar style everyone knows is just a diluted branch that came from the original 3-entity swordsmanship. Legends say Jin Sogen was the true saint of the blade. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun continues, his voice echoing in the quiet room. Records describe him as a royal scholar who appeared out of nowhere, blazing across the world like a comet. After crushing the strongest warrior under the heavens in a secret duel, he vanished without a trace. This man was a genius among geniuses, a master who had completely redefined the world's understanding of Trinity swordsmanship. He dubbed this art the scholar's swordsmanship. Legend has it that he passed this forbidden knowledge to the very warrior he had just defeated before disappearing into thin air. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun let out a long, quiet sigh. He had finally decided to tell her the truth. I understand, master. Yoon chirped, her face lit with excitement. Her heart skipped a beat when he suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun leaned in close, his voice low and intense. No one else is as lucky as you are to inherit a power like this. Yeon stood frozen, her mind racing with shock. Meanwhile, as the clock ticked toward the hour, Cheon-soo wore a grin more devious than anything seen before. The minute hand finally crept toward the 12. As the clock struck the hour, Cheon-soo's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. The auspicious moment was finally here, but Do-jun had moved even faster than he anticipated. "I'm heading out first," Do-jun announced. Yeon scrambled after him, waving a quick goodbye to the group. "See you all later." Cheon-soo took a sip of water, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What's gotten into them? They only met a few days ago, but they're already inseparable," Cheon-soo mused. "Is there something going on between those two?" Hee-wook smirked playfully. "I think it's pretty obvious the girl likes him." Cheon-soo looked up, surprised. "You really think so?" Hee-wook shrugged nonchalantly. "Only an idiot wouldn't see it." He glanced at Do-jun's oblivious back, though it seems Do-jun doesn't have a clue what's happening right under his nose. Nearby, Yoon was lost in her training. Her movements were fluid and precise, her blade slicing through the air with an effortless, lethal grace. In just a short time, Yoon's progress had been nothing short of miraculous. As she finished her final form, she stared at her hands in utter disbelief. "Is this mana? I can actually feel it flowing through me." She summoned her system window. Cheon, B, rank. Titles, none. Strength, 6. Dexterity, 11. Vitality, 8. Mana, 10. Skill, Scholar's Swordsmanship. Below that, a new entry shimmered passive skill, Knight's Swordsmanship, S rank. She had already reached stage 3 of the Scholar's Swordsmanship. Do-jun watched from the sidelines, clapping his hands in approval, reaching stage 3 in just 1 week. "Well done," Do-jun praised. Yeon beamed with pure joy. "Manager, I'm so lucky I found you." Do-jun didn't bother to deny it. He knew his worth. "We'll definitely have to discuss this progress when we renew your contract," he added. Yeon laughed brightly. "I'm in." "Absolutely." But then her smile wavered as she hesitated. Noticing her pause, he asked, "What is it?" Yeon couldn't hold back the question burning in her mind. "You're hiding your true power, aren't you?" Do-jun let out a heavy, weary sigh. He didn't offer an answer. Instead, he turned away, his voice calm. "See you at the Hunter Bureau tomorrow." Yeon waved him off. "Yes, get home safely." The next day, they arrived at the bureau together. As they walked toward the arena, Do-jun glanced at her. "Is this the first time you're being officially ranked?" "I did something similar during the Hunter exam, but yeah, this is the first real one since then," Yeon replied nervously. Do-jun nodded. "All that hard work is about to pay off. You'll see. Go get him," Yeon smiled. "Thank you, manager." Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a frantic buzz. "Look, it's Kang Min-hyuk, and Han Min is with him. 2 S-rank hunters in one place?" As the superstars walked in, Min-jin gave a polite smile. "Excuse me, I have to be going now." Min-hee-wook, however, remained cold and silent, looking thoroughly annoyed. Do-jun tilted his head. "Are they a big deal?" Yoon stared at him, flabbergasted. "You seriously don't know who they are?" "They're ranked 7th and 10th in the entire world," Yeon explained. "They're from the Icarus Guild, some of the strongest hunters on the planet." Do-jun narrowed his eyes, studying the group. Even from their backs, he could see the thick, suffocating aura of killing intent radiating from Min-jin and Min-hee-wook. "It's nothing special," Do-jun said nonchalantly. "If you keep working, you'll catch up to them within a year." The hunters nearby burst into mocking laughter. "Catch up in a year? Are these two out of their minds?" Yeon turned beet red with embarrassment. "Manager, please, stop saying such cringy things." Meanwhile, Min-hee-wook's temper flared. "Min-jin, why are we even wasting time in a place like this?" Hee-wook grumbled. She shot him a warning look. "Fix your face. There are cameras everywhere." A voice called out to them. Min-jin turned, a practiced smile on her face. "What, do you expect us to fight monsters 24/7? Her eyes twinkled. "Besides, rumors say a once-in-a-lifetime genius is appearing today, right?" Despite Hee-wook's face turning a shade of frustrated red, Min-jin continued. "I'm not about to let another guild snatch up a talent like that. Let's go, before we're late." "Wait up," Hee-wook called out. He stood there for a moment, unable to find the words. Han Gang chuckled, nudging his friend. "Did you hear that? Pretty sure they're talking about yours truly." Han Gang bragged, his eyes turning cold with anticipation. His cronies snickered. "Just make sure you don't wet your pants in there." "Shut the hell up," Han Dong snapped. "All right, let's begin the attribute measurements," a staff member shouted. The new hunters began lining up in order. Do-jun looked at Yeon. "It's starting. Get ready." "Right," she replied. Nearby, Han Dong roared, "Icarus Guild, prepare to be amazed by me." The crowd surged forward as the first candidate stepped up. As soon as he placed his hand on the orb, the room erupted in gasps. Strength 10, Dexterity 4, Vitality 9, and Mana 2. Preliminary rank. "See? A man behind him cheered, "I knew you had it in you." Almost instantly, scouts began to swarm. "Hello, I'm the head of recruitment for the Do-jun Guild," one said. Another pushed forward, "I'm Choi Hyun-jin from the Buffalo Guild." In an instant, that C-rank hunter became the man of the hour. "Most of our hunters are C-rank or higher. We provide top-tier gear for free, and we'll start you at double your current salary." Yeon was nearly trampled in the chaos. "Excuse me, coming through." When she finally broke free, Do-jun was waiting. "Are you done with the measurement?" Yeon held up her hand with a huge grin. "I got D rank. Look, strength 6, dexterity 11, vitality 8, and my mana is 10. My mana stats shot up so much," she squealed. Do-jun gave a small, approving nod. "Congratulations. Now, shall we head inside?" Yeon nodded eagerly. "Yes." Peering into the gate, Do-jun evaluated the situation. "Looks like a bit of a challenge." "Well, it is a C-rank rift after all." He looked at Yeon. "Get ready. You're up next." Yeon's eyes went wide. "Manager, can I really handle a C-rank rift?" Do-jun scratched the back of his head casually. "Don't sweat it, you've got this." "How can you be so sure?" she pressed, her voice trembling. "Just believe you can and you will," he replied simply. Yeon looked at him with teary eyes. "How am I supposed to believe something that crazy?" Just then, the intercom crackled to life. 3 C-rank rifts are now opening. Do-jun nudged her. "Go on, get ready." Yeon nodded obediently and hurried off. "Okay." She emerged a few minutes later, fully geared up. Seeing the massive crowd of spectators, her heart hammered against her ribs. Is it because of all these people watching that I'm so terrified? Just then, a booming voice rings out. "Hey, Chae-yi, what on earth?" She freezes like a statue the moment she hears it. He snaps again. "What are you doing?" "Why are you here?" she stutters, her voice trembling. "What's it to you?" She mumbles under her breath. I'm just here." Hanjong fires back. "Here to do what exactly?" The moment he hears her reason, he screams, "The challenge? A challenge? You're trying to tackle a C-rank rift?" His voice gets louder and more frantic. "Are you out of your mind?" Chae-yi stammers an apology while Hanjong rubs his temples in utter disbelief. "In all my life, I've never seen an F-ranker have the guts to challenge a high-level rift like this." The crowd starts buzzing. "Wait, what? There's an F-rank hunter here?" Suddenly, every eye in the room is pinned on her. Her gear looks so cheap. Ugh, how reckless. These kids today really don't know their own limits. Hanjong scoffs, seizing the chance to mock her. "You've really lost it. You don't even have mana, yet you're taking on a C-rank?" He stops mid-sentence, his eyes bulging and mouth agape in pure shock. Hanjong spins around frantically, wondering if that devil is lurking nearby. Meanwhile, Do-jun stands perfectly still, his gaze eerily calm despite the chaos. Just then, an overhead announcement blares. A representative from the Rift Management Division, Seong Hyuk, looks at the young man. Contract hunter, staff in charge, Do-jun, 26 years old. Do-jun replies coolly, "That is correct." Min Hee-wook is caught off guard. "You don't seem surprised at all, do you?" But in response to his astonishment, Do-jun remains silent, offering no reaction. Min Hee-wook continues, "I'm just giving you a heads up on who you are." Do-jun cuts to the chase. "What is your actual goal in speaking with me?" Min Hee-wook leans in. "I want to recruit her into our guild." He carries on. "Mana extraction usually only happens once at the first stage. An F-rank mana stone is given to everyone when they receive their very first hunter license." He pushes some documents forward as he speaks. "And yet, she managed to increase her mana by 10 points just by extracting that single F-rank stone." Min Hee-wook rambles on about how further extraction is impossible, making this situation completely illogical. Do-jun thinks to himself, it wasn't the extraction that did it though. From his perspective, the Icarus Guild can give her wings. If she joins us, she could reach A rank or even higher. We will pass down the knowledge of the veterans who came before her, take her into high-tier rifts and raids, and equip her with real-world combat experience. Min Hee-wook throws down a challenge. "But what about the management office? What can you possibly offer her?" Seeing Do-jun's silence, he presses further. "A pay raise?" Based on what he said, she has 0 experience, yet you're letting her challenge a C-rank rift? Min Hee-wook's voice turns cold. "I have to ask, what were you people even thinking? Did you think this was some kind of game?" Right at that moment, the C-rank rift is fully activated. The announcer's voice rings out. "For this challenge, eliminate the orc soldiers within the time limit." On the other side, the monstrous creatures are finally unleashed. Hanyang grins with sadistic glee. Finally, it's starting. Chae-yi quickly draws her blade. Min Hee-wook speaks up again. "Our guild can mold her into a true hunter." Staring at Do-jun, he adds, "If you want her to survive in this cutthroat hunter world, then hand her over to us." Min Hee-wook steps even closer. "That is, if you actually care about her." But Do-jun seems entirely unbothered, giving a dismissive shrug. First of all, Do-jun says, whether she joins your guild or not is entirely up to her. The corner of his mouth twitches into a smirk. Want to make a bet with me? Min Hee-wook grows wary, watching Do-jun with an intense, silent stare. The scene shifts to the C-rank rift. Han-jong bellows aggressively, "Come and get it, you monsters!" He barks orders to those behind him. "Chae-yi, get your head in the game!" She answers firmly. Understood. A massive orc soldier snarls at them. Han-jong grips his weapon tight. You really think you can challenge a C-rank hunter like me? In the next heartbeat, the orc lunges forward, swinging a massive mace. A flash of light erupts. Han-jong instinctively raises his weapon to block, screaming in a panic. Wait, what? The orc continues its relentless assault, slamming down heavy blows. Han-jong struggles just to stay upright. His heart races with fear. How is this possible? It's way stronger than me. The attacks rain down without mercy. Han-jong's knees buckle instantly. I can't hold it, he screams, trembling. The orc brutally drives a fist into Han-jong's face. He stumbles and crashes to the ground, howling in agony. It's too strong. His weapon is knocked clean out of his hands, and Han-jong panics as his hammer skids across the floor. The orc closes in, ready to swing its mace for the killing blow. Han-jong shrieks at the top of his lungs. Stop! No! His face turns pale as a ghost. Wait, hold on! Suddenly, Chae-yi leaps onto the orc's back. Take this! She yells. But she loses her footing and tumbles onto the hard ground. Han-jong is frozen in place, gasping. Chae-yi! She bolts back up, glancing over her shoulder to reassure him. Stay right there! I'll take care of this thing! Han-jong is completely bewildered. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Across from her, the orc snarls at Chae-yi. It attacks frantically, swinging its heavy mace down again and again. Chae-yi dodges with professional ease, silently calculating. I've got it. I understand its attack pattern now. Having made up her mind, she moves. Her silhouette flickers in and out of sight as she circles the massive orc. Flashes of sword light spark repeatedly in the air. The orc howls in pain, its eyes darting around desperately to find Chae-yi. Then, the monster's eyes widen in sheer terror. Chae-yi spins gracefully through the air, preparing for a strike from above. She grips her sword tight, and a razor-sharp blade trail slices down the length of the orc's body. Chae-yi unleashes her move. Scholar's sword art, first skill, the Scholar's strike. She lands firmly on the ground, smiling as the monster's flesh splits apart right before her eyes. The onlookers drop their jaws in shock. Everyone inside the rift freezes mid-motion. Han-jong stares with bulging eyes, unable to believe what he's seeing. As if he knew this would happen all along, Do-jun nods slightly in satisfaction. Min Hee-wook gasps, "No way! That's impossible!" Do-jun asks with a sly grin, "See something you like?" It's important to know that every hunter has 3 ways to use mana. First, channeling it into a weapon to reinforce its power, weapon enhancement. Second, releasing mana through the weapon, mana emission. And third is substitution through other elements. Mana imbuing isn't that difficult. However, the real challenge lies in the precision of its control. Min Hee-wook is still reeling from the shock. Her weapon enhancement was flawless. At that exact moment, the announcement rings out. The test has concluded. Hunters who have finished may exit the examination area. Everyone lets out a sigh of relief. Man, that was brutal. Someone agrees. Yeah, I almost died in there. Only Han-jong remains rooted to the spot, paralyzed. Why does this feel so wrong? He looks up, searching the screen for the final results. Looking at the rankings, Chae-yi sits proudly at number 1. At the very bottom is Han-jong, with a score of absolute 0. Han-jong screams in a blind rage, "Damn it, it was her." Meanwhile, Chae-yi steps out and joyfully calls for her manager. "I did it! I actually did it!" E.G.'s voice trembles with pure joy. Do-jun smiles softly. "Of course you did. You've been training your heart out." E.G. shakes her head frantically. "No, it's all thanks to you, manager." Suddenly she freezes, making eye contact with Min Hee-wook standing right there. Wait, what's he doing here? The S-rank hunter offers a friendly smile. That was a truly magnificent match. E.G. scratches her cheek, blushing. Oh no, I mean coming from an S-rank hunter like you, it was nothing. Min Hee-wook cuts her off. Your weapon enhancement technique was flawless. Did someone teach you that? Bewildered, E.G. glances at Do-jun steps in immediately. E.G. mastered that through her own practice. Min Hee-wook narrows his eyes suspiciously. Is that so? E.G.'s eyes dart around before she quickly nods. Yes, that's right. She gives an awkward laugh. I didn't realize it was that impressive. Suddenly, Min Hee-wook's voice drops an octave. Hunter Cha. She jumps. Yes. His expression turns dead serious. I'll get straight to the point. I want you to join the Icarus Guild. He leans in, his voice full of conviction. Anything you want, as long as it's within my power, I will make it happen. EG offers a hesitant, polite smile. That is an incredible offer, sir. But I'm going to have to decline. Min Hyuk stands there, stunned. Pardon me? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun doesn't give him a second. Let's go. EG turns to follow him. Right behind you, manager. Min Hyuk begins to panic. Wait. Please, reconsider. Opportunities like this don't come twice. My guild can provide you with infinitely more than Soon City Hall ever could. EG looks troubled. I'm sorry, but I genuinely enjoy working at the City Hall more. With a polite bow, she starts walking away. Take care, sir. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun glances back over his shoulder. Don't forget to contact us. Min Hyuk is confused at first, then a realization hits him, and he can't help but let out a laugh. Rewind to a few hours ago. Do-jun Lee Do-jun had smirked and said, "Want to make a bet? I bet EG takes down at least 5 orc soldiers. If I lose, I'll convince her to join Icarus," he declared. "But if I win, you give me a set of rank A gear." Min Hyuk had agreed instantly. You're on. Cut back to Soon City Hall, where cheers of celebration erupt. EG clutches her new ID card, beaming. I'm officially a rank C hunter now. Cheon-soo claps enthusiastically. Wow, a jump from rank F to rank C in one go. Hyuk-soo gives a big thumbs up. Legendary. But then, he looks at his phone with a worried frown. But, are you sure you're okay, EG? The whole internet is buzzing about you right now. Cheon-soo leans in. Why? What's up? They start reading the latest headlines. Hunter Cha EG rejects Icarus, despite Kang Min Hyuk's personal scouting. Who is the mysterious Hunter Cha EG? Hyuk-soo sighs. Icarus is one of the top guilds in South Korea. Cheon-soo laughs it off. But isn't our city hall technically the biggest organization in the country? Hyuk-soo rubs his chin. Honestly, if I were her, I'd at least think about it. He continues. Of course, we support whatever you decide because we care about you, but still, Hyuk-soo adds, it feels like a waste of God-given talent to turn down Icarus. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Cheon-soo starts to get annoyed. Why do you keep saying that? EG just smiles and turns to Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Manager, what do you think of my choice? He responds with a confident smirk. You definitely won't regret it. Hearing that, EG's face lights up with a massive grin. That's all I needed to hear. Cheon-soo is satisfied with the answer. Just then, Do-jun Lee Do-jun speaks up. Hunter EG and I are heading to the workshop. To clarify, the workshop is the largest hunter equipment store in Korea. Located inside the Hunter Bureau, it's the mecca where hunters buy and sell gear, weapons, and support items. Hyuk-soo hears the name and waves his hand with a strained laugh. Do-jun Lee Do-jun, gear is important, but you don't have nearly enough money for that place. You should probably save up for a few more years first. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun remains calm. Don't worry, I'm not going there to buy anything. I'm just picking something up. At the workshop, Do-jun Lee Do-jun looks around. It's bigger than I thought. EG nods. Yeah, they sell everything here. Their eyes wander across the rows of gleaming battle armor. The entire place radiates luxury. A staff member approaches with a warm greeting. Welcome. How can I help you? I'm Lee Do-jun from the Soon Rift Management Division. Hunter Kang Min Hyuk should have mentioned me. The staff's smile brightens. Ah, yes. She bows deeply. Please, feel free to look around. Let me know if you need anything. EG nods politely. Thank you. A set of golden armor catches their eye, but EG sighs in disappointment. I don't think there's anything here that fits me. Just as the words leave her mouth, her eyes lock onto something. They widen with excitement. Manager, look at this. It's a silver wing outfit. EG rushes over, completely mesmerized. I think this would look perfect on me. I heard it's crafted from the wings of a queen ant. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun asks simply, you want it? EG's eyes well up with regret. No, it's way too expensive. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun moves on. Let's look at something else then. Outside, the sun begins to set. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun looks exhausted. Good grief. How did we end up wandering around here for 4 hours? He stops in front of a clearance bin. A sign reads, Flash sale, today only, 50% off. Do-jun Lee Do-jun points. What's this? The manager explains. Those are rank E weapons, but they're still in great shape. Take a few. They're dirt cheap, only 1,000,000 won each. Do-jun Lee Do-jun nearly jumps out of his skin. 1,000,000 won each? EG gives a forced smile. Manager, are you actually going to buy that? He admits bluntly. Yeah, I'm buying it. The manager is stunned. Oh, you're serious, sir? It's just a piece of scrap metal. There's nothing left but the hilt. Do-jun Lee Do-jun replies with a cold, indifferent tone. It doesn't matter. Night falls. The scene shifts to Gyeongsan Mountain. Do-jun Lee Do-jun gazes silently at the object in his hand, muttering under his breath with a hint of sorrow. To think my precious sword is only worth 50 million. Do-jun Lee Do-jun grips the hilt tight. Instantly, a flash of pure black energy ignites, radiating a power so immense it's terrifying. In a heartbeat, that overwhelming pressure vanishes. Do-jun sheathes his blade, suddenly remembering something. Oh crap, I forgot about he. She'll be getting dinner ready. He whips out his phone, searching for the nearest subway station. In a flash, Do-jun's figure vanishes into the night. Back home, he speaks softly. Sorry, I'm a bit late. The voice of a news anchor echoes through the room. We interrupt our regular programming for an emergency update. At approximately 1920 today, a massive rift was detected. It appeared near the Guryongsan area before vanishing. Do-jun sheds his coat, glancing around. Where did she go? The TV is still on. He notices a door slightly ajar and decides to check. In here? Inside, Junhee is staring anxiously at a tuition notice. She hadn't considered the costs when she moved equipment rentals, instructor fees, facility maintenance. The more she lists them, the more panicked she gets. Why is it so expensive? Just because it's the National Hunter Academy? The total exceeds 50 million won. Junhee hesitates, wondering if she should even ask him. No, this isn't in the contract. Just thinking about it gives her a headache. He's done enough just by letting her stay here. Asking for tuition money on top of everything else would just be a burden. Right then, Do-jun steps in. What are you doing? Junhee jumps, startled. Dad, when did you get here? She frantically hides the notice. Oh, nothing. I'm just organizing my desk. Do-jun pretends not to notice. Is dinner ready? Let's eat. Junhee hesitates. I'm not really hungry yet. Go ahead and eat without me. Do-jun doesn't push it. All right. Since he's still standing there, Junhee makes herself look busy. Time to clean up. Time to clean up. Do-jun narrows his eyes, his expression thoughtful. A few moments later, his voice drifts back into the room. Junhee, where's the sesame oil? In the cabinet, under the stove, she shouts back. Then, curious, she adds, what do you need sesame oil for anyway? Do-jun answers. Just adding some flavor. Junhee sighs and walks out of her room. Whatever you say. As she emerges, she asks, can you fry some eggs too? Do-jun gives a firm nod. Sure, go watch TV. Junhee obeys. Okay. A bit later, Do-jun quietly slips back into her room. He picks up the paper on her desk. Tuition. His eyes widen in shock at the amount. Late that night, Do-jun lies in bed. His mind is racing, making sleep impossible. If the entrance fee is already 50 million won, how much will 3 whole years cost? He bolts upright. Staring at his pitiful bank balance, he lets out a heavy sigh. It's time for some serious math. I should head to an A-rank rift and farm some A-rank mana stones. That's the fastest way to get the cash. But first, he needs to ask Lee Ji about the prices. No time like the present. Do-jun hits dial, but immediate regret kicks in. Is it too late? Before he can hang up, the line clicks open. Yes, manager? What's going on? Do-jun is taken aback. Why are you still awake? Don't you have work tomorrow? Lee Ji, clearly just woken up, sounds a bit speechless. No, I don't. Do-jun gets to the point. By the way, how much does an A-rank mana stone go for? Her voice mumbles through the phone. A-rank? I'm not entirely sure. It varies by size, but from what I've heard, they usually sell for 100 to 200 million won. Do-jun's eyes light up. 100 to 200 million? Saturday can't come soon enough. Lee Ji sits up, sounding flustered. Manager, I appreciate the thought, but I don't think I'm ready for an A-rank rift yet. I just made it to C-rank. Do-jun is genuinely confused. What is she talking about? Still, he keeps his cool. I understand. Get some rest. Lee Ji smiles softly. Okay, manager. Thanks for the outfit, by the way. With that, she settles back into bed and pulls on her sleep mask. The next morning at dawn, Do-jun checks his gear. Hat, sunglasses, mask, and gloves. Everything's there, along with a fake ID card. All set. Before heading out, he leaves a sticky note and mutters to himself. This should give me enough time to reach Guryongsan and spend 2 hours in the rift. Let's go. The note simply reads, heading out for some exercise. Back at Guryongsan, Do-jun adjusts his sunglasses, his face completely hidden. Without a second thought, he lunges into the forest. His movements are a blur of speed, covering a massive distance in seconds. He halts at the rift's entrance and scans the fake ID. A mechanical voice announces, identity confirmed, Hunter Kim Hyun-woo. Warning, current rift rank is too difficult for your rating. If you still wish to enter, please scan your card again. Do-jun doesn't hesitate, confirmed. He vanishes into the A-rank rift, his mind already calculating the clock. I only have 1 or 2 hours for this. Since it's the weekend, I need to wrap this up and get back home fast. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes nearby. He reflexively looks back to see a group of 3 hunters. One of them spots Do-jun and gasps in surprise. Huh? Who's that? The guy next to him is just as stunned. What the? Do-jun remains silent, cursing his bad luck. Meanwhile, the girl in the group chirps with excitement. Wow, I didn't know you could dress like that here. He's not even wearing combat gear. Dong-ho gives an awkward laugh. Mira, don't say that right in front of him. Keep it down, Dong-hyun scowls. How could someone enter a rift without armor or weapons? He tells his team to be respectful before walking over. I'm Han Dong-hyun from the Megai Guild. What's your name? When Do-jun Lee Do-jun stays silent, Dong-hyun scoffs. Fine, keep your secrets. But do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? Do-jun Lee Do-jun replies coldly. I do. Dong-hyun snaps. Are you even a hunter? Dressing like that is a death wish. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun's voice softens slightly. Thanks for the concern, but don't worry about me. I don't need gear or weapons. He turns to leave. I'm out of here. Dong-hyun shouts after him. Hey, wait a minute. At this very moment, the ground beneath them suddenly convulses. What's happening? Do-jun mutters, his own mind clouded with suspicion. A mechanical announcement blares through the air. The rift mutation process has begun. An orc lord is preparing to emerge. The exit will remain sealed until the warriors inside can strike it down. A frustrated curse cuts through the tension. Damn it! That robotic voice continues to echo through the void, chilling them to the bone. The rift will only reopen once every challenger is dead. Panic ripples through the group. Oh no, this can't be happening. Dong-hyun is the first to snap back to reality, barking out orders. Everyone, activate your emergency cameras now. Dong-ho moves instantly. Copy that. The scene shifts to the outside world, where Young Chun, the director of the Hunter Bureau, stands with arms crossed, his eyes glued to the monitors. Manhwa stands beside him, delivering a grim report. After verification, there are 4 hunters trapped inside. 3 are rank A's from the Megia Guild, and 1 is a rank F. Young Chun's brow furrows. A rank F? The aide confirms, yes sir, a hunter named Kim Hyun-woo. According to the reports, the emergency camera's limitations mean they have no audio. It appears the team is attempting to thin out the smaller monsters by launching surgical strikes from the rear. Manhwa notes that the Megia Guild members are all top-tier rank A hunters, fully geared for war. If luck is on their side, this hit-and-run tactic might actually stand a chance. Young Chun strokes his chin, deep in thought. And the boss? Manhwa's voice drops. It's an orc lord. The director's expression instantly turns grave. Then there's no hope. Get me to the control room immediately. Inside the rank A rift, the silence is shattered by the thunderous sound of racing footsteps and desperate shouts. Don't stop. Keep moving. Speed is our only lifeline. Dong-hyun commands. Down those energy potions. Meanwhile, Mira keeps her eyes peeled, using her hawk eye to pinpoint every monster lurking in the shadows. She gives a sharp nod. On it! In Dong-hyun's tactical mind, Mira is their ultimate long-range asset, capable of sniping a target from over 1 kilometer away. Dong-ho is the finest medic he's ever known, and he himself excels at the front lines. He tries to reassure himself. We're strong enough. We just need to do what we always do, and be a little luckier than usual. Just then, Do-jun Lee Do-jun speaks up, his voice calm. I think it's best if I split off and take a different route. Dong-hyun snaps back, his temper flaring. Shut your mouth! You looking to end up as Monster Chow? Just listen, keep your head down, and follow us. If you keep running that mouth, you'll get us all killed. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun is left utterly speechless by the outburst. Dong-ho steps in to play peacemaker. Sorry about that. He's actually a good guy. He's just a bit high-strung right now. Try to understand. Nearby, Mira's hands are shaking. Can we really survive this? Only rank S hunters are supposed to take on an orc lord. Dong-hyun immediately tries to steady her. Don't think about that. Just focus on the mission at hand. He suddenly drops low, throwing up a hand signal. Hold it. Dong-hyun peers ahead, assessing the threat. Shadow work up front. We take this one out first. He quickly delegates the roles. Mira, scan the perimeter. Any others? She instantly drops into a combat stance, her eyes glowing with a brilliant golden light. Copy! Dong-hyun turns back to Dong-ho. You and Mira stay back. I'm going in first. The medic nods firmly. Got it. Dong-hyun then shoots a final warning to Do-jun Lee Do-jun. As for you, sit still and don't you dare do anything stupid. With that, he charges forward. Let's go, Dong-ho. But Mira suddenly screams, wait! The 2 men spin around, confusion written all over their faces. Mira's lips tremble as she stammers, Something is wrong. Her entire body is racked with shivers. They're all moving toward the same spot. Exactly as she feared, the shadow orcs are marching in a grim procession toward a single point. They are congregating around the orc lord. Do-jun Lee Do-jun watches the trio, feeling a wave of exhaustion. These guys don't stand a chance against that boss, he thinks. The disciples are already swarming around the orc lord, and their numbers are only growing by the second. Mira suddenly pinches her nose. Did you just rip one? Dong-ho mumbles back, face turning red. Sorry, I'm just so nervous. Seeing this, Do-jun Lee Do-jun is now certain. These kids will never take down the orc lord. He feels a massive headache coming on. This is a nightmare, but I don't have a choice. The moment Do-jun tries to stand, a hand grabs him roughly by the collar. Dong-hyun yanks him back down, his face stern. Listen, kid. I told you to stay put, didn't I? Do-jun sighs heavily. I know, but the hunter cuts him off instantly. If one of those orcs spots you, you're mincemeat. Just sit here and hide. Do-jun tries again, but Dong-hyun's eyes flash with a warning. No buts. Stay right here and watch us from the back. That's an order. Do-jun flops back down, defeated. Fine. Have it your way. Across the clearing, Dong-hyun begins to finalize their strategy. If they're all gathering, we don't have a second to waste. I'll provide the distraction, and you two hit them from the rear. He shouts the command, "Positions! Let the hunt begin!" Dong-hyun plants himself firmly in front of a shadow orc, while the other two circle around. The beast lets out a guttural, bone-chilling growl. Dong-hyun grips his weapon tight and lunges, his blade whistling through the air in a decisive arc. Eat this! In the next heartbeat, Dong-hyun's pupils shrink in horror. The orc effortlessly catches his massive blade with a bare hand, its grip so powerful the metal begins to groan. Suddenly, a hail of arrows slams into the orc's back. Mira's attack. But she isn't alone. A barrage of projectiles follows in rapid succession. The orc roars in pure, unadulterated rage, spinning around to face its new tormentors. Dong-ho continues the relentless assault, shouting urgently, "Han Dong-hyun, do it now!" Dong-hyun recovers instantly, closing the distance behind the beast. "I'm on it." He delivers a sweeping strike aimed directly at the orc's ankles. "Let's end this." The monster howls in agony as its legs give way. As it crashes to its knees, Dong-hyun seizes the opening for the killing blow. A precise strike descends, followed by the sickening spray of blood and the heavy thud of the orc's body hitting the dirt. Dong-hyun wipes the sweat from his brow. Good. Where's the next one? Mira points toward the shadows. Not far from here. Dong-hyun makes the call. All right, let's move out. But Dong-ho suddenly pauses, looking around. Wait, where did that guy go? Do-jun has vanished into thin air. Dong-hyun lets out a furious curse. That absolute lunatic. The scene shifts to another part of the forest, where flashes of sword light dance like lightning. In the blink of an eye, a mountain of orc corpses litters the ground. Do-jun stands over a massive beast, rummaging through its remains. He holds up a freshly harvested mana stone, a small smirk playing on his lips. Perfect. He tosses it into his bag and whispers to himself, "This should be enough for now." Remembering the earlier announcement, Do-jun knows there's no turning back. Unless the orc lord dies, the exit will remain a tomb for everyone inside. He hardens his resolve. No more wasting time. I need to go crush that orc right now. But then, he remembers Dong-hyun's frantic face and bossy warning. Sit still and don't you dare do anything. Do-jun sighs and flops back onto the grass, staring at the sky. Whatever, I'll deal with it later. Somewhere else in the rift, the air is thick with growls and the clashing of steel. Dong-hyun is struggling to pin down another orc, shouting to his team, "Now!" On his signal, a volley of razor-sharp arrows buries itself deep into the orc's skull. The group finally manages to take down one more orc. Dong-ho collapses onto the ground, utterly drained. Mira gasps for air, her voice trembling as she admits she doesn't think she can go on like this. Her face is drenched in sweat, and she mutters in frustration, wondering why the orcs are suddenly grouping up like this. Han Dong-hyun isn't faring any better. He thinks to himself that they've only managed to kill 7 of them, yet they're already reaching their breaking point. If only the boss orc could be lured away from the pack. But Dong-hyun immediately crushes that hope. No, even then, it wouldn't be enough. He grits his teeth in rage and curses under his breath. Damn it! Suddenly, Dong-ho calls out, his voice laced with panic. Han Dong-hyun, look over here! Dong-hyun whips his head around, his eyes widening in pure terror. The sight before them sends a chill down their spines. The boss orc is marching toward them, flanked by a horde of its loyal minions. Their voices shake with dread. The boss orc is here. Dong-hyun's eyes bulge in sheer shock. How did they get here so fast? He quickly forces himself to focus, gripping his weapon with white knuckles. Everyone, get ready to fight. Dong-hyun barks out a stern command to his teammates. Be careful, and avoid taking hits as much as possible. I'll hold them back while you two provide cover from behind. He suddenly chokes on his words, his mind racing as he stammers. Deep down, Dong-hyun knows the truth. There's no way they can win against a force like that. No matter how hard they try, it feels utterly futile. Right then, a lightning-fast strike blindsides them. Dong-ho is sent flying, his back slamming hard against a tree trunk. Dong-hyun turns back in horror. Dong-ho! The orc snarls, baring its yellowed tusks as a dark shadow looms over them. Mira's lips tremble as she whispers, "Is this the end for us?" Han Dong-hyun takes a desperate gamble, stepping in front of her to act as a shield. "I'll keep them busy. You need to run while you still can." Mira lets out a weak, hollow laugh, saying she doesn't even have the strength left to run. Dong-hyun frowns and charges forward. He shouts back over his shoulder, "Damn it, go take care of Dong-ho, and make sure you cover me from back there." Without another word, he lunges forward without hesitation. Two massive orcs step out, blocking his path. Their numbers are growing, completely surrounding Dong-hyun and cutting off any escape. But at the peak of the danger, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupts. In the blink of an eye, the orcs are cut down, letting out agonizing screams as they fall. Dong-hyun stands frozen in his tracks. What just happened? Mira helps Dong-ho up, her eyes wide with awe. Opposite her, a figure slowly emerges from the shadows. Do-jun appears out of nowhere, standing tall and providing a reliable shield for Dong-hyun's back. Dong-hyun can't believe his eyes. "Were you the one who just did that?" Do-jun suddenly waves his hand, giving them a calm piece of advice. "Stay back." Dong-hyun looks around in a daze, realizing a massive barrier has been formed. He's completely stunned. Who could possibly create a barrier of such staggering proportions? Before he can say another word, an orc lunges directly at Do-jun. Do-jun is simply holding a dry tree branch. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurls the branch toward the orc. The creature's body is instantly torn apart. Dong-ho struggles to open his eyes, wondering what on earth is going on. Mira's jaw drops in disbelief. The branch he threw literally pierced right through the orc. Yet, the orcs keep swarming in. Do-jun quickly draws his legendary blade. "It's time to end this," he thinks. He tosses the hilt into the air, and a surge of dark energy instantly manifests, forming a razor-sharp blade. A second later, countless bolts of golden lightning flash through the air. The ground shakes violently, sending the three of them stumbling. Dong-hyun asks in confusion, "What's with this earthquake?" Mira struggles to speak, admitting she doesn't think this is just a normal tremor. Dong-ho feels a wave of nausea from the shock. This time, even Dong-hyun collapses to his knees. The vibrations are getting even more intense. The camera mounted on his shoulder shatters into pieces. Finally, Do-jun swings his arm, unleashing a devastating flash of sword light. The entire pack is unable to dodge, letting out pained groans. Dong-hyun stares in absolute shock. Was that a shard of metal? The streak of light flies straight toward the boss orc. In an instant, its body is shredded by a flurry of invisible slashes. It lets out a final blood-curdling scream as blood sprays everywhere. Once it's over, Do-jun nonchalantly sheathes his sword. Without even having to move an inch, he easily wiped out the entire horde of massive orcs. Simultaneously, a notification rings out. The boss orc has been successfully defeated. The challengers may now exit the rift. Do-jun breathes a sigh of relief, glad to finally be heading home. Dong-hyun is still reeling. The man killed every single one of them in a heartbeat. Beside him, Mira clutches her head and groans about the pain. Dong-hyun rushes over to Do-jun, his voice filled with excitement. "Hey, what did you just do?" Do-jun responds casually. "I just killed the boss orc, that's all. Besides, you guys can have the rest of the mana stones." Dong-hyun stands there, completely speechless. Do-jun adds with a shrug. "Won't this be good for your careers? You can make a fortune selling those stones." Dong-hyun shakes his head vigorously. "No, that's not what I'm getting at, Do-jun." Do-jun gives a small smirk and says a few more words. "Do you want to thank me for saving your lives? There's no need. I'm just a good guy." Before Dong-hyun can say another word, Do-jun vanishes. "I'm heading out then." Mira stands frozen for a few seconds. "Huh? Is he already gone?" Dong-hyun lets out a frustrated sigh, wishing he had at least given the man his business card. Mira bursts into laughter when she hears that. "Hey, weren't you the one planning to protect him from the orcs at first?" Dong-hyun snaps back irritably. "Shut up." Meanwhile, in a room at the Hunter Bureau, everyone is glued to the monitors. Manhwa suddenly becomes tense as Yang Cheon speaks up. Replay the footage from the moment the boss orc appeared. The video is quickly rewound, and a voice echoes from the screen. "The boss orc is here." A warning voice rings out in the video. "Everyone, get ready to fight. Be careful and avoid taking hits as much as possible." Yang Cheon watches the footage with intense focus. The audio from the video plays. "Stay back." Immediately after, he barks out, "Stop right there." Yang Cheon glares at the frozen image on the screen. There's a young man wearing a hood, holding something in his hand. He exclaims, "Is that a sword?" A voice replies, "No, that sword is nothing but a hilt." He speaks again as the video continues. "What's with this earthquake? I don't think this is just a normal tremor." Yang Cheon closes his eyes in deep concentration. A roar erupts from the video. Manhwa quickly interjects, saying that the other cameras only managed to record up to this point. Yang Cheon asks firmly, "What is his name?" The assistant replies, "It's Kim Do-yoon, sir." He wonders if there is any other information on him, but Manhwa hesitates. Yang Cheon shouts for him to speak up. He hurriedly answers that they couldn't find any information at all. Hearing this, Yang Cheon's voice rises in tense disbelief. What? Min Hwan explains that all the information regarding his social security number and address turned out to be fake. He adds that the registration date for the card was only last year. Yang Cheon immediately demands to know if there are any witnesses. Someone must have seen him leave the rift. Didn't you send Kang Min-hyuk and Han Min-hee there? Surely they saw him. Min Hwan quickly replies that they claim they didn't see the man at all. Yang Cheon falls into deep thought, muttering to himself, "No one saw him?" It goes without saying that he's at least an S-rank hunter, perhaps even higher. I have never witnessed anyone manipulate weapon reinforcement with such surgical precision, let alone conjure a barrier of that magnitude. He makes his assessment clear. As far as he knows, no existing S-rank hunter possesses a skill set even remotely similar to his. Yan then speaks with cold finality. If he's truly that exceptional, he'll surface sooner or later. He orders the team to stand by until that moment. Min Hoen replies with a firm, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, the sound of a door opening catches Do-jun Lee Do-jun's attention. "Where have you been?" he asks, his voice cutting through the quiet. Jun-hee beams at him. "Dad, you're home." She quickly explains she just stepped out to the market for a bit. Do-jun Lee Do-jun nods, noting the heavy bags. "That looks like quite a load. Good job." Jun-hee asks softly, "Have you eaten yet, Dad?" "Not yet." "Then I'll whip something up right away." "But Do-jun Lee." Do-jun waves her off. "No need. It's late already. I'm just going to go tidy up my room." She chirps a quick, "Okay." As Do-jun Lee Do-jun retreats to his room and lets out a long, weary sigh, he collapses onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. "Clean my room? What is there even to clean in here?" A minute passes as he mutters to himself about how he's been working since the crack of dawn and has zero energy left for anything. Suddenly, he bolts upright. "That's right, Do-jun Lee." Do-jun yanks open a drawer, revealing a stash of mana stones. He pulls out a ledger, his fingers flying through the pages. "I made a fortune from the Hunter Workshop after selling just one of these," he exclaims, his eyes widening at the numbers. He recalls the shopkeeper's stunned face when she appraised it. "This mana stone is worth 250 million won, sir." Do-jun Lee Do-jun can't help but blurt out, "I only sold one." The price was way higher than I ever imagined. He peers back into the drawer, his mind racing. "Now, what on earth am I supposed to do with the 9 I have left?" Do-jun Lee Do-jun tosses one into the air, catching it as he decides to keep them tucked away as insurance for whatever chaos the future holds. He sprawls out on the bed, surrounded by the stones as night begins to swallow the sky. Outside, the city lights flicker like glowing eyes in the dark. Jun-hee calls out, "By the way, Dad, if the portions are too small, just let me know and I'll cook more." Do-jun Lee. Do-jun holds out a stack of papers, his voice level. "This." Her face pales with worry. You read it?" he exclaims. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" After a heavy silence, Jun-hee finally opens up. "Because you letting me stay here was already more than enough. Asking you to pay my tuition on top of that, it was too much." She bites her lip, adding, "It's 50 million won. I didn't want to put that kind of pressure on you." She hangs her head, but Do-jun Lee Do-jun speaks up quickly. "Don't sweat it. Besides, if it wasn't in the original agreement." He pauses, a smirk playing on his lips. "Then I'll just add it in now." She looks up, stunned. "What?" Before she can process it, she sees him scribbling furiously. "When did you even get the contract out?" In the blink of an eye, a new clause is etched into the paper. "Sign it," he commands. Jun-hee stammers, trying to protest, but Do-jun Lee Do-jun cuts her off instantly. "I'll wait for you to sign, but I'm in a hurry, so make it quick." Jun-hee clutches the contract, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He lets out a breath of relief, urging her to sign before she can change her mind. With tears finally streaming down her face, she cries out, "Thank you, Dad. Thank you so much." He hastily shoves a box of tissues toward her. "Here, wipe your face." His voice echoes through the apartment. "Stop crying and eat." Fast forward to the next morning, Do-jun Lee Do-jun is throwing on his coat, calling out, "I'm heading out." Jun-hee shouts back, "Wait, Dad, hold on a second." She rushes over, reaching up to adjust his collar. "Your tie is crooked." Do-jun Lee. Do-jun blinks. "Oh, thanks." Then Jun-hee hands him a bag. "And take this with you. I made it myself." Do-jun Lee. Do-jun takes it, his voice softening. "Thank you. Well, I'm off." Jun-hee gives him a radiant flower-like smile. "Okay, please be careful out there." And with that, he steps out into the world. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun grips the handle of the bag, suddenly stopping in his tracks with a look of pure bewilderment. He mutters to himself, Is this the actual power of 50 million won?" Over at the Rift Management Bureau, Hyuk-ju speaks up. "The Migai Guild has really been on fire lately, haven't they?" Do-jun Lee Do-jun arrives and greets him. "Morning, senior." "Morning," he replies, before diving back into the news. Hey, did you see the papers? 3 A-rank hunters from the Mi-Guy Guild managed to take down a boss monster in an A-rank rift. Do-jun acts surprised. Oh, really? I had no idea. Hyuk-ju frowns, looking puzzled. If it was an A-rank rift, the boss should have been S-rank level. How did 3 A-ranks pull that off? He shakes his head. It makes 0 sense. I heard there was an S-rank hunter there too, but apparently they didn't even do anything. Do-jun stands there, feeling a cold sweat break out. Hyuk-ju turns to him. Do-jun, what do you think? Do-jun laughs nervously, offering a generic answer. Well, it's the Mi-Guy Guild. I guess nothing is impossible for them. Hyuk-ju isn't entirely satisfied, but he shrugs it off. I suppose they are a massive guild. They probably have top-tier gear and high-end artifacts for their hunters. Then, Hyuk-ju turns serious. Listen, Do-jun, I think you need to start researching rifts that are C rank and above. Looking at how fast EG is progressing, it's only a matter of time before she hits B rank. He adds, our team has never had a B rank hunter before, so I'm not even sure what kind of prep we need. Suddenly, Hyuk-ju pulls out a notebook. Oh, right. I almost forgot to give you this. Do-jun tilts his head. What is it? Data on a new rift over in Uijeongbu. He pauses for a beat before continuing. I was there on a business trip recently and managed to scout it for a bit. I spotted several orcs inside, he explains. The estimated rank is C. Since EG has reached C rank now, you two should probably head over there and check it out. Hyuk-ju gives a small smile. It's an order from the boss, so there's no running away. Do-jun bows slightly, speaking softly. Not at all. I should be thanking everyone for putting their trust in me. Hyuk-ju looks at him with genuine concern. I'm glad you feel that way, but aren't you taking on too much lately? Do-jun quips back. Don't worry, it's only slightly overwhelming. He stands up, looking cheerful. If there's anything you're unsure about, just ask me. I'll explain everything I know. Do-jun nods. Okay, thank you. Suddenly, a frantic voice bursts into the room. I'm so sorry. I'm late. Hyuk-ju looks confused. Hunter Chae-yi, you don't have to come in every single day. We'll call you when we need you. Cheon-su cuts in. She can come whenever she feels like it. Yi blinks, looking at the boss. Wait, how long have you been standing there? He bellows out. And you two should be more welcoming when a hunter visits. Hyuk-ju immediately snaps to attention. Right. Welcome, Miss Yi. Please, come by whenever you want. Yi beams. Thank you so much. A few minutes later, Do-jun speaks up. Senior, would it be okay if I left early today? Hyuk-ju looks back. Why? What's up? EG and I are going to check out that C-rank rift you mentioned. You'd better ask the boss first. Cheon-su chimes in instantly. Of course I approve. You can leave right now. Yi jumps for joy, thinking to herself, thank you, manager. But suddenly he roars. Wait. Cheon-su holds out a wad of cash. Take this. You need to make sure the hunter is well fed with whatever she likes. Outside, the sky is a brilliant blue with a few clouds drifting lazily by. Yi sighs happily. This is delicious. Do-jun replies quickly. It's all thanks to the boss, he adds with a grin. He seems to be getting a lot softer on us lately, doesn't he? She tilts her head. Really? Then, EG looks at him, her expression turning conflicted. I don't know, maybe he just wanted to give me a little boost. At this moment, Do-jun seems skeptical, and for good reason. Even for a department head, 150,000 won is no small change. Then he reminds himself that it doesn't even matter. He's got 200 million in the bank anyway. A minute later, Do-jun speaks up. Let's go. The opening is right in the middle of that area over there. Ye-ji responds politely. Understood. But suddenly, her eyes widen in surprise. There are so many people here. She scans the crowd intently and notes. An official from the Hunter Bureau is here, along with several famous B-rank hunters. Do-jun tilts his head. B-rank? Seeing his confusion, Ye-ji explains, oh, people usually hunt in rifts 1 rank lower than their own just to stay on the safe side. She falls into deep thought, prompting him to ask, are you nervous? Ye-ji is genuinely flustered as she admits, yeah, I mean, this is my first time entering a C-rank rift. Deep down, she's thinking about how she has someone else to protect now. The image of the goblin that once attacked Do-jun flashes through her mind, and she gives herself a firm reminder, this time I won't make any more stupid mistakes. Do-jun suddenly breaks the silence. If you're worried about me, don't be, please. I can take care of myself. Ye-ji speaks with total resolve. Manager, if things get dangerous, you have to run. Promise me. Do-jun replies instantly, not a chance. Knowing her current abilities, he gives a slight nod and says confidently, I'm sure you can take down a monster easily. As long as we're careful, there's no way we'll be in danger. He encourages her to trust herself, and she softly replies, okay. Then Do-jun points ahead. It looks like those teams are recruiting new members. Should we join in? Ye-ji pipes up. We could. Let's just wait a moment. Do-jun suddenly remembers Dong-hyun and Dong-ho. He thinks to himself, looking back, those guys actually coordinated well, even if their personalities were trash. After Ye-ji changes into her gear, she notices his expression. What are you thinking about so deeply? He blinks. Oh, you're back. He stares a bit too intently, making Ye-ji feel self-conscious. Why are you looking at me like that? Does it not look good on me? He calls out. Ye-ji. Yes, manager, she answers. Do-jun then asks, hypothetically, if you were recruiting members for your team, how would you test them? He starts explaining tactics, like having artillery to distract the monsters while snipers provide long-range support. Ye-ji listens, but her face gradually turns into a pout. She cuts him off. Did you already forget what you told me? He's stunned and gasps. Huh? Ye-ji reminds him. You said I'd be your one and only hunter. Was that all a lie? He freezes as she looks at him with pure disapproval. Or are you planning on finding someone else? Hearing this, Do-jun quickly clarifies, wait, signing another hunter doesn't mean our contract is cancelled. She snaps, manager. He responds cautiously. Yeah? Ye-ji looks away and mutters, I don't need anyone else. She turns her back and says curtly, let's go. Then she turns back to urge him on. What are you standing there for? Didn't you say we came here to work? Nearby, Tae-sik, an intern from the Rift Management Bureau, is casually picking his nose. He flicks it away and mutters, that's weird. Tae-sik thinks to himself that the hunters who went into the rift on day 2 still haven't come back yet. He's rechecking the first team from day 1 that came out after 8 hours. Tae-sik calculates that 32 hunters went in right after them, and there hasn't been a single sign of them for over 8 hours. He analyzes the situation. Usually, hunters return after an 8-hour session, especially since there's nowhere to eat or rest inside a rift. He wonders if they're actually hunting non-stop without any breaks. Then, Tae-sik exclaims, should I report this back to the Bureau? But he falls silent, lost in thought, before bursting into laughter. Forget it. I'll just wait for my shift change. Besides, who's going to believe a word from an intern anyway? Just then, Do-jun speaks up. Hello, I'm Lee Do-jun from the Seoul Rift Management Bureau. He introduces Ye-ji as his contracted hunter. Tae-sik blinks. Oh, hello! He scratches his head and asks, I assume you two are here for the Rift expedition today? Do-jun nods. Yes. A voice then rings out. Lee Do-jun, Seoul Rift Management Bureau, confirmed. Tae-sik turns to her. Ah, you're the one who turned down the invitation from the Icarus Guild. She scratches her cheek sheepishly and replies, yes. Do-jun cuts in. Can we go in now? Of course, the intern replies. Do-jun turns to her and teases. You're like a celebrity, aren't you? Ye-ji fires back. Stop it, that's so embarrassing. Suddenly, Tae-sik shouts, wait, I forgot to tell you something important. But it's too late. He sighs. They're already inside. Will they be okay? Inside, Do-jun looks back. I think he said something. Ye-ji asks, what was that? Do-jun shrugs, oh, it's nothing. Suddenly, a notification pings from his phone. Lee Do-jun, welcome to the Rift Management System. He taps the screen, and another alert chimes, Rift registered. Do-jun looks ahead and says, shall we start mapping? But Ye-ji suddenly speaks up, wait, look at those people over there. They see several people in the distance who look absolutely exhausted. A male hunter with messy hair is lying unconscious. Nearby, 2 others are slumped over, their bodies completely drained of energy. Ye-ji gasps, what happened to them? He calmly responds, let's go check it out first. As they approach, one hunter looks up and mutters, another victim, it's Tae-yang. He speaks slowly. There are even non-hunters here now. What are you doing in a place like this? Do-jun introduces himself. I'm Lee Do-jun from the Seoul Rift Management Bureau. Tae-yang exclaims, oh, so you're a Rift Management official, and I guess she's your contracted hunter? Do-jun nods, yes. If you don't mind, could you tell me what's going on in here? He looks around and asks, I see everyone is in terrible shape. Why hasn't anyone left yet? Tae-yang points in the opposite direction. It's not like we don't want to. We just can't. Look over there. Ye-ji and Do-jun look simultaneously. Do-jun freezes, his eyes widening in shock. Do-jun wonders, is the rift closed? Then he thinks to himself, is this a mutation? No. If it were, we wouldn't have been able to enter in the first place. Ye-ji speaks up, it might be a rift trap. He looks surprised. What? She explains, I don't think it's a mutation because that would require a B rank or higher. It must be a trap, since those can appear in any rank. He starts piecing together what a rift trap is, a phenomenon that occurs under specific conditions. Ye-ji then turns to Tae-yang and asks for the mission details. All right, he replies, opening a screen. The display shows the mission. Current number of challengers, 25. Objective, eliminate all remaining normal monsters, the boss and its minions. A second window pops up. Leaving the area is prohibited until the mission is complete. The rewards, a 5-point increase in strength, agility, and stamina. A bonus reward of a B rank or higher weapon will be randomly awarded to those who kill the boss and its minions. Finally, the status of the enemies appears. 280 normal monsters remaining, 3 minions, and 1 boss. Yuji gasps, 280. Tae-yi lets out a soft cough, whispering to himself, if only we can hold out until the rescue team arrives. Then, he confides in them. We've been trapped here for days, so the Hunter Bureau should be sending someone sooner or later. Do-woon looks stunned. You mean you guys couldn't take down 280 monsters even with your combined strength? Tae-yi's expression turns deadly serious. You'd be right if they were just rank C monsters, but do you have any idea what kind of creatures those really are? The realization hits him. Orcs! He nods grimly. Exactly. Orcs. Tae-sung chimes in. But those are only near the exit. Do-woon and Yi-ji exchange a look of pure shock. Go just a little deeper, and you'll run straight into rank B trolls, Tae-sung warns. Ye-ji's heart sinks. I'm confident fighting orcs, but trolls are a different story. Tae-yi adds quickly. Yeah, trolls are several times stronger than orcs. Now you understand why we're just sitting here. Yi-ji stares ahead, thinking to herself. Trolls can't be killed by 1,000 small cuts because their regeneration is insane. You have to finish them in a single blow. Suddenly, she freezes. The real problem isn't just the monsters. She slowly turns her gaze toward Do-woon. Can I really guarantee the manager's safety? Yuji wonders. She nods in agreement. You're right, it's way too dangerous. Meanwhile, Do-woon is already calculating his next move. Sitting around here is just a waste of time, and this is the perfect opportunity for her to snag a new weapon. He recalls the data he was given. Bonus rewards like rank B weapons or higher are dropped randomly by bosses and their elite guards. He steals a glance at Ye-ji. His voice cuts through the tension. Ye-ji, if I can guarantee my own safety, would you go troll hunting? She doesn't hesitate. Of course, I wouldn't mind that at all. Suddenly, a noise echoes through the area, and Ye-ji spins around instantly. It's a group of 3 hunters. Seon-min, Ho-jun, and Tae-sung. Hello there, the man calls out. Seon-min looks excited. Do you two want to join us for a troll hunt? Ho-jun backs him up. If you're interested, just stay behind me. I promise no one's going to die today. Above them, the sky is stained, a bruised, blood red, with clouds that look like they've been soaked in gore. By the way, why are you even here? You've got some guts, Ho-jun asks, tilting his head with wide eyes. He starts to say something else, but Do-woon isn't paying much attention. There are 30 trolls ahead, Do-woon says flatly. Get ready to fight. The man blinks in confusion. Huh? What are you talking about? I don't see any trolls around here. Right on cue, 3 trolls emerge from the shadows. What? They're actually here, Ho-jun screams. Do-woon ignores the chaos, his eyes fixed on his phone as the setup hits 5% completion. Ho-jun slams his shield down in defense. Come and get it, you ugly freaks, he bellows. The trolls lock onto his voice and lunge forward with primal fury. A taunt skill, Yi-ji realizes. The trolls swarm Ho-jun, raining down blows. Damn it, these things are a total pain in the neck, he grunts. Ho-jun uses his shield to bash one of the trolls, launching it high into the air. Seon-min, focus on the one on the right, he roars. The archer draws his bow in a flash. On it, Seon-min answers sharply. He fires a striker's mark at the beast. It's a skill that drastically weakens the enemy's defense while boosting damage by 50%. Seon-min lets another arrow fly. It streaks through the air at an impossible speed, burying itself deep in the troll's chest. The creature howls in pain before snapping the arrow in half. More marks are slammed onto its body. Seon-min sneers, by the way, this is gonna hurt, because you're about to eat 20 shots in a row. As soon as he speaks, a hail of arrows whistles through the air, piercing the troll's body over and over. But the monster doesn't fall, it just starts pulling the arrows out one by one. Seon-min is speechless. What? How is it still alive? Is my damage really that weak? The troll charges, forcing him to scramble. Crap! Run! Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the battlefield. Ye-ji slides past the beast, delivering a devastating strike. A series of explosions rocks the ground, sending dust and debris everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Ye-ji closes the distance and sends the massive troll flying backward. She exhales, catching her breath. Nice teamwork, right? Seon-min chirps. Tae-sung scoffs. Teamwork? You didn't do a damn thing. Ho-jun just shouts out his thanks. Thanks a lot, Ho-jun says. Seon-min snaps back. Didn't you see me attacking that troll? Tae-sung rolls his eyes. Yeah, but your hits were weak as hell. Seon-min explodes. What did you just say to me? Tae-sung just smirks. Don't be embarrassed. Yi-ji ignores them and rushes to Do-woon. Manager, are you okay? Do-woon just gives a cold shrug. How could I be hurt? I wasn't the one throwing hands with those trolls like you were. Ye-ji's expression softens with a hint of sadness. I was just worried about you. He cuts her off. Ye-ji, yes? She responds instantly. Her grip tightens on her hilt. She moves like a lightning strike, her eyes locked on her target with total determination. She draws her blade so fast it leaves the enemy frozen in terror. She carves a series of jagged slashes across its chest before leaping back to a safe distance. The beast clutches its chest, its eyes glazing over as it lets out a bone-chilling scream of agony. Do-won watches the scene unfold with clinical precision. Ho-jun looks confused. Why is it screaming all of a sudden? A grim thought crosses his mind. Please tell me it's not what I think it is. He feels a vibration coming from the distance. A minute later, a massive horde of trolls appears. Or at least, that's what it feels like. The monsters charge forward with savage intent. There's too many of them, Taesung panics. Run, we can't stop this. Ho-jun yells as he retreats. But Yeji is watching them closely. There's only 9 of them, she mutters. A dangerous glint enters her eyes. None of you are getting out of here alive. Seon-min looks back, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Wait, Seon-min cries out. What now? Taesung barks. She's not running. Taesung's eyes bulge. Is she insane? He looks around desperately, unsure of what to do. Keep running, Ho-jun commands. If we go back, we're dead meat. Seon-min is dripping with sweat, his eyes glued to her. Look at her sword, he gasps. The mana, it's overflowing, Seon-min exclaims. Behind a massive boulder, Do-won watches her. Her weapon reinforcement is actually coming along, he notes. Even if she is still a total amateur. Ho-jun grabs Seon-min. Keep moving. Do you want to die? Look at how many trolls there are. Seon-min snaps. Shut up, just follow my lead. What? The man stammers. Yeji readies her stance as the trolls close in. They are moving fast, their roars shaking the very air. She narrows her eyes, waiting for the perfect moment. As the trolls bared their jagged teeth and lunged, Yeji screamed and met them head-on. A massive explosion erupted, swallowing everything in a cloud of debris. She's absolutely lost it, Ho-jun yells. Taesung is breathless. I've never seen anyone that crazy before. He looks at the others. Come on, we have to go. Far away, under a pale blue sky, a quiet apartment complex stands tall. Inside, Junhee is busy in the kitchen. She smiles at her handiwork. I made plenty of side dishes. Dad's going to be so happy, she hums to herself. Now, time to get this floor sparkling. She vacuums every inch of the house before neatly folding the dry laundry. Then, Junhee pushes open the door to a specific room and whispers to herself, I should clean Dad's room too. She's diligently working on the floor when something catches her eye. Junhee picks up a book and frowns, muttering, This one looks strange. She lifts the book higher and sighs. It looks like Dad is trying to recover the pieces of his memory. Dementia is truly a terrifying thing. Junhee quickly flips through the pages, reading in stunned silence. The sheer amount of information inside leaves her breathless as she notes, he even highlighted so many of these words. Suddenly, she snaps back to reality. This isn't the time for reading. She has a house to clean. Hurry up, she scolds herself. I need to graduate as soon as possible and become a hunter. I have to repay Dad tenfold, no, 20-fold. But first, the cleaning. Just then, Junhee spots a stray trash bag sitting on the floor. She moves to grab it, but her hand stops midair as she notices something peculiar. Clutched in Junhee's hand is a genuine mana stone. A minute passes as she stares at it, unable to look away. No matter how many times I check, this is definitely a mana stone. She gasps before adding, and it looks incredibly expensive. Did it fall out of the drawer? Junhee immediately yanks the cabinet open, only to recoil in shock at the sight inside. What on earth is all this? She screams. Moments later, Junhee is sprawled on her bed, her mind racing with disbelief. She holds up one of the stones and wonders. There are 9 of them. How much money would I get if I sold this entire pile? Then her eyes land on a long wooden shaft. Why was this handle mixed in with the stones, she mutters. Maybe I should just throw it away. Searching further, Junhee uncovers a hunter ID card. It's a temporary entry permit issued to a man named Kim Hyun-woo. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Yeji is fighting with everything she has, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes against a massive troll. Suddenly, 2 more trolls lunges at her from behind, their massive fists shattering the earth where they strike. Luckily, Yeji's reflexes are sharp enough to dodge the lethal blow. Damn it, she cries out. Yeji dives back into the fray, hacking away at the beast, while nearby, Seon-min is pinned to the ground by a different troll. Hoon, save me, he screams in terror. Hold on, I'm coming, the man bellows back. Hurry up, Seon-min urges as Hoon struggles to hold the monster back. Hoon roars in frustration. You bastard, how are you this strong? Do something, and do it fast. Seon-min shrieks in pain. You're stepping on my damn foot. Yeji is gasping for air, her body reaching its absolute limit. Facing down 2 trolls alone, a dark thought shadows her mind. Is this really where I die? The image of Do-won flashes before her eyes. Manager, she whispers, her hand tightening around her sword hilt. No, she tells herself firmly. Not yet. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, she lunges forward, her voice echoing through the clearing. "I won't die here," she yells, leaping into the air and screaming, "Take this!" She swings her blade with explosive force, throwing up a massive cloud of dust. The strike connects squarely with the troll's arm, sending the monster staggering back. Yeji's eyes are wide and piercing as she stares down the beast. The troll roars and charges, but suddenly its eyes roll back and its entire frame begins to convulse. It freezes mid-stride, wobbles, and crashes to the ground. It was a long-range snipe from Do-jun. He quickly ducks behind a boulder, whispering, "Back to hiding." Yeji wastes no time and pivots to attack the remaining troll. On the other side, Taesung and Hoon are still grappling with their beast, just as Yeji's strength finally gives out and she collapses. "That was too close," she thinks, her chest heaving. "I'd be dead right now if it wasn't for that opening." Do-jun walks over and asks softly, "Are you all right?" Yeji's face lights up instantly. "Yes, I'm not hurt at all." He nods, saying, "It's a relief that it's over. You should take a break." It looks like the others are finally resting too. At last, the three of them have conquered the trolls. Time slips by, and 2 hours later, the group is still cleaning up the remaining trolls. Hoon checks the Rift Trap status board. The current count of common monsters is down to 171. There are only 3 support monsters left and 1 boss monster. "We're moving incredibly fast," he mutters to himself, knowing full well that it's all thanks to that girl. Hoon steals a glance at Yeji, marveling at how someone of the same rank can possess such overwhelming power. "If my instincts are right," he analyzes, "she's going to skyrocket to S rank in the future." He notices that even Seon-min has realized her value as the man starts hovering around her again. Seon-min approaches her with a grin. "Do you have plans after work? If you're free, let's grab some dinner." Yeji, however, gives him a polite but firm rejection. "I'm sorry, but I have business to attend to at City Hall." Before he can push further, Hoon cuts in. "Hunter-cha, don't listen to this idiot's garbage. Let me treat you to dinner as a thank you for saving my life." Seon-min snaps. "The hell is your problem?" Meanwhile, Do-jun is occupied with his phone as a notification chimes. The rift map is now 60% complete. "At this pace, we'll have the whole thing wrapped up today," Do-jun notes. He looks over at Yeji, impressed by her growth. Her mana capacity has literally doubled since their last outing. As he watches her, a thought crosses his mind. "I wonder just how powerful she'll eventually become." He shakes his head to clear it. "I guess I'll just have to wait and see." "Everyone get ready," Do-jun calls out. "Let us rest for just a second," Hoon grumbles. Do-jun warns him immediately. "There's no time. Enemies are detected 200 meters ahead, and there is a very powerful monster among them." As soon as the words leave his lips, a violent tremor shakes the ground. Both Hoon and Taesung feel the vibration deep in their bones. Their faces turn pale with pure terror. Looming in front of them is a massive boss troll. Taesung can hardly believe his eyes. "Is that a boss troll?" "It looks like it," Hoon replies, his voice trembling. Yeji looks visibly shaken as she stares at the ferocious, 3-headed boss troll blocking their path. Each of the 3 heads fires a beam of light, converging directly on Yeji. She's caught off guard, and Do-jun's face turns deadly serious. That attack is lethal. If she takes a direct hit, she's dead. Do-jun blurs across the battlefield, throwing himself in front of Yeji to shield her. A massive explosion of power erupts around them. The pressure is immense, and Yeji struggles to even stay on her feet. "Manager," she screams. Seon-min and Taesung hear the blast and shout, "What happened? Who got hit?" Yeji finally finds Do-jun and frantically shakes him. "Please, wake up! Open your eyes!" Seon-min yells, "Cha Yeji, run!" But she's frozen in despair. He's not breathing. Sobbing, she clings to him. "I'm so sorry. I couldn't protect you." Another deadly beam is already locking onto them. Seon-min rushes in to save her, snarling, "You bastard!" Hoon asks, "What are you doing?" Seon-min growls back, "Just follow my lead." Seon-min lays out the strategy. There will definitely be a brief opening before it launches its next assault. During that window, you take it head-on while I strike from the flank. Seeing no other choice, Hoon calls Kang Taesung into the fray. Hoon bellows, "I'll take the front, you two take the sides. Move it." Hound grips his mace, charging straight at the Archlord. But suddenly, the monster unleashes a blinding surge of radiant power. Hound freezes in his tracks, thinking, "Oh, I'm a goner." He had predicted a delay before the next attack, but he was dead wrong. The Archlord's blast slams into Hoon, sending him flying. He crashes hard, his armor shattered into useless scraps. Suddenly, the Archlord raises its hand to shield itself, sensing a new threat. From the distance, Seon-min has already let loose an arrow aimed straight for its skull. Seon-min smirks, shouting, "Over here! I'm the one you should be worried about. Better watch those eyes, or you'll lose them before you know it." Meanwhile, Yeji finds herself drifting back to her first moments with Do-jun Lee Do-jun. She remembers the way he looked when they first met, saying, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lee Do-jun." Even in the heat of a life-threatening battle, Do-jun Lee Do-jun had always stood as her shield. his focus entirely locked on the enemy to keep her safe. And it wasn't just in battle. In their everyday lives, Do-jun was always so kind to her. This is delicious. Yi-ji treasures every memory, from his warm smile to his gentle sighs. She remembers Do-jun once telling her, "Ye-ji, you're my only hunter. I'm putting all my trust in you." Thinking of those words, she slowly lowers her sword. She truly believed she had finally found a place where she belonged. Suddenly, a system window flickers to life before her eyes. She's stunned, unsure of what's happening. The system announces that the conditions for a new skill have been met. Skill acquired. Oath. Across the battlefield, the clash between Seon-min and the Archlord reaches a fever pitch. Seon-min notches another arrow, aiming for the monster's head, and fires. The Archlord lets out a series of primal, guttural roars. Seon-min taunts him. "Is that all the strength you've got, you stiff beast?" As if in response, the Archlord fires a devastating energy blast. Seon-min bolts, narrowly escaping the direct explosion. Even so, Seon-min is paralyzed with shock at the sheer scale of the power. The shockwave is so violent that the residual impact leaves him battered and bleeding. Seon-min collapses, reeling from the force of the attack. He screams out in agony, "Hoon, you bastard, save me!" But Hoon isn't in any better shape than he is. "Just drop dead already, buddy!" Hoon snaps back. "Don't you dare ask me for help. You brought this on yourself. You get what you deserve for being an idiot." Seeing the chaos, Tae-sung rushes to Seon-min's side, asking, "Seon-min, can you hear me? Are you okay?" Seon-min just lies there, tears streaming down his face, feeling utterly useless. Meanwhile, the system confirms the details. Oath, an S-rank passive skill. Ye-ji listens as the system prompts her to designate a target to serve as her monarch and swear an eternal oath of loyalty to them. If your monarch is within a 500-meter radius, the blessing of the covenant will activate. However, there is a catch. If your monarch dies, you will suffer a catastrophic penalty. The system continues to display the perks of the blessing: a 100% increase to all stats, a 50% reduction in damage taken from enemies, and complete immunity to all negative status effects. The penalty? Your rank and all skills will be reset to 0. She hasn't chosen a master yet. The system asks for final confirmation. Do you wish to designate Lee Do-jun as your monarch? This choice is permanent. Ye-ji's heart leaps with hope. The manager? Is he still alive? A sudden realization washes over her. She reaches out and takes Lee Do-jun's hand, and instantly, glowing crests manifest on both of their wrists. The system chimes again, master confirmed. With the master within 500 meters and their hands joined, the blessing of the covenant takes effect. Nearby, Hoon is running for his life like a man possessed. Realizing he can't outrun it, Hoon drops to the ground. "Hey, wake up and save me, damn it!" He looks at Seon-min. "Are we really going to die here?" Seon-min, hiding behind a rock, is trying to catch his breath. "Hang on, I'm still exhausted. Just stay calm," Tae-sung adds grimly. "The heavens are watching you." Suddenly, Ye-ji leaps into the fray, shouting, "Hunter Kang Tae-sung, please protect my manager. He's still alive." Seon-min, despite his injuries, tries to scramble up to follow her. "Wait up, it's too dangerous to go alone." Houn is left speechless, pointing a trembling finger at Seon-min and muttering, "That traitor," ditching his brothers for a girl. In that split second of distraction, the Archlord's blast catches Hoon squarely. Tae-sung drags Hoon behind the safety of a rock to treat his wounds. After a quick look, Tae-sung says, "You seem fine enough to me." But as Tae-sung turns to join Seon-min's group, Hoon grabs his arm. "Just stay here and wait for them to finish that thing off," Hoon pleads. "Don't leave me all alone. Just stay and keep healing me." Tae-sung shudders in disgust. "You're giving me the creeps, man. Let go of me." At that moment, Lee Do-jun finally opens his eyes. He's dazed, wondering, What just happened? He blinks as a system screen appears before him. Ye-ji has designated you as her monarch. Lee Do-jun thinks to himself, "Did Ye-ji just get stronger? It feels like her power has doubled." Do-jun idly tosses a few pebbles, wondering if it's normal for him to feel this energetic and healthy. In the distance, Ye-ji and the Archlord have finally clashed. Ye-ji initiates her assault. She moves like a blur, weaving through every one of the Archlord's attacks. Sensing her newfound strength, the monster unleashes a torrent of fire toward her. Ye-ji manages to dodge to the side, but the heat still grazes her. Suddenly, she senses an opening. The Archlord prepares to crush her, but a sudden impact jars its head. It's Seon-min's arrow. "Go for it, I've got your back." The Archlord swings at Seon-min, but he slips away. "Missed me." Seon-min's distraction gives Ye-ji the perfect chance. She slides behind the Archlord, her blade ready. This is it. She delivers a punishing strike to the monster's arm. Howling in pain, the Archlord spins around, snarling at Ye-ji. It counters with a massive shockwave that sends her reeling back. She gazes at the sheer destruction before her, realizing the monster's true power. Gritting her teeth, Yeji raises her sword and charges forward once more. Die! Yeji plunges her blade directly into the monster's weak point. She leaps onto its back, unleashing a flurry of slashes against its head, putting every ounce of her strength into the attack. Forced into a desperate defense, the Archlord raises its massive arms. It tries to shake Yeji off with a violent jerk, but she anticipates the movement and evades. Yeji continues her relentless assault on its head. The force of her blows is so great that she shatters the monster's teeth. The Archlord finally buckles, falling to its knees as she delivers another crushing strike to its skull. This time, the Archlord stays down. Yeji stands over it, gasping for air. The battle, she raises her sword one last time, is over. A blinding flash of light tears through the sky, signaling the Archlord's defeat. Seon Min, having watched the entire spectacle, walks calmly back to the rock to update Hoon. What a relief! We're actually alive, man. Hoon glares at Seon Min. No thanks to you. I nearly met my maker because of your stunts. Do-jun watches Yeji from afar, a small smile on his face. Her swordsmanship is getting better and better. He looks down at his tattered clothes. I'd better find something else to wear before we go home, or I'm going to get some very strange looks. Do-jun visualizes the scene. Jun-hee holding his tattered clothes, her face a mask of worry as she complains. Dad, are they bullying you at work? Should I give that guy a few lead shells to the head? Do-jun snaps back to reality and lifts his shoes, pouring out a mountain of sand. Taesung's eyes widen as he realizes the situation. He's actually awake? Hearing those words, Yi spins around instantly. Tears streaming down her face, Yi sprints toward Do-jun and throws her arms around him in a desperate hug. Manager Yi is beside herself with relief. Sungmin, however, looks less than thrilled. He took a beating like that and he's still breathing? Taesung asks with a hollow sense of concern. Are you really okay, sir? Do-jun shrugs, his voice steady. I'm not even sure myself. Ho-yoon finally catches his breath, still reeling from the shock. I honestly thought you'd kick the bucket before me. Taesung steps forward, offering a hand. Here, let me try some healing magic on you. Suddenly, Taesung freezes. Sungmin frowns from behind. What's wrong? Taesung's face is pale with confusion. His skills aren't working on the man at all. Yi looks at the manager, her voice trembling. Manager, are you hurting anywhere? Tell me. Do-jun remains stoic, unsure how to answer. I don't think so. Sungmin's annoyance is palpable. He's alive, isn't he? That's enough. Let it go. Ho-yoon speaks up, his tone serious and final. Let's just stop it here, all right? Do-jun nods in agreement. That's for the best. With the tension cooling, Ho-yoon's group begins discussing how to split the spoils. So, how are we dividing the mana stones and the monster corpses? There are 4 of us, so it's a 25% split each. Ho-yoon notices Do-jun's detached expression and asks, What about you, sir? Do-jun shakes his head calmly. If I make money here, it'll be considered a crime. Ho-yoon lets out a dry laugh. The law actually works that way? He laughs harder this time. Wait, so only civil servants get hit with that rule? Exactly, Do-jun confirms. Then, he makes a sharp request. Instead of giving Miss Yi's share in cash, can we make a trade? Ho-yoon is taken aback. Sure, what do you have in mind? Do-jun points toward a specific spot in the clearing. Over there. That sword is a hidden reward for killing the boss dog. Give it to Hunter Cha. The 3 members of Ho-yoon's group exchange a quick, silent look. Ho-yoon smiles and waves it off. Go ahead and take it. Honestly, if it wasn't for Hunter Cha Yi, we wouldn't have stood a chance against that thing anyway. Yi takes the sword, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Sungmin adds a smooth compliment. None of us can handle a blade like you can, so it's only right it goes to you. Suddenly, Do-jun's eyes narrow. He senses someone approaching. Sure enough, 2 figures emerge from the shadows. It's Minji and Minhyuk. Hello, everyone, Minhyuk calls out, his eyes landing on the pair. I didn't expect to run into Hunter Cha Yi and Mr. Lee Do-jun out here. Minhyuk's gaze shifts to the massive carcass of the boss dog. He looks at Yi with newfound respect. You've grown much stronger than before. Your progress is truly impressive. Yi blushes, dipping her head. Thank you, sir. Do-jun chimes in, his voice laced with a hint of irony. And thank you for the outfit you gifted me, Hunter Kang Minhyuk. Minhyuk's face sours instantly. Well, a bet is a bet. I had to pay up. Minji sees the tension and steps in to intervene. Senior, let's go. You have a mountain of work waiting for you. Minhyuk turns away sharply, brushing it off. I'm busy today. Minji politely extends a business card toward Do-jun. If you change your mind, please reach out to us. Do-jun looks at the card, confused by her intent. Minji clarifies. About recruiting Hunter Cha Yi into our guild, I mean. Do-jun's expression goes cold. Is that so? Well, let me tell you something. With a deliberate motion, Do-jun rips the business card in half. I'm just like anyone else. Minji stands frozen, completely stunned by the gesture. Normally, I don't give a damn about what happens to others, or who gets sold off to where. Ho-yoon's group watches with dropped jaws as Do-jun lets the shredded pieces of the card flutter to the dirt. But if that person belongs to me, then the rules change. Minji's face turns ghostly pale. A sudden, primal fear washes over her. Do-jun grinds his teeth, his voice a low, dangerous growl. I'm warning you for the last time. Do not cross the line. It's becoming extremely irritating. Later, on a bustling street, Do-jun is declining an invitation over the phone. Sorry about dinner tonight, everyone. I have something I need to handle at home. Chun-soo seems to understand perfectly. No worries, Do-jun. You've had a long, exhausting day. Yi, clearly having had a few drinks, is babbling enthusiastically. And then, the manager did this. Chun-soo laughs into the phone. Honestly, you could drop a bomb on us and run away, and we wouldn't even be mad. Yi gets even more fired up as the alcohol takes hold. He said, but if that person belongs to me, things are different. Hyuk-soo hears the story and cheers loudly, praising Do-jun's backbone. With a hunter as amazing as her, you could leave her at a police station and she'd be just fine, totally fine. Hyuk-soo then snatches the phone from Chun-soo's hand. Do-jun, ripping up someone's business card like that is a big no-no. Do-jun sighs. I'm starting to feel a little guilty about it myself. Hyuk-soo grins, his voice full of honesty. But man, does it make me feel good. Do-jun can't believe what he's hearing. Sir? Hyuk-soo explains, his tone softening. Do-jun, I want you to know this. When you need to bow, you bow. But when you're angry, you don't ever have to swallow that pride. Hyuk-soo continues, his voice rising. Icarus might be a massive guild, but that doesn't mean we have to grovel at their feet, does it? The alcohol has clearly boosted Hyuk-soo's spirits. Who the hell do they think they are, asking us to just hand over Hunter Cha Yi? Yi shouts her agreement in the background. Exactly! Hyuk-soo beams. That's my girl. Hyuk-soo yells into the phone. I don't know if you'll ever want to leave, but I trust that Do-jun would never let it come to that. Yi screams at the top of her lungs. Never! Chun-soo joins in the chaos. That's right. Those S-rank hunters think they're so special, but they're nothing. Hyuk-soo nods vigorously. Damn right. Suddenly, Hyuk-soo's voice drops to a gentle, almost sentimental tone. Do-jun? Do-jun answers curiously. Yes? Hyuk-soo tilts his head back with a proud smirk. Am I? Am I on your list of your people too? The question leaves Do-jun utterly speechless. Hyuk-soo quickly pivots, sensing the silence. Ah, forget that guy who ran home early. Let's drink, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Bottoms up. Hearing the rowdy celebration through the speaker, Do-jun finally speaks. I'll see you all tomorrow. He hangs up with a heavy sigh and begins the long walk back home. Soon, Do-jun reaches his familiar neighborhood. Junhee greets him with a polite bow. You're home, Dad. Do-jun asks tenderly. Have you eaten yet? Junhee's eyes go wide with surprise. Yes. She pauses, looking him up and down. Dad, did you buy new clothes? Do-jun stammers, searching for an excuse. Oh, these? They were on sale. And it was getting chilly. Plus, the old lady selling them looked like she was having a hard time, so Junhee narrows her eyes. An old lady? Selling luxury suits? The logic is so flawed it leaves Do-jun frozen, his brain scrambling for a better lie. Do-jun quickly tries to change the subject. Could you make me a cup of tea? Junhee obeys, though her suspicion lingers. Okay. As she walks away, a million questions race through her mind. While she pours the water, she wonders, could Dad be a regular worker by day and a hunter by night? She imagines a strange scenario where an assistant is whispering to her father, Master, it is time, and then Do-jun would suit up for a secret mission. Suddenly, another thought hits Junhee. That's right. Come to think of it, Sister Yi is a hunter too. Her imagination runs wild, picturing Do-jun and Yi fighting side by side in perfect harmony. Yi looks majestic as she asks, should I take them all out, comrade? Do-jun and Yi move like a well-oiled machine, looking absolutely legendary. Junhee's mind drifts to an even more bizarre scene where Yi is taking aim at a target. We really are the perfect pair, aren't we, comrade? The imaginary Do-jun looks at his partner with a satisfied grin. I know, comrade. Actually, you can just call me Oppa from now on. The imaginary Yi doesn't hesitate. Okay, honey. Thinking of this, Junhee's face turns bright red with rage. One single thought echoes in her head. This is absolute nonsense. Junhee's knuckles turn white as she grips her hands in silent fury. Right next to her, a pot of water reaches a violent boil. Do-jun notices her trance and calls out, Junhee, the water is boiling. She snaps back to reality. Oh no. Panicked, Junhee reaches to turn off the stove but accidentally knocks the pot over. Do-jun moves like lightning. He catches the scalding pot with his bare hands before a single drop hits her, then turns to her with a look of concern. "You have to be careful, you almost got hurt," he says softly. Junhee's eyes widen in terror as she looks at his hands. "Dad, what are you doing? Let go!" Do-jun looks at her, seemingly oblivious to the blistering heat. "Huh?" He finally looks down at the metal gripped in his palms. He sets it on the table with total nonchalance. "It's fine. It's not that hot. The water probably cooled down already." Junhee stares at him, completely unconvinced. It was literally boiling. It looked like it was about to explode. She grabs his hand and drags him toward the sink. "Put your hand under the cold water, now." Do-jun just remains calm. It's really nothing. Seeing his calm demeanor makes her feel even more guilty. His hands actually look fine, which is impossible. Junhee hangs her head low. "I'm so sorry. I was so careless." Do-jun reaches for a towel to dry off and looks at her. "Don't be sorry. Is something weighing on your mind?" Junhee fidgets, rubbing her hands together while denying it. No, it's nothing." Suddenly, a thought strikes her. "Wait, I almost forgot." She dashes into her room. She returns clutching an envelope. With a polite bow, Junhee hands it over. "Here, this is for you. Do-jun Lee." Do-jun opens the letter, and his eyes go wide with surprise. "An admission letter?" Junhee nods shyly. "I just wanted you to know. Please remember this date. I'm not forcing you to come, though. I know how busy you are at work. Besides, it's a weekday," she adds, trying to give him an out. Do-jun rests his chin on his hand, checking the calendar. "Next Monday? I think I can make that work." Junhee beams, her face lighting up with pure joy. "Really? Thank you so much." Meanwhile, cut to another scene. Seong-min is currently venting his frustrations to Hee-wook. Can you believe he actually ripped up Han Minji's business card right in front of her? Hee-wook doesn't even look up. He knows Lee Do-jun's temperament all too well. Seong-min, however, is practically vibrating with rage. We all know he's crazy. Hee-wook finally sighs. "Why are you even here complaining?" Minji hasn't said a word about it. Seong-min falls silent for a second. Then, actual tears start streaming down Seong-min's face. "Don't let him get away with this. Do-jun is such a massive pain." Meanwhile, back at the headquarters, Do-jun is already settled at his desk. He looks like he's about to make a move. He walks over to Section Chief Cheon-soo. "Sir, about next Monday. Could you handle the welcome speech yourself?" Cheon-soo looks up, curious. "Why? Is something up?" Do-jun keeps it brief. "Just some personal business." Cheon-soo frowns, clearly unsatisfied. "You can't give me more than that?" Do-jun just nods. "Yes, sir." Cheon-soo rubs his chin, looking troubled. "This is a problem. Both Hee-wook and I are scheduled for a business trip next Monday." Do-jun freezes. "A business trip?" Cheon-soo confirms it. "There's a major event happening. The official documents requested cooperation with our affiliate agencies. We can't just ignore it. We can't have nobody representing us. That's why I'm sending Hee-wook to the Hunter Academy's entrance ceremony. I need him there to focus on the S-rank hunters." Do-jun tries one last time. "I see. Could you send someone else?" Cheon-soo crosses his arms. "Look, if it's urgent, you can take the day off. The office won't burn down if you two are gone for a day." Cheon-soo thinks to himself, "Wow, he's actually panicking." Do-jun's face goes pale. "No, it's fine. It's really fine," Cheon-soo shrugs. "All right then. See you at work." Later at a cafe, Hee-wook is taking full advantage of Do-jun's treat. "I'm gonna drink until I burst." Do-jun gets straight to the point. "Are you really going to the Hunter Academy ceremony next Monday?" Hee-wook pauses, confused. "How'd you know?" "I'll be there from 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. Then I'm heading back." Do-jun leans in. "Can I come with you?" Hee-wook stares at him. What could possibly make Do-jun this desperate? That's sudden. Why the change of heart? Do-jun fumbles for words. Finally, Do-jun spills the beans. Hee-wook's jaw practically hits the floor. "What? A daughter?" Do-jun looks exhausted. "It's a long story, but circumstances forced my hand. Please, don't tell anyone." Hee-wook blinks, trying to process the information. "But you're only 26. Do-jun nods. "I know." Hee-wook's voice goes up an octave. "And she's 17? Are you married? When did this happen?" Do-jun shakes his head. "No, and she's not my biological daughter." Hee-wook is speechless, struggling to find the right words for such a bizarre situation. They finish their drinks in silence. As they walk, Hee-wook asks, "Does Minji know about this?" Do-jun confirms. "Why? She's been to my house. They've met." Hee-wook lets out a massive sigh of relief. "And she didn't say anything?" Do-jun tilts his head. "Like what?" Hee-wook suddenly becomes very supportive. "In that case, you absolutely have to go. I'll handle the boss for you. Hee-wook promises to keep the secret buried. Do-jun is genuinely moved. Thank you, senior. I owe you one. Monday arrives. Banners scream. A warm welcome to the new students of the National Academy. Do-jun stands at the gates, impressed. This place is top tier. The crowd is massive. A sudden roar from the crowd makes Do-jun turn around. People are screaming, "It's Han Minji!" An eager mother rushes toward the star hunter with a pen and paper. "Could you please give my child an autograph?" Han Minji waves her off politely. "I'm sorry, I'm in a rush." Do-jun spots her and immediately turns away. What is she doing here? I need to disappear before she sees me, he thinks. But it's too late. "Manager Lee Do-jun," she shouts. Do-jun winces. This is the last thing he wanted. Han Minji trots over. "You're here too?" Do-jun. Lee Do-jun gives a stiff, polite nod. "Hello." To his surprise, Minji bows her head low. "I want to apologize for the other day. I was too emotional and acted without thinking," she explains. The surrounding crowd starts whispering like crazy. Who is that guy? Is he even more powerful than Han Minji? Is he an S rank? The whispers continue. Han Minji doesn't stop. "Manager, you were right. I am truly sorry for the things I said." Do-jun tries to stop her before the scene gets any bigger. "Hey, stop bowing. Everyone is watching." He sighs, feeling the weight of the stares. "I was a bit harsh too. I'm sorry." The moment the words leave his mouth, Han Minji snaps upright with a grin. "Apology accepted." Do-jun freezes. A realization hits him he's been played. She pulls out a business card and thrusts it toward him. "Here, let's try this again." Do-jun stares at it. "What is this for?" She smiles. "Consider it a souvenir of our reconciliation. The guild is currently scouting her," someone whispers. Minji shakes her head. "This has nothing to do with the guild." Lee Do-jun asks cautiously, "Is it important?" "Just take it," she says brightly. "If you ever run into trouble, we're happy to help. Like I said, it's a gift to celebrate our truce." Lee Do-jun sees the sincerity in her eyes and smiles. "Thank you." She waves as she starts walking. "Shall we head in?" "It's almost time." Do-jun nods. "Right, see you inside." Suddenly, the loudspeakers crackle to life. The entrance ceremony is about to begin. "All attendees, please gather in the main hall. New students, please report to your assigned stations immediately." Junhee stands in line among the ranks of her peers. High in the hall's gallery, Han Minji leans against the railing, her sharp gaze fixed on the sea of faces below. Her lips press into a thin line, her expression heavy with contemplation. Is she drowning in a flood of memories, or lost in her own complicated thoughts? An image of Lee Do-jun flashes through her mind. She whispers to herself that power she felt that day. It's not something a normal human should possess. Her eyes lock onto Do-jun in the crowd below the hall. A silent confirmation takes root in her mind. He's definitely hiding his true identity. Fearing he might spot her, Minji quickly turns away, squeezing her eyes shut. "I'll just have to wait," she mutters. Sooner or later, his mask is going to slip. Meanwhile, Do-jun remains in the hall, scanning the crowd for Junhee. Where did that girl get to? He wonders. Suddenly, he freezes, his eyes snapping toward a specific spot. There she is, the familiar silhouette of Junhee, standing just a few paces ahead. "Found you," he exclaims internally. But he doesn't rush over to greet her. Instead, his face darkens. He covers his mouth, feeling a wave of frustration. Searching for this kid. I'm starting to act like her actual father, aren't I? On the stage, an elderly man bows politely as the announcer's voice booms through the speakers. "First, I would like to introduce a very special guest who has graced us with his presence today. Please welcome Mr. Dong Young-cheon, the director of the Hunter Bureau, accompanied by Miss Han Minji of the Icarus Guild." Do-jun checks his phone, a message from Junhee. "She wants to eat ribs?" He muses. "Better find a restaurant that's actually clean." A voice cuts through Do-jun's thoughts, forcing him to look up. I swear it. It's a girl with long blue hair, her hand raised in a solemn oath. She's one of the top trainees of the academy. Next to Do-jun, two girls start whispering to each other. "Hey, isn't that the swordsman's little sister? The one at the top of S-class?" The other asks. "Word is she's already reached rank A. That basically makes her a full-fledged hunter, doesn't it?" Do-jun's face goes blank as he watches the girl continue her passionate speech on stage. "Yes, we will forever cherish this honor, maintaining our integrity and our bonds of friendship." Whoa, she's that good? He thinks. He sighs, recalling Junhee's bold words from before. "Dad, you better treat me right, because I've got a plan to become super famous." The sun climbs high over the academy building as the announcer's voice echoes across the grounds one last time. This concludes today's entrance ceremony for the Hunter Academy. A massive crowd pours out of the hall. Some look relieved to be free, while others groan, stretching their stiff bodies after sitting for so long. Do-jun Do-jun is busy checking his phone when a voice calls out from behind, making him spin around. Dad! Junhee cries out, her eyes crinkling with joy. She clenches her fists in pure excitement, beaming at Do-jun Lee. Do-jun, I'm so glad you're still here. Yeah, Do-jun Lee, Do-jun replies. But what took so long? That ceremony lasted 2 whole hours. He pulls out a bouquet of fresh flowers wrapped in pink cellophane to congratulate her. Here you go. Staring at the vibrant red blooms, Junhee's brow furrows. Her eyes well up with shimmering tears, and her mouth hangs open in a silent gasp. Whoa! She takes the bouquet, her face suddenly drooping with disappointment. Thank you, she mutters. As she looks at the flowers, she breaks into a sob, leaving Do-jun Lee Do-jun standing there with his mouth agape in total shock. You're so thoughtful, Dad, she says through her tears. But I can't eat these. Do-jun Lee Do-jun blinks. So, do you actually like them? She sniffs. I love them. With that, the two start walking together. So, when do your classes officially start? He asks. Junhee looks up excitedly. Right away, Dad. All the class assignments are already finished. Curious, Do-jun. Lee Do-jun asks, which class did you get into this year? Junhee's face puffs up, a bead of sweat rolling down her forehead. She hesitates, her words caught in her throat. Class F, she whispers, shyly tapping her fingers together. She raises the bouquet to hide her face, her voice barely audible. There are 5 ranks from A to F, but I'll work hard to reach Class A. Seeing her reaction, the realization finally hits Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Ah, I see. He reaches out and gently pats her head. He doesn't miss the chance to cheer her up, catching her off guard. Just study hard, okay? If you do, you'll be in Class A before you know it. Hearing his encouragement, Junhee's energy instantly refills. She gives him a bright, eye-crinkling smile. Are you hungry, Dad? Let's go eat. Do-jun Lee Do-jun points toward a nearby street. Actually, about those beef ribs, before he can even finish. I heard the Bakiji restaurant near here is amazing, Junhee shouts, already bolting in the opposite direction. Do-jun Lee Do-jun is left standing there, speechless. Suddenly, Junhee spots something. Huh? She and her dad stop, looking toward a growing commotion in the distance. What's going on? Just then, a pair of black dress slacks appears in the gap. A man pushes through the crowd, shouting, "Make way!" Junhee stares intently at the middle of the swarm. There, she spots an elderly man and a young woman. They're being escorted by a group of men in sharp black suits. It's the director of the Hunter Bureau. Junhee screams. She watches the girl in the scarf following behind the director, waving to the onlookers. And that's Han Min-ji from the Icarus Guild. Beside them, Junhee notices another person, a tall, cold-looking young man with striking blue hair. As the young man looks up, his sharp, refined features become clear. Junhee's eyes widen in absolute shock as she recognizes him. It's the swordsman, Lee Kang-hun. Amidst the moving group, Han Min-ji suddenly turns her head. Her eyebrows shoot up, her eyes wide with disbelief. She has spotted Do-jun Lee, Do-jun, and the little girl hiding behind him. She walks straight up to him and asks politely, "Have you eaten yet?" He simply replies, "I was just heading out to do that." Watching the exchange, Junhee turns pale, feeling like she's been struck by lightning. Wait, Dad and Han Min-ji, they actually know each other? She screams internally. Realizing he hasn't eaten, Min-ji makes an offer. That's perfect. Why don't we all go together? She flashes a sweet smile at Junhee. Is that okay with you, sweetie? Junhee freezes, her brain short-circuiting. Yes, of course. Seeing Min-ji talking to someone, director Dong Young Cheon walks over, glancing at Do-jun Lee Do-jun and his daughter. Who is this? He asks. Han Min-ji warmly introduces Do-jun Lee Do-jun to the director. Sir, this is Lee Do-jun. He's an employee at the Seo-un Hunter Management Office. I'm sure I mentioned him to you before. Director Young Cheon looks surprised. Good heavens, he looks Do-jun Lee Do-jun over. So, you're the one managing our hunter here? He extends his hand for a formal introduction. Nice to meet you. I am Dong Young Cheon, director of the Hunter Bureau. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun bows politely and shakes his hand. It's an honor, sir. I'm Lee Do-jun, from the Seo-un Hunter Management Office. Meanwhile, Min-ji beams with a friendly smile, trying to strike up a conversation with Junhee, who has been standing there, pale and frozen stiff, this entire time. Is she your sister? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun breaks into a cold sweat. He raises a hand to his face and mutters slowly, "No, she's my daughter." Hearing this, Min-ji giggles, while Junhee forces a strained, awkward smile. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Min-ji's eyes crinkle as she leans forward to inspect Junhee closely. "You're kidding, right?" she whispers. Junhee quickly counters, correcting her. "No, really, I'm Sun Junhee." Min-ji can only offer a forced, sheepish laugh in response. Left with no words, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun sighs in defeat, his face a mask of helpless resignation. It's a long story. Complicated circumstances, he groans. Hearing his explanation, Junhee and Min-ji both look down at the floor, the awkwardness reaching its peak. Even director Yang Cheon is speechless, as if he's just heard something truly impossible. I see? Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension from behind. It's Kang Hyun, turning to speak to Yoon-ju. Hurry up! Everyone's been waiting forever, he snaps. Yoon-ju fires back irritably. Why does it have to be me? The overbearing Lee Kang-yoon is approaching. Taking the chance, Yang Cheon introduces him to Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Ah, let me introduce you. This is the master swordsman, Lee Kang-yoon. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the man walking toward them. Kang-hyun is just as stunned. His jaw drops the moment he sees Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Then, a subtle, gentle smile spreads across his face as he locks eyes with him. It's as if 1,000 thoughts are racing through his mind, his eyes flashing with a mysterious light. Shaking off his surprise, Do-jun Lee Do-jun bows alongside Jun-hee. Hello, I'm Lee Do-jun from the Seoon unit. Kang-hyun returns the bow with careful precision. Ah, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon playfully ruffles Yoon-ju's hair, making her shriek in protest. And this is his little sister, Lee Eun-ju. She huffs, Uncle, you're messing up my hair. Jun-hee stands frozen, hands over her mouth in disbelief, her mind racing. Is Lee Kang-hyun really the legendary top hunter? A bead of sweat rolls down her cheek. Her eyes go wide as she recalls the legends. The one who mastered the arts of true strike and intent? Jun-hee feels like she's turned to stone. This feels like a dream. The king of swordsmanship, Lee Kang-hyun, is standing right in front of me. Kang-hyun leans in, resting his chin on his hand with a mischievous glint in his eye. You're a hunter, aren't you? You look pretty formidable. Do-jun Lee Do-jun replies calmly. No. Kang-hyun closes his eyes and sighs in pure disappointment. Aw, what a waste. If you became a hunter, you'd be an absolute sensation. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun keeps his face stiff, blinking slowly as he responds. Thanks, but I'm perfectly happy with my life as it is. Internally, however, he's on high alert. This guy is sharp. Kang-hyun glances back at Yoon-ju, who's standing there with her arms crossed and a scowl on her face. Come say hello, Yoon-ju, he commands. She barely looks at them, her voice cold and indifferent. I'm not interested in weaklings. Kang-hyun snaps his head toward her, his gaze sharp and his voice dropping to a low, warning tone. Lee Yoon-ju. She flinches, a cold sweat breaking out as she immediately obeys her brother's authority. She steps forward and bows repeatedly. Nice to meet you. Hello. Then she turns away, biting her lip and muttering under her breath. Don't think for a second that I've accepted you. Do-jun Lee Do-jun and Jun-hee can only chuckle awkwardly. Do-jun Lee Do-jun forces out a reply, right. It's nice to meet you too. Standing nearby, Yang Cheon closes his eyes and lets out a long sigh of relief. Well, that's enough introductions. Let's go eat, everyone. Inside a towering skyscraper, a voice welcomes them. Please, dig in. The food at this VIP restaurant is top tier. In a beautifully decorated room, exquisite dishes are laid out perfectly across the table. Minji, sitting next to Kang-hyun, pipes up. This place is famous among hunters. I've only been lucky enough to eat here a few times myself. Yang Cheon adds, I actually just had breakfast here this morning. Jun-hee gives a polite diplomatic smile, but Eun-ju just makes a face. Who cares? She whispers to herself. No one asked. Minji looks over at Do-jun Lee, Do-jun to start a conversation. I just remembered, the first time we met was actually in this building, wasn't it? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks blank. He doesn't remember a thing. Minji laughs and reminds him of that moment. You were talking to my senior right before the ranking evaluation. The memory finally clicks. Ah, right. Hearing this, Jun-hee's eyes widen and she stares intently at her father. She thinks to herself, Dad said he was a rift manager. Does that mean he's actually been inside them? Suddenly, Jun-hee looks up in surprise, her spoon mid-air as she shouts out with pure joy. She swirls her spoon around enthusiastically, her face lit up with pure bliss. This is so good. Director Yang Cheon leans back, eyes half closed as he nods. Eat as much as you want, kid. He thinks to himself, I eat here all the time, so the quality is a given. Yoon-ju, sitting to the side, rolls her eyes and sighs in contempt. Ugh, give me a break. Seeing her rudeness, Minji just offers a sheepish smile. Kang-hyun's face hardens. He clears his throat loudly, giving his sister a sharp warning look. Only then does Yoon-ju show a hint of fear. She quickly snaps, Fine, I'm sorry. Happy? Yoon-ju sits back, arms crossed and lips pouted as she looks away. You're never gentle with me, she grumbles. Realizing being an older brother is a tough job, Kang-hyun apologizes on her behalf. I'm sorry about her. If only she were even half as polite as Jun-hee. Jun-hee blushes, feeling shy. She waves her hands frantically, a bright, open smile on her face. Oh, not at all. I should be the one thanking you for all this amazing food. She beams, turning her head toward Do-jun Lee Do-jun, who is currently buried in his plate. Right, Dad? Do-jun Lee Do-jun, mouth full, mutters back. It really is delicious. To Junhee's utter amazement, Do-jun calmly stacks his empty bowl onto a growing tower of plates. Watching her father eat with such gusto, Junhee smiles tenderly. Dad, I'm gonna learn how to cook even more delicious things for you later. Do-jun continues to chew happily. Nom nom, that sounds like a plan. Suddenly, Minji's thoughtful gaze lands on Junhee. Her expression turns serious as she makes a suggestion. Junhee, since you're already here, would you like to do a preliminary evaluation? She pauses to check. By the way, have you ever had one done? Sitting next to Junhee, who is smiling as stiffly as a doll, Do-jun looks completely lost. Preliminary? Evaluation? He repeats. Yoonju points a finger and arrogantly chimes in to explain. She's talking about measuring your potential skills and all that stuff. They use a special machine for it. She narrows her eyes with a mocking smirk, resting her chin on her hand as she drops some cold truth. It's fine even if you aren't a hunter, but the fees are pretty steep. Not just anyone can afford it. Her brother glares at her from across the table, a silent warning that makes her throw up her hands in frustration. What now? I was just explaining it to them. Now, understanding the situation, Junhee smiles and touches her cheek thoughtfully. Thank you for the offer. But Director Yang Cheon, who had been listening quietly, suddenly speaks up. Don't worry about the cost. We'll handle the entrance fees. He thinks to himself, it's on the house. This gives Junhee a massive boost of confidence. She pumps her fist, her voice filled with excitement. I'll do it. I'm in. Junhee beams like she's just found a hidden treasure. I've never actually been measured before. Yoonju sits to one side, propping her chin on her hand as she cynically weighs Junhee's sheer luck. Talk about being in the right place at the right time. Seizing the moment, Kang-hyun nudges Do-jun, insisting he should take the test too. Might as well, Do-jun, you should give it a go. Do-jun lets out a heavy sigh, his eyes sliding shut as he gives a sharp shake of his head in refusal. I'll pass. Minji's jaw drops at the rejection. She refuses to let it go, leaning in to try and change his mind. Why not? A high evaluation could literally turn you into a hunter overnight, she urges, but Do-jun remains cold and unwavering, his voice flat. I'm not interested. Old man Yang Cheon speaks up, his tone gentle and fatherly as he tries to persuade him. Just give it a shot, kid. Opportunities like this don't come knocking every day. Kang-hyun chimes in from the side, a glint of genuine curiosity in his eyes. I'm actually pretty curious myself. With everyone ganging up on him, Do-jun realizes he's cornered. He closes his eyes in a moment of silent, helpless surrender. Fine, he sighs. Have it your way. The testing device whirs to life, bathing Junhee in a soft pink glow as rhythmic beeps fill the air. She settles onto the platform, the machine pulsing with energy until a final chime rings out. Ding! The results are about to be revealed. Do-jun stands nearby, his gaze lingering on Minji, who is practically vibrating with nervous energy. Driven by intense anticipation, she rushes toward the console. Let's see what we've got here, she whispers. Grabbing the printout, Minji's eyes go wide as she reads the result aloud for the whole room to hear. Potential rank A. Predicted skill set after awakening. Also rank A. Stunned by the incredible news, Junhee bounces off the machine, her face lighting up with pure joy. Rank A? Seriously? She squeals. Kang-hyun, however, sinks into a deep, calculating silence for a few seconds. He finally speaks, his voice dripping with hidden meaning as if he's trying to peel back a secret. Well, that's incredibly rare. You must be sitting on some truly extraordinary power, kid. Minji shoots Do-jun, a knowing, almost teasing look as she offers her congratulations. Looks like you're set for life, Mr. Do-jun. You'll be swimming in cash before you know it. Do-jun just grunts, giving a non-committal shrug to end the conversation right there. Yoonju watches Junhee approach, the arrogant smirk on her face flickering for just a fraction of a second. She turns her head away, finally forced to admit she might have misjudged the girl, though her voice remains as icy as ever. Not bad, I guess. Junhee, completely oblivious to the tension, just beams with pure, unadulterated joy. Thank you so much, she chirps, her smile wide and innocent as she stands before Yoonju. Yoonju turns her head further, her cheeks flushing a faint pink as she pouts to herself. Why does she have to smile like such a dork? Back at the machine, Minji turns to Do-jun. Your turn, Mr. Do-jun. Junhee is still lost in a daze of happiness, staring at her results as if they're made of gold. Yoonju stands to the side, hands shoved deep in her pockets, her face twisted in a bored scowl. What a total waste of time, she groans. Can't we just go get coffee or something? She complains, only to be met by the silent, piercing glares of both Yang Cheon and her brother. The sudden pressure makes her jump, and she snaps back with a defensive shout. Geez, what did I even do? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun settles onto the device, and a wave of light immediately begins to sweep over his body. The beeping starts low but quickly accelerates into a frantic rhythm, making his eyes snap open. The machine is getting louder by the second. Why did I agree to this circus, he thinks, his brow furrowing. If they see the real results, it's going to be a massive headache. He looks at the three of them, their faces tense with an expectation that feels far too heavy. They clearly suspect something is off. Suddenly, a strange sensation prickles at his skin. Tiny threads of light begin to swirl and dive toward his hand. He raises his palm, watching the light try to burrow beneath his skin. They're trying to scan his mana. His expression darkens, his lips pressing into a thin, dangerous line. Not a chance. He presses himself against the machine, releasing a precise surge of his own power to smother the device's sensors. He builds an impenetrable wall, ensuring the machine can't pull a single scrap of data from his body. An abrupt alert chime rings out, cutting through the silence and leaving Minji blinking in total shock. Scan complete. Minji was braced for something explosive, something world-shaking. Instead, it was nothing. A massive question mark hangs over her head as she whispers, "That's it?" Do-jun Lee. Do-jun rolls off the platform and walks over to her with a calm, steady gaze. "Is it done?" Minji stares at the paper in her hand, her face completely blank. I have them right here." A single bead of sweat rolls down her temple as she stammers over the results. "These numbers, they're bizarre." Behind Kang Hyun, old man Yang Cheon is sweating bullets, his eyes clamped shut in a tense silence. Kang Hyun leans in, his brow knitting together. "Has this ever happened before?" He looks at Yang Cheon, his voice tight. "Maybe we should run it again." Yang Cheon lets out a long, weary sigh, scratching his forehead as he finally speaks. "No, I don't think that's necessary." Yoonju snickers from the sidelines, crossing her arms behind her head with a mischievous glint. "Told you. Just a giant waste of everyone's time," she mocks. But Minji can't look away from the report, her mind screaming that this makes absolutely no sense. She bites her thumb, her thoughts racing a mile a minute. Even if he had zero talent, he should still register as a rank E or F. This result, it shouldn't be possible. It's an anomaly that defies everything she knows. Her professional pride kicks in, a desperate need to prove her intuition wasn't wrong. "Please, let's just try one more time," she pleads with Lee Do-jun. "The machine must be malfunctioning." But Young Cheon just shakes his head, his voice firm. "We can't." Repeated scans aren't good for the subject. Minji buries her face in her hands, defeated, while Kang Hyun stares at Lee Do-jun, his disbelief plain to see. "I don't buy it either," Kang Hyun says, forcing a bright, friendly smile as he addresses Lee Do-jun. "Let's try again another day when we have more time. I'm sure the results will be different then." Yang Cheon nods slowly, lost in his own thoughts. There are rare cases like this." Kang Hyun adds a comforting pat on the shoulder. "Don't let it get you down, okay?" Minji remains frozen in place, her world tilted on its axis. The power she felt from him that day, it was unmistakably that of a hunter. She couldn't have been wrong. Shaking off the confusion, she forces a professional tone. "I'm sorry for the trouble." Do-jun just stands there with a blank expression. "Are we done here? Can we finally leave?" A few nights later, the stars are cold and bright over the city. Inside the Rift Management office, the clock on the wall ticks toward 21:25. Manager Cheon-soo looks like he's aged 10 years. His brow is furrowed in a permanent scowl as he hunches over his keyboard, his fingers flying in a desperate blur. "This is going to be the death of me," he mutters. Across the room, Hyuk-soo stands with his back turned, buried in a mountain of reports. He pauses, hearing his boss's miserable groan. He turns around with a suggestion. "Sir, how about a trip to the sauna?" Cheon-soo holds up his trembling hands, his voice cracking. "I don't even have the energy to walk that far. I just want to rest." Hyuk-soo adjusts his glasses, closing his eyes for a brief moment of respite. "In that case, maybe I should head out too?" "Go ahead," Cheon-soo sighs. "Let's just try to keep each other warm in this cold, miserable office." Meanwhile, at home, Junhee picks up the phone to call her dad. "Are you not coming home today, Dad?" she asks softly. On the other end, Lee Do-jun stares at the towering piles of unfinished paperwork on his desk. "Yeah," he says quietly into the receiver. "I'm not sure yet if I finish all this." On the other end of the line, Junhee frowns, her voice thick with worry. "Dad, let me bring you a midnight snack." Lee Do-jun's voice crackles back from the other side. "No, if I'm hungry, I'll grab something myself." Her eyes glisten with concern as she presses further. "Then do you need a change of clothes?" Lee Do-jun refuses again. "I'm fine, really." Junhee won't back down, desperately searching for any way to look after her father. "What about anything else? Anything at all?" The only response is a hollow beep, beep, beep. She stares at the phone in heavy silence, eyes closing as the line goes dead. Across the room, Cheon-soo pipes up. "Who was that? A girlfriend?" Lee Do-jun snaps back instantly. "No, boss." But Cheon-soo isn't listening. He just chuckles knowingly. No need to hide it. We already know the truth. Suddenly, Hai-uk-soo turns to Cheon-soo with a sharp, serious expression. Boss, regarding that rift at Imgwang-san, are you absolutely sure about it? Cheon-soo glances over. Yeah, why? His face sags with exhaustion as he mutters to himself. This is getting seriously annoying. He bites his lip and stretches his arms, eyes closed tight. Ugh, this Hunter Academy tour. Why did I even take these jobs? Hai-uk-soo stands tall, hands in his pockets, offering a polite smile. So boss, what's our next move? Cheon-soo tilts his head back, staring at the ceiling with a pout. How should I know? Just find some kid to do it for us. Listening to their banter, Do-jun's mind wanders. Is Junhee going? Should I tell her? His brow furrows as his head feels like it's about to explode from the stress. She already knows I work for the Rift Management Office. Outside, the city lights flicker sparsely in the night as Junhee's voice rings out again. Her father closes his eyes, a strained smile on his lips. So, all that worrying was for nothing? Junhee clutches her pillow, her eyes narrowed with motherly sternness. Next time you're late, you tell me first. Got it? Do-jun breaks into a cold sweat, stammering out an answer. Yeah, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Junhee's eyes light up as she remembers something important. Oh, right, next Wednesday I'm going on a field trip. Do-jun looks over at her. Really? She nods excitedly. It's only a rank F, but it's my first time inside a rift. I can't wait. Then, she spins around, eyes narrowing suspiciously. Wait, you work at the Rift Management Office, right? What exactly did you say you do there? Do-jun's face turns pale. Sweat beads on his forehead as he weakly mumbles, Oh, you know, managing regulations, paperwork, just random stuff. Junhee's eyes sparkle. She leans in, firing questions like a machine gun. So that means you've been inside one? Under her intense gaze, Do-jun admits he has. She taps her chin. Wow, so dad actually goes into rifts too? She pushes further, making Do-jun break out in another cold sweat. So, what do you actually do once you're inside? Do-jun waves his hands dismissively, launching into a rehearsed speech. I just walk around to scout the area, check the monster count, confirm the rift's rank, and send back reports. Teams aren't just discouraged from going in alone, it's the law. You can only enter if you're with a hunter contracted by City Hall. And if things get dangerous, the rule is simple. Run away and call for backup immediately. The more he talks, the more Junhee's face puffs up with worry, her eyebrows knitting together tightly. Do-jun tries to calm her down. Don't worry about it, sweetie. Forget I mentioned it, but mention it he did. And now Junhee is fuming. How can I not worry? She screams. You're so thin and frail, and yet you're wandering into rifts for work. Her voice only gets louder. Do you have any idea how many hunters have died in there? Do-jun covers his ears, pleading with her. Too loud. Please, just calm down. She ignores him, her eyes burning with a fiery resolve that leaves Do-jun stunned. How can I stay calm? Dad, that's it. You need special training. Starting now. Do-jun just stares at her, completely lost by her sudden outburst. He looks at his daughter, then points a finger at himself in utter disbelief. You? Want to train me? Junhee clenches her fists, her face a mask of pure determination. I might look like this now, but who knows what the future holds. In her head, she remembers the test she's a predicted rank A. Do-jun watches her silently as she starts barking out his new schedule. From now on, every weekend, you're training with me. I'm going to teach you everything from A to Z. She narrows her eyes, laying down the law. And next Monday, you're going to the Hunter Bureau to register for physical enhancement and get your mana checked. Do-jun's heart sinks. Cold sweat pours down his face. If Hyuk-soo finds out about my real power, I'm dead meat. Without waiting for an answer, Junhee grabs her jacket and bag, bolting for the door. Let's go, Dad. Do-jun follows helplessly. Where are we going at this hour? Can't we just sleep? Under the glow of the streetlights and the shadows of the trees, Junhee's voice commands, First, I need to check your stats. Open your status window, Dad. She watches him intently. Do-jun sighs and mumbles the command. Suddenly, the window flashes into existence. Every single stat is maxed out at 999. His skills are all at legendary levels. Well, read them out to me, Junhee demands. Do-jun freezes. He has no idea what to say. The sweat on his face is practically a waterfall now. Okay. He stammers, turning his back to her so she can't see the screen. He starts making things up on the spot. Rank 1 trait, strength, 10, agility, 6, stamina, 9, internal power, 0, no skills. What? Junhee gasps, nearly tripping as she rushes toward him. Did you say your total is 25? Her eyes bulge in shock. How is that possible, Dad? That's basically the level of a rank E hunter. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun sighs inwardly at her reaction. Is that actually considered high? Junhee's head feels like it's spinning. She touches her face, whispering in disbelief. Dad's strength and stamina are even higher than mine. Can a normal person really be that strong? She wonders. Then, she shakes it off. Well, I guess it makes sense in its own way. But something catches her eye. She tilts her head, genuinely confused. Wait, Dad, what is internal power? I've never even heard of that stat before. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun turns pale, his brain working overtime. He waves his hands frantically. Oh, I meant mana, I misspoke. But the zero mana comment doesn't help his case. Junhee giggles innocently, though her words cut deep. Well, that's normal for a regular person, but your other stats are still super weird. Under the flickering streetlights, she continues her lecture. Magic is the easiest to use, but you need specific skills for that, so you're out of luck, Dad. She holds up a finger. Looking like a pro. The easiest and safest way to fight is using long-range attacks to keep your distance. Suddenly, she pulls out a gun. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's eyes nearly pop out of his head as his lip quivers. You can't use this yet since you have 0 mana, Junhee says enthusiastically. But watch me and learn. She grips the gun tightly with both hands, aiming straight ahead, and lets out a sharp cry. Ha! A faint blue glow begins to gather in the barrel. Junhee presses the gun to her cheek, a smug look on her face. Under Do-jun's intense gaze, she explains with a pout, this method requires concentrating the mana within your body and channeling it into the weapon. It's called weapon enhancement. Suddenly, she snaps her head toward Do-jun, beaming with excitement. If you can pull this off, Dad, you're halfway there. Want to give it a shot? Opening the hand holding the gun, Junhee offers some encouragement. The status window might not show it, but everyone actually has a little bit of mana inside them. Do-jun takes the gun, his eyes locked onto it with deep focus. The air falls silent, and Junhee's voice drops to a steady rhythm. First, Dad, you have to close your eyes. Try to feel for even the tiniest spark of energy deep inside your body. Following her lead, a soft blue aura begins to envelop Do-jun's frame. He murmurs softly. Junhee shuts her eyes tight, her arms outstretched as she guides him. She circles him, continuing her instructions. Now, imagine that energy flowing directly into the mana gun. Inside, however, Do-jun is starting to panic. He hesitates, wondering if such a small amount of energy will even do anything. Holding the gun straight out, eyes squeezed shut, a tiny, silent wisp of blue light flickers out of the muzzle. Witnessing this, Junhee nearly jumps out of her skin. Her eyes go wide with shock, and she lets out a scream of pure disbelief. How did you do that on your very first try? Her reaction is so intense that Do-jun, gun still in hand, turns pale and nearly falls over backward. His mind is racing with one thought. Oh, crap. What was that? It was completely unexpected. Junhee rubs her face as if checking to see if she's dreaming. Dad, I think you actually have some serious potential, she whispers. She folds her hands over her chest, trying to steady her racing heart. Do-jun waves the gun dismissively, trying to downplay the praise. Oh, come on. It was just a fluke. See? I can't even do it again. At his words, Junhee shuts her eyes in mock agony, clutching her stomach. It took me a whole month of training to manage that, she groans weakly. Despite the surprise, she's still dead set against him becoming a hunter. Looking at Do-jun with genuine worry, she says, but I still don't want you being a hunter. It's way too dangerous. Do-jun agrees immediately just to ease her mind. Don't worry, I don't have any intention of doing that anyway. It's late now, and the two of them are alone on the dark road. Do-jun speaks gently. I'm beat. Let's head home. Secretly, he's thinking that this kind of training is actually a bit dull. Okay, Dad, Junhee replies obediently. Cut to the next morning, the sun is high, and the office clock strikes 9 a.m. Hyuk-soo strolls over to Do-jun's desk, hands stuffed in his pockets. Do-jun is typing away furiously, completely oblivious to the man standing behind him. Passing by, Hyuk-soo catches a glimpse of the computer screen. He freezes in his tracks, his eyes bulging in sheer shock. Seeing the words, physical strength enhancement on the monitor, Hyuk-soo practically hits the ceiling. What on earth do you think you're doing? He bellows. Unfazed, Do-jun simply clicks apply to the digital stamp. It's the official seal of the hunter's office. Are you trying to get us thrown in prison? Hyuk-soo shrieks. Do-jun keeps his eyes glued to the screen, ignoring the yelling. Not a chance, he replies coolly. Hyuk-soo isn't convinced. Not a chance? You're definitely going away for this. Suddenly, he breaks into a cold sweat, his jaw dropping as he demands an explanation. Wait, why are you even doing this? Do-jun sinks into his own thoughts, offering no answer. Later, outside the building, Hyuk-soo stands with his arms crossed, lamenting how complicated life has become. He turns sharply, eyes wide. By the way, your daughter is coming along for the field trip too, right? Do-jun looks thoughtful. Yeah. Hyuk-soo asks with genuine concern. You're not planning on hiding this from her, are you? The department head and both of us have to go. Do-jun's face falls in a moment of helplessness. I wasn't planning on hiding it, he sighs. Then he thinks to himself, actually, I think she might already know. Hyuk-soo exhales in relief, a wide grin spreading across his face. Ah, I see. Then there's nothing to worry about. But then he adds something that piques Do-jun's curiosity. Oh, I almost forgot, there's something big happening next week. Hyuk-soo leans in. The Hunter Bureau is doing a comprehensive inspection. We might actually get the chance to manage a Rank B rift. He closes his eyes and looks down at the street, sounding exhausted. I just hope we get a good evaluation. Deep down, he's terrified. He mentions that their boss, Cheon-woo, is incredibly determined about this. The boss is putting everything on the line for this one. If we pull this off, he's guaranteed a promotion. Do-jun stands to the side, listening in silence. He grips a soda can, his face tight with a tension he can't hide. Do-jun's eyes narrow as he weighs the odds. I think it's going to be tough, he mutters. What happens if it fails? Hyuk-soo's expression darkens. Then we'll have to go into hiding for a while. Under a canopy of lush green trees and a crisp blue sky, a teacher's voice rings out. All right, students. Everyone, gather around. A young man claps his hands together, the sound sharp and commanding. Listen up. Eyes on me. Once the curious crowd of students has finally settled, the man turns to introduce the guests. These are the representatives from the Seoul City Hall. They'll be leading our group today, headed by the boss himself, along with Hyuk-soo and Do-jun. The lead official steps forward. Hello everyone, I'm Cheon-soo. Facing the rowdy group of teenagers, Cheon-soo starts his long-winded pitch. Now, listen close. This is an F-rank rift. It's mostly inhabited by goblins. They aren't much of a threat to you, but remember you can never predict what might happen once you step inside a rift. He continues his lecture without a pause. Rule 1 is safety. Rule 2 is caution. We must ensure every single person comes back in one piece. A student standing near Junhee mutters under his breath, why did the City Hall send some random department head for this? Having finished his grand presentation, Cheon-soo stands before the crowd and raises a hand. Any questions before we move out? The students meet him with nothing but dead silence. He clears his throat and forces a smile. All right then, shall we head in? Yoonju stands off to the side, arms crossed and lips pursed in irritation. She glares at Do-jun, thinking, how did a loser like him even get into a rift? Meanwhile, Cheon-soo is practically glowing with self-importance. Hyuk-soo, did you see their faces? I totally blew them away, didn't I? Hyuk-soo sighs, looking exhausted. Not really, boss. It started as a perfect day, sunny, bright, and filled with laughter. But inside the rift, the atmosphere shifts. The students treat the goblins like mere playthings, toys to be broken for sport. They laugh as they swarm the creatures, delivering brutal kicks and blows to the terrified monsters. Their smiles slowly lose every trace of humanity. Watching the carnage, Cheon-soo remarks, you know what they say, rookie hunters are the most terrifying species on the planet. You're right about that, Hyuk-soo agrees. The boss looks on with a bored expression. Do you think any of these kids will actually want to work for us after they graduate? I'm not sure, Hyuk-soo replies quietly. I certainly hope so. Nearby, Do-jun turns to Yoonju. Aren't you going to join the others? She shoots him a freezing look. Hunting goblins won't teach me anything new. They're just a bunch of weaklings. She eyes him dismissively. And what about you? Are you the one in charge of us? Do-jun answers calmly. No, I'm just an assistant. Yoonju turns her head away with a sneer. Is there actually anything you can do? Overhearing the exchange, Cheon-soo glances at Do-jun before answering Yoonju's question with a smirk. Why don't you find out for yourself? He gives her a gentle smile, secretly thinking she's quite cute. Are you scared, kiddo? Is this your first time in the field? Cheon-soo's face is soft, almost grandfatherly. He tries to be comforting. There. Don't be afraid. We'll be right here to back you up. Go on, give it a shot. But Yoonju only responds with a look of pure, icy contempt. I wonder who's really protecting who. I doubt you even have the stamina left to run away. Cheon-soo's face turns beet red. He explodes in a fit of rage. You bratty little girl, go play with your friends and stop bothering the adults while we're working. Hyuk-soo panics, grabbing Cheon-soo to calm him down. Boss, stop. He leans in and whispers frantically into Cheon-soo's ear. That's Yoonju, Lee Yoonju. She's the sister of the Sword King, Lee Kang-yoon. Cheon-soo's face instantly drains of all color. In a heartbeat, Cheon-soo is scurrying after her, his voice dripping with flattery. Yoonju, I didn't realize it was you. Would you like some jujube tea, dear? Hyuk-soo watches him with a pained, forced smile. The boss is going to have a long day. Do-jun scoffs, sucking up to a kid already. Suddenly, Hyuk-soo turns to Do-jun. By the way, which one is your daughter? Do-jun points toward a group of students. Right over there. Hyuk-soo spots Junhee and nods in approval. She's beautiful. It looks like she's pretty popular with her friends, too. From a distance, Junhee notices Do-jun. She waves at him enthusiastically, and he waves back with a smile. Suddenly, the teacher announces, "Students, you are free to hunt on your own now. Just make sure to be back at the rendezvous point in 1 hour." Hyuk-soo nudges Do-jun Lee. "Do-jun, go on, go be with your girl." Do-jun Lee. Do-jun is caught off guard. "Oh, all right then." He starts jogging toward her. "Yeah, I'll be back in a bit." Hyuk-soo waves him off. "Got it." Watching him go, Hyuk-soo murmurs to himself, "Heh, I haven't seen Do-jun Lee Do-jun run like that in ages." Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoes from deep within the forest. Junhee has just taken down a goblin with a single, decisive strike. Do-jun Lee Do-jun cheers for her, impressed. "I didn't know you were such a good shot." Junhee turns back, smiling modestly. "It's nothing, really. Goblins are easy targets." Do-jun Lee Do-jun can't help but clap his hands in pride. "Still, I can tell you've been training hard. Well done." But then, Do-jun Lee Do-jun freezes. His eyes turn sharp and cold as the clear blue sky suddenly bleeds into a suffocating pitch black. Junhee looks up, her voice trembling. "Wait, why did the sky?" The goblin she just killed suddenly twitches and stands back up. Its face is twisted into a demonic snarl, its eyes overflowing with pure, malevolent energy. Junhee gasps. "It's a goblin. But the skin, it's the wrong color. It looks completely different from..." She grips her gun tightly, her gaze turning to steel. Junhee steps forward, shielding her father. "Dad, get back, now!" She levels her weapon at the creature and pulls the trigger. A magic bullet screams through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking the goblin squarely in the head. She blinks, confused. "Wait, that's it?" The goblin falls still once more. Junhee smiles. "It's okay, Dad. We're safe." But then, a blood-red light erupts behind her. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's heart stops. Junhee, a jagged crack in reality opens right behind her. A voice echoes from the void. "You have defeated the Rift Beast." The voice continues, cold and mechanical. Conditions met. Initiating event. The rift begins to drag Junhee inward like a black hole. Rift difficulty will be selected at random. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun screams in a panic. "Junhee, get away from there. Come back." But the roaring wind is too loud. She looks back, dazed. "Dad? What did you say?" "Dad!" she screams as she's pulled into the void. She reaches out for him, her eyes wide with terror. Do-jun Lee Do-jun doesn't hesitate. He sprints toward the closing rift, shouting her name at the top of his lungs. "Junhee!" He lunges into the darkness after her. The rift snaps shut with a blinding flash before vanishing entirely, leaving only a pitch-black sky behind. Outside, the students stand frozen, unable to process what they just witnessed. What's wrong with the weather? What the hell was that? Meanwhile, Cheon-soo is flat on his back, jujube tea soaked into his clothes and face. "Hyuk-soo, we're leaving! Now!" Cheon-soo screams in terror. But elsewhere, in a foreign and forgotten land, everything is bathed in the color of fresh blood. A sudden noise shatters the silence. Do-jun Lee Do-jun stands calmly beside Junhee. Her eyes are wide with shock, and she sinks to her knees, trembling in pure terror. Do-jun Lee Do-jun gazes into the distance. A crack trap, he wonders? Suddenly a voice echoes. "You are now inside the Yaz cave." Do-jun Lee Do-jun looks toward the source of the voice. The announcement continues. Objective: survive for 30 minutes. Defeat the Yaz monster if possible. Without warning, the massive Yaz dragon towers over Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Junhee shuts her eyes tight, shivering uncontrollably. Seeing her like this, Do-jun Lee Do-jun thinks to himself, the poor girl must be in shock. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun lets out a long sigh. "I guess I've hidden my skills long enough," he mutters. He picks up a gun from the ground. "Junhee, let me borrow this for a second." He turns back and gives her a gentle reminder. "Just sit tight. I'll be back before you know it." Junhee is still paralyzed with fear. As she sees him walking toward the beast, she reaches out. "Dad, wait!" Yas looks down at him with utter disdain and roars. Where did this little brat come from? Fire blazes in its throat, hot and suffocating. The dragon spits a torrent of flames at Do-jun Lee Do-jun, screaming, "Get lost!" Junhee screams in terror, "Dad!" Facing the rolling, scorching heat, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's expression doesn't flicker. He coldly sweeps his hand and the wall of fire splits in two. Witnessing this miracle, Junhee sits frozen, her jaw dropping. She is utterly speechless. The fire, it just moved out of the way, she thinks. She looks at the dragon, wondering if it was its doing. But the beast looks even more horrified than she is. Junhee looks back at the silent Do-jun Lee Do-jun. It was Dad, she realizes. Watching him aim the gun at Yas, she worries. But Dad doesn't even know how to use a gun. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's voice is ice cold as he speaks to the dragon. "You just shot at me. It's only fair that I shoot back." Yas freezes in terror, and Do-jun Lee Do-jun makes his move. A blinding blue sphere of energy forms at the tip of the barrel. Panicking, Yas's eyes bulge. "Don't do anything rash. The timer is almost up," it pleads. Unmoved, Do-jun Lee Do-jun replies, If you have something to say it fast. Don't make me use force. Yas stammers, shaking like a leaf. I just have one question. You're sparing me for a reason, right? Do-jun gives a nonchalant response. What a stupid question. Your life belongs to me now. Do-jun aims straight at Yas and fires the energy sphere. It streaks through the air, the sheer force of it cutting through the wind like a blade. Yas shrieks in a panic. Lord, help me! It scrambles to run, but the energy ball hits the ground, triggering a massive earthquake. A colossal pillar of smoke rises as the earth cracks open. Yas is frozen in shock, completely stunned. What kind of monster power is this? It trembles. Yas turns to Do-jun, frantic. Are you even human? How can a human do that? Meanwhile, Do-jun is looking at the gun, thinking, did it not break? Do-jun looks up. You want to know why I'm letting you live? Yas nods frantically. Yes, please. Do-jun's face darkens. Is that all? Suddenly, Do-jun leaps into the air. Let's start with a little warm-up to get the blood pumping. He clenches his fist and lunges at the dragon. Yas stands there, soul-crushed, only able to squeak out a confused, huh? Do-jun delivers a devastating blow to its head, slamming its face into the dirt. The strike carries a massive wave of mana, as if tearing the very air apart. Smoke billows from the dragon's head. My head! Oh, it hurts! Yas cries, clutching its skull. A huge lump swells up where he was hit. Do-jun shows no mercy. Time to teach you how to be a good boy. Yas looks up, terrified. What? What are you going to do? If you're good, you'll get hurt. If you're bad, you'll get punished, Do-jun says coldly. Looking at the sky, Junhee remembers the day the Masalis dragon appeared 3 years ago. Squads of warriors had marched toward that giant beast. She wonders how many died trying to kill it. Among them, 3 S-rank hunters lost their lives. That's what the story said. Junhee whispers, her eyes fixed on Do-jun. There's no mistake, her father is something else entirely. The once mighty dragon is now as obedient as a puppy. What's this? Do-jun barks like a drill sergeant. Tuck your arms in, chest lower. He stomps his foot on the dragon's back. Do it again, he commands. No sir, please, Yas cries out. Do-jun keeps the pressure on. Spirit, unity. Junhee is stunned. Who is her father, really? Do-jun looks at Yas. Are you supposed to be one of the top monsters, stronger than the rest? Yas immediately protests. You're joking. I'm actually very useful. Is that so? Do-jun replies coldly. In his mind, he's already calculating. This guy might actually make a decent security guard. He looks at Yas, thinking the dragon is a bit slow in the head but seems obedient enough. He can stay home and protect Junhee, he decides. Junhee calls out, Dad, can we go home now? Do-jun jumps down beside her. Yeah, let's go. He walks over to her, his voice serious. Junhee, about what happened here. Junhee cuts him off with a firm nod. It's a secret. She smiles, sensing his hesitation. That's what you were gonna say, right, Dad? She promises, I swear I won't tell a soul. Do-jun stammers, caught off guard. Right. You catch on quick, don't you? She blushes slightly. I'm sure you have your reasons for hiding it. We're family, I've got your back. Do-jun smiles. Thanks, kid. Let's head out. It glares at Yas. Are you coming or what? Do-jun asks. Yes, sir, Yas chirps. Looking at its massive size, Do-jun says, Can you transform? You stand out way too much like this, he warns with a stern face. If you act up out there, I'll snap your neck. Yas replies respectfully, I understand. I'll transform right now. The massive dragon begins to shrink. Before Do-jun and Junhee's eyes, the beast turns into a tiny, fluffy creature that looks exactly like a stuffed animal. Junhee can't help herself. Oh my god, it's so cute. Do-jun looks confused. Cute? What's cute about it? Yas pouts, looking offended. Seeing this, Junhee quickly apologizes. Sorry, little one. Do-jun raises a fist as a warning. Watch the attitude. Yas cowers instantly. I'm sorry. Junhee likes cute things, so you better act adorable at all times. Got it? Do-jun commands. Yas rolls onto its back, acting all cuddly. Yes, sir. I understand. Seeing the sparkle in Junhee's eyes, Do-jun says softly, Want to touch him? He's softer than he looks. Overjoyed, Junhee runs over to pet her new companion. Yas sighs inwardly but endures it. The sky finally clears. Cheon-soo looks up. The weather is back to normal. Watching the kids play, he notes, the class seems fine. Then he asks coldly, where did Do-jun go? I haven't seen him for a while. Hook-soo shakes his head. I have no idea. He was just wandering around here a second ago. Suddenly, Do-jun steps out from within the rift. Cheon-soo and Hyuk-soo stand there frozen, staring at him in pure disbelief. Seeing Do-jun, Cheon-soo barks in frustration. Where the hell did you go? Do-jun calmly replies, "Sorry, boss, I had some business to handle." Hyuk-soo grumbles under his breath, "Tsk, fine, let's just get ready to head back." Noticing Junhee standing next to Do-jun, Hyuk-soo asks curiously, "Wait, you know this student?" Do-jun answers simply, "She is my daughter." Cheon-soo blinks. "Oh, so she's your daughter?" Then, the realization hits Cheon-soo like a freight train. "Wait, what?" he screams in shock. Do-jun speaks up. "For various reasons, I cannot go into the specifics. I hope you understand, boss." Cheon-soo softens, patting Do-jun's shoulder with a sympathetic smile. "Ah, don't worry about it. It's normal. We were all young and reckless once, right?" Junhee politely bows her head in greeting. "Nice to meet you, sir. I am Sun Junhee." Cheon-soo beams with a friendly face, thinking she's a lovely girl. "Pleasure to meet you, kid. I'm Kang Cheon-soo, the manager of the Rift Management Bureau at City Hall." He starts to say, "So, about the name Sun." But Do-jun cuts him off instantly. "I told you, I'm not going into the details." Rebuffed, Cheon-soo turns away, dramatically faking some tears. Hyuk-soo introduces himself next. "I'm Kwon Hyuk-soo, Do-jun Sr." Junhee responds with a bright, cheerful voice. "I've heard so much about you. My dad told me you help him out a lot." Cheon-soo perks up to eavesdrop as Junhee continues gratefully. "My father and I are very thankful to you." Hyuk-soo waves it off. No. If anything, Do-jun is the one who's always bailing me out." Cheon-soo spots Yas and tilts his head in confusion. "Where did you find this pup? Hey, did you dye its fur? What kind of breed is this even supposed to be? Is this animal abuse?" Cheon-soo asks, while Yas looks toward Do-jun, trembling under his threatening gaze. Cheon-soo curiously pinches Yas's cheek. "Wait, why does it look so weird? Hey, you need to take this dog to a vet." He scoops the creature up. Yas panics, letting out a desperate bark as he's hoisted into the air. The beast struggles violently. Cheon-soo stammers, "Hey, is he trying to bite me? Why is he so aggressive?" Hyuk-soo hesitates, looking closer. "Boss, I don't think that's a dog." Do-jun chimes in naturally. "That pet will be my right-hand man from now on. I have awakened, and I just finished taming it." Everyone stares at him, jaws dropping. Cheon-soo rushes forward, shouting in disbelief. "Seriously? You actually awakened?" Hyuk-soo quickly follows up. "Wait, Do-jun, are you going to become a hunter now?" Do-jun scratches his head. "No way, but it could be useful whenever I have to scout a rift." Hearing that, Cheon-soo sighs in massive relief. "I was worried you were going to ditch us. Our department is already short-staffed. Losing you would be a disaster." Cheon-soo continues. "Tell you what, let's go out for drinks after work today. We need to feed Do-jun some good food so he doesn't think about leaving." He plops Yas back on the ground, telling him to go graze on some grass. Then, Cheon-soo turns to Junhee. "Junhee, do you want to join us? We can talk about your career path. Do you even know what the Rift Management Department does?" She hesitates, unsure how to respond. "We're having beef," he adds. The moment she hears that, Junhee agrees without a second thought. "Okay, let's go, uncle." Suddenly, a sharp voice rings out. "Wait a minute." Yoonju points a finger at Yas, eyes wide with curiosity. "What on earth is this?" Looking at the cute Yas below, she gasps in disbelief. Deep down, Yas begins to feel a wave of sheer terror. Yoonju picks him up and can't help but squeal. "Is this yours, mister?" Damn, this is way too cute for its own good. Junhee sees this and tries to stop her in a panic. "Yoonju, don't just pick it up like that." Do-jun walks over and says, "This is my pet." Yoonju blinks. "A pet?" He continues, "I just awakened." Yoonju's eyes nearly pop out. "You awakened? Are you going to be a hunter? That's incredibly rare." Do-jun replies, "Well, my preliminary evaluation isn't out yet, but who knows what might happen if it goes well." Yoonju's face immediately falls into a look of disappointment. "Wait, you're actually planning to be a hunter?" "No," he replies. "I have no intention of doing that." Yoonju is baffled. "But why not? If you become a hunter, any guild would treat you like royalty. They'd worship the ground you walk on." Do-jun responds indifferently. "I'm only using this power when I enter rifts for work." She groans in frustration. "That's it? You have absolutely no ambition." Then, the instructor cuts in. "You really should be a hunter. It's the ultimate chance to get rich without even trying." Cheon-soo steps in to block them, patting Do-jun's shoulder with a sycophantic grin. All right. Why are you all pestering him when he already said he doesn't want to do it? Let's go, Do-jun. Everyone has their own path in life, right?" Do-jun says coldly. "I'm not quitting my job. Why would I care? Is that what I'm supposed to say?" Hearing this, Cheon-soo is overcome with emotion. He lunges forward, hugging Do-jun tightly. Do-jun, I love you, man." Do-jun recoils in horror, trying to push him off. "Get off me. This is freaking gross." But Cheon-soo refuses to let go. "I don't want to. Don't be so cold." Watching the scene, Yoonju mutters, "That is absolutely horrific." She covers her face, thinking to herself, "I knew it. The world outside the rift is a dangerous place." On the way back, the group chats excitedly. "Enough talk, let's head to dinner. We have to buy Junhee something delicious." Yoonju speaks up, "Hey mister, can I have this pet?" Do-jun Lee. Do-jun shuts her down instantly. "No, I need him to guard the house." The next day at the office, Cheon-soo and Hyuk-soo are buried in their work. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun asks bluntly, "Why should I apologize?" Yoonju is sitting next to him, slumped over her desk in despair. "You jerk," she huffs. She suddenly bolts upright, shouting in a hurt tone, "How could you all go without inviting me? You didn't even call me," she rages. "I've been here working for a while now, and I've been waiting forever." Do-jun Lee Do-jun simply says, "You really didn't have to. That only makes Yoonju angrier." She screams, "Why wouldn't I come to work? I'm part of this team too, you know." Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's expression doesn't change as he nonchalantly plugs his ears. She continues to vent her grievances. "I heard you guys went out for pork BBQ and soju last night." "Pork?" Her voice echoes through the entire office. "I wanted BBQ too. I spent the whole day here cleaning this entire company by myself." Hearing that, Cheon-soo and Hyuk-soo feel a sharp pang of guilt. Do-jun Lee Do-jun speaks up to clarify. "That's not true, Yoonju. We actually had beef." The moment the words leave his mouth, it's like a bolt of lightning hits the room. Terrified, Cheon-soo and Hyuk-soo rush over, patting Do-jun Lee Do-jun's shoulder while desperately signaling him. "Do-jun Lee Do-jun, what are you talking about? We just said that since the pig was fed grain, it tasted like beef. Right, Hyuk-soo?" Exactly. We ate pork, remember? Just pork." Do-jun Lee Do-jun completely misses the hint and doubles down. "It was premium Hanwoo beef. Boss, you even cried when you had to pay the bill." "Don't you remember the chef?" Do-jun Lee Do-jun asks. "Were you two that drunk last night?" Cheon-soo panics, letting out a forced, nervous laugh. "I think I gave you too much to drink, and now you're hallucinating, right?" A murderous aura begins to fill the room. Yoonju's voice drops to a low, dangerous growl. "Liars. You told me you ate pork." Cheon-soo breaks into a cold sweat. He tries to settle her down. Now, Miss Yoonju, let's stay calm. How about pork BBQ tonight at the office?" Yoonju turns away in a huff and starts walking out. "Forget it. I'll just go buy myself some premium Hanwoo beef." "Miss Yoonju," Cheon-soo cries out, trying to stop her. Suddenly, Hyuk-soo pulls a single piece of candy from his pocket. He looks at it with dead seriousness and says, "I think this might do the trick." Hyuk-soo ran after Lee while Do-jun Lee Do-jun and Cheon-soo watched in silence. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Miss Lee, we aren't trying to leave you behind." It had all started in the office yesterday when Lee spoke up, her voice laced with irritation. "In short," she said, popping her gum, "don't forget that I'm also a member of the Gap management team." Hyuk-soo rubbed his hands together, wearing a fawning smile. Of course," he purred, pouring honey into her ears. "I'm really counting on your help for next week's inspection." She simply replied, "I'll do my best." Suddenly, Cheon-soo let out a piercing scream. "What? Don't tell me I've lost everything? After all that blood, sweat, and tears?" Hyuk-soo and Lee whipped around, startled by his outburst. Cheon-soo barked into his phone, his face flushed with rage as he brought up a B-rank hunter. "What do you mean, that hunter? I thought everything was already settled." He demanded answers, panic creeping into his voice. "Huh? We don't meet the requirements?" The line went dead. Cheon-soo slammed his phone down and spat out a curse. "Those absolute bastards!" He bolted for the door. Turning back to the others, Cheon-soo shouted, "Sorry, everyone, get back to work. I have to step out for a moment." The three of them stood there in stunned silence. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, finally broke the tension, asking, "Wasn't this the project we were seeking special cooperation for?" Hyuk-soo sighed deeply and replied, "Yeah, well, it's not the first time we've been shot down." "You said that, and yet they still couldn't pull it off?" Do-jun, Lee Do-jun pressed. Hyuk-soo let out another weary sigh. They always act like they're the big bosses. Meanwhile, Yas was currently fuming, cornering Junhee. "Do you think you're the boss or something?" Yas snapped, his eyes flashing. "Why do you always get to decide everything on your own?" Junhee looked at him, completely flustered. "It's not like that, Yas," she explained, trying to calm him down. "I'm just saying I'm busy cleaning the house, so we can't go out. Who knows what could happen if we step outside?" Yas groaned, his boredom reaching a breaking point. "What is there to worry about when you're with me?" Junhee spoke softly, her voice firm. "I'm worried because of you. I can't keep you under control." Yas let out a long, dramatic sigh. "You make it sound like I'm a walking disaster magnet." Junhee tried to soothe him. "We'll go out as soon as Dad gets home, okay?" Yas wasn't having it. He threw himself onto the floor, kicking and screaming like a toddler. No, I want to go out and play right now." Just then, Junhee's face lit up. "Dad, you're home." Hearing those words, Yas froze, his blood running cold. Do-jun grabbed Yas by the head, his grip like iron. I told you, Junhee likes cute things. Yas trembled, his voice quivering with terror. Prince, please, have mercy on this cursed dragon. Do-jun tightened his grip, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. I've been way too easy on you, and now you've gone and spoiled yourself, haven't you? He issued a stern command. Hands up, face the wall. Yas obeyed instantly, his bravado completely gone. Yes, sir, orders received. He stood there, nose pressed against the wall. Do-jun turned away, calling out, Let's eat, Junhee. Coming, Dad, she chirped. What about Yas? Junhee asked, glancing back. Yas peeked over his shoulder, his eyes hopeful. Do-jun didn't even look back. I already bought food for him. And with that, Yas dejectedly turned back to the wall. Junhee's mind drifted back to the events within the rift. She wondered if she could really just act like nothing had happened. Suddenly, a sharp memory flashed through her mind. A younger Junhee had once promised Do-jun, when I become a hunter, I'll protect you, Dad. Now, she stood before him and declared, This won't work. From now on, you're training with me every weekend. The memory sent a wave of panic through her. She buried her face in her hands. I told him I'd teach him everything from A to Z. Junhee groaned in pure embarrassment. Oh, my God. Why did I say that? Watching her frantically ruffle her own hair, Do-jun thought to himself, Is she actually okay? Suddenly, a voice from the TV caught his attention. How could you do this to me? Even while being punished, Yas couldn't help but eavesdrop on the drama. Let's break up. I'm sick of this, the TV blared. I stayed by your side and supported you through all those exams, and now that you've passed, you're leaving me for someone else? Yas scoffed in disgust. Wow, what a total piece of trash. Then, Do-jun called his name. Yas. Yas nearly jumped out of his skin. Do-jun glared at him, his voice heavy with irritation. Did I tell you to face the wall or glue your eyes to the TV? I'm sorry, Yas squeaked. Sorry for what? Do-jun pressed, his gaze cold. Yas bowed his head repeatedly. I won't do it again, won't do it again, Do-jun challenged. Yas whimpered, I promise to be a good boy and listen. Yas's stomach let out a thunderous growl. He trembled, his legs shaking. I'm at my limit. Do-jun finally relented. Stand up. Junhee stepped forward, her voice soft. Dad. Yas hasn't eaten a single thing since this afternoon. Yas stared hungrily at the black plastic bag sitting by the door. Junhee picked it up to take a look. Dad. What is this? She pulled a bowl out of the bag and blinked. This is a dog bowl? Yas's jaw dropped. What? Seeing his reaction, Do-jun's voice turned sharp. What about it? Is there a problem? Were you planning on sitting at the dining table with us? Yas immediately shut his mouth, his tail metaphorically tucked between his legs. But he couldn't help but feel the injustice. I have human rights too. No, wait, I have dragon rights, Yas argued weakly. Do-jun didn't budge, not a chance. Use that bowl. I even bought dog food, so eat as much as you want. Do-jun tossed his jacket aside and headed for the shower. Junhee, I'm gonna wash up. Make sure he doesn't crawl anywhere near the fridge. You got it, she replied. Yas stared gloomily at the dog food bowl. He hesitantly picked up a piece of kibble and took a bite. Suddenly, Junhee snatched the bowl away. Don't eat that. Yas's eyes welled up with tears. Are you really gonna take this away from me too? Junhee pressed a finger to her lips. Shh, keep it down. Yas's eyes widened as she pulled something else out. Braised ribs. Yas grabbed a rib and began devouring it like a starving animal. Eat fast, Junhee whispered urgently. Dad will be out of the shower any minute. Yas was eating so fast he started to choke. Junhee quickly handed him a glass of water with a warm smile. Slow down. Have some water. Yas took the glass, a sudden wave of emotion washing over him. He looked up at Junhee, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. Junhee. Inside, Do-jun was humming happily in the shower, while outside, Yas vowed, I will protect you. Junhee blinked in surprise. Where did that come from? So sudden. But, yeah, thanks. Meanwhile, at the Gap Management Bureau, the office was buzzing with excitement. Whoa, a B-rank hunter is actually signing a contract with us? Everyone crowded around Hyuk-soo, showering him with praise. A salary of 300 million a year and they still accepted? Your friend is incredible, Hyuk-soo. He rubbed the back of his neck modestly. We were just high school classmates, we were. Somewhat close. Hyuk-soo continued. He said he's made enough money now, so he wanted to sign on just to help me out. A female colleague beamed. No wonder Manager Kang has been smiling all morning. We finally secured the B-rank management rights for the Gap. Another staff member cheered. Cheon-soo came rushing toward Hyuk-soo, grinning ear to ear. The director is here. You two went to high school together, right? Yes, sir, Hyuk-soo confirmed. We lost touch once he became a hunter, so I never expected to cross paths with him like this. As Do-jun walked over, Hyuk-soo added, We're meeting up today to talk. Cheon-soo was ecstatic. That's fantastic. He's planning to buy something expensive, so I should go along with you. Do-jun suddenly cut them off. I'll go, he thought to himself. Meeting a junior will be much less awkward than dealing with the department head. Manager, please don't go, Cheon-soo said, looking dejected. Fine, I get it. I was planning to anyway. Later, inside the elevator, Hyuk-soo looked around. This place is high up, Do-jun replied flatly. Heading to a bar first thing in the morning, are we? Han Hyuk-soo forced a smile and replied. It's not that bad. Who knows when we'll ever get the chance to come to a place like this again? He continued. We're just friends having a drink together. It's not like we're taking bribes or anything. Do-jun gave a cold response. Yeah. Inside, his mind was racing. Just friends, huh? A beautiful hostess greeted them with a professional beam. She spoke up. Are you joining a party, gentlemen? Han Hyuk-soo stepped forward. Has Mr. Choi Yang-hoon arrived yet? Hearing the name, she happily gestured for them to follow. Ah, so you're guests of Mr. Choi Yang-hoon. She enthusiastically led the way. Right this way, please follow me. Do-jun hesitated for a split second before following. As they walked through the rowdy, noisy corridor, Do-jun shot a lingering, questioning look at Han Hyuk-soo. What the hell are those guys doing in there? The hostess swung the door open and announced, Right this way. I hope you have a wonderful time. Han Hyuk-soo nodded. Thank you. The people inside immediately spotted them. There they are. Are you that busy, Hyuk-soo? What took you so long? Yang-hun, his face twisted into a smug sneer, spoke up. It's been a while, hasn't it? The atmosphere in the private room was suffocatingly awkward. Park Hee-hyun wore a devious predator-like grin. Do-jun watched them all in stony silence. Finally, Han Hyuk-soo spoke up to shatter the tension. Sorry, I should have just taken a taxi here. Yang-hoon eyed the newcomer curiously. Who's this? Your little junior? Han Hyuk-soo turned to introduce him. Yeah, this is Do-jun. He's been working with me for about a year now. The man laughed and patted the seat next to him. Well, sit down first. Come on, sit. Right here. Yang-hoon gestured rudely toward Woon. Clear some space for our honorable government officials. Han Hyuk-soo muttered a quick thanks. The man brushed it off. Don't mention it. Yang-hoon quickly filled a glass to the very brim. First, let's have a drink. Glancing at Do-jun, he said. The kid should have a glass too, right? Do-jun replied with flat indifference. Thanks. Everyone raised their glasses. Cheers. Drink up. Drink up. Yang-hoon rudely wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The man sighed. It must have been 11 years already. Yang-hoon turned his attention back to Han Hyuk-soo. Hey, Hyuk-soo, we totally lost touch once you moved to Seoul, didn't we? You been doing all right lately? He managed a strained smile. Yeah, my colleagues are great and the work is. It's wonderful. Han Hyuk-soo tried to keep the conversation going. So, Yang-hoon, what about you? You're a B-rank hunter now, right? You've really made it, being able to afford places like this. The man replied with a voice dripping with mockery. It's nothing, really. Just the usual. I guess for someone living on a salary, a place like this must feel like a big deal, huh? Han Hyuk-soo flushed with embarrassment. Come on, man. What do you mean civil servant salary? The man let out a sharp huff of air. Unbelievable. You still take the subway because you're too cheap to pay for a taxi. Hearing that, Han Hyuk-soo could only offer a forced, awkward laugh. Then Yang-hoon started the introductions, pointing toward Park Hee-hyun. Anyway, these guys are the B-rank hunters from my guild. Han Hyuk-soo greeted them politely. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Han Hyuk-soo. Park Hee-hyun gave a half-hearted, hey, nice to meet you. Meanwhile, Woon, sitting next to him, looked completely disinterested. Just skip the introductions. Yang-hoon laughed with pure contempt. Hey, don't be so rude to a government official. Do-jun's eyes darkened as he glared at them. Woon, sitting across from him, began to take notice of the gaze. Then, Han Hyuk-soo spoke up hesitantly. So, about that contract. When can you come by City Hall? The man gave a hollow reply. Huh? Han Hyuk-soo pressed on enthusiastically. My boss really wants to meet you. He wants to get to know you and properly say hello. Suddenly, the group erupted into mocking laughter. Oh, right. Sure. Do-jun's face turned ice cold as he watched them. Han Hyuk-soo's expression hardened as he thought to himself. Of course, they're nothing but a bunch of drunks. The average income for a B-rank hunter has hit 4.7 billion won. Why the hell would they even bother coming to me? Suddenly, Yang-hoon's voice cut right through his internal monologue. Listen, Hyuk-soo, I'll head down to City Hall tomorrow to take care of that contract. Han Hyuk-soo asked in surprise. Really? The man looked at him with a sinister glint in his eyes. Yeah, but first. Yang-hun dropped his half-smoked cigarette into his glass of liquor and said shamelessly, You drain this whole glass. Park Hee-hyun and Woon couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Whoa, Yang-hoon, that's a bit much, isn't it? Woon chimed in with a smirk. Have a little heart, man. Weren't you guys high school classmates? Go easy on him, or our dear director might start crying right here. Hearing that, Han Hyuk-soo began to tremble with rage. He clenched his fists tight, desperately trying to suppress his emotions. Seeing the situation turning ugly, Do-jun secretly reached for his phone inside his jacket. He sent a quick message to Han Minji. Get over here right now. The hunters continued their relentless taunting. What's the matter, Hyuk-soo? Drink it all down and I'll sign. Suddenly, Do-jun stood up. Senior, we're leaving, he added firmly. The meeting location has changed. Han Hyuk-soo looked up in shock. What? Do-jun held his head high, staring them down with a gaze as cold as ice. Why should we waste another word on pieces of trash like these? Yang-hoon's teeth gnashed in fury. What the hell did you just say? Han Hyuk-soo looked at Do-jun, his voice trembling. Do-jun, but Do-jun just replied, Senior Han Minji has already agreed to sign the contract. He gasped in pure disbelief. What? Do-jun continued. She was nearby, so she's on her way here now. Yang-hoon clutched his head and laughed mockingly. An S-rank hunter signing a contract with losers like you? Do-jun replied casually. Yeah, that's what I heard. Woon shouted. In your dreams! Han Hyuk-soo was frantic. Do-jun, what is this about? Do-jun explained calmly. Didn't you mention before that negotiations with Han Minji were still ongoing? Suddenly, a loud noise came from the doorway. Han Minji stood there, gasping for breath. What are you doing, Director Kwon? Are we doing this or should I just leave? Glancing toward the hunters, she snapped. Did you really make me wait just to deal with these scumbags? She continued. Shouldn't I be a much higher priority than them? Every man in the room was stunned. Woon's voice shook as he spoke. It's really Han Minji. Do-jun turned and piled on the praise. Han Hyuk-soo, you really are my most respected senior. How did you manage to get Hunter Han Minji to agree to the contract? Han Hyuk-soo stood frozen, his jaw literally hitting the floor. She turned to him with a pleasant smile. There's a great cafe nearby. Let's head over there. He could barely muster a response. She turned to leave, her voice laced with annoyance. Unless you plan on staying in this dump? Because I'm not. Han Hyuk-soo panicked and immediately scrambled after her. Wait, I'm sorry. Do-jun spoke up nonchalantly. Order an Americano for me. I'll be out in a second. Han Hyuk-soo was baffled. Huh? Han Minji just gave a cheerful nod. Okay. The sound of the door slamming shut felt like a final warning. Do-jun stood there in silence for a moment, his eyes drifting to the glass on the table. Choi Yang-hoon, he said, drain every single drop of this. His eyes flared with murderous intent as he growled a low threat. Do it, and I might just let you walk away. Meanwhile, at a small cafe, Han Hyuk-soo and Han Minji sat by the window looking tense. Han Hyuk-soo was terrified, thinking to himself, is he actually planning to get revenge? He already ripped up that guy's business card and picked a fight. Han Minji watched him and thought, he looks so gloomy, I guess his pride must have taken a massive hit. She studied him, her mind racing with questions. Should I try to comfort him? No, it's probably better to act like I don't know anything. But what do I even say? Inside, both of them were screaming in the awkward silence. Both of them just wanted to vanish from that spot immediately. Suddenly, the buzzer went off, shattering the tension. I'll go get it, Han Hyuk-soo said. But Han Minji was already on her feet, moving faster than him. She dashed off before he could even blink. The barista chimed in cheerfully. 3 Americanos for you, Minji replied. Thank you, but inside she was screaming, this is so awkward. Hi, Ukshu stared at Minji, his mind racing. Wait, did she just fly? She spoke up to calm him down. Mr. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun will be fine. Please, don't worry so much, he stammered. Thank you for forgiving me. Minji blinked, confused. Pardon? Hyuk-soo gasped. Huh? She tilted her head, wondering, what is he even talking about? Ukshu ran a hand through his hair, his face twisted with anxiety. Those guys are all B-rank hunters. If something happens... Minji forced a smile. Wait, you're worried about Mr. Do-yun Le Do-yun and a bunch of B-rankers? If anything, they're the ones we should be pitying. Hyuk-soo's jaw dropped. What? Minji's eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp. Never. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun stood before them, his gaze unshakable. Yang-hoon snapped. What did you just say? Looking him dead in the eye, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun repeated slowly. Chug this entire cup, and I'll act like none of this ever happened. Yang-hoon stepped closer, a sneer plastered on his face. And what if I don't? What are you gonna do about it, huh? He grit his teeth, leaning in. Well, do something. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun didn't say another word. He struck with such blinding speed that the man couldn't even flinch. Yang-hoon's body began to tremble, his mouth hanging open as his eyes rolled back in his head. He tried to move, but his limbs wouldn't obey. What's happening? Why can't I move? Do-jun Lee Do-jun leaned in, whispering right into his ear. Yang-hoon, you really should have just finished your drink. A surge of crimson lightning erupted from his hand. The violent electric current surged through the man, forcing a gut-wrenching scream from his lungs. Seeing this, Win roared in fury. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He lunged forward for a blindside attack, but with a single, icy glance, Do-jun sent him flying meters away. Baekhyun stood frozen, paralyzed by sheer terror. Do-jun turned his gaze toward him, his eyes burning with a silent promise. "Anyone who gets in my way, dies." Cold sweat poured down the hunter's face. He looked down at Yang Hun with utter indifference. Grabbing the man by the face, Do-jun warned him, "Everything has a limit, Yang Hun. You just crossed yours." He unleashed his power again, showing zero mercy as he struck the man square in the gut. Yang Hun's eyes nearly popped out of his head from the agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Finally, Yang Hun crumbled to the ground, completely broken. Looking down at the heap of a man, Do-jun's voice was cold as ice. "I've shattered your energy core. You'd better start looking for a different line of work." He glanced over at Win, who was already down. "If you're smart, you'll keep your mouth shut." He added a final, chilling warning. "If you ever cause trouble for me again, I'll cut out your tongues." Baekhyun stammered out, "Yes, sir. Understood." Do-jun slammed the door shut, leaving them in the wreckage of their own making. He walked away without a single backward glance. Inside the room, Baekhyun cried out in panic, "Yang Hun!" Hyuk-shu finally spoke up. "Wait, so, do you really want to sign a contract with us?" Minji replied shyly. "Actually, Mr. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun asked me for a favor because he was dealing with some problematic people." Realizing the situation, Hyuk-shu jumped to his feet. "I am so sorry. This is all because of me." Minji waved her hands dismissively. "Don't be silly. None of this was your fault, Do-jun." Lee Do-jun stood outside the door, quietly listening to their conversation. Hyuk-shu's voice drifted out. "I'm so sorry. It's my fault." Minji replied softly, "It's really okay. Do-jun Lee?" Do-jun turned to look inside. "It's not your fault," Minji comforted him. Hyuk-shu hung his head, looking dejected. "But I was so careless. I've caused trouble for so many people." She gave him a small, reassuring smile. "No, really, it's fine." Standing outside, Do-jun pulled out his phone. Runhai's bright voice answered. "Yes, Dad?" he asked gently. "Hey, Runhai, do you think eating something delicious makes you feel better when you're sad?" She chirped happily. "Well, if the food is really good, then definitely." Do-jun told her that her cooking was the best, leaving Runhai speechless. She asked tentatively, "Dad, did something happen?" He replied, "No, not to me. It's for Mr. Hyuk-shu." Hearing that name, Runhai sat bolt upright. "Really? Do you know what kind of food he likes?" Do-jun answered calmly. "No clue. Just make whatever you're best at. Run." Hai was at a loss for words. He continued. "Oh, and Hunter Han Min is coming over too." "Run," Hai gasped. "Hunter Han Min? Wait, right now?" She scrambled to get ready, rushing toward the door. "Dad, give me exactly 2 hours. I'm going to give this my all." Do-jun smiled. "All right, thanks, sweetie. See you soon." A little while later, there was a knock at the door. Runhai called out, "Coming! Just a second." She greeted them politely as they entered. "Hello, sir. Welcome, Dad." "Hi, big sister." Minji smiled warmly. "Hey there, it's good to see you again." Suddenly, Yasha appeared in the middle of the room. Minji blinked in confusion. "Wait, manager, what is that thing?" Yasha gave them a look of pure boredom. Do-jun replied, "Oh, this? It's a dog. Actually, no. More like a partner." Hyuk-shu chimed in, explaining about the student rift tour they had attended. "Mr. Do-jun has awakened. I'm not sure if it's a taming or a summoning skill, though." Her eyes widened in shock. "What? Oh my god." Minji's mind started racing. Only people with a very specific skill set or lifestyle can undergo a natural awakening, and summoning skills usually only manifest in those with enhanced physiques. She thought of a man taming a panda. Taming skills usually required living with pets or working at a zoo. Looking at Do-jun, Minji thought she knew a bit about him, but she never imagined he would be this extraordinary. She turned her attention back to Yasha and suddenly froze. She had spotted a number on its forehead. That mark. The dragon that appeared in Busan 3 years ago also had the number 10 on its forehead. She watched Yasha lazily scratching its belly, remembering how that dragon had brutally slaughtered 3 S-rank hunters. Minji tried to shake off the thought. There's no way. This thing couldn't be a dragon, right? Meanwhile, Hyuk-shu stepped into a corner to take a call. "I'm so ashamed to even face you, sir," a voice crackled through the phone. "It's all right. Don't let those bastards get to you." The man continued. "It's the weekend, so get some rest. I'll see you on Monday." He replied, "Yes, sir. Good night." Do-jun called out, "Dinner's ready. Come eat." Hyuk-shu replied shyly, "Oh, right. Sorry." He stopped dead in his tracks, staring in awe at the massive feast laid out on the table. Wait, Do-jun, do you always eat like this? Do-jun looked at Run-hai, who was bashfully scratching her head. Pretty much. There isn't much she can't cook. At the table, Hyuk-shu shared his heart. Seriously, thank you all so much for today. Tears actually began to well up in his eyes. I really appreciate it. Do-jun said softly, No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost my job at the center. Minji chuckled. Director Kwon really has a great team, doesn't he? Hyuk-shu beamed. Yeah, I couldn't ask for anything better. Do-jun broke the moment. Let's eat, everyone. The food's getting cold. Run-hai put a lot of work into this. Yasha just watched them from the sidelines. It was a perfect, happy evening. Thanks for the meal. You guys should come over again sometime. Later, Do-jun was sitting alone, scrolling through his computer. An ad caught his eye. Looking for combat-type hunters for a new B-rank rift. This Sunday, he clicked to see the details. Hello, I'm Hunter Choi Gusi from the Solomon Guild. The Hunter Bureau has released info on a B-rank rift exploration, and we need combat specialists. The post mentioned the location was still confidential since it hadn't been made public yet. 2 healers and 1 tanker are already on standby. He kept reading. Newcomers are more than welcome to join. Contact 012345678. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun stares at the screen, his brow furrowing in confusion. Welcoming newcomers? He wonders if a mere Class C hunter is really enough for a raid like this. He sinks into deep thought, weighing the risks. But then again, they're hunting water monsters, beasts most hunters avoid like the plague. Do-jun grabs his phone and hits dial. He realizes the experience gained from a Class C rift like this would be massive. Class C rift in Myeongdong, Do-jun mutters as the line connects. Hello? Yes, I apologize for calling so late. I just saw your announcement. Are you really accepting Class C hunters for this raid? The voice on the other end is chirpy. Of course. Every rookie hunter is welcome here. We have Woong, a Class A hunter, leading the charge, so the combat will be a breeze. The recruiter continues smoothly. Plus, we have 2 healers, including myself. It's perfectly safe, so you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Lee Do-jun pulls the phone away, eyes narrowing. In the hunter world, offensive specialists are everywhere, but this setup feels off. The screen flashes the contact info again. Newcomers welcome. Contact 012345678. Lee Do-jun knows healers in Class A ranks are incredibly rare. He runs the numbers. Why would a Class A and 2 healers settle for a Class C teammate? After a long pause, Lee Do-jun finally speaks. I'm in. I'll join you. What time and where should we meet? The voice replies instantly. Can you make it to S-Bingo station by 10 in the morning? Fine. See you then, Do-jun says before hanging up. He drums his fingers on the desk. It's too easy. No interview, no skill check, nothing like a standard raid party. Do-jun knows the truth. Hunting in rifts is a deadly gamble. The floors of these places are usually stained deep crimson with the blood of the fallen. To him, death isn't a tragedy, it's just a reality of the job. Images of former teammates fighting side by side flash through his mind. It makes no sense. Knowing your ally's strength is priority number 1, and an interview is the only way to gauge if someone will save you or get you killed. Why didn't they ask me a single question? Do-jun wonders. Nearby, Yeri is fast asleep, her stomach growling loudly even in her dreams. Do-jun turns his focus back to the computer. He looks up the Solomon Guild. Only 3 members? He mutters, the suspicion growing like a shadow. Something is very wrong here. He picks up the phone again. The line rings. Miss Yeri, Lee Do-jun says calmly. I'm sorry to bother you on a Friday night, but are you free to talk? Yeri chirps back immediately. Yes, I'm totally free. What's up, manager? Do-jun cuts to the chase. Can you meet me at the field tomorrow at 4:30? Yeri's face lights up like a Christmas tree as she shouts into the phone. I'll be there. Rain or shine, day or night, I am coming. Right, thanks. See you tomorrow, he says, ending the call. Yeri does a little victory dance. Okay, manager. Lee Do-jun stays silent for a moment, then begins to gear up. Just to be safe, I'll scout the area ahead of time, he tells himself. Meanwhile, Yeri is tossing her clothes in the air. Ecstatic. Heaven! I'm in heaven! It's a date! Under the veil of a silent night, the warm glow of streetlights flickers. Lee Do-jun moves like a shadow, effortlessly vaulting over a tall fence. Better to get in and out quickly before anyone notices, he whispers. Suddenly, he freezes. He senses a strange pressure in the air, a heavy, suffocating aura. A dark, yawning cave stretches out before him. He steps inside, his voice echoing. A cave? This might take longer than I thought. His phone vibrates with a notification. You have successfully registered a rift in Seoul, Yongsan District, Sector 6001. He looks down at his boots. A bizarre, viscous fluid is oozing from the depths of the cavern. Lee Do-jun frowns. Slime? He touches the substance, examining it closely. It's probably not lethal, but if this toxin gets into an open wound, it'll be a nightmare to deal with. He searches his memory. Wait, I remember this. There's a merfolk tribe that uses this specific poisonous mucus. Suddenly, a shadow moves in the distance. A merfolk crawls forward, spotting Do-jun instantly. It lets out a low, guttural hiss. Do-jun stares back. First time seeing one of these outside of a textbook. His eyes trail down to the creature's tail. So, you're the one making this mess? The merfolk unhinges its jaw, bearing rows of jagged teeth. Do-jun's gaze turns ice cold. The creature flinches, sensing the sudden shift in power. Hey kid, take one more step and you're going straight to the afterlife. He glares at the merfolk until it whimpers, backing away. Without warning, Do-jun lunges forward and grabs the creature's face to inspect it. He forces its mouth open, checking its saliva. A paralyzing agent? Doesn't match the slime on the floor. Do-jun thinks fast. The real problem is getting that slime off the skin. Without a Class B hunter, it's nearly impossible to neutralize. He begins a systematic search of the creature's body. There has to be an organ secreting this stuff. The merfolk screams in protest, but Do-jun barks at it. Shut up and stay still, or I'll crack your skull open. He examines its webbed hands. Ah, so that's where it comes from. He realizes the solution is simple. Just sever the hands. He delivers a brutal kick to the merfolk's ribs. We're done here. The creature scrambles away in terror. Do-jun yells after it. If you want to live, hide in the back of the cave and stay there. Don't come out. He turns back to the path, checking his map. Now, to find the endpoint. Suddenly, his phone blares a red alert. You have been targeted by the merfolk tribe. Huh? They caught my scent already? Do-jun mutters. The screen warns. If detected by merfolk within 50 meters, all stats will be reduced by 30%. Do-jun ignores the warning and pushes deeper into the cave. His phone pings again, rift mapping at 99%. He looks up at a massive ancient stone gate blocking his path. Only one place left to go. With a heavy groan, the doors slowly grind open. He steps into the final chamber. Looming before him is a gargantuan cactus. Its pitch-black eyes suddenly flare with a murderous blood-red light. Do-jun stares the monster down, his face a mask of cold indifference. The cactus snaps its razor-sharp teeth. A system message pops up. Special mission. The sacrifice. The sacrifice timer begins in 5 minutes. Survive the onslaught to seal the cactus. Reward. Class a bone sword. Seeing Yaz fast asleep and snoring away, Down lets out a frustrated sigh. Wait, I brought this guy back to guard the house, didn't I? Down uses his foot to nudge him awake. Hey, get up and go sleep in the corner. Yas, still half conscious, begins to mumble in his sleep. Big sis Junhee, hide the meat under the other food. If they find out, I'm dead meat, Yas mutters. Down just stands there, staring at him for a long moment. He stomps back to his room, grumbling to himself. Good grief, why am I even alive? I'm just wasting oxygen. His voice echoes through the house. Maybe I should just throw him out? Yas groggily stumbles to his feet. So cold. Why is it suddenly freezing in here? Disoriented, he starts feeling his way around until he crawls right onto Junhee's bed. Did you turn off the heater in the living room? Are we in Antarctica? He buries his face in the pillows, his voice thick with sleep. Is this animal cruelty or what? With that, Yas passes out again, dead to the world. Meanwhile, in a bustling district, Y is walking down the street, her face glowing with excitement. She catches her reflection in a shop window and can't help but admire herself. Who is this gorgeous girl? She whispers. A child sitting inside the shop sees her and bursts into tears of terror. Wait, Miss Y, why are you here so early? Down calls out as he approaches. Y blushes, acting shy. Manager, why are you here so early? He mentions needing to organize the data on the rift, but she just beams at him. Yes? What was that? Down looks at her, completely puzzled by her behavior. She thinks to herself, is he really here just for work? Then Down holds out a sword toward her. By the way, this is a much better piece of gear than your old one. Y takes it, her eyes widening in shock. Rank A, manager, where on earth did you get something like this? He simply replies, it's a secret. Basically, it's going to make you a lot stronger. Down points toward a nearby spot. Can we find somewhere to sit down? While we wait for the other hunters, I'll give you a quick briefing on this rift. Y's smile freezes for 5 seconds. Her expression turns gloomy. I knew it. Today wasn't about hanging out at all. Down begins to scan her, noticing every little detail of her appearance. This is the first time I've seen her wearing designer earrings. He looks from her ears down to her neck, noticing the necklace too. Then, he checks out her outfit. Down thinks to himself that she looks nothing like someone prepared for a fight. His gaze lands on the woven basket in her hand. And what's this for? Who brings a picnic basket into a rift? Suddenly, the realization hits him. He calls out her name to get her attention. Down flinches as she looks at him. Yes? Miss Y is clearly fuming, but she forces a strained smile onto her face. This whole situation is entirely the manager's fault, isn't it? As a contract hunter, I have every right to be notified about overtime like this, Y says, her voice sharp with irritation. Down stands there, breaking into a cold sweat as she scolds him. Y flashes a bright, forced smile and emphasizes her point. Isn't this a total breach of contract? She looks at Down with sheer disappointment. You need to take responsibility for this. I'm so sorry, Down stammers, clearly flustered. I should have told you sooner. I'll make sure you get paid for the overtime, I promise. She grips her basket tight, her eyes narrowing. No, I don't give a damn about the pay. Down blinks, then, what? Y lets out a heavy sigh. Then the manager has to take me out to dinner next time. He's caught off guard. What? That's it? She blushes and adds a final condition. Just the two of us. Down nods. Fine, deal. Hearing that, Y's mood instantly flips back to pure joy. You promised, okay? She turns and starts walking, beckoning him to follow. Let's go. Under the clear blue sky, Down and Y sit under an eave, sharing sandwiches. It would be a waste to throw these away, Down says between bites. You went through so much trouble to make them. She gives a forced laugh. But won't this make you late for the meeting? Down replies calmly. I already messaged them. It's fine. We'll meet them in front of the rift at the station. For now, I want to tell you a few things about the merfolk tribe. The defining trait of the merfolk is the toxic mucus they secrete. He takes another bite of his sandwich and continues. They use their teeth to inject a paralyzing venom into hunters, leaving them unable to move. Are you even listening to me? Y chirps back happily. Yes, of course. But more importantly, how's the sandwich? He shrugs. It's delicious. Down tries to get back on track. Anyway, against the type of merfolk that causes paralysis, she cuts him off immediately. Have another one. Down looks at the sandwich she's shoving toward him. I'm full. Her eyes suddenly go dark. How could you be? I didn't know I'd be working through the weekend, so I worked so hard to make all these. I am not throwing the leftovers away. Seeing the look in her eyes, Down gives in. Fine, she tells him to eat up quickly so they can get moving. Under the bright sun, Down and Y arrive at the rift. He raises a hand in greeting. Hello, everyone. He pulls out his business card to introduce himself. I'm Lee Down, the one who contacted you. Ga-in looks at him and scoffs. Oh, just the two of you? He eyes them suspiciously. I thought only one person was coming. Based on your clothes, are you just a civilian? Down quickly clarifies. She is a Ranka hunter. I am her manager. At that, Ga-in and Lee Su exchange a wary, doubtful look. Ga-in examines the card. Seun City Hall Rift Management Division? Since when do government employees handle this kind of work? Our division was established 5 years ago, Down explains. Currently, we manage all rifts below rank C. The man's suspicion deepens. Is that so? But the place we're heading is a rank B rift. Down remains perfectly calm. Don't worry. My hunter has already reached rank B capability. Che-yi blurs toward the merman in a flash, leaving Gia-un rooted to the spot in pure shock. He stammers out, wait a second. She swings her blade with terrifying force, the strike appearing to tear through the very fabric of space. Gia-un's mind races in a panic. If these monsters die before they even reach the boss, they'll be in serious trouble. He bellows at the top of his lungs. Everyone, follow me. Ga-in and Yu drop into their combat stances, their faces grim. They charge into the fray, unleashing a barrage of decisive, lethal strikes against the merman horde. As Gia-un swings his sword with grit, Do-jun Lee Do-jun watches the chaos from a high vantage point. He thinks to himself, the way that man handles his weapon doesn't look like a hunter's style at all. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's voice cuts through the air with a warning. 7 mermen, 15 meters ahead. Gia-un spins around, his face a mask of confusion. What did you say? Hearing the intel, Che-yi doesn't hesitate for a second. Understood, she chirps before vanishing into a dash. Gia-un screams after her, wait! Miss Che-yi, stop! There are 7 of them right there. It's suicide. But she doesn't listen, diving into the pack like a relentless Valkyrie. Her swordplay is a blur of surgical precision. One by one, the mermen collapse, silenced forever by her gleaming blade. Ga-in stands frozen, staring at the carnage in utter disbelief. How is this even possible? He mutters. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun speaks up, his voice calm. Miss Che-yi, the area is clear for now. Take a moment to catch your breath before we move on. She beams at him and replies, yes, sir. Ga-in narrows his eyes at the pair, wondering who they really are. He grinds his teeth in silent fury. Damn it. Everything is falling apart. Suddenly, Che-yi lets out a piercing battle cry, pouring every ounce of her strength into her blade. With muscles tensed, she brings the weapon down on a massive sea beast. She launches herself off the ground with explosive power. Hovering momentarily above the beast's head, she screams with raw intensity, die! A storm of jagged slashes erupts in an instant. Before anyone can blink, Chae has completely decimated the group of sea monsters. Their carcasses litter the floor, twitching in their final moments of agony. After the grueling exchange, she raises a hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. Chae pants heavily, her lungs burning. Jia-eun is left speechless by the display of raw power. Even Yu can't help but marvel. Her swordsmanship is on another level. Ga-in's jaw drops as he stares at her, his mind spinning. Is she really just a C-rank hunter, he wonders, his brow furrowing deeply. His expression turns bitter as the realization hits him. No, she's at least B-rank, maybe even strong enough to rival an A-rank hunter. He watches her back, calculating. B-rank hunters who can maintain that kind of clean, relentless offensive are incredibly rare. Ga-in glares so hard his eyes nearly bulge, his heart filled with poisonous envy. She's too strong, he hisses inwardly. Damn it all. Do-jun walks over to Chae, offering a quiet word of encouragement. You did well. Despite her disheveled state, she flashes him a bright, triumphant smile. I think I've grown a little bit more, haven't I, she asks. Do-jun nods. Yes, I can see that. Jia-eun and Yu cautiously approach the pair. Still reeling from the shock, Jia-eun manages to choke out. You were amazing, she turns to him politely. Thank you. Then, with complete humility, she adds, but honestly, it wasn't anything special. Once you know their weakness, they're quite easy to take down. Jia-eun blinks, completely lost. Weakness? Chae's face lights up with a radiant, innocent smile. She explains that if you sever a merman's wrists, they lose all their strength. That's what the manager told me, she says simply. The two men stare at her, their mouths hanging open. They've never heard of such a tactic. Do-jun breaks the silence. Let's move out. Chae chirps happily and skips back to his side. A heavy silence settles over the damp cavern. Jia-eun hesitantly checks the corpse of a sea beast. Ga-in surveys the area, noting aloud, the number of mermen here is lower than usual. Only a few strong ones guarding the choke points. Yu sighs, his eyes dull with boredom. Let's just take it slow. We'll be fine. Suddenly, Yu glances to his left. Chae is still standing there. He asks in disbelief, Are you seriously wearing high heels? She waves her hands dismissively, a friendly smile on her face. Oh, don't worry about it. Just please, look after the manager for me. He needs to be handled with care. Do-jun. Do-jun, standing behind her, gives her a sharp glare. Yu frowns. Why? Is he injured somewhere? Do-jun sighs. I'm perfectly fine. I'm just here to observe from the back. Ga-in leans against the rocky wall, arms crossed, watching them talk. He thinks gloomily about how many unexpected variables keep popping up. He can already feel a massive headache coming on. He watches her laughing and chatting, his mind spinning with dark calculations. First, we deal with that female hunter, he plots. The three of them could likely take her down, but his face twists with cunning. He knows that in this environment, a direct confrontation might backfire. If that's the case, then a sinister smirk creeps across his face. Do-jun notices the look and calls out to him. Aren't you coming? Ga-in quickly masks his expression. Sorry, on my way. Their voices echo through the vast, gloomy shadows of the cave. They reach a dark, yawning abyss where the path splits in two. Jia-eun points decisively toward the tunnel on the right. This way. Do-jun glances toward the left path before speaking up. The left looks like a better option. Jia-eun immediately snaps back. Look, manager, I know this place inside out. Before he can finish his protest, Chae chimes in, siding with Do-jun. Agreed. Jia-eun remains stubborn, his voice rising. Hunter Chae, you have to go right. She looks back at him, completely nonchalant. The manager said left, so I'm going left. Jia-eun stands there, speechless and fuming. His temper flares, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. Ja-woo's jaw drops as he receives the notification that the armor reduction debuff on his opponent has been neutralized. He gasps. It was blocked? Then a gentle yet chilling voice echoes from Yi's lips. You boys don't seem to be in a very good mood, do you? She raises her blade, her face a mask of cold determination as she speaks. You're nothing but a pack of player killers. Panic instantly washes over Ja-woo and Yu. His hands grip the hilt, ready to strike back as he snarls. Damn it, just kill them. Suddenly, a powerful voice booms from behind Yi. Don't move. Her expression shifts to pure shock. In the blink of an eye, Ga-in has a knife pressed against Do-won's throat, hissing a threat. If you don't want to see this guy's head rolling on the floor, stay right where you are. Yi cries out in a panic. Manager! She curses her own carelessness. I should have protected the manager first, she thinks. Yet, Do-won remains eerily calm. He simply asks, What exactly do you think you're doing? Ga-in grins wickedly and replies, Because we have a very specific use for you. He tightens his grip on Do-won's neck, glaring at Yi. If you want to save his life, you'll stand there and wait. Worry flashes in her eyes. Yi doesn't dare move an inch against his orders. They drag Do-jun through the stone doors, leaving her kneeling helplessly outside. Yi screams out in desperation, "No! Manager, wait!" The four of them trek deeper into the cavern until something catches Ga-in's eye. It's Scictus, its massive maw hanging wide open. It bears rows of razor-sharp teeth, but instead of attacking, it abruptly snaps its mouth shut. Ga-in frowns in confusion. What the? Why is it acting like that? Suddenly, Ja-woo lets out a frantic shout. Ga-in turns annoyed. What is it now? He finds the man's eyes wide with terror. He stammers. The red line. It's gone. Ga-in freezes, stunned. Yu rushes over to see for himself, shouting, "What? How is that possible?" A system window pops up right in front of Ja-woo's bewildered face. It reads, "Special quest. The sacrifice has been completed." The man trembles, his voice cracking. How? How could this happen? Yu runs toward a nearby chest and lets out a choked gasp. The chest is open! Damn it all! Ga-in is spiraling, his mind racing for answers. Do-un lets out a soft, knowing chuckle. "I'm sure you're quite curious," Do-un says. "After all the effort you put into bringing 9 sacrifices here." Ga-in whips his head around, shocked. "What? You? How do you know about that?" Do-un explains, "You saw the item in the chest. Hunter Cha-yi is using it as we speak." A massive question mark hangs over Ga-in's head. Do-un continues, "Yesterday, right after our little chat, I came here." Fury twists Ga-in's features. "This is a great rift, you idiot. You can't just walk in whenever you feel like it." Do-un remains composed. "I thought the same thing," he replies. Losing all control, Ga-in lunges forward and grabs Do-un by the collar, screaming, "You bastard! Stop talking trash!" A provocative smirk plays on Do-un's lips. "I don't have time to argue with you. You haven't forgotten something, have you?" His eyes suddenly go dark, radiating a lethal chill. The only things that disappeared were the red line and the loot. Scictus is still very much here. At the mention of that name, Ga-in freezes solid. Suddenly, Scictus's colossal maw looms behind him, preparing to snap shut. In a split second, before he can even blink, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the cavern. Blood sprays like rain, leaving Ja-woo and Yu paralyzed with fear. Their jaws drop as they stammer. "No, no way." Do-un turns to leave, tossing a cold command to the beast. "Finish the rest, and I'll let you live." Scictus glares at the remaining 2, a low, guttural growl vibrating in its throat. It lunges toward them as they cower in absolute terror. The monster unhinges its jaws of death. Do-un walks away, his expression vacant despite the desperate screams for help. Outside, Yi collapses to the ground. She sobs brokenly, "Manager." Tears stream down her face as she drowns in guilt. "This is all my fault. I was supposed to protect you." Suddenly, a glowing red magic circle manifests around her wrist. Yi's eyes glaze over as she loses consciousness, mumbling, "I must protect him." Her nails dig violently into the earth, her voice dropping into a heavy, menacing tone. Her face goes dark with a manic intensity. "I'll kill every last one of them." Just then, Do-un steps outside. Seeing her there, he calls out, "Miss Cha-yi." When she doesn't respond, he leans down and taps her shoulder. "Miss Cha-yi, are you all right?" To his surprise, she snaps back to her normal self instantly. She looks up, gasping. "Manager," he nods. "Yes, it's me." She throws her arms around him, bursting into tears. Do-un gently strokes her hair, his voice softening. "Are you okay?" Yi whimpers. "Yes," burying her face in his chest. He comforts her. "I'm perfectly fine. See? Stop crying. Let's get out of here." She apologizes gloomily, but he places his hands on her shoulders. "Don't be like that. You worked hard today. I'll buy you something delicious to eat." Yi wipes her red, puffy eyes and nods. "Okay." Meanwhile, Do-un's mind drifts back to the power he felt earlier when she lost control. Her entire body had been radiating a violent, purple aura. What kind of monstrous power was that? He looks at his palm, filled with questions. The scene shifts to the city at night, where building lights sparkle like stars. Junhee is mopping the floor when she notices something strange. "Did we get a robot vacuum?" she asks. Aya stands proudly atop the machine and retorts, "No. This is my soulmate. We were destined to meet." She sighs. "Where did you drag this thing from now?" With a forced smile, she adds, "I hope the owner isn't frantically looking for it." The little one replies, "It has chosen to work with me." Junhee starts to argue, but taking things without Ayas cuts her off, barking an order at the robot. He glares back at her and declares, "This is the villain trying to break our bond. Attack!" He throws his tiny arms out wide. "Attack!" Junhee pretends to run away, laughing. Fine. Just make sure you take care of it. Also, why do you smell like that? Did you actually shower?" Isis replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, I used that dog soap you bought for me, sis." Junhee immediately dragged Isis into the bathroom to give him a proper scrubbing. She spoke to him gently as she worked. Long Long, you're stinking up the whole place. He sulked in the wash basin, grumbling, I hate baths. She coaxed him, promising, I'll let you play with the vacuum cleaner later if you're good, okay? Now, let's get you clean. A while later, Junhee stepped out with the vacuum cleaner only to find that Do-jun had returned. He looked at her and asked, What's going on? Are you busy with something? She walked over and greeted him politely. Oh, it's nothing, father. I was just giving Long Long a bath. Do-jun let out a weary sigh. How old is that thing? Can it even wash itself? Then, he added harshly, just throw him out. He's useless. Yas, still in the bathroom, heard everything. His shoulders slumped as a tiny tear escaped his eye. Junhee pleaded, Father, stop! Long Long can hear you! As Do-jun turned to leave, she quickly called out to stop him. Wait, father. Junhee flashed a shy, hopeful smile. If you're free tomorrow, could we go to the Hunter Festival together? He looked at her blankly. The Hunter Festival? She explained that it was a major event held every single year. Junhee's eyes sparkled with excitement as she told him they'd be showcasing and selling hunter gear and all sorts of items. There would even be live performances and combat competitions. And that's not all veteran hunters will be there giving out advice. Do-jun leaned his chin on his hand, looking deep in thought. Seeing his hesitation, she added softly, If you're too tired, we don't have to go. You've had such a long, hard day at work after all. But then, Do-jun smiled. Let's go. Junhee was stunned. Really? You mean it? Little did she know, he was following rule number 5 of 50 methods to be a great father. Do-jun reminded himself that to build a strong bond, they needed shared hobbies and cultural experiences. Overjoyed, Junhee made a finger heart with her hands. Thank you so much, father. Suddenly, Yas burst out of the bathroom, soaking wet and frantic. Me too! Me too! I want to go! I've been saving up every single penny just for this day. Seeing the mess, Do-jun didn't hesitate to give Yas a sharp kick. You're getting water all over my floor. Yas's dramatic, whiny wailing echoed through the entire apartment building. My precious money! The scene shifts to a freezing morning in the heart of the city. As Junhee and Do-jun stood amidst the massive, bustling crowd, she gasped, There are so many people. He nodded in agreement. You're right, this event is much bigger than I expected. Meanwhile, Yas was perched firmly on top of Junhee's head, grumbling, Sis, I have legs. I can walk on my own, you know. She wasn't having it, absolutely not. It's too crowded, you'll get trampled flat. Knowing exactly what was on his mind, she added, Besides, Long Long, you were planning to sneak off and buy snacks, weren't you? She had him figured out completely. Looking up at the little creature with a grin, she teased, I know you've been scavenging for spare change lately. You even found that old vacuum in the trash, didn't you? A tiny pouch of coins was tied tightly to Yas's back. He had worked so hard to save up for today. And so, the three of them made their way into the heart of the festival. Junhee told him cheerfully, If you're a good boy, I'll buy you whatever you want. Keep your savings for later. Yas's face lit up instantly. Really? For real? Do-jun then turned to her. Junhee, isn't he getting heavy? Give him to me, I'll carry him. She beamed back at him. Oh, no, he's not heavy at all, father. Yas frantically waved his hands, refusing the offer. He chimed in, No, master, she's doing just fine. A short while later, the three of them were seated at a table with 2 plates of mouth-watering ribs. Do-jun looked at her and asked, Is this what you wanted to eat? Junhee tilted her head, confused. But Yas, clutching 2 forks, cheered, Braised goblin ribs! This looks incredible. His eyes were wide with longing and he was practically drooling. I scavenge for this stuff sometimes, he confessed, but this is the first time I've ever had it cooked like this. He opened his mouth wide as Junhee fed him a bite. Here, you try it first, she said warmly. The moment the meat hit his tongue, Yas's expression transformed. He chewed enthusiastically, his eyes lighting up. He gave a big thumbs up. Seeing Do-jun hesitate, she encouraged him. Give it a try, father. Suddenly, a mangy, ugly little dog appeared, barking loudly and drawing everyone's attention. Poor thing. It looks like it's lost, Junhee noted. Yas looked at the dog with pure disdain. What the heck are you supposed to be? Some kind of monster? The dog just kept yapping. Losing his patience, Yas raised a tiny fist. Hey, scram before I make you. His roar was so fierce the dog went silent, paralyzed with fear. That's what I thought. You want a piece of me? Keep barking and see what happens. The dog took off running immediately. Junhee couldn't help but tease him. Maybe we should get a collar for Long Long too? I see so many pets on the street wearing them these days. Yas panicked instantly. Wait, hold on. I am not a pet. He hopped onto the table and patted his belly with pride. If we're being serious, I am a professional bodyguard hired to protect the assets and safety of both Master and Junhee. Am I right or am I right? She snapped. Get off the table. Do-jun paused with a rib halfway to his mouth. Wait a minute. Since you moved into my house, have you actually done anything besides raid my refrigerator? He stared at Yas with a deadpan expression. Every day, Junhee bathes you, plays with you, tucks you in, and feeds you. Who's protecting who exactly? Yas was stunned into silence, unable to argue. Do-jun turned back to the meal. Hurry up and eat. We have a lot more to see. Yas bowed his head. Yes, master. After you. Junhee and Yas followed behind him through the surging crowd. As it turned out, she wasn't joking. A sleek black collar was now fastened firmly around the little guy's neck. Yas sighed in defeat. I can tolerate the collar, but I draw the line at cheap accessories. Nothing low quality. She laughed. I got it. They soon passed two guys playing a carnival game. A brown-haired guy holding a toy gun groaned. Man, no luck. The orange-haired guy next to him laughed. Move over, let a pro handle this. He took a shot, but the bullet went wide. Dejected, the two of them walked away. The stall owner spotted Junhee and called out, Hey there, student, why not give it a try? Just hit 10 targets with this mana gun and you win. This mana gun can fire 3 shots at once. Yas was already reaching for his coin pouch. Junhee asked, How much for a game, sir? The man, owner Choi, replied with a greedy grin, 1,000,000 won. At that astronomical price, Junhee and Yas immediately backed away. Nope, let's go, Yas urged. I think we'll pass, sir. The man reached out, trying to lure them back. Wait, why the rush? The grand prize is an elder elf ring worth 800 million won. Seeing other people approach, he shifted his pitch. Oh man, 2 hunters just cleared it. Look, the prizes even include a buff potion worth 3 million. One of the newcomers looked skeptical. This isn't a scam, is it? Owner Choi laughed heartily. Of course not. I'd never do that. We run a completely honest business here, I promise. But as soon as they turned their backs, a devious smirk spread across his face. Heh, you're damn right it's a scam, he cackled internally. These targets are custom made. In fact, that final target was forged from the bones of an S-rank monster. His eyes turned cold and calculating. In the last 2 weeks, the best anyone's done is 5 hits. Even if the Sword Emperor Lee Kang-hyun himself showed up, he wouldn't stand a chance. But then, ignoring Junhee's frantic warnings, Do-jun slammed the money onto the counter. I'm in. He accepts the payment with both hands, nodding politely. Yes, sir, right away. Yas is fuming internally, certain they've just thrown their money down the drain again. The man preaches about saving and forces others to eat dog food, yet here he is, indulging in such a lavish spree. Yas tugs on Junhee's hair in a fit of rage, unable to contain himself. Living the high life, are we? This is infuriating. Junhee gasps, her voice filled with worry. Wait, isn't this way too expensive? Do-jun acts like he didn't hear a word and pulls the trigger. In an instant, the bullet vanishes into the blue target. Yas speaks up, completely dumbfounded and annoyed. Master, what on earth are you even shooting at? Lee Do-jun remains perfectly calm. Owner Choi walks over, wearing a fake, consoling smile. Oh dear, it looks like you didn't hit a single one. Tell you what, I'll give you a teddy bear as a consolation prize. Wait right here. I'll find a nice one for you. He ducks into the back to search, mumbling to himself about where he left the stuffed animals. Suddenly, his entire face freezes in pure shock. Every single target he had set up behind the scenes has been shattered into pieces. Owner Choi cries out in a panic. How? How did all of these get broken? Do-jun offers a gentle, innocent smile. Mr. Owner, my child doesn't need a teddy bear. Owner Choi's face turns pale as the realization hits him, and a wave of terror washes over him. Wait! According to the rules, what was the grand prize for this? He stands frozen in the room, his mind racing with the realization that he's only paid off half the loan he took to buy that elder elf ring. My life is over, he thinks, spiraling into despair. Lee Do-jun approaches him, his voice making the man jump out of his skin. Would a low-tier dexterity ring be all right then? Hearing those words, Owner Choi's face lights up with sheer relief. His eyes glisten, nearly tearing up from the overwhelming gratitude. Really? You mean it? He exclaims. Lee Do-jun then turns and hands the ring to Junhee. She slides it on, her face beaming with pure joy. Can I really have this, Dad? Lee Do-jun answers calmly. A simple thank you is enough. Junhee cries out in appreciation. Thank you, Dad. Yas holds out his hand helplessly, muttering under his breath. What about me? Give me something too. The three of them continue their walk, while Owner Choi and the brown-haired man from earlier watch them go in silence. The man, Sung-in, is still obsessed with the game. He turns to the owner and demands, Hey, let me try again. Why didn't I get a ring? The owner replies coldly, We're closed. Sung-in stands there, looking completely dazed. Owner Choi adds firmly, Just go. If that man ever comes back, I swear I'm quitting this business for good. He tosses a pink teddy bear at the guy and says, Take this and go play somewhere else. Sungin begrudgingly accepts it, but can't help asking if they have any other colors. Meanwhile, Junhee is still mesmerized by the ring on her finger. They eventually reach a large hall where a massive crowd is listening to a speaker on stage. As you all know, the rifts first appeared 10 years ago, the speaker announces. Yaz chimes in, "Dad, this place is like a history museum. Do you want to take a look around?" Do-jun turns to ask why, and Junhee explains with an excited smile, "It's all about hunters. If you listen, who knows? Maybe it'll help bring your memories back." Suddenly, she asks a question that catches him off guard. "Is your memory still not fully recovered, Dad?" Do-jun places a hand on his head, feigning a struggle. Still nothing yet. I guess I've just been too focused on work." As the three of them listen to the lecture, she continues, "And I'm the only one doing all the housework, cleaning, laundry, cooking, not to mention managing the entire budget." Do-jun responds warmly, "I truly feel at ease because you're here with me." Hearing this, Yas cuts in with his usual bluntness. "I thought Junhee was the maid, but she's actually just helping out?" His comment earns him a massive lump on his head, instant karma for his big mouth. In the middle of the vast hall, the host calls out, "Now for the first question. The very first rift in our country appeared at Mount Jeomjeong in the city of Busan. What was it called?" A voice shouts out from the crowd, "I know the answer, the first break." The host confirms it's correct and invites the winner up to claim their prize. Junhee sighs in admiration. "How lucky." Yaz leans down and whispers to her, "Can we go eat something? This place is boring." She replies, "All right, just wait a little longer, okay?" The program continues, mentioning a rift that appeared in a Busan apartment 3 years ago. Since it's a famous story, Junhee turns to Do-jun. "I think they're talking about masalas, right?" On the stage, a large display case holds a massive, terrifying monster claw. It's a chilling sight for everyone in the room. The host continues, "A rank 5 monster emerged, resulting in 857 deaths and 1,494 injuries. What you see here is one of its claws." Junhee shots a glare at Yas. "Little dragon, do you go around doing things like that?" He replies nonchalantly, "No way, only idiots would do something that stupid." But suddenly, Yas's mood shifts. His eyes well up with tears as he says sadly, "I miss home. I want to go back." Do-jun can't help but tease him. "Oh? You miss it so much you'd even give up Junhee's braised ribs?" Yas's excitement instantly vanishes. "Well, not that much. Besides, staying with Junhee is actually pretty fun." Junhee beams at the compliment. "I like staying with you too, little dragon." He gently suggests, "All right then, let's go check out the other exhibits." Do-jun points toward the right side of the hall. "There seems to be an event over there. Want to go see?" Yas throws his hands up, ready for action. "Let's go!" The three of them head toward the commotion. A lively group of people is gathered ahead. Do-jun squints, wondering to himself, "Wait, aren't those Mia, Dong-hyun, and Dong-ho talking over there?" He racks his brain trying to remember where he's seen them. Junhee spots them and squeals with excitement. "Look, it's the people from the Magi Guild." Now, he finally recognizes them. He asks her, "Do you want to get a picture with them?" She chirps, "I'd love to." Do-jun gives a gentle nod. "Go ahead. It's a special day after all." She bolts toward them like a lightning bolt, shouting back, "Thanks, Dad! Heart racing." She approaches Dong-hyun. Excuse me, could I take a photo with you?" He agrees with a friendly smile and calls out to his teammates, "Of course! Mia, come over here." Then Junhee waves frantically at Do-jun. "Dad, hurry up! Come take a picture with us." He shyly accepts, stepping into the frame. His mind is racing, wondering if they'll try to thank him again. Should I really be doing this? He thinks. Yaz is clearly displeased, but he joins the photo anyway. The 6 of them huddle together as someone yells, "Kimchi!" After the flash, Junhee bows politely. "Thank you so much!" Mia waves back cheerfully, saying goodbye. Dong-hyun adds, "No problem at all. We're just happy you're interested in the Magi Guild." She responds enthusiastically, "I'm a huge fan." Do-jun watches from the side, judging him silently. "Give me a break. Since when was that pathetic loser ever the friendly type?" He then turns to Junhee. "Is there anywhere else you want to go? Or should we grab a bite and rest?" He watches their retreating figures as they walk away. Mia shouts excitedly, "Dong-hyun, look!" Seeing him staring intensely at the group, she asks if something is wrong. He speaks up, his voice filled with doubt. That voice, it sounds so familiar. "Wait!" he shouts, making Do-jun and Junhee turn around. Do-jun's voice is icy as he asks, "How can I help you?" Dong-hyun looks dead serious. He asks, "Are you Kim Hyun-woo?" Hearing that name, Dong-ho's eyes widen as he gasps. "Kim Hyun-woo? He's Kim Hyun-woo." Mira stands there, stunned. Junhee is equally shocked. She remembers the business card from before and thinks, Kim Hyun-woo. Yas leans into her ear and whispers, "We don't have time for this, Junhee. There's a restaurant downstairs." Immediately, Junhee covers his mouth to hush him. Shh, be quiet. She turns to Do-jun and asks, "Is something wrong, Dad?" He remains calm and replies, "I'm not sure." Then Do-jun addresses the man. "I'm sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. I am not Kim Hyun-woo." This leaves Dong Hyun frozen. He lowers his head slightly in disappointment and mutters, "I apologize. I must have been mistaken. That is all." Do-jun turns to leave with a pleasant smile. "No problem." Junhee gives a polite final bow. Behind them, Mira exclaims, "You said he was Kim Hyun-woo?" Dong-ho speaks up. "But he said he wasn't." She snaps back. "That's exactly why he's wearing that mask to hide his identity. You idiot." Suddenly, a voice from behind makes Dong Hyun turn around. "Could you take a photo with my kids?" He sighs but then smiles and replies, "Of course." Soon, they're all posing for a picture with the two children. Dong Hyun watches their retreating figures, thinking to himself, "I'm certain we'll meet again, if fate allows." On the television, a dialogue plays out. "Mother, isn't Dong-gu my son? Son-in-law Jiang, what on earth are you talking about?" Junhee watches, her jaw dropping at the drama. Meanwhile, Do-jun approaches Yas, his tone like an interrogation. "Where did you pick up this piece of junk?" "Wah." Yas holds his head high. "My precious body can't be expected to walk everywhere." His face is expressionless as he points forward. "We've got this guy at home, and outside, we've got Junhee. It's perfect." Seeing Do-jun clench his fist, Yas realizes he's in trouble. "Is Junhee your personal car?" Yas bolts instantly. He carefully shields her, acting protective. Junhee is watching her movie. We have to be quiet. On the screen, a character lines up a dramatic reveal. Son-in-law Jiang. The truth is, Dong-gu is my son. Out here, Yas stuffs his face with food. "What? Seriously? This is way too cold. It's not good at all." His critique leaves her flustered. "Huh? I thought it was delicious." The character's voice continues. "Kimchi. Bring the kimchi here or I'll kill everyone." Junhee's eyes suddenly shift. "Wait. Dad, why are you wearing a suit?" Do-jun looks a bit awkward and tries to explain. "No, it's just, I have some business to take care of." Suddenly, a news flash interrupts the TV. Breaking news. A massive rift has just appeared in the Gumian mountain range. Junhee watches her show get cut off, her voice trembling. "What? They're blocking my movie." Yas remembers something. "Master, if it's Mount Gumian, isn't that right near here?" The question makes him sigh in frustration. "Yeah, what a pain." Junhee moves toward the window with Yas, looking out into the distance. Just as Do-jun's phone begins to ring, he quietly turns away to answer. "Yes, senior." "Understood. I'm on my way." Watching his figure fade into the distance, she starts to feel uneasy. Somewhere else, an eerie red light pulses from the massive rift. Minji stands there observing, her mind racing. Every few hours, this portal doubles in size. Without hesitation, Minji pulls up the system. The data makes her blood run cold. The numbers are climbing relentlessly. The readings are spiking. It's already over 2,000. The rift wave index hits 2,083. "Please, no. The Masala's incident was only at 2,200. As if sensing something, Min glances back. A crowd of people has appeared out of nowhere. Currently, the most hunters they can gather is about 100, and most of them are only A or B rank. Jin Yu, standing in the group, is breaking out in a cold sweat. "We have S ranks too. Senior Min Hyuk got lucky. Plus, with Hunter Kwok Ho, that makes 7 S ranks in total." He watches the gathering crowd, but morale is at an all-time low. Everyone is crushed by the sheer scale of the rift, and the raid hasn't even begun. An idea flashes through his mind. Jin Yu speaks up. Just when the By Him Guild and Sword King Lee Kang-yoon are away, a rift with such insane stats appears, but his face suddenly darkens. First, he needs to give his bank password to his mother, just in case. That night, at a sprawling temporary command center near Mount Gumian, from a computer screen, a voice greets them. "What's the situation?" Min Hyuk steps forward to respond. "We finished deploying our forces. We're currently standing by at the temporary strategic zone. The man on the other end is Yang Cheon. You know how it is, right? This operation is extremely dangerous. We will proceed with the civilian evacuation and contain the rift." He continues to push. "We must prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario." "I understand," Min Hyuk replies, feeling the pressure. "I will take that into consideration." As Yang Cheon speaks, an image of the rift appears. "The Masala's Guild can't help us this time. Your Icarus Guild is the key to this mission. You must succeed." Yang Cheon emphasizes further. "Inside that rift, you're the sole commander-in-chief. Can you handle this?" Only silence follows from Min Hyuk. Outside, an eerie alarm begins to blare. The entire city is under a state of emergency. This is the Rift Containment Monitoring Department of the Hunter Management Bureau. Following our observations, we have issued a rift alert for the newly appeared portal. The announcement echoes through the air. If you hear this warning, please move to the nearest underground shelter immediately, following the instructions of the authorized personnel. The news reaches Min Hyuk. We will broadcast further updates shortly. After a moment of hesitation, he makes his decision. I will do my absolute best. Minji overhears everything. Her face is filled with worry for him. Through the screen, Yang Qian stresses. According to the intel I've received, this rift has been fractured for over 2 hours. The accuracy of this report is 70%. He narrows his eyes even further. Zorka failed to stop this breach. Monsters will flood the streets of Seoul. Yang Cheon's voice is heavy as he stares at Min Hyuk through the screen. This could be a disaster far more devastating than the Masalas incident. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we must stop this rift. Minji huddles outside the room. He continues, I'll send you the entry codes. Wait until then. Finally, he has no choice but to accept. Yes, I understand. Pressing herself against the wall, she clutches a card tightly. The scene shifts back to Do-jun Lee, Do-jun's house. I'll be back in a bit, he says. Junhee watches him from behind, her expression serious. Are you leaving because of the news, Dad? As he strides toward the door, he reports back. I have to head to the office first. I'll know more once I get there. Suddenly, the news report blares out. The rift's wave index has now exceeded 2,000. Following the Masalas event, which measured at 2,200, the current index for this rift is the highest ever recorded. Yas points a finger at his chest and declares, Master isn't going to the office, he's heading straight for the rift, isn't he? If I go there, I'll wrap this up in no time. He offers blankly. Maybe. I should go too. Do-jun Lee Do-jun flinched in surprise. You? He looked bewildered, stroking his chin as if considering it. But looking at Yas, Do-jun Lee Do-jun shook his head. No, that won't work. You going there would only make things more chaotic. He walked toward the door alone. Besides, Hunter Lee Kang-han is already there. I have to head to City Hall, so you need to stay here and protect Junhee, okay? Do-jun Lee Do-jun looked back, emphasizing his words. I'm coming straight home the moment I finish work. If the house is trashed or if Junhee gets a single scratch. He paused for a beat. Well, I'm sure you know what happens next, right? Stepping out, Do-jun Lee Do-jun barked an order. Lock the door behind me. Yas waved back. Yes, sir. Understood. Junhee watched him go, reluctant to part. Be careful, Daddy. Meanwhile, the streets outside were buzzing with life. His phone rang and he picked up. Do-jun Lee Do-jun greeted Minji politely. Yes, this is Hunter Han Minji. She looked down sadly. Manager, I have a favor to ask of you. Would that be all right? But he hung up on her immediately. Inside a deserted headquarters hallway, she murmured, I'm sure the manager already knows. The S-rank Great Rift in Gumi has opened. Minji rushed forward. If it ruptures, every monster inside will come pouring out. We only have 2 hours left. Keeping her head down, she explained the plan. We intend to go inside and stop them from the source. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun listened intently and replied softly, I see. Following the corridor, Minji whispered, Normally, a rift above S-rank would be led by Senior Lee Kang-han as the commander-in-chief. On the other end of the line, he listened in silence. But right now, he's raiding the deepest part of another rift. He won't be back for another 3 weeks. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun took long strides forward. By Director Jung Young-jae's order, Senior Kang Min-hyuk has been appointed as the commander-in-chief for this rift. The clock struck midnight. We have 11 combat teams, and 7 of the captains are S-rank hunters. A schematic of the hunters appeared as Minji spoke. The rest are A-rank, and the lowest-ranked members are B-rank. She stood alone in the middle of the hallway. If we give it our absolute all, clearing an S-rank rift isn't impossible. But Minji stared into the void. This isn't like the Marseille incident. I'm afraid many will lose their lives this time, she whispered, her voice heavy with sorrow. Mr. Do-jun Lee Do-jun? On his end, he responded, Yes, I'm listening. Silence filled the air as streetlights illuminated the surroundings. Do-jun Lee Do-jun sat on a park bench, his gaze drifting aimlessly. After a moment, he sprang to his feet. Sigh. Do-jun Lee Do-jun started walking away. He dialed a number. What is it? He asked, getting straight to the point. Senior, I'm sorry, but I can't make it there right now. Kang Min-hyuk, holding a stack of papers, replied, I know, the department head told me. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun quickly checked his schedule. I'll head over as soon as I'm finished. Standing by the printer, Min-hyuk nodded. Right. See you later. But his mind was racing. We're the situation monitoring room. This is a real-world crisis for everyone in charge. After finishing the call, Do-jun Lee Do-jun tucked his phone away. He looked up at the moon. He must have his reasons for hiding his true power. But just this once, I'm begging you. As Do-jun Lee Do-jun walked forward, Minji's voice echoed in his head. Do-jun Lee Do-jun, please be our commander. Please, save my comrades. Back at the headquarters, Kang Min-hyuk leaned against a wall, covering his face in despair. A voice suddenly startled him. Senior Kang Min-hyuk! Min-ji approached him. The director assigned you as the commander, didn't he? Realizing she already knew, he asked, "You heard?" Min-ji spoke up firmly. "If you'll allow it, senior, I'd like to nominate someone else for the commander-in-chief position." Her words left him stunned. "What?" After a moment of silence, Min-hyuk repeated, "Who? Lee Do-jun?" He stared at her, incredulous. "Han Min-ji, are you joking with me right now?" Min-ji bowed her head slightly in affirmation. "I am completely serious." Hearing that, he pressed further. "And you think the other hunters will actually believe this?" Her eyes were filled with unwavering determination. "No, they won't. That's why you and I need to make sure our stories match." Min-ji insisted it should be framed as director Jung Young-jae's order, but Kang Min-hyuk snapped at her. "Do you even realize what you're saying? Besides, how could a guy like him possibly pull this off?" Min-ji dropped another bombshell. "He'll be here any minute." His face paled in panic. "No, what is wrong with today?" But she had already made up her mind, ignoring his protests. The die was cast. A voice rang out. "Hello there." The arrival of the third person left him speechless. Wait, he actually showed up? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun offered a calm smile. "Yes." Kang Min-hyuk rushed over. "Thank you for making the time, manager." He suddenly straightened up, his eyes filled with scrutiny. "But I have to ask, did you really come here to take command?" Do-jun Lee. Do-jun simply pointed behind him. "If I'm not needed, I'll just head back to City Hall." But Min-ji immediately barked at her senior. "Senior!" Her intense expression made him jump. "Did you just yell at me?" Do-jun. Lee Do-jun ignored the bickering and approached Min-ji. "When are we entering the rift?" she informed him. "Per the director's orders, we move in now," she continued. "We have to get inside before the monsters break out. We'll be entering in about 1 hour and 30 minutes. Suddenly, a noise put all three on high alert. "Who's there?" Jin-woo stepped in from outside. "Civilians aren't allowed in here." Min-ji immediately introduced him. "This is Lee Do-jun, the rift manager from the Seoul City Hall. He will be commanding this operation." Jin-woo gasped. "What?" A moment later, Do-jun Lee Do-jun stepped outside. Jin-woo's shouting echoed after him. "Are you kidding me right now?" The man's voice made Do-jun Lee Do-jun sink into deep thought. "Even an S-rank hunter couldn't handle this. We're all going to die." But Min-ji remained firm. "This is a direct order from the director." The more she reasoned, the louder he yelled. "Has the director lost his mind? The other hunters will never agree to this. Their morale is already at rock bottom." Inside the room, Kang Min-hyuk slammed his hand on the table. "He's right. I want to know too." He gritted his teeth. Why on earth would he give such an order? Min-ji stayed silent. Suddenly, Do-jun Lee Do-jun peeked his head in. "Hunter Han Min-ji, I need to go prepare for a moment." Kang Min-hyuk looked confused. "Huh?" As he left the headquarters, Do-jun Lee Do-jun added, "You guys keep discussing. I'll be inside shortly." His casual attitude left the three of them bewildered. "What? He's just gonna do whatever he wants? Unbelievable." Min-hyuk scowled. "Damn it, back at the massive rift." He stood outside for a moment. "First, I need to scout the interior." Without another word, Do-jun Lee Do-jun lunged straight into the rift. Under a brilliant red sky filled with floating rocks stretching into infinity, Do-jun Lee Do-jun pressed forward. He vaulted over the heads of goblins and perched on a mountain peak, letting them scramble to find him. Do-jun Lee Do-jun pulled out his phone. The number of monsters in an S-rank rift is no joke. But it's not like they're all S-rank, right? Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Huh?" Do-jun Lee. Do-jun scrutinized a particular creature. It was a blasting goblin, and it caught his eye. "Is that not just a normal goblin?" He tossed a stone at its head. It looked incredibly stupid. Hit by the rock, the blasting goblin squealed in pain. Gah! It turned its head and spotted Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Uh-oh, it found me. The monster immediately started clawing its way up the mountain, desperate to settle the score. "Hey, you can't climb that, you idiot." Suddenly, the goblin's eyes bulged. "Wait?" Do-jun Lee Do-jun was caught off guard as a massive explosion rocked the area. Luckily, he was fast enough to leap away just in time. As the smoke cleared, a giant crater remained. Do-jun Lee Do-jun wiped away a bead of sweat and exhaled. What was that? An explosion like that? The other hunters might actually be in serious trouble. He glanced back and sped away. He had to get out of there. Do-jun Lee Do-jun leaped right over the goblin's head, repositioning himself. Suddenly, a club swung down, and he barely managed to evade the deadly blow. It was an attack from a giant goblin. It gnashed its teeth, eyes tracking his blade, but Do-jun Lee Do-jun had already vanished. As expected, these monsters were nowhere to be found in the official encyclopedia. If they were listed, the danger rating would be off the charts. He sprinted for a moment, feet pounding the earth, when Do-jun Lee Do-jun's eyes suddenly widened. Now what was happening? A flash of pink light erupted from behind the cliffs, followed by a massive explosion. He braced himself, feet digging in. Do-jun Lee Do-jun smirked. It seemed an S-rank rift really was on a different level. That night, at the massive Hunter Management Bureau headquarters, Director Yang Cheon frowned. What is it? Is there a problem? Min Hwan shook his head slightly. No, not exactly. He got straight to the point. The rift's fluctuation index has been steadily dropping, so the collapse window has been extended by another 15 minutes. Yang Qian glared. And, your point is? Min Hwan laid out the two possibilities as rift and monster data filled the screens. Either the rift is self-destructing, or the number of monsters inside is plummeting. He emphasized the point. But if it's the first one, all the fluctuation indices should be crashing hard. Yang Qian narrowed his eyes. He finally saw the problem. I see. The director ordered the operation to proceed as planned, but Min Hwan hesitated. But what about the commander-in-chief? Yang Qian snapped. Huh? Is there an issue? Min Hwan quickly shook his head. No, sir, nothing. As you ordered, we will commence the operation in 30 minutes. Later, inside the briefing room. 30 minutes until we move out? Minji nodded. Yes. Without Do-jun there, Kang Min-hyuk was fuming. Where the hell did Lee Do-jun go anyway? He's been gone for an hour. His constant whining was getting on Minji's nerves. Lee Do-jun needs to realize the reality of the situation. For all we know, he probably turned tail and ran. She finally exploded. The manager isn't that kind of person. If he were, he never would have come here in the first place. Kang Min-hyuk snarled back. Why are you always raising your voice at me? He pointed a finger right in her face. And how do you even know that? Are you two that close or something? Min-hyuk screamed. No. Calling him here out of the blue was, suddenly, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun appeared. Thanks for the concern, but I'm not going anywhere. Hearing his voice, Min-hyuk's skin crawled. He hadn't felt a single trace of the man's presence behind him. As Kang Min-hyuk stood frozen, Do-jun Lee Do-jun handed over a stack of documents. Miss Min, time is short, so I couldn't print many copies. Please get these to the team captains. She nodded quickly. Yes! In the corner, Min-hyuk's lips trembled. I, Kang Min-hyuk, have been a professional hunter for 8 years, ranked 7th. Min-hyuk was stunned. He couldn't even sense someone standing right behind him. Was he just too stressed? No, that was impossible. He stole a nervous glance at Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Who exactly was this guy? Do-jun Lee Do-jun asked. When do we enter the rift? Minji updated him. In about 30 minutes. Do-jun Lee Do-jun made a request. I'll give a brief summary. Please gather everyone for me. She was taken aback. Huh? A moment later, Do-jun Lee Do-jun stood before the crowd. The other hunters whispered, I heard he's the commander-in-chief. Another mutters under his breath. Yang Ho scoffs. So, they're just telling us to go die? Another hunter complained. This was the director's order. Damn that old man and his double chin. They suddenly burst out shouting. Stop messing with us! Bring Hunter Kang Min-hyuk here! Minji flinched at the outburst. He's just going to give a quick brief. Everyone, please focus. Do-jun Lee Do-jun listened in silence. What was there even to say in a mess like this? Where's Hunter Kang Min-hyuk? Without wasting words, Do-jun Lee Do-jun opened his mouth. Everyone, his voice boomed, cutting through the noise and shocking the crowd into silence. He tilted his head up, his voice cold. I will now begin the briefing. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's presence made Min-hyuk jump. Min-hyuk gaped. Was Yang Ho already being suppressed? Did his own defensive skills just trigger? Seeing the room quiet down, Do-jun Lee Do-jun spoke. Thank you for your attention. He looked back. Please distribute these prints to each team captain. Minji nodded immediately. Yes! She rushed to hand out the papers. Here you go. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun began the details. What I've given you is a map of the rift's interior. The crowd gasps. What? Bag slung over his shoulder. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun continued. I have divided the operation zone into 9 sections, from Ane, Atu, all the way to Anin. He calmly listed the attack order. Yang Ho interrupted. I have a question. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun nodded politely. Go ahead. Yang Ho hit him with it. What proof do we have that this is actually a map of this rift? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun stayed firm. If I told you I've already been inside, you probably wouldn't believe me anyway, right? Any other questions? Ignored. Yang Ho was left speechless. What? Kang Min-hyuk found an opening. Manager Lee Do-jun, you need to give us a real answer. He lowered his gaze, his voice heavy. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Kang Min-hyuk stepped forward. And I'm very curious. Who are you, really? Do-jun Lee Do-jun brushed it off. I'll tell you later if there's a chance. Shifting focus, he looked up. Bureau employees can use an app called the Rift Management System. Do-jun Lee Do-jun's face remained calm and composed. This app finds info on registered rifts, including the S-rank rift on Mount Gusen. All that data is right here on the tablet I'm holding. Thinking he was lying, Yang Ho exploded. You think we're just going to believe that? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun nodded cheerfully. Yes. His attitude only made Min-hyuk angrier. Don't screw with us. We're putting our lives on the line for this mission. Every eye in the room was fixed on him with rage. Sensing their fear, Do-jun Lee Do-jun spoke softly. I understand. You're all feeling confused. This is the most difficult rift since the Masalas incident. Do-jun slid his hand into his pocket. A mere civil servant acting as commander, handing out a few pages of a map. I get it. He pulled out some papers. After all, this map hasn't been officially verified. Entrusting your lives to me is inherently unfair to you. Do-jun continues. But right now, no one here can guarantee the success of this operation. No one! And yet, some of you are already jumping to the conclusion that we're all going to die. Minji looked on, her mind racing. After a moment, Do-jun fell silent. He looked up, eyes fixed on the rift. But even so, only if you believe in me can I lead you to victory. A tremor shook the ground. Again! Standing tall among them, he declared, all you have to do is trust me. Do-jun's gaze turned razor sharp. I will take full responsibility for your lives. Back at the rift's entrance, everyone was assembled. Jin-woo stared at the paper, shocked. This is real. Everything from the terrain to the monsters inside is perfectly accurate. Over the comms, Min-hyuk heard. Team A, consisting of squads 1 and 5, will operate in Zone A7. Minji's headset crackled too. Team B, squads 6 and 10, take Zone Anin. Standing in the center, Do-jun commanded. I want Squad 11 in charge of essential supplies to follow Team A. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. A moment later, he leads the charge as Team A moves out. Jin-yu takes point as Team B begins their advance. Burning with energy, Min-hyuk looks back at Do-jun, who stands perfectly still, observing the scene. Seeing Min-hyuk hesitate, a team member signals to him. Captain, aren't you going? Everyone is waiting for you. Do-jun's voice crackles through his earpiece. Senior, it's that familiar tone. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when we return. Moving deep into the rift, Min-hyuk lunges from above, staff in hand, striking like a demon. The sudden move leaves Yang-ho frozen in shock. Is he insane? Does he really think a surprise attack will work, or has he lost his mind? Just then, an update comes in. Team A has already engaged the enemy. Jin-yu is stunned. What? Kang Min-hyuk is already in the thick of it? He really refuses to lose. Well, we won't be outdone either. Team B surges forward, determined to send every monster back to hell. The enemies hold the high ground, causing Do-jun to let out a heavy sigh. Fine, let's just get this over with quickly. Elsewhere, Yang Cheon stares in disbelief. Who on earth is commanding them? The battle is fierce. Min-hyuk strikes with fury while the hunters roar in defiance. Die! Push forward! He swings his fist, unleashing a terrifying burst of raw power. The battlefield is pure chaos as Min-hyuk delivers a series of lethal slashes. Die for me! The sheer destructive force leaves Yang-ho in awe, as expected of Kang Min-hyuk. A moment later, he spits on the ground, exhaling sharply. Man, that was exhausting. Looks like it's handled. The two depart in victory. Team A, sweep area A7. Do-jun receives the report and nods. You've all worked hard. Everyone, fall back to area A8. The team follows his lead without question. Understood, we're moving. Yang-ho looks at Min-hyuk and grins. If I were the director, I'd make you commander-in-chief right now. That old man has no idea what's actually happening down here. But Min-hyuk quickly shuts him down. Stop talking nonsense and focus on the battle! Yang-ho grits his teeth and sighs. Good grief, you really have no heart, do you? Secretly, Min-hyuk is glowing inside, replaying Do-jun's promise of a meal. Suddenly, Do-jun's voice rings out over the sounds of exploding goblins. Everyone, stop right there. I need to point out some critical details for what's coming next. He points toward a creature below. That black goblin down there. It's a bomber. It will attack us with explosions. Do-jun emphasizes the danger. Even with our protective armor, a blast at close range will be fatal. You must remember this. Jin-yu stares at the massive goblin, lost in thought. With the warning delivered, Do-jun turns to leave. Fortunately, it doesn't attack first. As long as you keep your distance, we'll be fine. Let's keep moving. Do-jun leads the long line of hunters toward a shimmering light. He signals for a halt. This line is a lightning trap. Step on it and you die instantly. Watch your feet. Yang-ho remains skeptical. Is it really a trap? No one has even stepped on it yet. Sensing his doubt, Do-jun tosses a stone forward. You don't need to step on it to see for yourself. A terrifying explosion erupts instantly. Two hunters share a look of pure dread, knowing that touching that line means certain death. Would even an S-rank die? Yang-ho falls silent as Do-jun continues. But the biggest problem isn't the bomber goblins or the lightning traps. Yang-ho ponders his words as a dark shadow looms in the distance. The lightning trap goblin appears. Do-jun instantly recognizes the one-eyed monstrosity. That's an S-rank. I expect everyone to take it down in a single strike. He carries the weight of their hope. Its attack power is massive, but it moves slowly. It's a risk worth taking. Imagine what we can achieve if we coordinate perfectly. Do-jun, Lee, Do-jun turns back, searching the crowd. Does anyone have a skill to slow it down? A young man steps forward. It's not exactly a skill, but I have a steel net gun. The case for the net gun snaps open. Fire the sticky net. It should be enough to hinder its movement. Do-jun Lee Do-jun instructs him firmly. That's all I need you to do. How many rounds do you have? I have 6, the young man replies. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun nods. That's plenty. He turns his gaze forward, the massive silhouette of the lightning trap goblin towering over him. Let the hunt begin. Within the vast expanse of the rift, Min-hyuk and Yang-ho take cover behind the rocks while Team A prepares for a frontal assault. On the other side, Jin-yu is already in position. Team B handles the flanks and the rear, supported by an elite sniper squad. The shooters will blind the giant and pick off any smaller monsters drawn in by the noise. The plan to conquer the lightning trap goblin is set. The 3 o'clock direction is surrounded by traps, so we must hold our defensive line there. The primary targets are the bomber goblins approaching the front line. Standing tall, he makes his final announcement. Lastly, I will personally lead Team 11. Now, move out. At the command, Min-hyuk charges. The lightning trap goblin senses them instantly, swinging its massive club down toward the hunters. Sniper fire rains down on the beast like a storm. Taking the opening, Min-hyuk slashes forward. Keep it cornered, don't let it breathe. A dozen slashes mar the creature's hide. Next, Yang-ho unleashes a barrage of heavy punches. The goblin's eyes bulge in agony, but its terrifying glare sends a shiver down Yang-ho's spine. Wait, was I being too arrogant? A sudden backhand swipe sends him flying. Yang-ho clings to the cliffside in terror. Damn it, how are we supposed to kill this thing? Suddenly, glowing green nets shoot out, entangling the monster's legs. Min-hyuk is caught off guard. Great, we've managed to bind it. He grits his teeth, now is the moment. Min-hyuk lunges into a prime position, his blade aimed straight for the creature's eye. If we take out its vision, we win. This is the finishing blow. Suddenly, the goblin reaches out to grab him, but Minji intercepts. Focus on the target. She glides past, her blade slicing through the monster's hand. Min-hyuk lets out a soft laugh. Who's teaching who now? With a powerful downward strike, he pierces the monster's eye. The goblin's agonizing scream makes Yang-ho turn pale. What now? A swarm of bomber goblins rushes in, only to be cut down by gunfire. Damn it, there are more and more of them. A voice crackles over the radio in panic. We can't hold the line much longer. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun signals Team 11. Advanced gear is deployed instantly. All supplied items are nearly gone. Don't hold back, fire everything you've got. They aim directly at the bomber goblins. A chaotic explosion follows, filled with the desperate screams of the monsters. Moments later, silence returns to the rift. Min-hyuk and Yang-ho emerge, their faces battered and scratched. Panting heavily, Min-hyuk looks around. No casualties. Can we actually pull this off? From the distance, Do-jun Lee Do-jun's voice echoes. Just a little further, everyone. We're almost there. He approaches with a calm intensity. Now we only need to eliminate one more, and this rift will be closed for good. A massive, jagged axe towers over them, leaving everyone frozen in fear. A masked young man trembles. We never stood a chance. We can't clear this rift. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun stands his ground, staring coldly at the monster before them, Manhwa. The beast opens its eyes, its gaze locked onto the group. A system notification blares. Select the first challenger to face Titan Manhwa. Only 5 people are permitted to enter the boss room, leaving Jin-yu and Yang-ho in utter disbelief. If one person falls, the rest are forcibly expelled from the rift. The system emphasizes every word. Failing to defeat Manhwa within 1 hour spells certain doom. The consequences are laid out in chilling detail. The hunters will be dragged out of the rift by Manhwa's relentless army. The man's eyes widen in terror. It's all over. Whether they have 5 people or 100, there's no winning against a thing like this. Stabbing his sword into the dirt, Min-hyuk tallies their strength. S-rankers Lim, Kwak-ho, Han Minji, himself, and finally, walking in from the distance, Lee Do-woon. He glances at the 3 hunters, Jin-woo, Kwak-ho, and Han Min, signaling them to prepare for the strike. Minji's eyes sparkle as she nods, ready for action. Confused by Do-woon's calm demeanor, he asks, Lee Do-woon, do you actually have a plan? Standing at the edge of the cliff, the young man stares intensely at the entrance marked by the yellow line. All 5 are ready. Once the challenger team is selected, everyone else vanishes, forcibly ejected from the rift's core. Jin-woo is stunned, his fists clenching tight. Our goal is to buy time, he says. The rest is up to you, manager. The older man feigns composure, asking coolly, is that what you really think? I have no regrets about a life spent giving my all. I believe we'll win. When this is over, we're definitely hitting a gukbat place for some drinks. Yang-ho forces a strained smile. Why does an office worker have to suffer like this? After all, he's not even a hunter. Then, the manager speaks up. No matter how I look at it, I can't find a way, Do-won says, his expression turning ice cold. For the 5 of you to beat this titan without me, that is. Min Hee-wook watches him, a seed of doubt growing. Is he hiding his true power? Suddenly, Mananook looms closer. Are we really supposed to fight that? A notification flares. Titan Mananook has broken the seal. Jin-woo gulps, realizing the nightmare has begun. Tears stream down his face as he bids his beautiful life goodbye. Then the system updates. You are under the influence of Mananook's divine power. Panic sets in as the status immobilized flashes. Min Hee-wook gasps. What the? The system screams. Skills cannot be used. Yang Ho grits his teeth, screaming, this is a total scam. How are we supposed to fight if we can't even move? Above them, Mananook's massive axe swings down, its lethal edge inches from their necks. Minji closes her eyes, bracing for the end, as a void of silence fills the air. After a long moment, she trembles and opens her eyes to a miracle. Do-won has stopped the blow with his bare hands. Manager! The shock doesn't stop there. Do-won crushes the axe head with his grip and tosses it aside like trash. Mananook is stunned, its divine power has been shattered. Movement returns to their limbs. Skill access is restored. Min Hee-wook stares at the young man in disbelief. How is this even possible? Do-won glances back, his gaze landing on Yang Ho's shoulder. Are you recording this? He demands. Delete it. Now. Min runs over from behind. Just this once, okay? As Hunter Han-min speaks, Do-won slams his foot down. Power erupts from his body. He raises a hand, and a surge of violet energy rips through the air, making even the Titan recoil in fear. He and Jin-woo stand jaw-dropped. Min is frozen like a statue, while the other man can only gasp in pure awe. This shouldn't be possible. With a single, sharp motion, he thrusts his hand forward. A flash of light splits Mananook in two. The beast lets out a final, agonizing roar before dissolving into a pool of blood. Everyone stares, speechless. Rift conquered. Minji is still reeling. As the rift collapses, the challengers are warped out. She suddenly remembers something. Wait, Manager Yang Ho, where did he go? Did he just leave on his own? Jin-woo wonders. Min Hee-wook closes his eyes, letting out a breath. He probably just cleared the place and left. Let's head back ourselves. He looks at the other 3. Come on, move it. We have a mountain of reports to file. The chatter begins as they walk away. Miss Min, how about a drink after work? But Min shuts them down. Sorry, I have plans. Their faces fall, while Min Hee-wook just sighs. Meanwhile, night falls over the city. Yoon-hee, Dad's finished for the day. Want me to pick up something to eat? He smiles into the phone. Pizza, master. Yang chirps, only for Do-won to snap. Yang, shut it. On the streets, the news blares. The government has officially lifted the emergency order. People chat nearby. You like kimchi stew? Nice. Do we have any canned tuna left at home? The sky is deep ink now. All right, I'll be home soon. Back at the apartment, Do-won sets down a bowl. Eat up, Yang. The creature's tail wags furiously, eyes glued to the food. Oh my god, this looks amazing. He takes a bite of the meat. Do-won's cooking is the absolute best. Ignoring him, Yoon-hee looks downcast. I wonder when Dad will be back. Yang makes a cheeky suggestion that irritates her. Master probably won't be back tonight. Why don't I just finish this for you? He reaches for the bowl. No way. You already had your portion. She holds on tight. I'm just kidding. And don't worry about him. Master is basically invincible. She narrows her eyes. Really? He looks at her innocently. Of course. You saw it too, right? He's a monster. I mean, he gestures wildly. His power is just on another level. Yoon-hee finally smiles. I know. There's plenty of spicy chicken stew left, so go ahead and have more. He immediately hoards the bowl. For real? You mean it, sis? You better not take it back. Suddenly, a faint tremor shakes the building. She gasps. What was that? An earthquake? He hugs his bowl, grumbling. Almost lost a piece of chicken there. A breaking news alert flashes on the screen. A dragon has appeared in the Bangbei area of Seocho district. It's identified as a species similar to the masalas that devastated Busan 3 years ago. Another violent quake hits. The chicken stew flies into the air and splashes all over him. Yang trembles, his fury boiling over. My spicy chicken stew! His fists shake with rage. Damn it! You don't mess with a man while he's eating. He smashes through the door and takes flight. You're dead meat. He ignores Yoon-hee's screams to stop. Yang, where are you going? Seeing the chaos, she chases after him. Why does everything go wrong whenever Dad isn't here? High above the city, the dragon Carcia descends. It scans the area with a cold gaze, spotted by Cheon-soo and Hee-soo. The Meza Guild arrives on the scene. That was fast, he mutters. Dong-hyun's team pulls up. Meza Guild is taking over. Seal the perimeter! What about Yang Ho? It looks like a masalas? The police ask. Yes, the report comes in, but right now Mi-ra is making Dong-hyun lose his mind. What do you think you're doing? He yells. She replies fiercely, "Killing it, what else? I've faced these things before. This will be over in no time." Hisu rushes over to Hunter Mira. "That thing is way too big. Why are you so fired up all of a sudden? Do you have any idea how many civilians are in this neighborhood?" He nods in agreement. Hunter Han Dong-hyun is right. Hisu smiles thinly. "I appreciate your spirit, but a direct attack right now is too risky." From the distance, Karsia looms closer, sending a wave of terror through the crowd. Hisu's eyes snap upward. "Wait, what is that up there?" Screaming in rage, Yongyong dives from the clouds, his body expanding into a massive, terrifying form. Seconds later, they are face to face. Donghyun's jaw drops as a second dragon enters the fray. Cheon-su realizes it instantly. This is a fight between monsters. Hui Wook-soo stares, his heart racing. That new dragon, he's seen it somewhere before. He swallows hard, thinking there's no way the department head could be involved in this. Nearby, Ayas's eyes widen in recognition. Wait a second. That serial number? Isn't that the creature Do-jun was raising? Memories of Do-jun's words flood back. He had said this would be his future assistant pet. "I've already tamed it," Do-jun had claimed. Back in the present, Ayas jams his elbow into Kaiser, shoving him toward the rift. Suddenly, a foot slams onto the ground as Junhee arrives. Hu Wook-soo recognizes him instantly. It's Long. "Junhee." She crouches down, peering into the rift. Kaiser grimaces, his hostility on full display. "How dare you? Who do you think you are?" A deep, booming voice demands. "It's me." Kaiser freezes. He knows that voice. Standing before him is Ayas, practically radiating fury. Ayas narrows his eyes. "You have committed 2 grave sins." Kaiser begins to tremble. 2 sins? Ayas doesn't hesitate. First, he sends Kaiser flying with a single punch. "Why did you leave the nest without my permission?" Ayas gestures for him to come closer. Kaiser immediately drops to his knees on the dirt. "Do you know what spicy braised chicken is?" Ayas asks. Terrified, Kaiser whispers. "No, I don't know, sir." Ayas crosses his arms, his voice dropping an octave. "Of course you don't. And that is your second grave sin." Another punch sends Kaiser reeling. Ayas glares at him, his patience gone. "You're dead meat today." Suddenly, Junhee's voice rings out. Long, she's made her way inside. Long, where are you?" Ayas sighs, looking totally drained. "Big sister, why did you follow me here?" Junhee points a finger at him reproachfully. "I was afraid you'd cause trouble, obviously. That's why I followed you." Ayas cuts her off, panicking. "But if the master finds out you followed me all the way here, I'm a dead man." Seeing Ayas act this way, Kaiser's rage flares up. A mere human dares to speak so rudely to Lord Ayas. Luckily, Ayas muzzles the dragon just in time. "What do you think you're doing to my master's family?" Ayas growls. The revelation hits Kaiser like a ton of bricks. "Family? Master?" Ayas turns his gaze back to Junhee. "This is the master's daughter. She's the one who makes the spicy braised chicken for me. And you dared to threaten her? I'll beat the life out of you." Ayas clenches his fist, the air growing heavy. "You've been getting way too cocky lately. Get over here. I'm giving you exactly 5 hits." Kaiser stammers. "5? 5 hits?" A moment later, Ayas is sitting atop Kaiser like a throne. "Pay attention to your posture." Kaiser trembles, whispering, "Lord Ayas, how much longer must I do this?" Ayas ignores his whining completely. Junhee feels a twinge of pity. Long, he looks so miserable. "Stop now and let's just go home." But Ayas isn't finished. He needs a taste of how harsh the world is to truly grow up. However, Junhee knows his weakness. "I'll make you extra spicy braised chicken if we go home now." In an instant, Ayas's massive form vanishes as he shrinks down. "You got lucky this time." He huffs at Kaiser. "If you ever leave the nest without permission again, don't expect any mercy." Kaiser trembles, bowing low. "Yes, sir, I will carve your words into my very soul." Standing nearby, Junhee looks at the dragon with pity. He looks so sad. "You can stop now." Junhee looks around the area. "Do you have nowhere else to go? Is that why you came here?" She offers a gentle suggestion. "You could come to our house, though I'd have to ask my dad first." Ayas immediately protests. "I object, our house isn't an orphanage." Junhee ignores him. She looks at Kaiser. He'll be just as gentle as Long. Kaiser is overjoyed. "Yes, ma'am." In a flash, Kaiser shrinks down to a tiny, adorable size that makes her heart melt. "All right then. Oh my goodness, you're so cute and well-behaved." Junhee smiles warmly. "Follow me home for now. But if my dad says no, there's nothing I can do, okay?" Kaiser is moved to tears by her kindness. The master's daughter is truly an angel sent from heaven, he thinks. Meanwhile, Donghyun's group is being blocked. "Why exactly are we not allowed inside?" Donghyun demands. "I clearly saw you let a civilian in just a moment ago." Hu Wook-soo gives a professional smile. "Sir Hunter, our #1 priority right now is securing this perimeter." Donghyun looks incredibly frustrated. "Stop talking nonsense." Suddenly, Mira's eyes go wide. Out from the rift walks Junhee. The student from earlier, she's out. Hui Wuxu calls out in relief. Junhee! Donghyun is stunned. What the? How did she just walk out of there? Hui Wuxu rushes over. Are you hurt anywhere? He looks at her in pure shock. She entered that place with nothing but her own flesh and blood. How is she completely fine? Not even a single scratch? Junhee touches her face lightly. I'm okay. He mumbles under his breath, thank goodness, but Hui Wuxu is still deep in thought. I'm glad she's safe, but there's something more important I need to check. He leans in close to her ear, whispering urgently. Those little guys, I mean the dragons. Junhee gives a small smile, looking at Kaiser and Ayas. You've seen them before, uncle. The look on Hui Wuxu's face sends a wave of confusion through Junhee. Does he really not know anything? She had assumed he was just pretending to be oblivious. Mira approaches, suspicious. There's no way. No matter how I look at them, they look the same. She asks pointedly, these are dragons, aren't they? Hui Wuxu adjusts his glasses with an air of authority. No, they are merely pets. They belong to Mr. Lee Do-jun from our department. He grabs Ayas's face and pulls on it. Just look at how adorable they are. How could these creatures possibly be dragons? Hui Wuxu concludes calmly. They are clearly just dogs, right? Ayas's face is being squished into a ridiculous shape. Are you crazy? He fumes. Junhee stomps her foot to warn him. Long, you cannot speak so rudely to Dad's colleague. If you keep this up, I won't cook dinner for you anymore. Hui Wuxu lets out a long sigh of relief, but Mira is still thinking. But the numbers on their foreheads. Mira starts, but Hui Wuxu cuts her off. Oh, that's right, Junhee. If you're late, Do-jun will be so worried. Junhee is puzzled. Huh? He signals her frantically with his hands. Please, just get out of here quickly. He knows that if these two are revealed as dragons, the entire world will fall into chaos. Luckily, Junhee is quick on the uptake. Oh, right. I thought everyone already knew. Hui Wuxu figures if the secret gets out, it's all over for Do-jun. Junhee starts her act to make an exit. That's right, Dad is waiting for us. We have to get home immediately, but Mira isn't letting it go. Wait a minute, she calls out. No matter how I look at it, those are dragons. Hui Wuxu fires back. I told you, they're dogs. His stubbornness only makes her angrier. What kind of eyes do you have that see those as dogs? Junhee scoops up the two pets and bolts. We're leaving now, goodbye, Mira shouts after her. Wait just 1 second. Donghyun watches them go, deep in thought. The man Kim Hee-gu fought in the dungeon was Lee Do-jun. Does he really have two pets like that? He frowns, trying to piece it together, but then just scratches his head. I don't know anymore. Meanwhile, Mira is still grilling Hui Wuxu. Hey, old man, you're telling me those look like dogs to you? Back at Do-jun's apartment, Junhee gives a stern warning. You aren't allowed to bully your friend, okay? But Ayas is still shouting. Because of you, my chicken bone broth got spilled. Kaiser snaps back. How is that my fault? Junhee finally gives an order. Long, you'd better clean up the house before Dad gets home. Ayas clenches his fists, looking defeated. I was just about to do that. Junhee tilts her head with a gentle, knowing smile. I can do this, right? Yas says, wielding a feather duster, like a pro as he sweeps the place clean. The two of them are working in perfect harmony, and it's actually pretty fun. Suddenly, a phone rings. Is it her dad? On the other end of the line is none other than Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Junhee, I'm just leaving work. Do you want anything to eat? He asks. Junhee quickly turns him down. No thanks, Dad. Just come home and we'll have kimchi stew. She follows up with a quick check. Kimchi stew sounds good, right? Do we still have any cans of tuna, sweetie? Suddenly, a voice cuts in. Master, I want pizza, but Do-jun Lee Do-jun is totally ghosting me. Yas whines. Do-jun Lee Do-jun snaps back. I wasn't talking to you. Junhee ignores the chaos and continues. You're almost home, right? He nods over the phone. Yeah, almost there. Tears stream down Yas's face. Why does his master have to be so biased? The call ends, and Do-jun Lee Do-jun stands at the intersection, checking the breaking news. Pizza? He's got bigger things on his mind. The news anchor's voice blares out. Another dragon has appeared in the Bangbi district before vanishing into a rift. That concludes our report. The news stops him dead in his tracks. A dragon? The screen flashes images of a purple dragon and a red dragon disappearing into a crack in reality. This is starting to get on Do-jun Lee Do-jun's nerves. Long, are you out there causing trouble again? He mutters. Once he gets home, Do-jun Lee Do-jun steps inside. I'm back. Junhee immediately rushes to his side. Are you hurt anywhere, Dad? He offers her a gentle smile. I'm fine, thanks for worrying about me, sweetie. Suddenly, Yas lunges forward and clings to his leg. Master, you're home. You've worked so hard. I love you, Master. Do-jun Lee Do-jun immediately shifts his focus to her. Junhee isn't hurt. Do-jun Lee Do-jun's face darkens with a mischievous glint. Long, it looks like your life expectancy just got extended by a few more days, didn't it? Standing behind them, Sarah is absolutely frozen. Is this the man who has the legendary Dragon Emperor Yas trembling in fear? The little dragon starts to panic. If Yas calls this man master, he must be a truly terrifying and godlike being. Sarah hesitates, realizing this is the monarch she must bow to. Junhee covers her mouth as the little dragon suddenly drops into a deep, respectful bow. "Greetings, great monarch. I am the 9th dragon. My name is Sir," she says. Junhee turns to her father with pleading eyes. "Dad, can we please adopt this little one?" The look on Junhee's face makes him freeze. She had to be all alone in a horrible place. It's so sad. And Long Long is lonely by himself, too. In the end, Do-jun gives in. "If you like her, Junhee, then it's fine." He looks at Sir. "So, your name is Sir, right?" The little girl bows her head. "Yes, sir." Do-jun chuckles softly. "That's a nice name. Let's all get along from now on." Sarah is overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, master." Ignoring Yas for a moment, Do-jun starts to head off. "All right, I'm gonna go shower first." "Junhee, are you making dinner? It smells delicious already." A moment later, Yas tugs on Junhee's apron. "Big sister." Junhee looks down, confused. "Huh? What's wrong, Long Long?" Yas looks absolutely miserable. "Why didn't you give him a nickname too?" Junhee keeps chopping vegetables. "Dad said the name is fine as it is." She picks him up and gives him a squeeze. "Your name is great too, right, Long Long?" Yas slumps into a chair. "No, my name is Yas." Junhee nods dismissively. I know. Now go watch TV while I finish dinner." He hangs his head in sorrow. Later that evening, Do-jun looks pretty annoyed. He glares at the window covered in newspapers. He turns his gaze toward Yas. "You're the one who broke the balcony window, aren't you?" Do-jun declares coldly, "No pizza for you tonight." Yas is devastated. "No, please, no." Later, after the lights are out, Junhee calls out, "Good night, Dad." Do-jun smiles, "Good night." Sir chimes in, "Good night, master. Good night, little master." Only Yas stays silent, drifting off into a sad sleep. "My pizza." Suddenly, Junhee nudges his arm. "Here's some pizza." He bolts upright. "Shh. What is this?" A massive plate of pizza sits right in front of him. Yas throws himself into her arms. "Junhee!" He starts wolfing it down. "You really are an angel." Back in his room, Do-jun smiles as his phone buzzes with a new message. 80 missed calls and 281 messages. The incident is all over the news, with glimpses of Do-jun's silhouette. Where is the legendary civil servant now? His phone vibrates again. The news update continues. Last night, 2 dragons appeared in the Bangbi district. Sarah and Yas go dead silent. As the emergency response agency tries to contact him, Do-jun simply powers off his phone. Sitting at the table, Junhee praises him. "You're famous, Dad." He sighs heavily. "I'm just glad they haven't tracked us down to our house yet." He gives her a stern warning. "Go see who's at the door, but don't open it right away. See who it is first. If it's someone we don't know, just pretend we're not home." A moment later, the doorbell rings. "I think I've seen this person somewhere before." Junhee realizes who it is and jumps. She rushes to tell him, "Dad, the director of the Hunter Management Bureau is here." It's Yang Cheon. Inside, Sarah stands at stiff attention. Yas, however, is only thinking of one thing. "Master, is it time for lunch yet?" Do-jun commands. "Someone important is here, so you two go hide in the room." He's annoyed by their antics. "If you keep overacting like this, you're going to get a beating." Sir's expression makes him want to laugh. A respectful bow? I haven't seen that in a long time. Do-jun's reaction makes Yas burn with jealousy. "Why isn't Master getting mad at Sir? I only broke one window and I lost my pizza privileges." Yas grumbles. Do-jun signals them. "Both of you, get inside." The little dragon quickly scurries away. "Yes, Master." A pair of feet step into the house, and the man bows deeply. "Greetings, Manager Lee Do-jun." Lee Do-jun narrows his eyes. "How exactly did you find my home address, sir?" Yang Cheon bows his head slightly in apology. "I know it's rude, but I used some personal connections to look into you." Without hesitation, Do-jun turns away. "It certainly is rude, but since you've traveled all this way, please, come in." Junhee is surprised as her father brings out a cup of red tea. The director smiles at Junhee. "I dropped by so suddenly, yet you're serving me tea. Thank you, young lady." She looks flustered. "Oh, it's nothing at all. If I knew you were coming, I would have prepared some food." Lee Do-jun cuts straight to the chase. "What brings you here?" Yang Cheon starts to stutter, but he finally finds his voice. "First, I want to thank you. Because of you, our hunters were able to make it back alive." The image of Lee Do-jun commanding the hunters flashes back. "I've watched the dashcam footage, and the more I see, the more I'm amazed by what you did." Yang Cheon continues. "If it weren't for you, manager." Lee Do-jun sets down his glass. Director, he says, interlacing his fingers. I have to get to work soon, so can you get to the point? Seeing this, the man quickly pulls out some documents. Right, of course. Let's get straight to it. He presents a series of images of Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, taken from the Maze Guild's dashcam during an A-rank dungeon expedition. I've discovered something. The man who saved the members of the Maze Guild. Was that you, Lee Do-jun? Do-jun Lee Do-jun is a bit surprised. Has he really been found out? He doesn't try to hide it. And if it was, is there a problem? Manhwa starts digging through the files. We aren't here to accuse you of anything. Actually, we're here with a proposal. He pulls out a contract. Would you like to become an official hunter? Manhwa begins his recruitment pitch. What if I become an official hunter? Do-jun. Lee Do-jun says bluntly, I refuse. His total lack of hesitation leaves them both speechless. Wait, what? They immediately start begging. At least listen to the terms before you decide. But Do-jun Lee Do-jun remains firm. I'm not the kind of person who has any ambition for money or fame. Locking eyes with Junhee, the director makes a direct proposal. But Do-jun Lee Do-jun shuts it down with cold finality, emphasizing that those things are more than enough for him now. She stays silent, knowing better than to try and stop him. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun's mind drifts back to his past, a life drenched in the scent of blood as he tore through the Central Plains. He had stood alone amidst a mountain of corpses, driven by a fierce, relentless ambition. He was a man who would trample over anything to reach the absolute peak of glory. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's eyes grow heavy with contemplation. What he has left isn't money or fame. Those things feel like nothing but a hollow void. That realization fuels his resolve. No amount of wealth or status can buy the peace he finally has. With a firm voice, Do-jun Lee Do-jun declares his stance. I don't care about money. Even so, he gives Yang Cheon a window of opportunity. If the director can show me some real sincerity, then I might reconsider. Thinking of Cheon-soo and Hyuk, Do-jun Lee Do-jun makes his demand. Grant the Seoul City Hall Rift Management Bureau the rights to manage B-rank rifts. Can you do that? The request puts the director in a tough spot. It's borderline illegal. Seeing his hesitation, Do-jun Lee Do-jun pushes back firmly. If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. Desperate to reach his goal, Yang Cheon decides to gamble. Fine. If you can meet our conditions, I will grant you the rift management rights you're asking for. Whatever it takes, I'll make it happen, Do-jun Lee Do-jun replies. The director frowns, confused. But you just turned down the proposal I laid out. I'm not becoming a hunter. Civil servants aren't allowed to work multiple jobs, Do-jun Lee Do-jun retorts. Manhwa whispers to the director, Sir, the surge in rifts is likely coming from the central zone. If we want to break through the center, we absolutely need Do-jun Lee Do-jun there. Yang Cheon hesitates, muttering, I'm well aware of that. But now isn't the time for that talk, he says. Just as the tension peaks, Do-jun Lee Do-jun speaks up. However, if the director truly needs my strength, every word makes the director's heart soar. I'll agree, because the director has shown true sincerity. Yang Cheon practically leaps out of his chair in joy. I've been waiting to hear you say that. His eyes are practically glowing. Then, to save time, shall we dive straight into the discussion? Back at the management office, Hyuk's eyes nearly pop out of his head. What? Are you serious? The Mega Guild actually agreed to sign a contract with us? Over the phone, Do-jun Lee Do-jun delivers the news. Yes, thanks to that, we've secured the rights to manage B-rank rifts. Hyuk starts dancing around the room in pure excitement. We're celebrating tonight, right? This is amazing! Cheon-soo chimes in immediately. Let's throw a party, everyone. Chief, we're eating beef tonight. Of course, and the second round is on me tuna for everyone. The chief hurriedly answers Do-jun Lee Do-jun's call. My dear Do-jun Lee Do-jun, when are you getting here? Hurry up so we can start the party! But Do-jun Lee Do-jun hesitates, looking back at the meeting room. I'll head over as soon as I finish this meeting outside. Cheon-soo won't take no for an answer. We'll be waiting for you before we start, so get here fast. Manhwa overhears the conversation and smiles. Your team seems to be in a very high-spirited mood. Do-jun Lee Do-jun offers a small smile. Yes, they're all very kind and good-hearted people. Manhwa leads the way. Shall we go inside then? The foreign hunters we invited have already landed at the airport. They'll be here any minute. Somewhere else, a slow, deliberate footstep echoes. A man in dark sunglasses, casually chewing gum, strolls through the bustling airport. So this is the land protected by the Sword Emperor? Seems pretty peaceful. He watches the crowds moving about their daily lives. Spitting out his gum, he smirks. Looks like taking out the world's #1 hunter will be easier than I thought. He wears a confident, predatory grin. I hope you can hold out for at least a little while. The top-tier hunter, Ju Ki-hoon, pulls off his shades. The star of the show has arrived. Jin Woo snaps upright, his voice laced with annoyance. What? Lee Kang-hyun isn't here? Just these low-level losers? His attitude is immediately met with glares. Is this guy insane? The man just laughs and waves. I thought Lee Kang-hyun would be here, so I was going to mess with him. No need for everyone to get so worked up. Jin-woo stares at the lunatic, completely deadpan. What did you just say? Min-hee and Min-hee-uk are left speechless, totally at a loss for words. Sensing the vibe is off, Ju-ki checks his pocket. Looks like I forgot to turn on the translator. He flips the switch. Can you guys hear me now? Through the device, Ju-ki gives a casual wave. Hey there, I'm Ju-ki. Hee-uk is immediately put off. So rude right from the start. Ju-ki scans the room. None of you are on Lee Kang-yoon's level, but I guess the rest of you aren't completely pathetic, he thinks. His arrogance is already rubbing Min the wrong way. What's his problem? Why is he staring like that? Min-hee-uk mutters, itching for a fight. Ju-ki continues to observe everyone with a sharp, mocking gaze. Why is that guy smiling like such an idiot? He wonders. In his confusion, Ju-ki walks straight into Do-jun Lee Do-jun. What's with this guy in the suit? He's clearly not S-rank. He stares Do-jun Lee Do-jun down. Wasn't the point of calling us here to fight? Why would the Korean government bring a desk jockey to a meeting like this? He sits down next to Do-jun Lee, Do-jun in silence. They should have at least brought someone who knows how to throw a punch. T.S.K. Looks like I'm going to have to carry this whole team. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Young Chon starts to sweat. It seems everyone has finished their introductions. Then, let us begin the meeting. He pulls up the past. Everyone in the room knows the image. A massive black hole in the middle of a forest. Allow me to briefly explain the current situation once more. This anomaly was discovered 10 years ago on Mount C. A massive rift opened up. In other words, the central zone has manifested in South Korea. Lee Kang-yoon was the one leading the charge to conquer it. Hunter Lee Kang-hyun joined the Behemoth Guild. He was incredibly powerful, a man who worked miracles on the front lines. Over 3 years, he and his team launched over 20 desperate assaults on the central zone. But even he began to show signs of exhaustion. With every entry, the difficulty and the very dimensions of the area shift. To this day, conquering the central zone remains an impossible task. During one of their attempts, Kang-hyun's group hit a major disaster, Jun-hoon says, his voice trembling. Below them were countless monsters of all sizes. Kang-hyun cursed under his breath. Damn it. The dimensional tide is shifting again, but his voice cuts through the room. Whether he participates or not, that hasn't been decided yet. The words hit them like a bucket of ice water, freezing the excitement in their tracks. While the others simmer in irritation, he realizes he traveled all the way to South Korea only to be completely ignored. Who exactly is this man in the suit? He isn't even on the list, yet everyone seems fixated on him. Yang Cheon continues reading the report. Once the Bio Guild returns, we will provide a more detailed explanation. But he is interrupted mid-sentence. Cho-ki points a finger directly at Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Hold on, who is this guy? Min-hye-uk's heart sinks. If this continues, Cho-ki is going to cause a disaster. Yang Cheon quickly wipes his face with a handkerchief. You can just call him Manager Lee Do-jun. He was the chief commander who accompanied the hunters into the S-rank rift last time. To Cho-ki, Do-jun Lee Do-jun looks like nothing more than an arrogant brat. A chief commander? Is that some kind of leadership skill? Cho-ki sneers. So you're just another suit-wearing coward who hides in the back, barking orders while others do the work. Cho-ki smirks, convinced Do-jun Lee Do-jun is a weakling whose bones would snap with a light shove. If you don't shut that mouth of yours, I might just kill you without even realizing it. Min-hye-uk snaps, his temper flaring. What did you just say? Cho-ki stands up, towering over them. Oh, you heard me? Good. Maybe I should give this guy a little warning personally. He leans in close to Do-jun Lee, Do-jun's face. I've seen plenty of weak commanders who think they're special just because of their title. Most of them end up stabbing their teammates in the back. He taps his own forehead. A guy like you, if you don't want a hole right here, you'd better get lost. Ignoring the threat, Do-jun Lee Do-jun simply smiles and stands up to adjust his tie. Cho-ki's face reddens at the lack of fear. Do-jun Lee Do-jun calmly critiques him. It seems all you're good at is flapping your gums. That strikes a nerve. You arrogant bastard. Cho-ki roars, grabbing Do-jun Lee Do-jun by the collar and pulling back a fist. You dare look down on me? Minji gasps in horror and rushes forward to intervene. Cho-ki, stop it right now. Cho-ki can't understand why everyone treats this suit-wearing nobody with such reverence. This is just a standard meeting room, Minji warns. If you lose control here, ordinary people in the vicinity could get seriously hurt. She continues, trying to de-escalate. There is a training ground in the basement where you can go all out. Why don't the two of you settle this there with a duel? What? Cho-ki laughs, a sound full of pure ego. I don't think this weakling can survive even a graze from me. We don't need to go anywhere. But then, Cho-ki points at the secretary and barks an order. Hey, you! Lead the way! The secretary turns to Yang Cheon with a trembling voice. Director, what if Mr. Cho-ki is seriously injured? Yang Cheon looks to Do-jun Lee Do-jun for confirmation. Manager Lee, is this all right with you? Seeing Do-jun Lee Do-jun's calm nod, Yang Cheon stands. I understand. The secretary is baffled. What? Director? Are you serious? Yang Cheon starts walking toward the door. I'll lead everyone there. The secretary chases after him, unable to believe this is actually happening. I don't usually enjoy bullying the weak, Cho-ki says with supreme confidence, but I suppose I should show you a bit of my personality, shouldn't I? They arrive at the association's massive training hall. Yang Qian glances at the worried secretary. Are you going to fret the entire time? Manager Lee knows how to hold back. The secretary, however, is far from calm. Even so, if the training hall gets destroyed, the operations chief is going to murder me. He can already see the nightmare unfolding in his mind. He imagines the boss screaming, "Why is the arena in ruins? Write a full incident report and get it on my desk immediately." Yang Qian clears his throat as Cho-ki grows more agitated. Hey, suit man, it's not too late. If you get on your knees and beg right now, I might go easy on you. Do-jun sighs internally. He talks way too much. Do-jun slides his hands into his pockets. How much longer are you going to keep rambling? Cho-ki's eyes flare with rage. You really have no idea who you're messing with, do you? Nobody step in. This bastard dies by my hand. Do-jun remains silent, wondering if this is actually a fight or just a monologue competition. Cho-ki lunges forward. You arrogant piece of trash. He throws a heavy punch aimed straight at Do-jun's head. Die! But his fist hits nothing but air. Cho-ki's eyes widen in shock. The man avoided it effortlessly. Do-jun looks back at him with pure disdain. Cho-ki loses his mind, swinging wildly. You coward! Stop dodging! One hit from me and your life is over. Do-jun moves with fluid grace. I guess I really have to do this. As Cho-ki overextends, stumbling forward, Do-jun slips into the blind spot behind him. Do-jun's hand moves like a blur. Manager Lee! Minji screams, but it's too late. Do-jun delivers a precise strike to the side of Cho-ki's neck, and the giant's body immediately collapses. Cho-ki hits the floor before he even realizes he's been hit, knocked out in a single blow. Do-jun speaks in a level tone. I used the minimum amount of force. He should be awake in a few minutes. The secretary rushes over to check the body. No broken bones, he shouts, relieved. Min Hyuk watches in awe. As expected, he's on an entirely different level. Ignoring the stunned faces of the crowd, Do-jun adjusts his sleeves. I have some business to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Later, in a bustling district, glasses clink. Ah, now that's the stuff. Hi, hugs a bottle of booze. The beef the department head buys is always the best. Han So-yeon raises her glass. Amazing. By the way, why did the association want to see you? Was it a recruitment offer? Do-jun shakes his head. No, they just needed a small favor. Cheon-soo and Hyuk both let out a massive sigh of relief. Man, you gave us a heart attack. Cheon-soo leans in, sounding protective. Do-jun, you can't ever leave us, okay? Do-jun smiles. Of course not. Hi, tilts his head, thinking. But it is strange. Mega Guild is an A-rank guild. Why would they want to sign a contract with us? Cheon-soo nods. It's great news, but I'm curious too. Usually A-rank hunters won't even look at us. You don't think they're just messing with us, do you? Han So-yeon shrugs. If it's Mega Guild, they certainly have the ego for it. They have the status to back it up. Cheon-soo scratches his head. True. Anyway, Do-jun, you'll be in charge of the Mega Guild account along with Ye-hee, right? Do-jun confirms. Cheon-soo adds, make sure Ye-hee doesn't feel left out. Starting tomorrow, she'll be fighting side by side with the Mega Guild. She's going to be so thrilled. Everyone, raise your glasses. Let's have one more round. The night winds down as the celebration continues. The next day at Seoul City Hall, Ye-hee pouts, her cheeks puffed out. I don't want to. Hyuk blinks. Did I hear that right? Cheon-soo is just as shocked. I think something might be wrong with my ears today too. Hyuk leans in. But why? Why don't you want to go? Ye-hee crosses her arms defiantly. I don't want to go with anyone else. I only want to go if I'm with Mr. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun, I'll protect you, manager, so we don't need any more team members, Hee-ju says, her voice laced with worry. No matter how strong you are, how can a single person fend off a whole crowd alone? Cheon-soo steps in to analyze the situation. If monsters flank us from behind, what is Do-jun supposed to do then? She hesitates, thinking back to manager Yang Cheon's earlier warning. He wasn't wrong. Sensing her internal struggle, Do-jun steps in to break the tension. I'll be fine. Honestly, there isn't much of a gap between me and an A-rank hunter anymore. Cheon-soo shoots him a look. You brat. Not you too. What's gotten into everyone? Do-jun just smiles, right? Flustered, she mumbles a soft, yes. He can't help but think how childish she's being, but since she's still young, he decides to let it slide. Hee-ju breathes a sigh of relief. If Do-jun says it's okay, she'll trust him. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupts from outside the door. An employee rushes in to find Kang Cheon-soo. Chief, the Mega Guild is here. Should I bring them in? The boss jumps, startled. Already? Hee-ju scurries around. I'll go brew some tea. Cheon-soo raises a hand, signaling everyone. All Rift managers, front and center. He leans in with a stern warning. Landing a contract with the Mega Guild is a massive win, but we cannot look desperate. Keep your heads high. Cheon-soo puts on a brave face, his voice booming with false confidence. If they try to push us around, leave it to me. I'll shoulder all the humiliation myself. Hearing this, Hee-ju looks at him with pure admiration. Just as the chief finishes his speech, 3 members from the Mega Guild march in. Cheon-soo whispers under his breath, "Keep your eyes sharp, look powerful, don't let them see you sweat." Hee-ju is practically vibrating with nerves. "Yes, sir." Do-jun watches his boss and sighs. He's clearly the one who's most terrified here. Meanwhile, Dong-hyun and his teammates keep their faces frozen in stony expressions. Both sides are locked in a tense standoff. Dong-hyun finally breaks the silence. "You're Chief Kang, right?" Cheon-soo's voice trembles. "Yes. I am Chief Kang Cheon-soo." Suddenly, the 3 of them snap into a deep 90-degree bow. "Greetings, sir. We are the Mega Guild." Cheon-soo and Hee-ju freeze, their jaws hitting the floor. They stay bowed, shouting in unison, "It is an honor to meet you. We are the Mega Guild." Cheon-soo stammers, What is wrong with you people?" Hee-ju just stands there, completely shell-shocked. Cheon-soo leans toward Do-jun, whispering cautiously, "Why are they being so intense?" Do-jun just whispers back, "I have no idea." Dong-hyun is screaming internally, "Don't screw up. One mistake and I'm dead." He remembered the day Yang Cheon looked them in the eye and said, "You all know exactly who manager Lee Do-jun is, don't you?" The director had issued a direct order. "I want every single one of you to put your heart and soul into this. Do it perfectly." The pressure is crushing Dong-hyun. He remembered how he had insulted these people before. Damn it. Why did we have to act like such jerks back then? Yang Cheon's voice echoed like a threat. "If my relationship with manager Lee goes south because of this, you're all finished." Those words are still ringing loudly in Dong-hyun's ears. "Remember, do not do anything to piss off Lee Do-jun. For the love of God, remember my instructions." Lee Do-jun finally speaks up. "Why don't you all take a seat first? I'll go get some tea." Dong-hyun nearly trips over himself. "No! Let me do it! I'll make the tea!" Lee Do-jun is taken aback. "Huh?" Dong-hyun's hand shoots up. "If you need it, I will personally brew the best tea of your life. In fact, I'm going right now." Lee Do-jun gives him a serious look. "You're our guests. Doing that would make me feel very uncomfortable." Dong-hyun freezes like a statue. "Uncomfortable? Then, what should we do?" Lee Do-jun watches them, realizing the director must have given them a hell of a lecture before sending them over. He sighs. "Just read the contract carefully, check the terms, and give me your signature. That's all." Dong-hyun gasps as if he's been given a divine mission. In that case, he roars, "Everyone, attention!" The 3 of them sit bolt upright and whip out their pens to sign instantly. Cheon-soo panics. "Wait! You have to actually read it before you sign." But they shout back in perfect harmony, "We have already finished our review." Hee-ju turns to Lee Do-jun, bewildered. What is even happening? Later that night, the sun sets as Do-jun finally arrives home. "Junhee, Dad's home!" She cheers Daddy. Yars the dragon flies over, eyes sparkling. "You're back, my beloved master." He rushes to the door. "Master, do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you?" Lee. Do-jun smiles warmly. "Oh, I guess you guys haven't had dinner yet? If you're hungry, you should have just eaten without me." Yars blushes. "Is that really okay, master?" "From now on, before he can finish." Junhee steps in. Long, what did I tell you about that?" Yars quickly looks away, acting innocent. I was just joking." Do-jun takes his seat at the table. "I'm going to eat now. Thanks for the meal, sweetie." Aiza steals a glance at him. "Can we eat now, master?" Junhee nods. "Go ahead, you can eat." Aiza cheers. "Thank you for the food." Do-jun watches Yars out of the corner of his eye. "The more I look at him, the more bizarre he seems. Is he just a weirdo? Or is Cassie the special one?" "It's definitely just long being weird, Dad," Junhee says. Suddenly, Yars starts choking and lets out a muffled scream. "Junhee, water! I need water!" Junhee fumbles to help him. "What's up?" Do-jun asks. She hesitates before speaking. "Dad, do you have any time tomorrow?" She looks down shyly. "There's a parent observation visit at 10 o'clock. I was wondering if you could make it?" Her face falls slightly. "It's probably impossible, right? Since it's a weekday, you'll have to be at work." Do-jun doesn't hesitate. "I'll be there." He continues. "I'll wrap everything up early and take a half day off to come see you." Junhee's face lights up with pure joy. "Really? You mean it?" "The observation is about that rift that popped up 2 weeks ago, but it's safe now, no monsters or anything." Lee Do-jun can see how much she's been looking forward to this trip. Seeing her that excited, there's no way he could say no. Yars chimes in, I want to go too. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun snaps at him, swallow your food before you talk. You're making a mess. The scene shifts to the next day inside the rift. The streets are buzzing with the sounds of vendors shouting, buy two and get a massive discount. Come see. Hot, roasted corn right here. Get it while it's fresh. Junhee happily trots over. Excuse me, I'll take 3, please. The vendor grins. You got it, coming right up. Junhee hands them to the 2 dragons, one for Long Long and one for Cassie. Cassie shakes her head. I'll pass, thank you. Junhee tilts her head. Do you hate sweets? Cassie explains softly. I appreciate the thought, but this kind of food doesn't really suit my palate. Do-jun Lee Do-jun watches them, thinking Junhee has completely flipped Long Long's eating habits upside down. Yars, meanwhile, looks like he's in heaven. Oh my god, this is incredible. Suddenly a booming voice cuts through the air. All right, everyone, gather round. The host announces, this is a stabilized mana rift, so there are 0 monsters. This area has been repurposed as a training ground for you to practice your mana control. Your mission is simple, find the missing pieces of this map. He points to the crowd. Parents, you will stay on the observation deck to watch and guide your children from above. The host finishes the briefing. Students, your goal is to locate the map pieces and bring them to the pedestal in the center of the clearing. Next up are the rewards for the participants. On top of that, each parent gets a commemorative piece. Do-jun Lee Do-jun asks curiously, what exactly is this? Junhee quickly explains, this is actually a discovered artifact, Dad. It's going to be very useful. She continues. Plus, if you infuse it with mana, you can change its shape. Its form shifts according to the user's will. The color also changes based on the amount of mana, ranking up from red all the way to purple. Do-jun wonders to himself, if I put in too much mana, will it just shatter? Junhee's eyes suddenly widen in shock. Do-jun Lee Do-jun has morphed the sphere into a pitch-black dagger. It's miraculous! Junhee is stunned. Black? I've never heard of this thing turning black before. The announcer's voice rings out again. All students begin their departure. Junhee looks puzzled. Is it time already? I'll have to ask the teacher about this later. She waves goodbye. I'm heading out now, Dad. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun gives her a final reminder. Be careful out there, sweetie. Suddenly, his entire body freezes. He feels something off a sudden, violent surge of raw power. Is that overwhelming power coming from that chalice? He immediately sprints toward it. He can't let Junhee face any danger. He has to check this out right now. But the chalice is bizarre. It's as if it's vacuuming everything inside. Suddenly, the sky bleeds into total darkness as a terrifying aura erupts. Do-jun asks himself, is it absorbing the surrounding energy? Outside, the parents are consumed by anxiety. What's happening? Junhee, where are you? Junhee. They rush the announcer, screaming, how dare you train our daughters in such a dangerous place? Are you people insane? The announcer desperately tries to calm them. No, it's not like that. Everyone, please, just stay calm. Suddenly, everything in the vicinity grinds to a complete halt. A parent shouts, everything has stopped. Get the children out of there. What are you all just standing around for? Outside, Do-jun. Lee Do-jun speculates, is it really absorbing the atmosphere's energy? Yas is fuming. Damn it, I haven't even finished all the food here yet. It seems Do-jun Lee Do-jun's guess was slightly off. No, actually, the reality is the exact opposite. The energy spewing from that chalice is becoming more violent by the second. Suddenly, a system window flashes. N is staring at you. The notification repeats. N is staring at you. Center Special Quest. To protect the center, the manager NERS violated the laws of the center. They massacred the challengers and were subsequently sealed. Your mission is to find all the fragments of the entry pass. If successful, you will break the NERS seal. Progress, 9,934 out of 10,000. Reward, Center Entry Pass, opening the tutorial land. Within the time limit, you cannot leave the rift. Remaining time, 21 minutes and 38 seconds. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun thinks, what is this? Is that chalice the key to the center? Will Junhee be alright if he leaves her here? He wonders if everything the Behemoth Guild has done up until now has been completely pointless. The strange phenomenon has the parents outside absolutely livid. Who's in charge here? Should we report this to the Ministry of Education? They howl at the barrier. Hurry up and get our kids out! Oh god, what will happen to Junhee and her classmates? Yaz grumbles. It's nothing big. Why is everyone so hyper? Kasi calmly observes. Aside from the master, humans really are pathetic creatures. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun thinks, is the gatekeeper of the center keeping an eye on me? If that person is the one who slaughtered the challengers, he can't let them get near Junhee. He starts to feel a deep sense of dread for his daughter. The time until the seal breaks is running thin. The notification appears again. N is staring at you. Center Special Quest. To protect the center, the manager NERS violated center law. They massacred challengers and were sealed away. Your mission is to find all fragments of the entry pass. Success will undo the NERS seal. Progress. 9,934 out of 10,000. Reward. Center entry pass, opening the tutorial land. During the time limit, you are forbidden from leaving the rift. Remaining time, 21 minutes and 38 seconds. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun decides he must at least try to gather a few map fragments. He asks Yas, Long, can you find Junhee? Yas immediately replies, yes, sir. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun assigns the task with a bit more peace of mind. Good, go and protect Junhee for me. Yas is confused. Just me and Kasi? Do-jun. Lee Do-jun answers, yeah. I have other business to take care of. You two go on ahead. Yas excitedly thinks about finishing the snacks from earlier. Kasi bows in obedience. We shall protect the little mistress with our very lives, master. Yas starts coaxing Kasi. Let's just stop here for a tiny bit. Kasi looks around, worried. Clearly, he said they'd only stay for a moment. Yas reassures him, as long as neither of us says anything. Who's going to know? Do-jun Lee Do-jun figures Yas will know when to stop playing and go to Junhee. He heard these could find the map fragments. He decides to look for them too. Meanwhile, Junhee is searching. Where on earth are these map fragments? I don't want Dad to be embarrassed in front of my friends. Please, just show up. She scours the area and suddenly spots something. Is that it? Junhee feels a spark of hope. Please don't let it be nothing again. Holding a bone in her hand, she sighs in disappointment. Seriously? Not again. There aren't even any monsters around here. I wonder who keep bringing these things here. Suddenly, there's a rustle from behind. Eunju crawls out of the bushes. Seeing Junhee, she brushes the leaves off her head and asks, what are you doing sitting there? Are you hurt? Junhee quickly explains, no, I'm just looking for map fragments. Eunju frowns. Is that so? You made me worry for nothing. Junhee is surprised. Wait, were you actually worried about me? Eunju's face turns bright red with embarrassment. Who would ever worry about someone like you? If you got hurt, your dad would be the one worried. It's nothing talented, people just usually look out for the weak. She shouts, so don't you dare make him worry! Suddenly, Eunju gasps. What was that? I think something just flew past us. Yas and Kasi are streaking toward them at the speed of light. A massive explosion rocks the ground. Eunju shoves Junhee's head down. She whips out her guns and starts firing. Two massive dark shadows emerge. Yas, hit by the bullets, asks, what's this? Did a bug just bite me? It tickles. Eunju is paralyzed. That looks like the pet I saw before. Junhee covers her ears. Good grief, I almost lost my eardrums. Yas calls out, Junhee. He approaches and asks, sister, why are you lying on the ground? Junhee looks up in shock. Long, why are you here? Yas turns furious. What is this? You short-haired punk? Did you just try to hurt my Junhee? Today, I'm going to end you. That murderous gaze is locked right on Eunju. She's dead meat today. Eunju trembles in pure terror. What is this? Her body feels like lead, unable to move even a single muscle. Junhee reaches out to touch Ayas and speaks softly. Stop it, please. This girl is my friend. Ayas blinks, stunned. A friend? Junhee nods. That's right. She even said you were adorable last time. Did you already forget? Then, her voice sharpens as she scolds Ayas. Now, apologize to Eunju right now. Ayas huffs, fuming. But I didn't even do anything wrong. Junhee drops the hammer. Fine. Then from now on, you and Kasi can just eat dog food. Ayas pales instantly. What? She hits the floor in a frantic kneel. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I have committed a mortal sin. I swear it'll never happen again. Eunju watches the dramatic display, feeling more awkward than relieved. Kasi can't help but tease. You should really learn your place, great one. Ayas snaps. Why you little? But Junhee's voice rings out again, calling for Long. Ayas groans in frustration. But sister, Kasi was the one acting all high and mighty first. Junhee isn't having it. She's right, you know. If you keep acting like this, I'm not making you any dinner tonight. Eunju stares in disbelief. What am I even witnessing right now? How can this girl treat a terrifying monster like a common house pet? Just then, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun appears on the scene. What's going on here? Junhee brightens instantly. Daddy! Ayas and Kasi scramble to look busy. Master! Eunju waves nervously, calling out to him as well. Junhee tilts her head. Dad, what are you doing all the way out here? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun shrugs. Just came to see if you were behaving yourself. Ayas breaks into a cold sweat. Is today the last day I get to see the sun? If he finds out I attacked Junhee's friend, I'm as good as dead. Junhee beams. Really? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks at the dragon. So, is Long doing a good job protecting you? Junhee opens her mouth to answer, but Ayas lunges forward to cover it. Of course she is. Ayas lies through her teeth, sweating buckets. We were just bonding. Me and Junhee's friend are basically besties now. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun turns his gaze toward Yoonju. Yoonju quickly plays along, hugging Ayas. Junhee looks down at Ayas, who looks like the soul has left her body. Junhee feels a pang of worry for her pet. Meanwhile, Do-jun Lee Do-jun mentally tallies up the fragments he's found. 66 in total. That should finally be enough. He glances at the system window. I'll have to sneak back here tonight to break the seal. Back at the house, Junhee's temper flares. Long, get over here right now. Ayas wails in despair. Junhee, please, just give me a pass this one time. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun tucks his gear away and calls out to his daughter. It's time for the briefing. Let's head out. Junhee looks a bit downcast, but I haven't found a single fragment yet. Do-jun Lee Do-jun pat her head comfortingly. It's just bad luck, honey. I'm sure you'll do better next time. You've worked hard all day, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun adds. Let's go get something delicious for dinner tonight. Ayas perks up instantly. Ooh, what do you think about steak, master? Do-jun. Lee Do-jun shoots her a mocking look. Didn't I see you stuffing your face earlier? Ayas blushes, embarrassed. Oh, so you saw that, huh? Do-jun Lee? Do-jun scoffs. Yeah. Wipe your mouth. The scene shifts to later that night at home. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun starts heading for the door. Junhee, I have some business to take care of. I'll be out for a bit. Junhee's eyes go wide. Huh? Right now? Dad, it's 10 p.m. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun keeps moving. I'll be back soon. Junhee looks worried, but he waves it off. No need to wait up. Just head to bed, okay? Junhee calls after him, her voice trembling. Dad, can you please stay? Just for tonight? She's shaking like a leaf. Do-jun Lee Do-jun stops. Wait, don't tell me you're too scared to watch a horror movie alone. He stands there, helpless, as both Junhee and Ayas cling to his legs. Dad, don't go! Junhee pleads. Ayas pulls a fast one, crying out, Master, save Long! Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's eyes narrow as he realizes something. Hold on a second. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun gives Ayas a death stare. Level with me. You aren't scared at all, are you? Ayas fumbles for an excuse. No, that's not it, master. I swear. You're coming with me, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun commands. Ayas looks at the window. But master, it's pouring rain out there. Junhee raises her hand. Can I come too, Dad? Ayas sighs, dreading the dampness. I hate getting wet. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun shakes his head at his daughter. It's too dangerous, Junhee. You stay put. I'll be fast. Junhee looks at him with puppy dog eyes. How fast is fast? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun thinks for a second. An hour by taxi, so round trip, probably about 2 hours. Junhee gasps. No way, Dad. 2 hours? I'll literally pass out from fear. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun sighs, defeated. Fine. How much time do I have? Junhee holds up her hand. 30 minutes. Actually, make it 20. Ayas scoffs. A 2-hour trip cut down to 20 minutes? Do you even have a conscience? Junhee's face goes dark at the comment. She snaps. Long. Ayas yelps and hides behind Do-jun Lee. Do-jun. Master, save me. I'm putting my life on the line here. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun just pats Junhee's head. I'll be as quick as I can. You have Kasi with you, so there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm heading out now. Junhee pouts. Fine. Come back soon, Dad. This is so scary. Junhee huddles with Kasi, trembling. Outside, the rain is coming down in sheets. Ayas grumbles. Master, do you see me as some kind of tool? Why are you carrying me like this? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun doesn't slow down. I don't have a choice. We need to hurry. Ayas rolls her eyes. Then you might as well just ride on my back. Too conspicuous, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun replies flatly. Ayas feels a sudden chill. Wait, Master. I have a really bad feeling about this. Where exactly are we going? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's voice is calm. Back to the rift from this morning. There's a monster we need to deal with. He remembers Junhee's fear. We have to take it down in 5 minutes. Ayas thinks to herself. If anyone can survive against you for 5 minutes, they aren't a monster, they're a god. The scene shifts as they enter the rift. Ayas looks around, disappointed. Not a single pub is open? And here I was looking forward to a drink. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun sighs. Of course they're closed at this hour. Everyone's gone home. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun approaches a trophy-like cup. Ayas rubs her face. I don't see any sign of a monster. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun pulls out a piece of paper. Just wait a little longer. Ayas's eyes widen. That cup. There's something about it that's really ticking me off. Suddenly, the ground beneath the trophy begins to bulge and heave. Ayas grabs onto Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's leg. I've seen this in movies. Now it just needs to start glowing, and before she can finish, the ground splits open, releasing a blinding light that sears their eyes. An entity slowly manifests. She opens her eyes and demands, Who are you? Floating into the air, she declares, O traveler, who has awakened me from my seal. I am N, the manager of this central tutorial territory. I thank you for waking me from my endless slumber. Now, I must fulfill my duty and test your worth. Ayas interrupts immediately. Hey, who the hell are you? N's face twists in rage. You brat, how dare you interrupt me? Ayas just laughs. Why are you even here? Didn't the entire dragon clan fall into an eternal sleep ages ago? Aya sneers, you crazy lady. Then she turns to Do-jun. Master, we just have to beat her up, right? Aya cracks her knuckles, a savage grin on her face. See this? En recoils in absolute shock. You're from the Great Dragon Clan? How on earth are you serving a mere human? Ias glares at her, his voice dripping with mockery. The dignity and pride of the Dragon Clan? Can you grind that up and eat it for dinner? Can you turn it into a bowl of rib soup or ginseng chicken stew? Huh? Answer me. Ni is visibly shaken by his words. Her mind is a mess of confusion. What did he just say? Do-jun checks the time on his phone, his voice cold as ice. Any last words before you go? He raises the glowing orb high into the air. I really don't have time to waste with you. In an instant, the orb morphs into a jagged black blade. Nei's eyes widen in sheer terror as she screams, Wait! Stop! Just listen to me. She desperately tries to find a bargaining chip. If you kill me now, you'll never be able to set foot in the Central District. Do-jun pauses, the blade hovering inches away. I can't attack it? Is that what you're saying? Ni senses a sliver of hope and keeps talking. If I die, the tutorial zone loses its manager. The path to the higher floors will be sealed forever. Are you finally realizing how indispensable I am? She stands tall, trying to regain her poise. I am a very important person here. Do-jun, however, remains completely unfazed. Whatever. I only care about getting that audience pass. Nei is stunned. What? Why on earth do you need a pass like that? Sensing her impending doom, she quickly changes her tune. If that's what you want, there's another way. She flies down and drops to her knees in a pathetic display of submission. I'll apologize. I'm so sorry for being so arrogant. Please, just spare my life. A system notification pings. You have earned Nez recognition. Do-jun looks down at her. So, this is the audience pass, right? Meanwhile, Ias is literally drooling, still daydreaming about the feast he was promised. The system updates again. You have acquired a pouch of audience passes. The path to the Central District's tutorial zone is now open. Do-jun plunges his sword into the ground, sending a shockwave of fear through Nei's entire body. Ias picks up one of the passes and gives it a lick, only to realize it's definitely not edible. Nei scowls, her heart still racing. Are they really going to let me live? No, there's no way, right? She braces for the end, certain they'll dispose of her now that they have what they need. How am I going to survive this? She squeezes her eyes shut, but after a moment, she realizes the air has gone deathly quiet. Nei opens one eye and is baffled to see Do-jun tucking Ias under his arm and walking away. What? They're just leaving? Do-jun is already thinking ahead. Once he hands over these passes, his job is officially done. He figures the other hunters can handle the rest from here. Ias grumbles under his breath, annoyed at being hauled around like a piece of luggage. The scene shifts abruptly to the entrance of the Central District on Mount S. A frustrated voice echoes through the trees. Damn it. How much longer are we going to be stuck wandering around this entrance? Junyun is clearly reaching his breaking point. He kicks a rock in annoyance. What's the point of going in circles? We haven't seen a single sign of the actual gate. Kang Hee-hyun sighs. All right, let's head back for now and report our findings to the association chairman. Junyun's jaw drops. What? You mean we're leaving right now? We haven't even had a chance to rest. Big brother Hee-hyun tries to calm him down with a patient smile. New members will be joining us soon, Hee-hyun explains. Once they arrive, you'll have plenty of time to relax. Just hang in there a little longer. Junyun looks surprised. New people? Kang Hee-hyun clarifies. They aren't exactly rookies, but new additions to the team. They're coming in from other guilds, so make sure you watch your mouth and don't get any funny ideas about them. Junyun rolls his eyes, looking exhausted. You talk too much. Seriously, even my own mother doesn't nag me as much as you do. Yi chimes in with a smirk. Well, maybe that's why your personality turned out like this? Junyun's temper flares instantly. What was that? Are you insulting my mother right now? I'll see you in court for defamation. Yi Kyung just looks away, completely drained. Where does he even learn to talk like that? This is pure torture. Back at the office, the phone rings loudly. Hyuk-soo picks it up with a practiced tone. Hello, Rift Management Department. Kang Hyuk-soo speaking. Yes. Understood. I see. He hangs up and turns toward Do-jun. Hey, Do-jun, I just got a call from the Human Resources Department. Do-jun looks up from his desk as Hyuk-soo continues. You haven't attended the Rift training session yet, have you? Do-jun nods simply. No, not yet. Hyuk-soo checks his calendar. Well, you're scheduled to head to the Hunter Management Bureau this coming Monday for a training event. Do-jun gives a small, knowing smile. Understood. I'll be there. It's actually perfect timing. He was already planning to head over there to drop off the audience passes. Suddenly, Lee Ju shoots her hand up with high energy. Oh, pick me, she chirps. I have my rank B evaluation this Monday too. Do-jun looks at her, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Of course I know that. It's fine if we go together. She lets out a playful smirk, her eyes twinkling with mischief. In that case, I don't suppose you'd be free for dinner tonight? Do-jun. Do-jun suddenly recalls her words from before. Let's have dinner together next time, my treat. And just the two of us. Remembering the promise, Do-jun gives a firm nod. Sure, why not? She practically squeals with excitement. Really? Then I'll meet you at the main entrance as soon as you're finished. Monday arrives. Inside the Hunter Bureau building, a commanding voice echoes through the halls. Thank you all for being here today. That concludes our morning training session. The professor at the front signals to the group. Go grab some lunch, but make sure you're back in your seats before the afternoon session begins. Do-jun tightens the strap of the cloth bag on his shoulder. It's finally time to hand over these audit passes. Just as he reaches Min-ho's office, a frustrated voice erupts from inside. I already told you, I'm exhausted. Just leave me alone. The outburst makes Do-jun pause. It sounds like the director has a difficult guest. Maybe he should just leave the bag at the door? Suddenly, someone calls out his name. Manager Do-jun. An employee spots him and rushes over, breathless. What are you doing all the way up here at the director's office? If you needed something, you could have just called me. Do-jun replies nonchalantly. Oh, I'm just here for the rift training session, so I thought I'd stop by. The employee looks at him in utter shock. Training? Is there some kind of problem? He stammers. No, never mind. After a moment's thought, Do-jun hands him the bag. Could you give this to the director for me? Before the bewildered employee can even process what's happening, Do-jun is already walking away. Class is starting soon, I have to get back. Min-ho calls out, Wait, manager, but receives no answer. He sighs, looking down at the heavy bag. What on earth is in here? The moment he peeks inside, his eyes nearly pop out of his head. Resting in his hand is an audit pass, pulsing with a faint, ethereal glow. Back in the classroom, the professor addresses the students. All right, let's begin the afternoon training. Do-jun sits focused, intently reading the report in his hands. Everyone, take your seats. Seeing him so focused, Nazim can't help but feel curious. What could he possibly be scribbling down so diligently this whole time? She leans over and let out a weary groan. Hey, you know this is just a review of stuff everyone already knows, right? We're only here to check the attendance box. What have you been writing since this morning anyway? Do-jun looks up. I was in the hospital and only recently returned to duty. I'm still a bit rusty on the protocols. Besides, I don't have the best memory, so if I don't write it down, it's gone. Nazim faceplants onto her desk. Why work so hard? It's not like it matters. It's not like either of us is the legendary manager Do-jun or something. Do-jun blinks, confused. Who? Nazim bolts upright, staring at him like he has two heads. What? You're a civil servant and you don't know manager Do-jun? Are you for real? She immediately begins schooling him on the legend of the civil service world. He is the man who earned the respect of every single person in this industry. He took on an S-rank dungeon with a mortality rate of 99.99%, and he led that raid with 0% casualties. He's the legend among legends. Do-jun sits there, stunned. A legend in the industry? Me? Nazim's face is flushed with excitement. He's basically a superstar. I have to get his autograph no matter what. Suddenly, Min-ho bursts into the room. He's in this room, sir. Following close behind him is Director Yang Cheon. He really is here. So the rumors about him taking basic training were true? Even the professor at the chalkboard is stunned. Director? What brings you to the training hall in person? Yang Cheon's voice is deep and serious. I apologize for the intrusion. A matter of extreme urgency required me to come here immediately. Do-jun remains calm, though he's annoyed. The director knows exactly how much he hates the spotlight. I thought he was smarter than this. Is he really going to blow my cover? Yang Cheon walks straight toward Do-jun's desk, sending the room into a frenzy of whispers. What's happening? Did that guy do something wrong? Standing before Do-jun, Yang Cheon's tone becomes incredibly respectful. Manager Do-jun. First, I want to apologize for this sudden disruption. The name hits the room like a lightning bolt. Do-jun? That guy is the legendary manager? The one who was the commander-in-chief for that mission? The S-rank dungeon raid? I need his autograph right now. Do-jun closes his eyes, letting out a tired sigh. It looks like paying attention to this lecture is officially impossible. Realizing the situation, he looks at the professor. My apologies, professor, but may I be excused for a moment? The professor wouldn't dream of saying no. Yes, of course. Please go ahead. Do-jun stands up and makes a quick exit. We're going to your office, I assume? Yang Cheon nods quickly. If you would be so kind. The professor watches them go, completely baffled. What in the world? Nazim is still frozen in shock. I just thought he was some weird handsome guy. He's actually the Lee Do-jun? Once the office doors are safely shut, Do-jun Lee Do-jun speaks up first. If you keep making scenes like that, our future cooperation is going to be very difficult. Yang Cheon bows his head in a sincere apology. I am truly sorry. But these audit passes for the central area are far too important. I had no other choice. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun doesn't let him off easy. Then make sure you offer a proper apology to the people whose lesson you interrupted. Yang Cheon doesn't argue. Of course, consider it done. Thank you for being understanding. Seeing the director's sincerity, Do-jun Lee Do-jun's irritation softens slightly. The man at least knows how to take responsibility. But Do-jun Lee Do-jun knows he has to be firm. He needs to ensure this never happens again. He follows Yang Cheon deeper into the office. I know this is an inconvenience for you, but we truly need your help with this. Inside the meeting room, a group of people is already waiting. The Behemoth Guild has just returned. Someone whispers urgently, "Huh? Is he actually coming in now?" As they enter, Kang Hyun and Akyung fix their eyes on Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Ryu Junyun narrows his eyes, looking unimpressed. What's this? What's all the fuss about? Kang Hyun is the first to recognize him. Manager Lee Do-jun. He steps forward to shake Do-jun Lee Do-jun's hand. I can't believe it was you who found the audit passes. Ryu Junyun watches the exchange with a look of pure skepticism. We never even considered the possibility that the passes would be found outside the gate. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun simply replies, I just got lucky. Akyung's voice turns sharp as she glares at her teammate. Ryu Junyun. Aren't you going to stand up and greet him properly? Junyun lazily picks up one of the glowing passes. You're calling this an audit pass? It looks like a cheap fake to me. Yang Cheon finally loses his patience and bellows. Ryu Junyun, that's enough. Apologize to Manager Lee this instant. Junyun just sneers, leaning forward with a threatening glare. Hey, you! If you're trying to scam us, you're going to regret it. Ryu Junyul, I told you to knock it off right now. Akyung snaps. Look at your teammate. Who says things like that to someone they just met? Kang Hyun quickly tries to smooth things over. I'm really sorry. He's not a bad guy, he just doesn't know when to shut his mouth. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, doesn't even blink. This guy reminds him of the low-life thugs he used to see back in his wandering days, so he simply sighs. It's fine, but Ryu Junyul is just getting started. I'm talking to you, and you have the nerve to smile? Do you have any idea how much trouble bringing a fake pass can get you into? He scoffs, tapping his temple. Right, you civil servants are just the paper pushers hiding behind hunters. You've never been hit, so you don't know what real pain feels like, do you? Fine then, let me show you personally. Ryu Junyul draws his weapon, sparks of lightning dancing across the blade. I'll show you exactly how terrifying I can be. Akyung and Kang Hyun watch in horror, calling out to stop him, but Do-jun Lee Do-jun doesn't even flinch. Junyul grins like a maniac. How about now? Feeling anything yet? Who do you think you are? Trying to play me? He walks up and slaps Do-jun Lee Do-jun's shoulder. What's the matter? Scared stiff? Why are you standing there like a statue? Don't worry, I don't make a habit of beating up civilians. Relax a little. He has no idea that director Yang Cheon is standing right there sweating buckets. Junyul keeps ranting about how the government is training scammers these days. Being too nice is a crime, you know. Suddenly, Do-jun, Lee Do-jun's voice drops an octave. Director, Yang Cheon nearly jumps out of his skin. Yes, sir. Do-jun Lee Do-jun maintains a gentle, terrifying smile as he places a hand on Junyul's shoulder. He won't mind, will he? This dog has absolutely no manners. The words hang heavy in the air. Akyung and Kang Hyun are frozen in shock, while Junyul's face turns a deep, pulsing red with rage. A dog? Junyul points a finger right in Do-jun Lee Do-jun's face. You want to die by the hands of this dog? Do-jun Lee Do-jun's lips curl into a chilling smirk. No manners at all. Yang Cheon looks like he's about to faint, his legs giving out as someone catches him from behind. Director! Junyul is beyond furious. You little, a murderous aura explodes from his body. You really want to die that badly? Do-jun, Lee Do-jun remains unmoving. He locks eyes with the hunter, a gaze filled with pure, cold threat. You're going to kill me? In an instant, Ryu Junyul is pinned where he stands. What is this? I can't move a single muscle. Akyung and Kang Hyun can only watch in confusion. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun doesn't waste words. He exerts a crushing pressure that forces Junyul to his knees. His expression doesn't change once. Only Junyul is left trembling, his bravado gone. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Do-jun leans in close. I'll let it slide this once, but remember, there won't be a second time. As the pressure lifts, Junyul clutches his throat, gasping for air. It takes a long moment before Akyung can find her voice. Ryu Junyul, are you okay? Kang Hyun is still reeling from the shock. What the hell was that? He took down an elite hunter with just his presence? His eyes are wide with newfound fear. He's not human, he's a monster. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun cut straight to the point. So, why did you call me here, director? Is it worth my time? Young Cheon swallows hard. I'll be blunt. Please, help us conquer the center. Do-jun Lee Do-jun doesn't even hesitate. No, I won't be joining any raid teams. Yang Cheon quickly tries to de-escalate. I understand. Just you helping us find the pass was more than enough. We are truly grateful. He pulls out a folded document. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please, take it. But Do-jun Lee Do-jun makes no move to accept it. The director looks at him expectantly. Do-jun Lee Do-jun plays it safe. I'm a public official. Taking a bribe like this is a bit much, don't you think? Yang Cheon waves his hands frantically. This isn't a bribe, I swear. It's just a gift to show how much we appreciate you. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun cuts him off. In my line of work, we call this a bribe. He pauses, looking thoughtful for a moment. Then, he continues. However, since the director is being so sincere, I suppose I should maintain a good relationship with the Hunter Bureau. Yang Cheon beams. Really? But there's a catch. In the future, if I have a request, you must agree to it. No questions asked. No one notices Ryu Jun Yeol slumped in the corner, a broken man. Kang Hyun's mind is racing. Does he mean he wants to take over the entire Hunter Bureau one day? Regardless, Yang Cheon agrees instantly. Understood. A Kyung looks on in disbelief. Director, there is one more thing. Can you promise me this? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun nods. Go on. Yang Cheon's voice turns somber. Too many hunters have already lost their lives inside the rifts. The center is a different beast entirely. Its difficulty can't even be compared to a normal rift. His voice drops to a whisper. Please, don't let the hunters who enter the center die for nothing. Do-jun Lee Do-jun gives a firm nod. I will do my absolute best. A wide smile spreads across Yang Cheon's face. Then I will keep my word, no matter the cost. By the time he looks up, Do-jun Lee Do-jun is already at the door. We can discuss the rest later. I have to get back to my training session. Before leaving, he throws one last look over his shoulder. And one more thing. Stop bothering people who have nothing to do with this. Yang Cheon nods. I understand. With a final wave, Do-jun Lee Do-jun exits, leaving the three of them to finally breathe. Yang Cheon collapses into his chair with a heavy sigh. Ryu Jun Yeol, I didn't think you'd be so reckless. Do you really have no idea who that was? Facing their confused glares, the director reveals the impossible truth. Manager Lee Do-jun was the supreme commander of the S-rank dungeon raid. It's true that he took down the boss alone, but it wasn't just an S-rank kill. The terrifying part is, it didn't even take him 1 minute. A-kyung's voice trembles. Is he even human? Yang Cheon can only stare at the door, wondering the same thing. Kang Hyun is drowning in regret as he remembers his earlier words. You're not a hunter, are you? You actually have some talent. I didn't know anything. I actually gave him advice during our first meeting. Don't lose hope, I said. God, am I an idiot? Unaware of the chaos he left behind, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun is only thinking about one thing. I need to get back to class before it's too late. He doesn't give his earlier display of power a second thought, but when he reaches the room, it's completely empty. Is it over already? He looks around, disappointed. I'll have to make sure I catch the next one. Just then, the professor approaches him. I thought you had an emergency and left already, the professor said, his voice tinged with guilt. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun bowed slightly. Ah, about that. I'm truly sorry, sir. Hearing this, Professor Gaio scratched his head and waved it off. You've got the bureau director backing you, kid. There's really no need to apologize. I'll mark your training as complete, so don't sweat it. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun tilted his head in confusion, but I only stayed for half the session? The professor reassured him with a knowing look. I heard you had a much more vital matter to settle. This came straight from the director, so you're in the clear. Only then did Do-jun Lee Do-jun let the weight of the day slide off his shoulders. Thank you for understanding, sir. Suddenly, the professor pulled out a mysterious ornate box. One more thing. This is a random reward box for the trainees. He leaned in with a warning. Most people just pull rank F junk, so don't go getting your hopes up. Do-jun Lee Do-jun accepted it graciously. Thank you, professor. He turned to leave as the old man went back to shuffling his papers. There was no way a top-tier item would just be sitting in a box like that. The moment he stepped outside, Yeji was already waiting. Manager, she called out. You're out early. Have you been waiting long? Do-jun Lee, Do-jun asked. Yeji beamed at him. Nope. I just finished up my work too. She proudly brandished an honorary certificate. Thanks to you, I've officially become a rank B hunter. Seizing the moment, Do-jun Lee Do-jun smiled. Then, shall we go grab a bite? Yeji's eyes lit up and she quickened her pace. Wait, we're really going to eat? Together? Do-jun Lee Do-jun followed her with a chuckle. Let's go. Time flew by until the sky turned a deep indigo. The two stood at a crossroad, ready to part ways. That was great. Do you want to grab some dessert too? she asked hopefully. It's getting late. Let's save it for another time. Okay. Back at Do-jun's house, everyone was huddled around that mysterious box. What is this, Master? Yas asked, sniffing it. A random gift box from the training session. Honestly, I'd have preferred some good food, Do-jun muttered. Do-jun looked at his daughter. Junhee, do you want to open it? She immediately waved her hands in a frantic no. Pass. I've tried those before, but I have stinking hands. I never pull anything but trash. Rank F items only. Hearing that, Yas covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Stinking hands? Sis, that sounds absolutely disgusting. Junhee snapped at him instantly. It's a metaphor, you lizard. But Yas kept poking the bear. Junhee is smelly. Stinking hands. She lunged at him. Get back here. Long. Do-jun sighed. Fine, I'll just open it myself. He cracked the lid, and suddenly, a deep, ominous red light exploded from the box. Junhee sighed, thinking it was a dud. Shouldn't it at least be gold? Looks like Dad's hands aren't any better than mine. I guess you're right, Do-jun replied. But then, the box in his hands began to tremble, the red glow shifting into a brilliant, shimmering gold. Junhee rushed over, her jaw dropping. I've never heard of the color changing like that. Wait, is it turning purple now? Do-jun looked at her, curious. Is purple a good thing? Junhee's voice shook. They say a blue light means you've hit the jackpot. Your whole life changes. But a purple light from a random box? I've only ever seen that on the 9 o'clock news. Do-jun blinked in surprise. Is that so? The violet radiance grew blindingly intense. Junhee stepped back, shielding her eyes. This is getting a little too weird, isn't it? Do-jun remained eerily calm, staring into the glowing void of the box. I see. It looks decent. In his hands, the golden box pulsed with a mysterious ancient power. A voice echoed from within. Congratulations, you have discovered a psychic relic. Do-jun squinted, still skeptical. Is this actually good? I don't feel any special power from it. Suddenly, holographic lines of data flickered into existence. Explanation of the ataraxia. Rank, psychic relic. Completion, 0%. Mana, 10. The description read, compiled by Epikuros, the psychic traveler, an encyclopedia specializing in the center area. Pressing the display button on blank pages will record targets. As the book fills, completion and mana will increase. A psychic relic regarding the center area, Do-jun murmured. The name triggered a memory the words Nair had spoken to him once. Are you not the great dragon race, born from the center itself? Do-jun's face darkened as he fell into deep thought. Nair had definitely mentioned that the dragon race originated there. He looked up and nudged the lazy lizard. Hey, do you know what this is? Yas gave a lazy yawn. No clue. When Do-jun glared, the lizard jumped. Whoa, why that look? Is it really that weird that I don't know everything? Do-jun turned his gaze toward Casey. A relic rank item. Casey, what about you? You are the king of the dragon race after all. The little girl bowed her head in shame. I'm sorry, Master. I know nothing of the center. Even though we were born there, we have no memories of it. Do-jun's curiosity only deepened. I see. After a moment, he turned to Junhee. What exactly does relic rank mean? Junhee shrugged, equally baffled. I have no idea. Usually rank S is the ceiling. I've never even heard of something called a relic rank before. Casey stared at Do-jun, her eyes wide with wonder. This is the first time I've ever seen Master show interest in something like this. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Is he planning to enter the center? Nearby, Yas stretched his limbs. It's not even food. What a waste of time. Bedtime, everyone, Yas announced. Junhee immediately chased after him. Long, I told you. You have to brush your teeth before you sleep. Suddenly, Do-jun stood up, his aura looming. I'll brush his teeth tonight. Junhee froze. You? Dad? Yas paled and grabbed Junhee's leg. Junhee, I was just kidding. I'm all ready. Please, you brush them, he wailed, trying to escape, but Do-jun's iron grip was already on his collar. Let's go. Yas's face turned white as a sheet. Wait, Master, please. Junhee could only cheer from the sidelines. Be a good boy and brush your teeth. Long. Cassie's eyes sparkled. Master is so cool when he takes charge. Only Yas was left suffering, screaming for his life. By the next morning, Yas was slumped on the sofa, dejected. So boring. Why do all these dramas feel exactly the same? Now that Master is out of a job, is my life of luxury over? Will I never get to taste meat again? Yas wails, her heart sinking at the thought of an empty stomach. Do-jun quickly steps in to calm the chaos. That is not it at all. I am heading to Gangwon-do on business tonight, so I just stopped by to grab my bags. I will cook a meal for everyone before I go. The two little ones finally stopped their whining. Wait, Master is actually going to cook? Only Kasi looks troubled, a strange expression crossing her face. Gangwon-do? She muses even as Yaz tries to intervene. Master, it would be much better to let Junhee handle the cooking, Yaz suggests helpfully, don't you think? Meanwhile, Do-jun is lost in thought, wondering if he should spend some time cleaning up first. But Junhee has already finished. The house is spotless. Seeing this, Do-jun tells himself, I guess I will do the laundry then. Yet again, he stands there stunned. Everything is already washed and folded. Even this is done? When did she find the time? Cassie explains the mystery. After you leave for work, the young mistress cleans everything top to bottom before she heads off to school. A wave of complicated emotions washes over Do-jun. He knew Junhee was more mature than other girls her age, but this is on another level. Pushing the thought aside for now, he makes his way back to the kitchen. Well then, I will handle the cooking. Yas panics instantly. Master, you are not seriously going to cook, are you? But before long, the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the pot has Yas gasping in surprise. It smells incredible, but could you let Junhee make the meat side dishes? Yas pleads. Suddenly, Cassie glances toward the door. I think the young mistress is home. Do-jun turns around with a smile. Perfect timing. Junhee is shocked to see him standing there. Dad, when did you get back? Do-jun explains that he has a sudden trip to Gangwon-do and just dropped by. He carefully carries the steaming pot of soup to the table. Come on, sit down and eat. Junhee happily joins him. I will enjoy this very much. Do-jun watches her for a moment. Eat up. But tell me, why do you never ask me for allowance money? Junhee looks up, puzzled. Allowance? But I still have plenty. You gave me 720,000 won just last month. Do-jun nearly chokes in surprise. What? Not only that, but Junhee begins to recite her ledger with perfect clarity. 250,000 for a vacuum, 240,000 for a dryer, groceries, canned herring, and some sewing supplies. Do-jun quickly cuts her off. That is the household budget. I am talking about money for your own personal things. Junhee lets out a small cheer as if the realization finally hit her. Oh, I used 30,000 for my transit fare. Do-jun repeats himself, frustrated. No, I mean pocket money. You need cash when you go out with your friends. But Junhee is far too sensible to demand more. It is okay, Dad. I would honestly rather stay home and play with Long. Do-jun shakes his head at her. You need to go out and hang out with friends to build a social life. Anyway, just tell me whenever you need something, okay? Junhee nods obediently. I will. Just then, Aiza pulls out a dumpling. Wait, why are there dumplings in the soybean paste stew? After finishing his meal, Do-jun prepares to leave. I have to go get ready now. Aiza is still obsessed with the food. This is so good. Junhee sighs softly. You have to leave already? Do-jun speaks over his shoulder. Yeah, this matter is quite urgent. Junhee watches him go with a worried look. Be careful, Dad. Yaz bellows a farewell. Take care, Master. Then, she turns back to the table with greedy eyes. Now that Master is gone, his share is all mine, she scoffs at Kasi. You only eat animal feed, you poor thing. You have no idea how to enjoy the true pleasures of life. But then, Yas realizes Kasi has vanished. Hey? She searches the room frantically. Meanwhile, Junhee is feeling sentimental. Dad is so busy. He doesn't even have time to sit and eat properly. Outside, Do-jun is walking down the street when a voice rings out behind him. Master, the shout is so loud that the people nearby stop in their tracks. Did I just hear that right? I heard it too. Do-jun stops, his heart racing. Wait, Master, please wait just a moment. By the time he turns around, Kasi has transformed herself into the shape of a young girl. Can I come with you, Master? The loud declaration makes the neighbors stare with intense suspicion. Master? In broad daylight? Did you hear what that child just called him? This is insane. We need to call the police right now. Hey, you thug, say something. A self-proclaimed hero steps forward. That poor child. Don't worry, honey. Just stay calm. Everything is going to be okay. And you, old lady, who are you calling a thug? The insults fly, reaching Do-jun's ears. What? Old lady? Kasi finally catches up, breathless. Thank goodness you haven't gone far. Do-jun stares at the girl, bewildered. Who? Who are you? Kasi introduces herself hurriedly. Master, you don't recognize me? It is me. As Do-jun gapes in shock, Kasi explains. Yes, this appearance is a bit inconvenient, but it helps me draw less attention. But she is wrong. Just a short distance away, the whispers continue. That little girl is still calling him Master. Do-jun finally feels the heat of a dozen judgmental glares. This is unbelievable, he mutters, patting Kasi's shoulder. We need to get out of here, and fast. The girl nods. Yes. But right at that moment, a heavy hand slams onto Do-jun's shoulder. Hey, punk. Where do you think you're going? A vigilante barks out. You piece of trash, you're coming with me to the police station right now. Do-jun tries to keep his cool. I understand why you are doing this, but this is not what it looks like. The vigilante isn't listening. Not what it looks like? I don't want to have to beat you down in front of a child, so be smart and come quietly. Do-jun is at a total loss. This is a natural reaction from the public, so he doesn't even know how to argue. The man's voice only grows louder and more aggressive. I am holding back my temper because of this little girl. Otherwise, you would have been dead at my hands a long time ago. You bastard. Lee Do-jun panics. How on earth can he explain this? That is because. Before he can finish, Kasi suddenly lunges forward and grabs the man by the throat. You bastard. Her violent strength is a terrifying contrast to her cute face. A lowly human like you dares to speak so insolently to my master? Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lee Do-jun rushes to stop her. Kasi, let go, stop it. Kasi's voice is low and dangerous. Master, I cannot forgive this pathetic human. Do-jun closes his eyes, exhausted. If they stay here any longer, the trouble will only multiply. For now, they have to disappear. He quickly scoops Kasi up by her waist. The girl looks at him, confused. Master? Lee Do-jun raises a hand to the stunned crowd, trying to de-escalate. I know this looks incredibly strange and easy to misunderstand, but I promise you, this is not what you think. Please, just calm down. Even if they don't believe him, the crowd is too terrified by Kasi's display of strength to follow. Master, why do you let that arrogant human off so easily? Hush, just be quiet for a minute, Do-jun. Lee Do-jun quickly hails a taxi and shoves Kasi inside. She is still fuming. Just you wait, you lowly human. Finally, they are moving. Driver, take us to Mountain Sode, please. The friendly driver glances in the rearview mirror. Taking your daughter on a little hiking trip, are you? They arrive at Mountain Sode in record time. Here we are. The fare is shockingly high. Here is the money. Thank you for the ride. Kasi watches the taxi drive away, her heart aching at the price. He drove like a snail and charged 350,000 won. She counts on her fingers, unable to believe it. 350,000. With that much money, couldn't we have bought 7 whole bags of food? Kasi chases after Lee Do-jun, complaining loudly. Master, if I had flown, it would have only taken 10 minutes. Why did we have to ride in that expensive pile of scrap metal? You'll stand out way too much if we do that, he replied coolly. Besides, money is just a material possession. It's not worth the risk. Don't overthink it. Also, Lee Do-jun emphasized with a stern look, from now on, while you're in this form, calling me master is strictly forbidden. Understood? Seer tilted her head, completely lost. Then what am I supposed to do? Are you gonna kick me out of your nest, master? Yeah. Do-jun replied bluntly. It's a real possibility. Just then, a father and son walked past them, laughing and playing. Daddy, can we please have sausages and noodles? The boy begged. You can have whatever you want, son, the father replied warmly. Hearing those words, an idea suddenly sparked in Lee Do-jun's mind. You're the best, Dad, the boy cheered. Lee. Do-jun turned back to her and instructed, While you look like this, you have to call me Dad. Seer pointed a finger at herself, her eyes wide with shock. Me? She hesitated. Is it really okay for me to do that? Lee Do-jun closed his eyes, giving his silent approval. It was the only way to avoid suspicion, whether he liked it or not. Taking that as her cue, Seer took a deep breath and shouted at the top of her lungs. Yes, Dad, Lee. Do-jun reached out and patted the little girl's head. Come on, let's go get some food. But Seer hesitated, looking down. I didn't bring my food with me. Lee. Do-jun paused, looking a bit awkward. If you eat that kind of food in this form, I'll probably end up at the police station for real. With that, he led the way to a nearby snack shop. Seer stared at everything with wide-eyed curiosity. What is this, Dad? They're noodles, Lee Do-jun explained. He blew on a spoonful and fed her, adding, Back at the house, Junhee's health isn't great. Unless it's a special occasion like this, we don't usually get to eat this kind of stuff. He watched her closely, thinking to himself, since you're used to dog food, this might not suit your taste at all. To his utter surprise, Seer's face lit up with pure joy. It's delicious. He let out a faint smile. Really? Then, his expression shifted to something more serious. Everything happened so fast I didn't get a chance to ask. Why did you follow me? Seer looked down at her feet, her voice small. Dad, you were planning to go to the Central Zone all by yourself, weren't you? She looked up, her eyes filled with genuine fear and worry. Even for you, Dad, that place is incredibly dangerous. Lee Do-jun remained calm, his voice steady. And? Seer grew even more agitated. What do you mean, and? I told you it's dangerous. I don't remember the details, but the feeling I get from that place. I know it's wrong. I just know it. Lee Do-jun reached out and patted her head to calm her down. Thank you for worrying about me, but I'll be fine on my own. Seer clenched her fists tight, her knuckles turning white. Master, I mean Dad, if something happens to you, everyone will be heartbroken. That's why I have to go with you. I'm going to protect you. Do-jun let out a soft laugh. If it's Seer, she can probably hold her own. All right then, just to be safe, you're coming with me, he coaxed. I'm counting on you. Instantly, a look of fierce determination flared in Seer's eyes. Yes, sir. Night fell in the blink of an eye as they reached the entrance of the Sode Mountain Central Zone. Do-jun scanned the perimeter. The scale of this place is massive. Shall we head in? Seer nodded firmly. Yes. In her mind, she whispered a promise. Little Master, just rest comfortably at home. I will make sure Master returns to you safely. With that, the two of them leaped into the dark abyss of the entrance. They landed softly on a surprisingly flat, grassy plain. Is this really where we're supposed to land before entering the actual heart of the zone? Do-jun muttered, feeling a sense of unease. It seems way too peaceful compared to the horror stories that Guild was telling. Do-jun reached into his pocket and pulled something out. To get through the main gate, you're going to need this. Seer looked at the object, surprised. What is that? It's one of the audience tickets, Do-jun explained. But it looks like the rumors about the endless swarms of monsters were true after all. No sooner had he spoken than a gargantuan shadow loomed over them from behind. Seer gasped, her instincts kicking in. Master, please, get behind me. She began to gather a surge of mana in her palms, her eyes locked on the beast. I'll handle this monster myself. But suddenly, Do-jun stepped forward and stopped her. Wait a minute, what is it, Master? Seer asked, confused. If you try to take that thing head-on, you'll be knocked out instantly, Do-jun warned. Seer cried out in frustration. Let go of my hand, Master. Let me go. She looked at him with frantic eyes. Wait, is your hand okay? Did I hurt you? I'm fine, Do-jun replied, his voice eerily calm. Suddenly, a thick, suffocating black aura began to swirl around Do-jun's hand. Besides, Seer, you don't even need to pay attention to these low-level monsters. He had already calculated every move. I need to clear this whole place out by the end of the weekend, so it's much more efficient if I handle this myself. With a single blinding flash, the monster was sliced clean in half. That way, I can still make it to work on Monday morning. Even though the monster had been obliterated in one blow, Do-jun sighed with a hint of regret. Oops, I think I might have gone a bit overboard with that one. Seer's face turned pale as she watched the aftermath. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupted from the spot where the monster fell. But it's probably for the best. This should be enough to scare off the rest of the trash. As the flames subsided, the dark sky above them suddenly turned clear and blue. Far away, Titila felt the massive tremor and froze. Has someone new entered the central zone? She whispered, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the horizon. I can feel his raw power from all the way here. Has a real powerhouse finally arrived? A dark smirk played on Titala's lips. Good. I was starting to get bored out of my mind. Finally, a toy worth playing with. I hope you make it to me quickly. Meanwhile, Do-jun and Seer continued to push deeper into the heart of the zone. Master, where's the actual entrance? Based on the aura I'm sensing, Do-jun replied, his eyes fixed ahead. We're almost there. Suddenly, Seer spotted a crimson glow bleeding across the sky. Isn't that the entrance right there? Looks like it, Do-jun said. I'll go ahead and scout it out, Seer shouted, rushing forward. But then, she came to a sudden, jarring halt. Right in front of her, a figure was being slowly strangled by thick, thorny vines. Master, someone is in trouble at the entrance. They look like they're seriously injured. She immediately turned to him. I'll go carry them to safety. Hold on, Do-jun said, quickly flipping through his mysterious notebook. If it's a human, of course we have to save them. But as he read the pages, his expression darkened. Wait. The book says that thing isn't human at all. An eerie mechanical voice suddenly emanated from the illustrations in the book. Please specify the target for verification. Just as Do-jun feared, the system confirmed. Hellspawn recorded. The book continued its cold announcement. Ataraxia analyst completion has increased. Classification. Plant trap. Explanation follows. It lures its prey by mimicking a human form before launching a lethal surprise attack. If you let your guard down and approach, it will peel the skin right off your face. Proceed with extreme caution. Danger level, 1 star. You have earned the title, Scheming Traveler. Of course, Kazier, I promise there won't be any mistakes. Do-jun reaches out his hand, his voice steady. Now give me your hand, let's head in together. Kazier's fear eases slightly. She takes a deep breath, trying to stay calm. If her master is by her side, nothing bad can happen, right? But the moment they step inside, a heavy dread washes over her. Master, something is strange here. The little girl rubs her head, her steps faltering as a crushing weight settles on her body. Do-jun's eyes widen in surprise. Is that so? In an instant, Kazier's consciousness begins to fade into a blur. Yes, just a little. Her voice trails off as she fights to stay awake, but it's a losing battle. As she collapses, Do-jun catches her. With a sigh, he gently lifts her unconscious form and settles her onto his back. Do-jun moves with incredible speed, reaching the first floor of the tutorial's central area in no time. Kazier stirs, letting out a soft mumble. Wrapped in the warmth of his back, she sinks into the comfort. Is it okay to sleep just a bit longer? She starts to close her eyes again, but a bolt of panic snaps her awake. No, she's inside the center. Do-jun's voice cuts through her confusion. You're finally awake? Kazier spins around at the sound of his voice. Master! She stares at him, her eyes wide with shock. What are you doing? He looks perfectly calm, as if he doesn't have a care in the world. I'm fishing. I heard this rod can pull up ancient artifacts. Kazier pokes at the water with a small branch, skeptical. Fishing? Which bastard dared to give Master such a menial task? Do-jun closes his eyes, amused by her loyalty. It wasn't an order. Think of it more like an exam. Besides, you seem to be feeling much better now, don't you? He notices something peculiar. Her condition isn't just better, she's stronger than before. Perhaps because she was born from this center, the dense energy here has caused her power to spike. Yes. Kazier replies, sounding puzzled herself. I don't know why, but I feel strangely at peace. She quickly scurries over to stand by Do-jun's side. But Master, wouldn't it be faster to just jump in and catch them with your hands? Do-jun offers a small smile. Word is, if I do that, the artifacts will just vanish into thin air. That's why I was waiting for you to wake up. Kazier tilts her head, still lost. Pardon? What do you mean? Suddenly, faint sparks of mana begin to flicker around Do-jun's hand. I didn't want to make a ruckus while you were sleeping so soundly. Kazier's confusion deepens. It's just fishing, how could it possibly be noisy? But Do-jun knows better. Oh, it can be very loud, Do-jun replies. Suddenly, Kazier's eyes lock onto the water. Master, look, the surface is moving, Do-jun snaps into action. Back up, Kazier, things are about to get messy. In a flash, a massive golden catfish erupts from the water. Kazier's jaw drops. Master, you can even do it like this? The speed is blinding. As the fish lands in his grip, Kazier is still reeling from the shock. This fish. Wait, didn't we just break the rules? Do-jun nonchalantly checks his watch. I used a mana fishing rod. That's not cheating. As he speaks, the rod in his hand begins to dissolve into particles. Does the tool just self-destruct once the artifact is caught? Is the mission over? He glares at the floating screen, wondering what's next. To his surprise, the system announces that he has obtained a class, leaving him momentarily baffled. This doesn't feel like a standard mission reward. You have caught 3 artifacts. You have obtained a class. Your mana has increased by 0.5. Would you like to combine your artifacts to summon a higher tier item? Do-jun doesn't hesitate. There is absolutely no reason to say no. He quickly confirms the prompt. Do it. A blinding light erupts, engulfing everything. The system announces the fusion process has begun. The result, the Mage's Bracelet. An exquisite piece of jewelry appears before him. Mage's Bracelet. Tier 3 accessory, effect. Increases all skill damage by 30% and reduces mana consumption by 10%. This is a rare grade bracelet with a history of use. Do-jun smiles softly to himself. This will suit Junhee perfectly. Seeing the treasure, Kazier casually tosses the golden fish aside. Is that a good item, Master? Do-jun reaches out and pats her head. We got pretty lucky with this one. Kazier cheers, her eyes sparkling. Congratulations, Master. Do-jun adjusts his gear, wondering what his next move should be. Suddenly, a strange sound vibrates through the air. In the sky above, a jagged black crack begins to tear open. A grotesque, otherworldly hand reaches out from the void. Sensing immediate danger, Kazier lunges forward, shielding Do-jun. Master, please, stay behind me. A high-pitched, mocking laugh echoes from above. You arrived much earlier than I expected. Do-jun narrows his eyes, his voice low and dangerous. Who are you? Oh? The stranger pouts her lips, trying to act cute. I am your most reliable supporter. To all the adventurers who wander into the tutorial lands, I am Tusitala. With a dramatic flair, Tusitala blows a kiss toward him. I look forward to working with you. Do-jun remains dead silent. Annoyed by his lack of reaction, Tusitala taps her staff against her head. My dear adventurer, why the cold shoulder? No reaction at all? The more she talks, the more Do-jun's distaste grows. Kazier, however, senses something truly terrifying hidden beneath the act. Tusitala's smile shifts, revealing a jagged, dangerous edge. What is this suffocating aura? Well now, do you want to play a little game with me? A low growl vibrates in Kazier's throat as she prepares to strike. Do-jun steps in front of her, cutting her off. "Get behind me, Kazier!" The girl's face is tight with worry. "Master!" Suddenly, Tusitala covers her face with her hands. "Wait, no, I can't. I haven't had a new toy in so long. If you die too quickly, where's the fun in that?" She turns away, muttering to herself. Can you feel it? That terrifying energy pouring out nearby? Overacting, she suddenly rushes over and cups Do-jun's face. "I'm so scared. You must be absolutely terrified, aren't you, little adventurer?" She's fully committed to her little performance. You know how horrifying this place truly is, right? When Do-jun remains silent, a triumphant wicked grin spreads across her face. "Without me, you'd be dead in a heartbeat." She has no idea that Do-jun is calmly analyzing her, realizing that this woman is on a completely different level than the usual monsters. Despite the threat, Do-jun just watches the show. Her power is impressive, sure, but in his eyes it's merely decent. Tusitala's eyes twitch in pure shock at his calm expression. "I'm talking to you! How dare you laugh?" Her mask slips, her voice dripping with malice. "Maybe I should just kill you right now?" She pauses, forcing herself to swallow her rage. No, she has to be patient. She needs to drag this fun out for as long as possible. She spreads her arms wide in a grand gesture. "Fine, then friendly Tusitala will start by introducing you to the center." She reveals that this area has an incredibly high concentration of mana. Because of this, adventurers find their strength sapped, their bodies weakening until they eventually meet a miserable end. Against the grim backdrop she paints, she poses as his only hope. That is why the most important thing here is mana resistance. She plants her hands on her hips, chin held high as she explains. Mana resistance is the power that shields your body, preventing external mana from invading your system. This power is neutral and unpredictable. It can sustain your life or destroy it. Increasing it is nearly impossible. I've explained that quite clearly, haven't I? "Oh, I'm just too kind." Tusitala then peers down into the darkness below. "One more thing. The deeper you go, the more suffocating that mana becomes. Have you gathered enough anti-magic power yet? You're going to need a lot, and I mean a whole lot." Tusitala mumbles to herself, her voice echoing in the void. "It seems my dear adventurer is finally prepared," she whispers, a sinister smirk creeping across her face. But even with all that power, without her generous guidance, how could he possibly find the path to the deeper floors? The heavy silence around her is starting to grate on her nerves. "Fine, this is it. This is the last time I'm helping you." She barely keeps her temper in check, explaining that every floor holds its own trial. To descend further, he must complete the current mission, hunt down a specific beast. Tusitala's voice turns frantic and high-pitched. "That monster is terrifying, you know. We could try jumping from here, but I guarantee you'll end up as 100% dead pancake." Do-jun finally breaks his silence, his tone completely flat. "Can't I just run down there? It shouldn't be a problem." Tusitala grinds her teeth, her face darkening with pure irritation. "I haven't had a new toy in ages, so I've been being nice to you. How can you be so incredibly arrogant and ungrateful?" Do-jun ignores her tantrum, recalling the notes written by the analyst. So far, the book has been dead accurate. He decides to trust the text over the guide. "Master, this feels dangerous," Kazier whispers nervously. Tusitala loses her patience and draws her weapon, the air turning cold. "Enough is enough. Don't make me have to erase you myself." Seeing the threat, Do-jun releases his true strength, his gaze turning razor sharp. "Are you confused about something, you little glitch?" He stares her down with the eyes of a judge. "I'm talking about you, the one who needs a serious attitude adjustment." A deafening boom shakes the dimensions, followed by the sound of Tusitala wailing in despair. "I'm sorry, Mr. Adventurer. I'm so sorry," she sobs. Do-jun sighs. "That's enough. Just drop the act and behave yourself," he commands. "Yes, sir," she whimpers. After a moment, she points a trembling finger toward the sky. "That bird over there? That's the beast you need to catch." Seizing the moment, she tries to negotiate. "Now that I've helped, could you please let me go?" Do-jun's response is a cold no. As her crying intensifies, Kazier lets out a petty smirk. "Serves you right. So, if I catch that bird, I can move to the second floor of the tutorial, right?" Do-jun asks. Tusitala is so frustrated she can barely speak. "Why would I lie to you at this point?" She quickly switches back to a polite, submissive tone. "Yes, that is correct, sir." Suddenly, her eyes lock onto the ancient book in his hand. "Wait, is that an analyst's book? It's a fake, right?" she asks, hoping she's wrong. "It's the real deal," Do-jun confirms. Tusitala's jaw drops in utter disbelief. "What? How did someone like you get your hands on that? Isn't that supposed to be held by some legendary old man?" Do-jun holds up his tablet with a bored expression. "I got it from a gacha." Tusitala blinks, completely lost. "A gacha? What's a gacha?" Do-jun Lee. Do-jun ignores her, checking the rift data and deciding everything is in order. You talk too much, he complains. Tusitala tries to reclaim some dignity, puffing out her chest. Well, even if you're ready, the barrier won't open for another 5 minutes. Why don't you use that time to explain things to me? Without a word, Do-jun Lee Do-jun reaches out and grabs the iron bars of the cage. No, I don't have time for this. Tusitala tries to soothe him like a child. Oh, honey, don't bother. With the barrier active, anything an adventurer tries to do is completely useless. But Do-jun Lee, Do-jun's power is on a different level. Barrier? What barrier? He exerts a bit of pressure, leaving Tusitala stuttering in shock. In an instant, the unbreakable barrier shatters into a million pieces. Tusitala stands frozen, her mind reeling. The timer wasn't up. How is it possible for you to just break it? The system notification rings out like a slap to her face. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks over the rewards, feeling slightly undecided. A random Tier 3 artifact? That's actually decent. Each item has its own unique utility, but Do-jun Lee Do-jun makes his choice quickly. I'll take the Traveler's Memory. Tusitala shrieks in horror. Good grief. Why on earth would you pick that one? A Tier 3 random box is worth a fortune here, she screams. Do-jun Lee Do-jun's reason is painfully simple. Because I have to go to work next week. Even Kazier looks at him with a confused tilt of her head. But master, can't we just run back when the time comes? Do-jun Lee Do-jun shakes his head. I have things to prepare before Monday. I need to move fast. Kazier wants to ask more, but the explanation only makes Tusitala's respect for him turn into fear. This guy is insane. He's completely lost his mind. Suddenly, Do-jun Lee Do-jun calls out, "Hey, you!" Tusitala flinches. "Yes, I didn't say anything bad, I swear." He just looks at her calmly. "Wait for me here. I'll be back next week." Before she can respond, the two of them vanish into thin air. Tusitala falls to her knees, screaming at the empty space. "Don't come back. Please, just stay home forever." Back at home, Junhee is busy with her usual chores. Ya stands behind her, his patience wearing thin. "Junhee." "Yeah?" she replies. Ya stares at the bowl of plain white rice in front of him. "Where's the meat, sis? Why is there no meat?" Junhee turns around and pokes Yas's belly. "You need to eat your vegetables too. You can't just have meat every single day." But Yas isn't backing down. "You're only doing this because the master isn't home, aren't you? You're withholding my meat." Junhee flinches, clearly caught off guard. "No, that's not it at all." She avoids his eyes, nervously adjusting her apron. "I'm doing this for your health, Yas." Yas starts wailing at the top of his lungs. "You're stingy. You're mean. You're a total cheapskate. I'm part of this family too. Why are you discriminating against me?" Junhee sighs, used to his drama. "Just endure it for a little while, okay? When Dad gets back, I'll cook you as much meat as you want." Yas pouts, a single tear of frustration rolling down his cheek. He drops his chopsticks and storms off. "Hey, where are you going?" Junhee calls out, "Aren't you going to finish your dinner?" Yas ignores her, stomping over to the window and shouting at the sky. "Mr. Moon, can you hear my prayer?" The full moon hangs silent in the night sky, offering no comfort. Yas continues to wail, "Please, Mr. Moon, bring the master home right now." Even the moon seems annoyed by the noise. Seeing no response, Yas flops onto the floor in a huff. Suddenly, he hears a familiar sound from behind him. Could it be? "I'm home. He's back. Sis, he's actually back." Yas spins around, his face lighting up as if he's seen a savior. "Master," he cries out, charging toward Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Yas's face is a mess of tears and snot, looking absolutely pathetic. Do-jun Lee Do-jun, however, doesn't show a hint of emotion. He simply tilts his head to the side, letting Yas fly past him and slam face first into the wall. Junhee rushes over, surprised. "Dad! I thought you said you'd be gone until Sunday?" Do-jun Lee Do-jun nods. "Yeah, work finished early, so they let me head home." She looks him over with concern. "Have you eaten yet?" "Don't worry about it," Do-jun Lee Do-jun says dismissively. "It's late, I'll just grab something for myself in a bit." But Junhee isn't having it, grabbing his arm firmly. "That's not happening." She starts pushing him toward the bathroom. "Go take a bath first. Take your time and relax." Then she grabs Kazier too. "Kazier, you go wash up as well." The little girl looks bewildered. "Wait, I have to take a bath too?" The house is suddenly filled with the lively sounds of the three of them. "Make sure you scrub well, you hear me?" "Yeah, I got it," Do-jun Lee Do-jun sighs. "Yes, little master," Kazier chirps. Inside the warm bath, Do-jun Lee Do-jun finally starts to unwind, but Yas is still outside, looking like his world has ended. Even Do-jun Lee Do-jun is starting to get annoyed. "How long are you going to keep acting like that?" He soothed the creature with a gentle voice, saying, "Hey, I didn't mean to dunk your head like that." Yas pouted, pressing his face against the wall in a huff, and muttered, "That's nothing but a cheap excuse." Seeing the drama unfold, Do-jun Lee Do-jun chimed in. "Casey, just leave him be and get in the tub yourself." Casey bowed slightly, responding, "Yes, master." That's when Yas let out a weird theatrical groan and said, "Listen here, you'd better think this through very carefully. Who do you choose, me or the master?" He was deliberately putting Kasi in a tight spot, boasting, "I am a tyrant, the king of dragons, after all." Ignoring the nonsense, Kasi stepped straight into the warm water. Yas immediately burst into tears. "You jerk! You could have at least pretended to think about it for a second." Kasi sighed. "Why bother? Thinking wouldn't change the outcome anyway." Do-jun then called out to the other, "Isa, you get in here too." Even though he hopped in, Isa still looked incredibly grumpy. But a moment later, the warmth worked its magic, and he couldn't help but cheer, "Oh, it's so warm." "This is pure heaven." Kasi relaxed into the steam, adding, "Indeed it is, sir." Suddenly, Do-jun broke the mood. "Hurry up and eat so I can brush your teeth again." The joy vanished from Yas's face instantly. A little while later, Junhee called out from the other room, "Is everyone finished with their bath?" The three of them stepped out and were immediately frozen in shock by what they saw. "Yes," Junhee replied softly. Do-jun stared, wide-eyed, at the massive, lavish feast spread across the table. "What's the occasion today? Even the food looks like it's glowing." Junhee flashed a radiant smile and said, "Dad, you worked so hard all week. I just wanted to give you a little boost to keep you going." Do-jun was still a bit confused, but he took his seat anyway. Out of nowhere, Yas whispered urgently, "Master. Hey, Master." Do-jun turned his head. "Huh?" Yas looked at him with pleading eyes, ready to beg. "Please, don't ever go anywhere again. I'm begging you." Do-jun was taken aback, asking, "Wait, what happened?" Knowing the brat was about to snitch, Junhee shot him a sharp, warning glare. "You'd better stay quiet and eat your dinner like a good boy." Yas immediately clamped his hands over his mouth, whimpering, "Yes, ma'am." During the meal, Junhee casually asked, "So, what did you have for lunch, Dad?" Do-jun stammered, "Oh well, But Kasi was too quick. "We had ramen." To make it worse, the little girl chirped about how delicious it was. Yas's eyes went wide with curiosity. "Ramen? You mean that stuff they show on TV?" Suddenly, Yas lunged forward in a fit of jealous rage. "You gotta eat something I've never even tasted before?" Do-jun realized the secret was out. "I'm so sorry, okay?" Junhee gave a soft laugh. "It's okay, Dad. Eating it once won't hurt." Do-jun was surprised she wasn't upset. "Really?" Yas's eyes sparkled with hope, thinking, "I have to get her to make some for me." But their joy didn't last a single second before Junhee launched into a full lecture. "However, I think you should strictly limit how much you eat things like that. Ramen contains levels of sodium that are way beyond what's healthy. If you regularly consume foods high in cholesterol, you run the risk of developing high blood pressure and serious cardiovascular issues, like heart failure or even a myocardial infarction. Angina and bone diseases like osteoporosis are incredibly dangerous." Kasi was busy taking notes like a diligent student, Junhee continued. "And it's not just ramen. We have to cut back on all fast food because of the massive sodium content. We must focus on a diet rich in vegetables and fruits." Yas didn't dare utter a single word of protest. "Dad, you are absolutely forbidden from eating ramen." In the blink of an eye, the table was wiped clean. "Junhee, that was a great meal." She smiled and asked, "Did it taste good, Dad?" Do-jun nodded. "It was wonderful." With that, he pushed back his chair. "I'll head out first. I have some things to take care of." Junhee looked puzzled. "But Dad, it's the weekend." Yas patted his stomach contentedly. "Oh man, I'm so stuffed." Do-jun began to explain. "On Monday, I have to attend an auction held at South Korea Aerospace." Hearing this, Junhee asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Meanwhile, Yas rubbed his belly, muttering, "This is true happiness." Do-jun continued, "The product information is only made public after the bidding is over, so there isn't much to prepare beforehand." Suddenly, Junhee blurted out, "Wait, Dad, isn't that a total scam?" Do-jun had been thinking the same thing. It did seem a bit suspicious. The next day, the auction was reaching a fever pitch. "We shall begin with item number 34. Starting price is 500, 600, 700, 800. Out of nowhere, someone jumped straight to 10 million. The price increments were set at 500, 105 million, 20 million, 30 million. The increments were raised to 10 million per bid, 40 million, 50 million. Bidder number 83. The numbers kept climbing higher and higher. Number 83 held steady at 50 million. Hyun-soo was sweating bullets. "Shouldn't we be jumping in on this too?" Hee-wook-soo seemed to agree, saying, "Maybe we should?" They both turned to Do-jun and asked, "What do you think?" Do-jun glanced at the stage and remarked, "I don't see anything special about it. We should just keep watching for now." Hyun-soo was baffled. "You're calling that ordinary? Look how flashy and grand it looks." He kept pressuring him, saying, I really think we should make a move. But it was too late. The auctioneer's gavel struck the podium. Sold for 50 million. The auctioneer then signaled to the side. We shall now reveal the item details. It is an E-rank piece of equipment, Key's decorative bow. A craftsman created this bow as a gift for his wife. It has 0 combat utility, and its attack power is extremely low. Upon hearing this, the bidder who just dropped 50 million burst into tears. It's an E-rank? Not an S-rank? I just burned 50 million on an E-rank item? Oh, my 50 million is gone. Cheon-su let out a huge sigh of relief. That was a close call. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun, how on earth did you know? Do-jun Lee, Do-jun replied nonchalantly. It was just a hunch. Cheon-su narrowed his eyes, trying to read him. A hunch? That's all you've got? Hee-wook-soo jumped in. Manager, you've got to trust Do-jun Lee Do-jun. He always delivers on his assignments. Cheon-su was still hesitant, thinking that bidding based on a hunch was a bit reckless. Suddenly, all eyes were drawn back to the stage for the next item. The next item up for bid is this wooden tablet engraved with red characters. Starting price is 1 million. This time, the room was silent and unimpressed. Who would want to buy a piece of worm-eaten wood like that? Just as he looked over at Do-jun Lee Do-jun, he saw him raise his paddle. Cheon-su was absolutely horrified. Do-yun Lee Do-yun, Cheon-su screamed at him. Stop, put it down. But Hee-wook-soo held him back. Manager, please, you have to trust him. As for Do-jun Lee Do-jun, he made the call because he could sense an incredibly powerful aura radiating from within that wood. It was the exact same energy he had felt back at the central hub, an energy that didn't belong to this earth. The price rapidly shot up to 50 million. We have 50 million, the auctioneer shouted. Are there any higher bids? Paddle number 82 went up again. 100 million. The room erupted in chaos. 100 million. We have a bid for 100 million. Cheon-su was panicking now. Do-yun Lee Do-yun. That thing is clearly just a useless old relic. Do-jun Lee Do-jun, stop. But Do-jun Lee Do-jun remained firm, holding his paddle high. The current bid is 100 million. Any further offers? Finally, Do-jun Lee Do-jun was declared the winner. Congratulations, sold for 100 million. The product information flashed onto the massive screen. We shall now reveal the details for this item. An ancient wooden tablet, classified as a preservation charm, rank F. Note: source unknown, grants +1 to stamina when equipped. Whispers began to flood Cheon-su's ears. It's just an F-rank item. They spent 100 million on something that's barely worth 100,000. Well, it's not like South Korea Aerospace lied about it. Spending 100 million in cash like it's play money. What a joke. Yeah, this isn't some gacha game where you gamble on luck. The captain isn't moving an inch. Captain Hyuk-shu panics, shouting, Are you all right? That's when Do-jun Lee Do-jun pulls out his card. Captain, I'll use my own money to buy that item. Cheon-su finally finds his voice, blurting out, 100 million for an F-rank item? Are you insane? No matter what, I'll protect my team. He flashes a bright, reassuring smile. It's okay, Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Everyone makes mistakes. Don't you worry. We can just list it as a heritage piece. If that fails, consider it my pension money down the drain. But the crowd doesn't have to wait long. The next item is already hitting the stage. I shall now open the bidding for the next item. We'll start the floor at 1 million nyack. Seeing Do-jun Lee Do-jun raise his paddle again, Hyuk-shu nearly has a heart attack. Captain, please, I'm begging you. Cheon-su is practically crawling on the floor. Listen to your superior for once. Meanwhile, the whispers from the crowd are relentless. Is that same guy bidding again? Cheon-su collapses backward. At this rate, my pension is as good as dead. I'm out. That thing doesn't even look useful. The mood in the room shifts. The bidding is a bit slow this time. 2 million. Do I hear any other offers? If not, the item will be sold. Is it really going to end at just 2 million nyack? The auctioneer desperately tries to hype up the crowd. This could be a hidden treasure, a masterpiece in disguise. Is there truly no one else who wants to place a bid? Finally, he has no choice but to announce the winner at 2 million. We shall now reveal the item's true stats. The room goes silent. It's an A-rank piece of equipment. The vampire's cloak, an A-rank manteau. The description reveals it's a garment favored by high-tier vampires, boasting incredible magic resistance, physical defense, and god-tier durability. The entire auction hall erupts into chaos. What? An A-rank item? Damn it, I should have bid. An A-rank item is worth at least 3 billion won. Hyuk-shu and Cheon-su are rendered speechless. Oh, Do-jun Lee, Do-jun. Hyuk is practically in tears. Incredible. This is just incredible. I can't believe it. The two of them have a full-blown emotional breakdown. Captain, Hyuk. Eventually, the trio heads to the South Chosun Bank counter. We really did it, the teller asks. How would you like to settle the payment? Cheon-su puffs out his chest. Charge it to the Rift Management Bureau's account. The teller hands over the paperwork with a heavy sigh. Understood. Please sign here. Their gloom is Cheon-su's pure bliss. Do-jun Lee Do-jun. I love you. You know I've always believed in you, right? Once the items are in his hands, Cheon-su's excitement reaches a fever pitch. We got 2 A-rank items for only 1 billion won, and 2 B-rank items on top of that. This is unbelievable. The Bureau has just made history in this auction house. We're the first ones to ever pull off a haul like this. Hai Ukshu is just as ecstatic. The A-rank items alone are worth over 3 billion. If we factor in the B ranks, we're looking at roughly 7.5 billion won in value. Cheon-su lets out a triumphant shout. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun, you found absolute gems that everyone else ignored. I never knew you had such prophetic vision. He doesn't forget to spread the praise. Hyukshu, you worked hard too. Oh no, I didn't really do anything. A moment later, Do-jun Lee Do-jun finally gets a close look at the item he bought. We need to eat something delicious today to celebrate. Do-jun Lee Do-jun speaks up. As for that wooden plaque, please draft a separate contract for it under my name. This immediately floors the other two. Huh? Hai Ukshu asks, confused. Do-jun Lee Do-jun, we've already gained so much today. Why are you doing this? This win was better than hitting the jackpot at a casino. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun tries to calm them down. I'm really fine, trust me. But Cheon-su gets a suspicious look in his eye. Hey, Hai Ukshu, he whispers urgently. Is he some kind of secret gambler? No, that's not it at all. I was just speaking my mind. At that moment, an auction staff member interrupts. What should I do with this item then? Do-jun Lee Do-jun answers firmly. Just do as I said. I'll pay for the wooden plaque myself. Hearing that, the staff member stops hesitating. Very well, I'll confirm the details. Meanwhile, Hai Ukshu is still desperately trying to explain himself. It's really not like that. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun ignores them, examining the piece of wood. His gut feeling wasn't wrong. Now, he's certain. This is exactly what he felt back inside the center. In an instant, the world around Do-jun Lee Do-jun is swallowed by a void of darkness. He looks around cautiously. What is this? Am I the only one who can see it? It feels like I've fallen into a Zhuge clan illusion. Or maybe, I'm supposed to shatter this thing with brute force? Just as the thought crosses his mind, a voice rings out. You! A girl dressed in ancient attire raises her sword. You aren't prepared yet. Go back, train properly, and then return. As soon as she finishes, the mana in Do-jun Lee Do-jun's hand begins to fluctuate violently. He looks down at his hands in shock, only to realize something even more terrifying. My body won't move. The mysterious girl's voice echoes again. I'll send you back for now. But someone like you will surely. Suddenly, Do-jun Lee Do-jun is thrust into a blinding light. The girl's final words linger. The flow at the center. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun can't wrap his head around it. The center? The flow? What on earth does that mean? Then, the sounds of reality rush back into his ears. Listen, if you ever dare to gamble, I'll fire you on the spot. You hear me? You're done. Hyuk-shu is still pleading his case. Captain, I swear, I'm not a gambler. Cheon-su eyes him suspiciously. Are you sure about that? Hyuk-shu doubles down. Of course I am. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun's gaze remains fixed on the piece of wood. When the second floor of the center opens, I have to be there. Elsewhere, Tusitala is struggling, desperately trying to claw off the chain around her neck, but she fails yet again. What the hell did that bastard do? Why can't I get this damn collar off? She lashes out in a fit of rage. This isn't even an S-rank item. It's just made of mana. So why? Why won't it move an inch no matter what I do? Tusitala grinds her teeth in frustration. In all my time in this tutorial, I've never encountered a traveler this powerful. Her voice drops to a defeated whisper. With strength like that, I might be forced back to those ruined center. Even Cecilia won't be able to save me. Right then, Do-jun Lee Do-jun arrives, catching Tusitala mid-rant. But there's no way that demon would ever listen to a request from me. He coldly repeats her words back to her. What? That demon? Tusitala screams as if she's seen a ghost. Cassie speaks up timidly. Master, this one truly deserves to be torn limb from limb. Tusitala immediately shifts into a submissive posture. Oh, great one. When? When did you arrive? Ignoring her act, Do-jun Lee Do-jun cuts straight to the chase. Fine, whatever. Earlier, you mentioned something about the flow at the center. What did you mean by that? Tusitala is bewildered. Huh? The mysterious words from before echo in Do-jun Lee Do-jun's mind. The flow at the center. He wonders if it's linked to the wooden plaque. He raises his voice. Hey, you! Tusitala instantly drops to her knees. Please! Don't kill me, she pleads with him, her voice trembling. Please, I beg of you, spare my life. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks down at her, his expression unreadable. Why on earth would I just kill you for no reason? He asks calmly. I'm not going to kill you, so just tell me what exactly happened at the central area. Hearing this, Tusitala's eyes light up with a spark of hope. and she suddenly finds her energy again. Where should I even start? She asks tentatively. Do-jun's gaze is piercing. From the very beginning, every single detail. Tusitala's face turns deadly serious. Fine, I'll start with this. The central area is currently in the middle of a total crisis, she says, her eyes fixed on Do-jun. And it's all because of travelers like you, Lord Do-jun. Tusitala then recounts the entire story. I've only heard the rumors, but if the central area continues to decline like this, it will eventually descend into the soul realm. The closer you get to the soul realm, the more overwhelming the power becomes. But for most travelers, trying to reach it is nothing more than a death sentence. However, 7 individuals actually made it to the soul realm and managed to adapt. They are known as the Transcendent Seats. Her voice drops, heavy with gravity. That's where the trouble started. In their reckless drive to reach the soul realm, those transcendents ended up tearing the central area apart. Do-jun seems to realize something important. The flow of the central area. Was that woman asking him to restore this place when she spoke to him? After listening, he decides that going down there is the only way to know for sure. But Tusitala is absolutely horrified. You can't just make a decision like that. Before you came in here, surely you saw those S-rank monsters, right? Down there are beings who have crushed S-rank monsters like they were nothing. Despite her warning, Do-jun doesn't stop walking for a second. There's no need to worry, he says with an eerie calm. I have to go eventually anyway. This is simply my destiny. Tusitala stands there, stunned into silence. I see. For a split second, she's skeptical. How can he say something so dramatic? But looking at him, she feels a surge of confidence. If it's him, maybe he actually has a chance. Maybe he really can restore the central area and save her life. By this point, Do-jun has ventured deep into the interior. You have reached Phase 2 of the Central Area tutorial. Recommended magic resistance. 1. Do-jun walks right up to the Cyclops cage. His current magic resistance is already far higher than the recommended level. If you receive a blessing from the Soul Realm, all of your stats will increase exponentially. Do-jun tilts his head, wondering what that phrase actually implies. The guidebook displays an illustration of the monster. Cyclops, category, boss monster. Note, master of dual-handed armament. Warning, if you think this is just an ordinary Cyclops, you'll be taking a one-way trip to the afterlife. Danger level, 3 stars. Suddenly, Tusitala's voice rings out. This is where you learn armament, one of the 3 most vital skills in the central area. Why can't I leave? Simply put, it's a skill that reinforces your entire body. She points into the distance. Do you see that subway station over there? If you take the train, monsters will appear at every stop. Every time you take one down, your armament mastery will grow. Tusitala then points out the Cyclops' arms, which are glowing a menacing red. That's it right there. That's the armament skill in action. Finished with her explanation, she excitedly hops over to Do-jun's side. So, is all that stuff I just said written in that book of yours? Do-jun gives a slow, knowing nod. You probably shouldn't look at it, he warns. It might actually hurt your feelings. Tusitala just grins with wicked excitement. Now that you say that, I want to see it even more. Do-jun shrugs and tosses the book to her. Fine then, have at it. Tusitala catches it eagerly, her chest puffing out with pride as she starts to read. I wonder if it says I'm the strongest guide in the soul realm. That would be so embarrassing. But then, she hits a certain line. Shameless. Mentally ill. Orphan. Her face instantly darkens, and she slams the book shut. Do-jun speaks up, his voice tinged with a teasing smirk. I told you not to look, didn't I? And so, a completely dejected Tusitala carries out her duty as a guide. Shall we head down to the station then? Just then, an announcement blares from the train. The doors are opening. Please board. The details of the vehicle are explained thoroughly. Subway train. Category, support, description. A place where one can learn armament. Monsters will appear at every station. If you defeat them, you will receive armament skill books. The further you travel, the more powerful the monsters become. However, deeper levels also yield higher-tier armament books. If you are confident in your skills, you are advised to disembark at Station 2. Kasi suddenly speaks up. Master, even the first floor was like this. What do you plan to do? Do-jun replies nonchalantly, I'm only here for intel. The main attack team will come in later. Hearing that, Kasi is stunned. Does Tusitala really think there are other humans on Earth even stronger than Lord Do-jun? Do-jun's face remains a mask of calm. Who knows? Kasi, let's go. Kasi, lugging the heavy book, rushes to follow. Yes, master. But as the little girl steps toward the train, an automated warning screams out. Only those who have cleared the Floor 1 tutorial may board the train. Tusitala explains. The only one allowed on that train is Lord Do-jun. If the kid wants to learn armament too, she'll have to finish the first floor first. Hearing this, Kasi obediently steps back. Then I will stay here and wait, master. Do-jun looks back. Will you be all right? The girl nods firmly. Yes, Do-jun then turns to Tusitala. How many stops are there? Even she shakes her head. I honestly don't know. Isn't that information in your book? Do-jun closes the manual. The previous owner likely never experienced this, so it wasn't recorded. This only goes up to Station 2. Tusitala turns away. I have no idea either, so I've got nothing to tell you. But I'm warning you, don't go too far. Even for you, Lord Do-jun, completing the entire route would be difficult. As the doors close, she shouts one last time, don't overdo it. Just get to the station, kill the monsters, and come right back. Understood? Do-jun just waves the book and gives a final nod. You don't need to worry at all, Casey says, trying to reassure her. My master is the greatest expert under the heavens, absolutely peerless and invincible. Time slowly ticks by. 2 hours later, Kasi is starting to get restless. How long does it usually take? Tusitala rests her chin on her hand, bored. About 2 hours. He should be back any second. Another 2 hours pass. 4 hours have gone by now. Kasi is visibly trembling with anxiety. It's been too long. Something is wrong. Tusitala agrees. You're right. Meanwhile, over at Do-jun's side, he has no intention of returning yet. Wait, I need to gather as much info as possible here. Remembering something, Do-jun flips open the guidebook. If I finish gathering all this data myself, will it finally show up in this analysis book? It is still a blank page. Gathering information is proving much harder than I thought. Niki's voice drops to a low growl. You little brat. Are you playing games with me? I cannot stand this for another second. What on earth are you doing? Do-jun simply sighs. Oh, I am actually finished here. He points a finger directly at the man. You do not seem to have a weapon. Why don't you take a taste of my fist instead? At that, Kai bursts into a booming laugh. Fine then. He introduces himself with a smirk. I am Ki. No, wait, address me as the Grandmaster. Honestly, even calling me the God of War would not be an exaggeration. I have truly enjoyed this, Ki says. But Do-jun has already finished his business and bows to take his leave. Finally, the announcement rings out. The next stop is the final destination of this journey, arriving at Plaza Station. Thank you for traveling with us today. Please exit through the doors on the right. We wish you a safe and peaceful journey. Cassie rushes forward, overjoyed. Master, Tusitala is just as excited. Do-jun, she immediately begins her interrogation. How far did you actually go? Which station did you reach? I thought for sure you were a goner. Seal hurriedly scans Do-jun from head to toe. Master, are you hurt anywhere? Seeing their frantic faces, Do-jun explains, I went all the way to the final station before turning back. Sura gasps in shock. The final station? Do-jun doesn't forget his main objective. Right, hurry up and give me that armament skill book you mentioned. Sura suddenly remembers something crucial. Wait, the power of armament increases in order. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The further you go into the later stations, the higher your proficiency becomes. Don't tell me, did you actually reach the violet level? A wild suspicion begins to bloom in her mind. Traditionally, the violet level is a peak only the strongest warriors near the center world can ever hope to achieve. Thinking of this, Tusitala's eyes widen in pure disbelief. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurs over by the Cyclops. Do-jun has struck again. This so-called armament is actually quite decent. A notification pops up. 168 hours until stage 3 of the tutorial begins. Witnessing the scene, Tusitala is paralyzed with horror. Black? In all my life, I have never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen a palm strike that color. Meanwhile, Do-jun is preoccupied with his rewards. I have not chosen the traveler's memory yet. Tusitala rushes to stop him. Wait, just hold on a minute. Exactly what level is your armament proficiency? It cannot possibly be 100%, can it? She is practically vibrating with excitement. 0%? Well, 0.1% now. Then the color of your strike should have been red. You went to the final station. There is no way your proficiency is basically 0. Do-jun suggests they just check the skill status window, making Tusitala jump. Huh? To her surprise, Do-jun actually pulls up the display. Skill status, armament. Category, skill. Proficiency, 0.14%. This is a high-tier armament skill. When activated, it reinforces a portion or the entirety of the user's body. The higher the proficiency, the longer the duration and the greater the intensity. A new day begins. It is Monday morning, and Hee Wook-soo is already complaining, when will it be the weekend again? Cheon-soo looks exhausted. I know setting a record at the auction house is a good thing, but still, when you cannot do it, you crave success. But once you have achieved it, you lose all motivation to work, right kids? Just then, Mi Sang appears at the door. It has been a long time, everyone. He greets the office cheerfully. Is everyone doing well? But Cheon-soo immediately lowers his head. Good grief. That man is back again. Hee Wook-soo pretends to be buried in work. Exactly. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun, however, is curious. Who is that? Hee Wook-soo explains. Oh right, you have amnesia, so you would not know. That is Yu Mi Sang, the representative of a small TV station. Cheon-soo turns away in disgust. Why are you here again? City Hall is not a theme park. Mi Sang begins his oily flattery. I traveled all the way from Busan just to see our incredibly handsome department head. But Cheon-soo knows him too well. As expected, the moment you open your mouth, lies just start pouring out. Mi Sang pouts. It hurts me when you say things like that. By any chance, do you have any budget left in the estimates to buy some equipment? Cheon-soo rejects him flatly. There is nothing left. I spent every cent at the auction, so just go home. Mi Sang gasps. What? You bought equipment at an auction? Is that even allowed? Cheon-soo rests his chin on his hand, looking bored. I did it, so obviously it is allowed. Hearing this, Mi Sang puts on a show of regret. You should have bought from our station. I was going to give you a special discount. Cheon-soo snaps back. Regardless, I have no money now, so leave. Mi Sang shifts his focus. Manager Kwon cuts him off instantly. I am not buying. Yet, Mi Sang keeps his smile plastered on. How rude. But that is exactly what makes Deputy Manager Kwon so charming. Seeing that he cannot convince them, he turns to flatter Do-jun Lee Do-jun. And who is this man? He looks just like a professional model. Hee Wook-soo introduces him. Mr. Representative, you two have already met before. This is Lee Do-jun, an employee in our department. Mi Sang flinches. What? This is Manager Lee Do-jun? He used to look so clueless back then, didn't he? He circles Do-jun Lee, Do-jun as if inspecting a rare creature. Can a person really change this much in just a few months? Are you filming something? Manager Lee, do you remember me? Suddenly, Mi Sang leans in. How was that mana supplement you bought last time? Did it work well? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun responds with icy indifference. I'm sorry, but I do not really remember. What exactly is a mana supplement? Seizing the moment, Mi Sang pulls a bottle from his briefcase. Did you not buy my supplements last time? It seems the previous one didn't leave much of an impression. So, this time, let me show you our brand new product. He begins his sales pitch. Manager, surely you have heard of the legendary civil servant? That man drinks this stuff. Word is, he gained his current powers thanks to this very medicine. This normally costs 4 million won, but because the manager is so handsome, I will give you a special deal. Mi Sang holds up 2 fingers. Just drink this, and you will become an S-rank hunter. Today only, I will let you have it for 2 million won. At that, Do-jun Lee Do-jun beckons Mi Sang closer. Mi Sang scurries over, thinking he has a sale. Yes, you will become a legendary official in no time. So, how about you start with a whole crate today? As Mi Sang leans his ear in, Do-jun Lee Do-jun delivers a cold reality check. You should be satisfied with having scammed me once. Are you aware that fraudulent sale of hunter goods carries a sentence of life imprisonment? Mi Sang jumps back, startled. I wasn't scamming anyone. Do-jun Lee Do-jun reveals coldly. That legendary civil servant you mentioned is currently in this very building. Do you want to meet him? The moment he hears that, Mi Sang's strength leaves him. As he watches the man scramble away, Cheon-soo looks on with curiosity. That guy's as persistent as a leech. Why is he here so early today? Hyuk-soo mutters, watching him with a puzzled look. Something's definitely up. Now, Do-jun Lee Do-jun is being cornered by those two, bombarded with questions. What on earth did he tell them? Do-jun Lee Do-jun, what did you say to him? Yi-eun asks, stepping in. I'm here, she chirps, pulling out a bottle of mysterious yellow liquid. Manager, I brought a little something for you. And there's a gift for the department head and manager Kwon, too. Yi-eun adds enthusiastically. She proudly explains that this is a mana supplement, normally priced at a staggering 4 million won. But I got lucky today. It was on sale, so I snagged it for just 2 million won. Hyuk-soo almost chokes on his words, about to point out the obvious, but Cheon-soo cuts him off sharp. First-timers always fall for it, don't they? Cheon-soo laughs. Hyuk-soo, remember when you first started? You were over the moon because you thought you got a deal for 80,000 won. Even though the original price was 5 million won, Hyuk-soo snaps back. Why are you bringing that up now? Cheon-soo turns to Do-jun Lee, Do-jun with a smirk. Don't you dare laugh, kid. Then, Cheon-soo drops a bombshell. You got scammed even worse than him. You coughed up 1,500,000 won for that stuff. Yi-eun freezes, her jaw dropping. Wait, what? She watches in confusion as Hyuk-soo starts chugging the bottle. Is this really a scam? He tries to play it cool. No. For Hunter Che's sake, I'll finish every last drop. Cheon-soo joins in, not wanting to be outdone. Me too. Yi-eun beams, watching them gulp it down. Before long, night falls. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun's voice rings through the house. I'm home. Junhee rushes to the door, eyes bright. Welcome back, Dad. Yas, however, only has eyes for the paper bag in Do-jun Lee Do-jun's hand. Is that edible, Master? Do-jun Lee Do-jun sighs, his voice firm. Give it a rest. Go play somewhere else. Junhee tilts her head. What is that, Dad? It's a mana supplement, Do-jun Lee Do-jun replies. Her eyes go wide. Seriously? Seeing her shock, Do-jun Lee Do-jun is genuinely curious. You actually know what this is? Junhee takes the bottle, examining it. These are all over social media lately. Did you actually buy this, Dad? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun shakes his head. No, it was a gift from Miss Yoon. A flicker of an unreadable emotion crosses Junhee's face. Oh. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun senses the shift. What's wrong? She quickly waves it off. Nothing. It's nothing. I should probably text her to say thank you. Is this stuff really that expensive and rare? Yas, of course, can't resist poking his nose into the interesting liquid. You're telling me this is a mana supplement? He turns his nose up at it, but Do-jun Lee Do-jun promptly muzzles him and drags him away. You're coming to take a bath with me. Junhee calls after them. I'll get dinner started right now. Hurry up and wash so we can eat, she reminds them. At the table, Do-jun Lee Do-jun notices something strange. Wait, why is this bottle only sitting in front of me? Junhee smiles warmly. Because you work so hard, Dad. You need the expensive stuff to stay healthy. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun can't help but let out a soft smile at her sweetness. He starts pouring it into cups. Well, if it's good for you, we should all share. But Yas, ever the troublemaker, pipes up. It won't do a thing for you, Master. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun's voice drops an octave. Long, facing that terrifying glare, Yas quickly pivots. I mean, this is definitely the ultimate elixir. Absolutely. Nearby, Junhee takes a slow, careful sip. The flavor is unique, she notes. But someone disagrees. I think it smells super weird. A second later, Yas spits it all out. Isn't this just booze? Ugh, it tastes terrible. Do-jun Lee Do-jun ignores him, looking at Junhee with concern. Are you okay? She blinks, looking perfectly fine. Huh? Why? Do-jun Lee Do-jun studies her. She seems normal enough. But a moment later, Yas is suddenly bombarded by a rain of flying beans. Gah, why are you doing this to me? He wails. It turns out Junhee's chopsticks are slipping. She can't even grip the food. Her face is flushed, bright red. Why is this happening? She mumbles softly. I'm sorry, Long, she whispers. Now Do-jun Lee. Do-jun is certain she's completely drunk. And her gaze? It's getting a little intense. Long, do you want more food? Just say the word, and I'll make it for you. Yas is paralyzed with fear. Her eyes are terrifying. When he cowers behind Do-jun Lee Do-jun, Junhee slams the table. Hey, Long, why are you running away? Yas forces a nervous laugh. I'm not running, it's a strategic retreat, he asks cautiously. Is there a problem? Meanwhile, Seer sits back, watching the drama unfold like a spectator at a play. Suddenly, Junhee bursts into tears. Why are you running? Do you hate me that much? Yas is speechless, caught in a no-win situation. No, Master, I swear. This really isn't my fault. Yas pleads. Do-jun Lee Do-jun stands up. I know it's not your fault. He walks over to comfort his daughter. Junhee, let's get you to bed early tonight. Up you get. Time to rest. She looks up, dazed. Me? Why? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun makes up a quick excuse. You look really tired. Junhee still manages to pout. Then, Dad, please clean up for me. The moment she hits the bed, Junhee sprawls out, but the world won't stop spinning. Why is the ceiling doing cartwheels? She mumbles to herself. I still have to do the dishes. But her eyelids are leaden. I'm so sleepy. In the blink of an eye, the sun is up. Junhee stumbles out of her room, hair looking like a bird's nest. Yas glances over. Oh, you're awake. Seer stands to greet her. Good morning, little master. Junhee looks like she's still half dreaming. Long, what happened last night? I don't remember a single thing after dinner. Yas leans back in his chair. You were acting pretty wild, honestly. You threw up all over the blankets and cried like the world was ending. Junhee's heart drops. What? Yas grins mischievously. Yeah, and Master had to clean up the whole messy disaster. A terrifying vision flashes in Junhee's mind, her dad kicking her out for being a nuisance. She grabs Seer and sobs hysterically. No way. Did Dad really say that? Yas quickly waves his hands. I'm joking. Just a joke. He points to a steaming bowl of food on the table. Master called your school to say you'd be late. You should eat your breakfast, he made it himself. Junhee stops crying instantly. The bowl of porridge is still piping hot. Dad made this for me? She whispers, touched. Then she looks at Yas with a beaming yet strangely cold smile. Long, no meat for you for a whole week. The news hits Yas like a bolt of lightning. What? No. Realizing he pushed his luck, he grabs her sleeve. Please, Junhee, I was wrong. I'm sorry. That's what you get for taking a joke too far, she scolds. Seer quietly eats her rice, thinking to herself, I wonder if the great master is having a peaceful day at work, because it's pure chaos here. At that very moment, over at the Rift Management Bureau, Hyuk-soo is frantically answering the phone. Yes, I'll be there right away. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun watches him, intrigued. What's going on, brother? Hyuk-soo reports grimly. A civilian broke into the rift we're managing. The hunters are furious because their field site is set up, but they've had to halt the hunt. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun is taken aback. A field site? Hyuk-soo lets out a heavy sigh. Yeah. Honestly, to set up a workplace for a B-rank rift, you need at least 15 A-rank hunters. He stands up, ready to head out. If anything goes wrong, they'll strip us of our management rights, and we fought hard for those. I've gotta go. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun starts to stand up to join him, but Hyuk-soo quickly holds him back. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun, stay right there. Hyuk-joo points a thumb at his chest with unwavering confidence. I'm gonna handle this personally. Just fill the manager in on the situation when he arrives. Without another word, he heads out. All right, I'm off then. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun watches Hyuk-joo's retreating figure. Please be careful, senior. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun turns back to his unfinished work, but his mind is racing. Getting management rights was immediately followed by trouble. A dangerous glint flickers in his eyes. Do these thugs really think we're such easy targets? A moment later, Do-jun Lee Do-jun is still deep in thought. Is it really that simple? From what he knows, the Grey Moon Guild, currently ranked 8th, boasts quite a few A-rank hunters in their roster. If they decide to play dirty, his senior will be in serious danger. A question gnaws at him. If Hyuk-joo knew he was heading into such a hornet's nest, why didn't he ask for backup? Why go in alone? Could it be that he's charging into danger just to prove a promise made long ago? Memories pull Do-jun Lee Do-jun back to the past, where Hyuk-joo's voice echoed through the steam of a public sauna. You know, Do-jun Lee Do-jun? The Rift Management Department hasn't been around for very long. When I first joined the company, there weren't even any seniors to show me the ropes. His eyes glowed with fierce determination. That's why I made a vow during those early days. I promised myself I would become a kind and reliable senior for those who followed. Hyuk-joo looked over at Do-jun Lee, Do-jun with a warm smile. It would be truly wonderful if I could be a solid pillar of support for a junior like you. Back then, Do-jun Lee, Do-jun had offered a supportive smile. You're already that kind of senior, sir. Do-jun Lee Do-jun then teased him. Except for the part where you sneak off to the sauna during work hours. Hyuk-joo rubbed his head sheepishly. Luckily Cheon-soo had been covering for him for an entire month while he pulled overtime and night shifts. A little break like this was nothing, right, Hyuk-joo? He nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. Cheon-soo quickly grabbed 2 exfoliating mitts. All right, enough idle chatter. Turn around. Backs, now. The 3 of them scrubbed each other's backs while singing at the top of their lungs. 1 tree makes no forest, but 3 trees together form a mountain. You boys understand? Hyuk-joo shouted. Yes, sir. In that moment, Do-jun Lee, Do-jun realized he truly understood the man's heart. But for an ordinary person to head into that place alone is suicide. Suddenly, Cheon-soo comes sauntering into the office, humming a tune. Time to work! Time to work! Do-jun Lee Do-jun, you're here early? Do-jun Lee Do-jun greets him. You've arrived, sir. Cheon-soo rubs his shoulders wearily. Yeah, but I stayed in bed too long yesterday. My whole body is aching. An idea flashes in Do-jun Lee Do-jun's mind. If you're feeling stiff, why don't I drive you today? Hearing this, Cheon-soo brightens up instantly. That sounds great. A little fresh air is just what I need. I'll even buy you a coffee, kid. However, that decision quickly turns Cheon-soo's face pale. Do-jun Lee Do-jun, are you actually driving or trying to fly? Cheon-soo's pathetic screams echo through the cabin. Is this a shortcut to the afterlife? Isn't this a bit too fast? He shrieks, trying to reason with the driver. The cameras are catching everything. You're going to get your license revoked, you maniac. Seeing that Do-jun Lee Do-jun isn't responding, Cheon-soo demands, what on earth is the reason for driving like a demon? If I die, you're never getting promoted to manager. Besides, you've still got Hyuk-joo ranked above you. Do-jun Lee Do-jun calmly replies, it's not about that, sir. Finally, he explains the situation. Before you arrived, we received word that the A-rank Grey Moon Guild has illegally set up a base of operations. A base inside the dungeon. This news snaps Cheon-soo into instant sobriety. What? Is that true? But even so, do we really need to drive like this? By now, Do-jun Lee Do-jun has noticed police cars trailing behind them. Senior Hyuk-joo went to that dangerous place all by himself. Cheon-soo gasps, stunned. Hyuk-joo, is there alone? Without a second of hesitation, he barks out an order. Floor it! Go even faster! I'll take full responsibility for whatever the higher-ups say. The car, carrying the resolve of both men, streaks down the road like a bullet. Grey Moon or whoever they are, if they dare lay a finger on our Hyuk-joo, I'm going to make them pay. On the other side, Hyuk-joo is trying to calm his nerves. Don't worry, they won't bully me. Just then, he senses a sudden commotion. A car carrying Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, and Cheon-soo drifts into view. The vehicle carves a perfect arc through the air before screeching to a halt right in front of Hyuk-ju. He can barely find his voice. How can you drive like this? What were you thinking? Do-jun, Lee Do-jun rushes out to check on him. Senior, are you all right? Seeing him, Hyuk-ju is utterly shocked. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, what are you doing here? Without missing a beat, Do-jun Lee Do-jun pins it all on Cheon-soo. The manager said he wanted to confront the Grey Moon Guild personally. The man currently crawling out of the car and retching, barely holding back his lunch gasps. Hyuk-ju? Hyuk-ju worries. Sir, are you okay? Meanwhile, Do-jun Lee Do-jun is already scouting the area. Senior, is this their base? Hyuk-ju quickly supports Cheon-soo. Are you sure you're all right, sir? A moment later, Hyuk-ju answers, I don't think so. We need to head inside to confirm everything. Once he catches his breath, Cheon-soo starts his interrogation. Hey, Hyuk-ju, what if something happened to you while facing those A-rank hunters? As the manager, I'm supposed to lead from the front. Do I really look that unreliable to you? For a moment, Hyuk-ju is at a loss for words. No, it's not that. Cheon-soo cuts him off sharply. And another thing, I told you we are a united front. One tree makes no forest, but 3 trees form a mountain. Go alone and you die. Stay together and we live. Did you forget that already? In this moment, the manager looks incredibly reliable. Stop trying to shoulder all the hardships by yourself. Hyuk-ju is visibly moved. Yes, manager. Even Do-jun Lee Do-jun can't help but offer a silent compliment. That was actually pretty cool. He watches them with a faint smile. The manager really knows how to give a rousing speech. Meanwhile, Hyuk-ju is trying to escape the smell of vomit. Listen up, you punks. You've underestimated the Rift Management Department for far too long. I'm going to show everyone the true power of civil authority inside a rift. Yujin's face darkens. She speaks up, demanding answers. Mister, this is clearly a base, isn't it? Chang-sik rubs his forehead. No, it's not like that. Hearing this, Yujin lashes out. 10 people are monopolizing 70% of the resources. If this isn't a base, then what the hell is it? She glares at Chang-sik with deep suspicion. And another thing, why is an S-rank hunter like you hanging around a dungeon like this? There is clearly something shady going on here. Just then, Cheon-soo marches in, eyes darting everywhere. Where's the riot? Where is it? I have arrived in the name of justice. Suddenly, Do-jun Lee Do-jun notices a girl who looks exactly like Junhee's schoolmate. A student should be in school. What is she doing here? Cheon-soo whispers. Seriously, who is backing that student? How does she have the guts to yell at the Grey Moon Guild like that? Hyuk-ju whispers back. That S-rank hunter over there is Choi Chang-sik. Seeing him look so flustered is definitely strange. Wait, what's with the wads of paper stuffed up your nose? At that exact moment, Yujin spots them. She turns and barks an order. Are you guys civil servants? Then hurry up and arrest these people. Move it! Do-jun. Lee Do-jun's face goes cold. Is this brat training in sonic waves? Why is she screaming so loud? Cheon-soo, however, can only focus on one thing. Do I really smell that bad? Hyuk-shu forced a smile, lying through his teeth. Just a tiny bit, sir. Cheon-soo then turned to the student, demanding to know if her story held water. Trang-shich was quick to shoot it down. How could that be? We definitely took down plenty of monsters, but we've never once stopped other hunters from joining the fray. With that, he pulled out a small device. There's a recording in here. Why don't you have a listen? The sounds of a brutal brawl soon erupted from the screen. Yujin held her head high, a smug look on her face. I told you I was right, didn't I? Cheon-soo cleared his throat awkwardly. Look, little girl, I'm sorry, but we can't exactly classify that place as a base. Yujin snapped back, her eyes narrowing. Oh, so now you're siding with that A-rank guild? That's why I'm not apologizing, Trang-shich bellowed. Kid, listen here, Yujin. The name hit the room like a lightning bolt. Everyone froze. Wait, Lady Yujin? They huddled together, whispering frantically. Lady Yujin? You don't mean the one we're thinking of? One of them looked lost. What's wrong with you two? Who is this brat anyway? The two of them suddenly clung to each other in sheer terror. She's the daughter of Yang Cheon, the chief of the Hunter Bureau. They scrambled forward, bowing low. My lady, please forgive us. We're so sorry we didn't recognize you sooner. Yujin let out a cold snort. Well, you know who I am now. You'd better get ready to lose every single thing you have. Seeing the drama unfold, Do-jun Lee Do-jun sighed in pure exhaustion. All this chaos since morning, and all because of one spoiled brat. Meanwhile, Hyuk-shu was busy groveling. I am truly, deeply sorry, Lady Yujin. She turned away with her nose in the air. It's too late for apologies. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun couldn't help himself. Shouldn't students be in school right now? Yujin gritted her teeth, her voice a low growl. Hold on. You there. What did you just say to me? Her eyes burned into Do-jun Lee Do-jun, practically shooting sparks. Do you want me to make you crawl and beg for mercy? I'm calling my father right this second. Tell me, what's your name? Cheon-soo was practically in tears. Please, my lady, have mercy. He's just a new hire. He doesn't know any better. Yoo-jin jabbed a finger at Do-jun Lee Do-jun's face while whipping out her phone. No, I'm calling him right now. Let's see if you can keep that smug look on your face after this. Cheon-soo's legs turned to jelly. Chief, we're dead. We are absolutely dead. Ha-yuk-shu panicked, his voice trembling. Is our whole department about to just evaporate? Cheon-soo groaned. If that's all that happens, we'd be lucky. Even our pensions might vanish into thin air. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun's expression didn't even flicker. On Yoo-jin's phone, a robotic voice rang out. The subscriber you have dialed is currently busy. Please leave a message after the beep. She blinked, stunned. What? Is Dad really that busy? But her fury hadn't faded one bit. You! Follow me! Cheon-soo rushed over, his eyes filled with desperate pleading. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun please. This is about our department's very survival. Can you just swallow your pride for a second? I'm begging you. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun gave a slow nod. Fine, I'll try my best, Do-jun Lee, Do-jun replied. Cheon-soo looked like he was about to scream. No, not try. You have to make it happen. Ha-yuk-shu had to step in and hold him back. Chief, calm down, Ha-yuk-shu urged. Cheon-soo took one last desperate look at him. Do-jun Lee Do-jun. I'm putting everything in your hands. Do-jun Lee Do-jun. For a civil servant, losing your pension is a fate worse than being a part-timer. You hear me? Suddenly, Yoo-jin's face lit up. Dad, it's me, Yoo-jin. There's this lazy government worker here being totally useless. Can you just fire him right now? She then thrust the phone toward Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Yeah, I'll hand him the phone right now. Seeing him hesitate, she sneered. What are you waiting for? Begging for mercy won't save you now. Just pick up the phone. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun pressed the phone to his ear. He seems to have a good relationship with his daughter, he thought. Hello? A powerful voice boomed from the other side. This is Yang Cheon, the chief of the Hunter Bureau. Do-jun Lee Do-jun kept his cool. Yes, chief. This is Do-jun Lee Do-jun speaking. The line went dead silent instantly. It lasted so long that Do-jun Lee Do-jun had to check the connection. Hello? Yoo-jin stood there, uncharacteristically quiet. Lee Do-jun? Lee Do-jun? Why does that name sound so familiar? She had no idea that on the other end, Yang Cheon was absolutely losing his mind. Yes, Manager Lee. Has everything been all right lately? Yang Cheon stammered. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's voice was ice cold. Everything was fine. But thanks to your daughter, that's no longer the case. Yoo-jin's eyes widened. Something was very, very wrong here. On the other end, Yang Cheon was practically tripping over his words to apologize. I am so sorry. My daughter, she's still just a foolish child. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun didn't back down. No, it's clearly all my fault. Yang Cheon grew desperate. She's still young. Please, I beg you to understand. Yoo-jin couldn't bear to watch any longer. Her whole body shook with rage. What is this? Even the president shows my father respect. Why is Dad acting like such a coward? Across from her, Do-jun Lee Do-jun pressed on. So, what do you plan to do about the fact that she skipped school to come here and harass busy government workers? Yang Cheon's face went pale. I had no idea she was doing that. I am truly, sincerely sorry. A cold dread began to wash over Yoo-jin. Who exactly was this man? Lee Do-jun. Lee Do-jun, that name. Suddenly it clicked. Was he the legendary S-rank Rift commander, the mythical civil servant? Even if he was that good, there was no reason for her father to be this submissive. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun held the phone out. Your father wants to talk to you. This time, it was Yoo-jin who hesitated, her hand trembling. She finally mustered the courage to speak. Dad? Yang Cheon's voice exploded through the speaker. Dong Yoo-jin, what on earth have you done out there? Don't you dare give me excuses. You are dead when you get home today. Getting screamed at by her father left Yoo-jin reeling. Dad, are you really that angry at me? Her world felt like it was crumbling. Even when I broke that 1,000-year-old vase, he just laughed it off. He always said he loved me more than any treasure. Tears welled up, though she tried to play it off. This is just sweat. Watching her, Do-jun, Lee Do-jun felt a wave of relief. I'm so glad Junhee isn't like this. Nearby, Ha-yuk-shu had to steady Cheon-soo. Chief, pull yourself together. You're going to collapse at this rate. How can I not shake? He wailed. Why is Do-jun Lee Do-jun taking so long? This suspense is killing me. Suddenly, Trangzich shouted, There, they're coming out. Cheon-soo and Ha-yuk-shu lunged forward. Where? To their absolute shock, Yoo-jin was walking meekly behind Do-jun Lee Do-jun. He motioned toward the group. Go on, apologize to everyone. Cheon-soo's jaw dropped. Wait, Do-jun Lee Do-jun, what did you even say to her? My lady, please, you don't have to. But Yoo-jin bowed her head low. I'm sorry. The silence that followed was deafening. What did she just say? they stammered in unison. Though she looked like she was swallowing bitter medicine, Yoo-jin forced the words out. I apologize to everyone who had to come all the way out here. I'm sorry for accusing you all of setting up an illegal base. Trangshich waved it off frantically. No, no, my lady, please. He couldn't believe his ears. She actually apologized? Well, I suppose the situation was a bit confusing for anyone. Do-jun crossed his arms, satisfied. Everything's settled then. He then turned his attention back to Trangshich. We've successfully dispersed the civilians, so we'll be taking our leave now. Trangshich scratched his head, still in a daze. Yes, of course. Thank you so much for everything. Even as they left, the crowd remained frozen in utter disbelief. Am I dreaming? Is this for real? Cheonsu couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out, how on earth did you manage to tame that notoriously rebellious young lady? Did you actually punish her? Lee Do-jun let out a weary sigh. This isn't the martial arts world, and I'm not that kind of person. The martial arts world? Cheonsu stood there, utterly confused. Lee Do-jun simply brushed it off. Within the blink of an eye, the four of them emerged from the rift. But Lee Do-jun wasn't planning on heading back with the others. Manager, I'm going to drop by the Hunter Academy. Cheonsu's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? What for? Do-jun shot a quick glance toward Yoo-jin. I have to get this kid home. Cheonsu stopped questioning him. Ah, right. I guess that makes sense. I'll head back to the office with Hyoksu then. Lee. Do-jun then turned to Yoo-jin. Get in the car. I'm taking you back. She scrambled to obey. Yes, sir. His voice remained neutral, neither cold nor warm. If you don't want to die, buckle your seatbelt. His words, however, sent a chill down Yoo-jin's spine. Is he telling me to buckle up before he executes me? Yoo-jin trembled. Do-jun asked again. Is your belt on? Good, let's move. Yoo-jin gripped the strap tight. Wait, not yet. But Lee Do-jun had already floored it. Hurry up. Cheonsu watched them vanish with a baffled expression. I really don't get why he drives like a maniac. Hyuksu chimed in. Wait, does Mr. Lee Do-jun even have a driver's license? I'm usually the one driving him around, aren't I? They both froze, staring at each other in realization. What? They both screamed at the top of their lungs. Hey, Lee Do-jun. Meanwhile, Lee Do-jun was driving with total composure. On the road, Yoo-jin finally spoke up, her voice small. Uncle. She looked down at her lap. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. Do-jun replied generously. It's fine, don't worry about it. But he added a stern warning, just don't let it happen again. Suddenly, a new rift alert blared. Damage detected in the central district. Yoo-jin, still stuck on her guilt, muttered, Uncle, I'm really sorry for before. Do-jun nodded. I said it's fine. Then he looked at her. Why were you playing around in a rift instead of being at school? Yoo-jin pouted, putting on her best innocent face. Because I was bored! Do-jun simply cut her off with a short I see, and the car fell into a heavy, awkward silence. After a while, Yoo-jin couldn't take it. Aren't you going to ask me anything else? Do-jun shot back. Why should I? Yoo-jin huffed. Normally, wouldn't you ask why I was bored? Like, is there a specific reason? I thought for sure you'd ask that. Do-jun's face remained as cold as ice. Fine. Why were you so bored then? Yoo-jin groaned. Reading a textbook would be less boring than talking to you. Deep down, she felt neglected. You really don't care about me at all, do you? Then why are you even taking me back to the academy? You were even being all mean to me. Do-jun finally explained. Well, I have a daughter your age who goes there too. Yoo-jin's eyes lit up. Aha, you have a daughter my age. Then her face twisted in horror. Wait, a daughter? A high schooler like me? She stared at Lee Do-jun with pure disbelief. Just how old were you when you had a kid? Do-jun clarified. She's not my biological daughter. Yoo-jin's mind started racing. Oh, I see. A child born from the heart. Do-jun didn't feel like explaining the complicated details. Sure, let's go with that. Now why is your school so boring? Yoo-jin crossed her arms. To be honest, I feel like I've already reached A-rank level, but the school just keeps hammering the basics into us. Basics, and more basics. It's mind-numbing. She got more heated as she spoke. My dad wants me to gain experience at the academy, but I think it's just a massive waste of time. She turned to him. You agree with me, right? Do-jun calmly noted. Well, while you're not entirely wrong, the director does have a point. Yoo-jin cheered. See? I knew I was right. Just then, a bright red alert flashed across the screen, catastrophic damage in the central district. Yoo-jin gasped at the crimson glow outside. The central district? What do they mean by damage? Do-jun didn't answer. At that exact moment, monsters from the rift were tearing through the city. Civilians screamed, "Run for your lives!" Seeing the carnage, Lee Do-jun was confused. Weren't these things supposed to be dead? Why were monsters from the central rift appearing here in the city? He made a mental note to ask Tatala about this later. Suddenly, a monster spat out a massive fireball, hurtling straight toward Yu-jin. The street around them began to crumble. Yu-jin squeezed her eyes shut, paralyzed by fear. Is this it? Am I going to die? I was supposed to be an S-rank hunter. But when the pain never came, she slowly opened her eyes. Why am I still alive? She gasped. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, was directly holding the car up to shield her from the roaring flames. Yu-jin was stunned. How is this happening? Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, meanwhile, was trying to stay calm. This is a government car, but I'm not the one who caused the crash. Surely I won't have to write an incident report for this? But there was one thing he forgot. Since Do-jun Lee Do-jun didn't have a license, he was definitely writing that report. He began gathering mana in his palm. Wait here a moment. This will be over soon. He launched the mana blast at the monsters. Yu-jin couldn't believe her eyes. No way. Even Kang Hyun couldn't take those things down. She ducked down, trembling. Why is he trying to act like a hero? He's going to get himself killed in a single blow. Her jaw dropped as Do-jun Lee Do-jun's mana tore through the monsters like tissue paper. He turned back to her, his voice calm. Are you hurt? She couldn't even form a sentence. It took her a long moment before she could finally gasp out, Uncle, Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looked surprised. Yeah? Yu-jin finally found her voice. Who exactly are you? Do-jun Lee, Do-jun answered simply. I'm a civil servant. Yu-jin exploded. You know that's not what I'm asking. Do-jun Lee Do-jun insisted, but I really am a civil servant. Yu-jin stomped her foot in frustration. You? Why can't you just tell me the truth? He just looked at her. But I am. That night, at the Hunter Bureau. Director, I have the report. Manhwa was debriefing Yeoncheon. Miraculously, there were no casualties. We're starting the reconstruction of the damaged buildings, but there's one major mystery. The hunter who wiped out the monsters has vanished without a trace. Yeoncheon already knew. It doesn't matter. There's only one person capable of pulling off something like this. Manhwa was stunned, but the realization quickly hit him. Wait, you mean manager Lee Do-jun handled it for us? Yeoncheon remained silent. Manhwa felt a wave of unease. The situation is resolved, so why does the director look so troubled? Can he really keep the hunters in the central district safe? Perhaps Yeoncheon was terrified that this incident was only the beginning. That thought ignited a fire in Manhwa. He vowed to himself that he would do everything in his power to support the hunters on the front lines. Truly a director worthy of respect. I'll follow him for the rest of my life. Or so his subordinates think. But in reality, Young Chun is sweating bullets. Why isn't Yu-jin picking up? Is she still holding a grudge because I lost my temper this morning? No, this can't be happening. Seeing him pull at his hair in total frustration, Myun-hwan rushes over to help. Director? Sir, are you all right? He reaches out to steady Yang Chun's trembling frame. No matter how much you worry about the country, you have to put your own health first, sir. But Yang Chun remains silent, his mind miles away. Director! Myun-hwan breaks out into a dramatic, sorrowful wail. Little does he know, Yang Chun is the one who truly wants to cry, but the tears just won't come. Yu-jin, Daddy was wrong. In another building where the lights still burn late into the night, Yu-jin stares at her phone screen and whispers, Dad, I'm sorry for ignoring your calls. She tightens her grip on her backpack straps, her knuckles turning white. But I don't have a choice. Her eyes are suddenly ablaze with a fierce determination. Because the only person who can solve her problem is Uncle. It turns out she's hauled her entire life's worth of luggage to Do-jun's place to stage a sit-in. I'm not going home until this is settled. Inside the house, Junhee is busy in the kitchen when the doorbell chimes. She calls out to Yas, Long, I think someone's at the door. Go check it for me, would you? Yas doesn't budge an inch. But sis, it's just getting to the good part. Despite his grumbling, Yas eventually drags himself to the door. Who is it? Before the door is even halfway open, Yu-jin shouts a cheerful greeting. Hello, Uncle. But a moment later, she freezes in confusion. Wait, why is there no one here? Suddenly, Yu-jin feels a sharp jab to her knee. Yas scowls up at her. Are you blind, kid? Look down. It takes a second for the shock to wear off before Yu-jin finally notices Yas standing below. She immediately drops to her knees to get a closer look. What on earth are you? Some kind of monster? Are you the pet Uncle is keeping? Yas's face twists in pure annoyance at the insult. Who do you think you are, barging into a stranger's house like this? Yas snaps. Yu-jin thinks to herself, what a cranky little pet. But out loud she just offers a forced, hello there, I'm Yu-jin. Is manager Lee Do-jun home? Yas rubs his sore nose, his eyes narrowed. The master is in the shower right now. Is no one else here then? This time, Yas loses his patience and literally kicks her back. No, we don't buy from street peddlers. Now get lost. But she's stubborn as a mule and blocks the door. Wait, I'm here to see the manager. Yas refuses to budge. Just go away, please. Hearing the loud commotion, Junhee steps out from the kitchen, looking concerned. Long, what's going on? Who's making all this noise out here? Junhee finds Yujin tightly hugging a struggling Yas. Geez, why is this thing so heavy? To her absolute shock, Junhee recognizes the girl. Do Yujin? At the sound of her name, Yas peeks out. Wait, what? She's an acquaintance of Junhee? Yas grumbles. You should have said so instead of looking like a common peddler. Meanwhile, Yujin is ready to argue. What kind of peddler wears a school uniform? Yas fires back effortlessly. Plenty of peddlers wear uniforms to blend in. Once she steps inside, Yujin's arrogant mask snaps right back into place. Thanks. I guess it's only natural you'd recognize me since we go to the same school. Junhee watches her, her mind racing with questions. Why is the director's daughter at our house of all places? Junhee wonders. What exactly are you doing here? Yujin narrows her eyes, sizing her rival up. So this is the daughter Uncle was talking about? Nothing special. Her cold, judgmental gaze makes Junhee shift uncomfortably. Yujin plants her hands on her hips defiantly. Manager Lee Do-jun did me a huge favor today, so I'm just here to say thanks. Can I see him? That title makes Junhee's skin crawl. Uncle? Where did she even meet my dad to be calling him something so familiar? Still, if she's here to show gratitude, she can't exactly kick her out. Fine, come in. I'll get you some tea. Yujin beams instantly. Thanks a bunch. Junhee's eyes land on the massive mountain of luggage Yujin dragged in. Just to say thanks? Why all the bags? Did she just move out of her own house? Within 3 steps, Yujin starts criticizing the decor. This place is smaller than my bedroom. Ya shoots back sarcastically. Oh, it's too small? You gonna buy us a mansion then? Yujin plops onto the sofa as if she owns the place. I heard from Uncle. So, you're his daughter? Junhee scowls, her temper rising. There she goes with that uncle thing again. Yeah, I am. What's it to you? Junhee snaps. Yujin notices the sharp shift in tone and wonders, why is she so cranky? Thinking fast, Yujin blurts out, Hey, are you mad at me? Just then, Do-jun finishes his shower. Who's here, sweetie? Junhee's voice softens instantly. You're finally done, Dad? Do-jun walks out, drying his hair with a towel. The moment he sets eyes on Yujin, Do-jun lets out a long, weary sigh. Oh, it's you. Yujin practically blows a fuse. What's with the sigh? What is that supposed to mean? Do you have to look that disappointed to see me? But Do-jun is already busy scolding Yaz. Long, I thought I told you to get rid of any street peddlers. Yujin's jaw drops in disbelief. Did you just call me a peddler? Yaz plays along perfectly. Sorry, master. She tricked me by pretending to be close with Junhee. Do-jun turns back to her. Fine. Then why are you really here? Yujin screams at the top of her lungs. I came to thank you, Uncle. Do-jun winces and pulls his fingers away from his ears. Really now? Yujin suddenly turns bashful, fidgeting with her hands. Well, that's not the only reason, but I really did want to thank you. She starts to stammer. Uncle, But before she can get a word out, Do-jun delivers a cold. No, Yujin bristles. But I didn't even finish my sentence yet. Do-jun waves her off dismissively. You want me to take you on as a disciple, right? Yujin shrieks in total shock. How on earth did you know? Can you actually read minds? Do-jun just looks pointedly at the massive pile of luggage. You brought all that just to say thank you? Yujin doesn't back down. She doubles down. If you agree to take me as your disciple, I'll give you 10 billion won. Do-jun remains completely unfazed. Do you have any idea how much a single S-rank mana stone goes for? That's an easy one for her. I might not be a pro hunter yet, but I know that much. It's about 800 million won. But why are you asking me that? She pauses, the realization slowly hitting her. Oh, I guess that's an amount of money you can make in your sleep, isn't it? Seeing him walk away, Yujin grows desperate. Wait, is there nothing else in this world you want? Do-jun's voice is ice cold. I need to eat my dinner. Can you leave now? But then, Yujin pulls out her ultimate secret weapon, the puppy dog eyes. Do-jun hesitates, letting out a defeated breath. Fine. If you rank first in your graduation exams, I'll consider it. Yujin's face lights up like a Christmas tree. I'll do it, I promise. She grabs Junhee's hands with a wide grin. We're going to see each other every day at school now, so let's be the best of friends, okay? Then he speeds off like the wind, telling her he'll see her at school tomorrow. Junhee stands frozen, suddenly realizing, wait, tomorrow is a day off. She sits at the table, huffing as she finally starts her meal. Do-jun thinks to himself that she'll probably be a lot more diligent about school from now on. The chief is going to be thrilled. Meanwhile, over at the Hunter Management Bureau, Yang Qian gasps in pure shock. Could that really be true? They are currently in the monster analysis room, deep within the Bureau's basement. The professor speaks up, confirming that soon, monsters 2 or 3 times stronger than current S-rank threats will begin to appear. Yang Qian falls into a deep, heavy silence. Monsters beyond S rank? The professor's voice turns grim as he adds that there is an even bigger problem: the central zone is beginning to swallow the Earth. The fact that the central zone is consuming the planet means the invasion has officially begun. Kang Hyun crosses his arms, questioning the term. Invasion? What exactly do you mean by that? The professor rubs his chin, speaking slowly. You first entered the central zone 3 years ago, didn't you? Kang Hyun nods, confirming the timeline. According to Yang, the highest rift level used to be A rank, but after Kang Hyun ventured into the center, S rank rifts started popping up everywhere. The power level of those S rank monsters was around 1,000. These new species have completely shattered that scale, with the highest recorded level currently sitting at 7,500. A realization starts to dawn on Kang Hyun. It means the more they explore the central zone, the more powerful the monsters appearing on Earth become. Yang Qian nods, confirming his fears. Exactly. The more rifts they overcome, the stronger the monsters spilling out from the center will be. What else could this be called if not an invasion meant to devour the world? Kang Hyun frowns, feeling the weight of the situation. So, is humanity just hopeless then? Young Cheon gives a small shrug, noting that it's still just a theory for now. They need to wait for Manager Lee to bring back information from the tutorial land. He is certain that in the end, everything rests on the shoulders of Lee Do-jun. Back at Lee Do-jun's apartment, Seer bows respectfully as he takes his leave. Master, I shall wait for you outside. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun gives a distracted, casual reply. Okay. The moment she sees him, Junhee rushes over. Dad! She hesitates for a second before asking, Are you really going on another business trip this Saturday? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun gives a small nod. Yeah. He explains that he still needs to handle some work over the weekend. Junhee's eyes drop in disappointment as she murmurs a quiet yes. Suddenly, Do-jun Lee Do-jun feels something thumping against his leg and looks down in surprise. Aiza is punching his calf, her face crumpled as she scolds him. Junhee said, We were going to eat out today. Why does Master have to go to work instead? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's next words leave the pair looking absolutely dejected. We were? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Junhee starts to stammer, fidgeting with her fingers. Well, I actually got a scholarship, she confesses quietly. I wanted the family to go out and have a nice meal together. I was planning it all as a surprise for you, Dad. Her voice trails off into a whisper. But don't worry about it. I don't want to be a bother. She slumps into a corner, pouting to herself. I was so excited to see a movie and eat out. I was really looking forward to it. Seeing them so miserable, Do-jun Lee Do-jun is taken aback. He starts to wonder what it actually takes to be a good father. After thinking it over carefully, he decides he needs to prioritize these kids and build some memories. He gives a faint, sheepish smile. I just need to be home by 5 o'clock, right? Junhee and Issa let out a jubilant cheer. Yes, exactly. Issa even tackles him in an excited hug, shouting, Long live the master. He gently promises to try his best to be back as early as possible. Yes, sir, they reply in unison. The scene shifts to a different region where blistering heat rises from the ground. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun and Seer have arrived at their destination. This is the tutorial belt, stage 3. He looks toward his guide. Tusi Tala, what is the mission for this stage? She begins the briefing, explaining that he needs to obtain an item first to start. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun mulls it over. An item? Beside him, Seer is staring intently at the molten lava below. Must be nice and warm, huh? She suddenly hops right in, soaking in the lava like a hot spring. Oh, this is the life! While she relaxes, Do-jun, Lee Do-jun seriously asks Tusitala where he can find the item. She suddenly shrieks, Wait! And a split second later, something comes flying through the air. The item lands perfectly in Do-jun, Lee Do-jun's palm. A notification pops up. You have obtained the colorless skill ring. It is a grade 5 accessory that allows the wearer to use skills. Tusitala sighs in relief. Perfect timing. You could say this is the most important item in the entire central zone. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks at it, skeptical. This thing? She gives him a serious look. Yes, without this ring, you wouldn't be able to use your skills at all. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun tests it immediately, muttering, I can use them just fine. Tusitala bursts out laughing, clutching her stomach. This is the tutorial land. That's the only reason you can still use them here. Her voice takes on a proud, haughty tone. Even someone like you seems to need me after all. She starts flitting around him excitedly, rambling on and on. Your job here is to defeat the gatekeeper on each floor to increase the ring's skill storage. There are 7 floors in total, so you can store a maximum of 7 skills. She explains that he can quit at any time, but warns him that having even 1 extra skill can make a massive difference. Then, she offers a kind piece of advice. The ultra-beautiful and incredibly kind Tusitala always tells adventurers this. I hope you'll give up whenever things get tough so you don't end up getting hurt. She becomes increasingly self-absorbed as she speaks. Oh my, how can I be so sweet? Don't you think I'm just way too kind? Do-jun Lee Do-jun is left speechless. I mean, sure, you're kind, but sometimes you act like you're high on something. On his shoulder, Seer nods in agreement. Maybe she just got thawed out recently, master. Do-jun Lee Do-jun cuts straight to the point. So, I just have to kill the gatekeepers to expand the storage? Tusitala raises an eyebrow, confused. What on earth are you talking about? If you don't do that, how else do you plan on finishing? Do-jun. Lee Do-jun lets out a simple, detached comment. I have an appointment today, so I don't have much time. His eyes narrow slightly. I can save a lot of time if I do it this way. I'll just kill the final gatekeeper directly. Tusitala panics, screaming, wait! But it's too late. Do-jun Lee Do-jun has already unleashed a direct strike on the gatekeeper. She wails in pure helplessness. For heaven's sake, can't you just kill things like a normal person? Ignoring her, Do-jun Lee Do-jun walks forward calmly, leaving a massive crater in his wake. A notification flashes. You have achieved first place in stage 3. Would you like to make your achievement public? Do-jun Lee Do-jun answers bluntly, no. The mechanical system voice rings out. Public disclosure has been declined. Immediately, the ring on Do-jun Lee Do-jun's hand begins to glow. The collection process starts, followed by another alert. Upgrade complete. You will now return to the 3rd floor lobby. When he reappears, both Seer and Tusitala jump in shock. Huh? You're finished already? Do-jun Lee Do-jun gives a faint, indifferent reply. Yeah. Tusitala couldn't believe her ears, stammering as she tried to process the words. Don't tell me you just returned from the 3rd floor, do you? At that exact moment, a system notification pinged. Skill upgrade ring, a level support accessory and a treasure of the system. It features 7 storage slots, allowing the user to utilize enhanced influence skills. However, once a skill is stored, it can never be deleted. Choose wisely. Tusitala let out a panicked scream. What? 7 skills? And what kind of upgrade are we talking about? Do-jun Lee Do-jun opened his mouth slowly. I don't know. Kasi sees the chance to throw some shade. You talk as if you're a know-it-all, but it seems there's still plenty you're clueless about. Tusitala trembled with rage, but she had no comeback. She could only bark out in frustration. You little demon! Do-jun Lee Do-jun stepped in to break it up. Kasi, let's go. The young girl beamed. Yes, master. Seeing them prepare to leave, Tusitala reached out frantically. Wait! At least explain to me why the ring turned pitch black. But Do-jun Lee Do-jun had already vanished, leaving her questions unanswered. And then, at 1700 hours, Lee Do-jun finished his shift right on time. He strolled casually alongside Junhee and the young dragons. What movie are we watching today? She smiled brightly and replied, I heard Dr. Trang is the biggest hit right now. Do-jun Lee Do-jun decided to go along with it. Is that so? Then let's watch that one. Junhee happily clung to his arm, answering sweetly. Yes! The two of them chatted away, completely unaware of the figure standing frozen behind them. The person was so shocked they dropped their hot dog right onto the ground, lips trembling. Manager Lee? She found it impossible to believe, her eyes welling up with tears. Does Manager Lee have a girlfriend? She stood there, devastated and paralyzed. Didn't our feelings already begin to bloom? Distorted memories flashed through her imagination. She saw herself and Do-jun Lee Do-jun playing together happily. Even though they had never actually done anything like that, the fire of fury began to rise in her heart. I can't forgive him. Her aura was so intense that passersby recoiled in shock. Cha Edge almost lost control, growling out every single syllable. The price for deceiving me is his life. With that, she lunged forward, charging straight toward the two ahead with bloodshot eyes. She slammed her hand onto Do-jun Lee Do-jun's shoulder, her voice dark and ominous. Manager Lee Do-jun. Before he could even turn around, she questioned him with bitter resentment. Why? Why did you lie to me? Was your kindness just an act to maintain your image? Am I nothing more than a toy to you? The more she spoke, the more self-pity she felt. I'm truly disappointed in you. Do-jun Lee Do-jun. The young man in front of her turned around, revealing a strange face full of confusion. Who are you? She realized then that she had the wrong person. The man frowned and snapped. Are you lost, lady? The woman walking with him clenched her fists in a rage. You homewrecker? The poor guy quickly tried to explain himself. No, baby, you've got it all wrong. I don't know her. But his partner wasn't buying it. Don't you dare play dumb. She just called your name. Lee Do-jun! The man trembled as he pleaded. I'm serious. I really don't know her. Seeing the mess she'd created, Cha Edge began to panic, her hands shaking. Just then, someone walked up and called out, Hunter Cha Edge. She instinctively looked back. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun asked her curiously, Are you here to see a movie too? She was suddenly speechless and bolted away as if running for her life. No, I'm sorry, she cried out in pure embarrassment. Oh no, goodness, this is so humiliating. I want to disappear. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun watched her retreating figure, suddenly puzzled. Is she practicing high-speed movement techniques? He couldn't help but evaluate her progress. She was definitely getting faster. Right then, Isa walked over and called out, "Master!" With sparkling eyes, he pointed at a bag of popcorn held by a passerby. "Can we buy that too? Please, I'm begging you." Do-jun looked in the direction he was pointing. "Popcorn? Do you want that exact same kind?" The boy nodded vigorously. "Yes, please." Do-jun readily agreed. "All right, give me 1 large caramel popcorn and 1 large Coca-Cola." Having successfully received the order, Do-jun handed them over to Isa and Casey. "Here is your large popcorn and large Coke." Isa munched away happily. "Amazing. Unlike some people, you are so generous." As soon as he finished, Junhee's voice echoed over. "Who is this some people you're talking about?" she asked, crossing her arms. "Are you saying I'm not generous?" He cowered instantly. "No, Sister Junhee, it's not like that. I wasn't talking about you." Suddenly, Junhee's hand reached out. Isa instinctively pulled his head back. "Please, just let me keep eating meat." To his surprise, Junhee simply wanted to wipe his cheek. "Why did you let popcorn crumbs get all over your face?" she teased playfully. "The movie's starting. Let's go." Junhee spoke and then strode into the theater with Do-jun, leaving Isa standing there in a daze. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Sister Junhee is acting very strange today. Has no one noticed?" Isa made a silent vow. At the very least, he would stay alert and keep a close eye on her. But it wasn't long before an action sequence appeared on the screen. A man on screen screamed, "You train dragons? Let me teach you a lesson." The actor then delivered a flying kick aimed straight at a blue dragon. That scene instantly hooked Isa's attention. Even after the movie ended, Isa was still cheering enthusiastically. "Train the dragon again! Let's watch it again, please!" Do-jun was bewildered. Was it really that fun? The little dragon had already forgotten his mission. Junhee suddenly suggested, "Now we're going to go eat meat." Long, aren't you coming with us?" He reacted instantly the moment he heard the word meat. A second later, he cheered excitedly, "Let's get moving! I'll lead the way." The corners of Do-jun's mouth curled into a slight smile. It was a relief to see the kids enjoying the outing so much. He told himself this was exactly the kind of life he wanted. At the restaurant, Junhee spoke up happily. "Eat until you burst, everyone." Do-jun's eyes lingered on the prices on the menu. He softly called out, "Hi." She answered gently, "Yes, Do-jun." Do-jun stared thoughtfully at the mountain of meat piled high before him. "How much was your scholarship bonus exactly?" "1 portion of meat is 80,000 won, but this is a lot." Kasi was shocked by the price. 80,000 for 1 piece of meat? I could buy 4 bags of food with that much money. Junhee, full of spirit, replied, "We have to eat the good stuff while we can." Isa beside her joined in enthusiastically. That's right. Do-jun let it go, thinking he could afford it anyway. He chuckled softly. "Dad understands." Suddenly, he remembered something. "Last time you mentioned you might move into the dorms because you received a scholarship. Doesn't that mean you're eligible to move in now?" Junhee instinctively avoided Do-jun's gaze. "The dorms?" She hesitated for a long moment. "Well, Dad, what do you think about me staying in the dorms?" A hint of sadness touched Junhee's face. She asked curiously, "If circumstances allowed, would you want me to move into the dorms?" Do-jun simply gave a calm, brief answer. "You don't have to do it if you don't want to." Junhee was momentarily stunned. Do-jun then cut straight to the heart of the matter. "You want to stay at home, don't you?" Do-jun gazes at Junhee with a gaze full of warmth. "I want you to stay here too," he says softly. "Casey is moved to tears, Master." But Junhee, she's a blushing mess as she bolts from her chair. I need to use the restroom for a moment." Do-jun doesn't stop her. Instead, a soft chuckle escapes him. "All right then." Junhee's footsteps are a chaotic mess as she flees. The second she's inside, she slams the door shut, locking it tight as she clutches her chest, gasping for air. Her mind begins to race. Originally, she had every intention of moving out the moment her dorm application was approved. Yet somehow, 3 months have already slipped by since she started living with her father. That first day is still vivid in her memory. Do-jun had been so formal, saying, "I'll be in your care then, Miss Junhee." Back then, she had bowed a perfect 90 degrees. "Yes, I won't let you down, sir." Then, Junhee recalls the moment Do-jun tamed Yas. Looking back, her heart feels an overwhelming sense of peace and comfort. It's as if they've been a family for years. Is this what it feels like, to finally have someone to lean on? A few moments later, Junhee returns to the restaurant. Through the window, she watches Do-jun and the 2 little dragons closely. She knows that eventually, she'll have to stand on her own 2 feet. But for now, she just wants to be a family a little while longer with Dad, Long, and Casey, all of them together. She steps inside, her voice tinged with playful annoyance. "I was only gone for 10 minutes. Is the meat already gone?" Yas counters with a mouthful of food. No, yours is right here. Cassie immediately pouts, muttering, there's literally only one piece left. Fast forward to Saturday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The crack management department is on their field trip, and the bus is echoing with non-stop singing. It's Cheon-soo, belting out a tune he hasn't sung in ages. Hae-wook-soo urgently warns him, Chief, that's dangerous. Please sit down. But the boss just whines. I don't want to. This guy, seriously. On the other side, Junhee cheerfully offers Do-jun a drink. Here you go, Manager Lee. Care for a glass? He accepts it gracefully. Thank you. Junhee glances at the next seat over. Hunter Che, would you like one too? The moment their eyes meet, IG freezes. Her face turns a bright, vivid crimson, and she bites her lip, unable to utter a single word. Jeon-hee immediately grows concerned. Are you drunk already? You don't have to force yourself if you can't handle your liquor. IG finally snaps out of it, waving her hands frantically. I think I'll pass. I'm not feeling very well. Do-jun watches her, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wait, she hasn't even had a drop yet? Jeon-hee continues to press her for answers. Really? Are you okay? IG quickly turns her head away, stammering, Yes, I'll be fine after a little rest. Deep down, she's dying of embarrassment over what she blurted out yesterday. She can't even look Manager Lee in the eye because those memories keep playing on a loop. She grits her teeth in pure regret. This was a rare chance to sit next to him, and she's ruining it. Just then, Do-jun speaks up. Hunter Che, if you're feeling motion sick, would you like some water instead? Panicking, IG immediately pretends to fall fast asleep. Jeon-hee rests her chin on her hand, sighing. Oh dear, it looks like Hunter Che really is out for the count. It's a shame, she adds. If I'd known she was such a gentle soul, I would have expressed my gratitude sooner. Hearing this, Cheon-soo whips around. You haven't thanked her yet? If it wasn't for Hunter Che IG, we'd probably be sleeping on the streets tonight. Jeon-hee can only offer a forced smile, clearly exhausted by his antics. The chief is definitely drunk. To understand what they're talking about, we have to look back to last Wednesday and the massive misunderstanding involving Hunter Che at the cinema. The crack management department was drowning in work. The moment Cheon-soo picked up the phone, he screamed in shock. What? How on earth could you do that? How can you just cancel our reservation without a single reason? The voice on the other end gave a cold, detached reply before hanging up. There's nothing I can do. We will process your refund immediately. Cheon-soo roared at his phone. Huh? Hello? Hey! He was absolutely livid. How the hell are we supposed to find another place during peak season? He turned to his subordinate. Hae-wook-soo, check if those bastards violated any regulations. His assistant sighed in defeat. That's not exactly our jurisdiction, Chief. Meanwhile, IG was already on the phone. Mom, it's me. Yeah, our company lodging was suddenly canceled. Once she finished, she approached Chief Kang. Cheon-soo, still fuming, barked instinctively. What? Realizing his mistake, he quickly backtracked. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you, Hunter Che. You understand, right? IG replied softly. Of course. By the way, I've handled our reservation, so you don't need to worry anymore. Both Cheon-soo and Hae-wook-soo froze in shock. Wait, what? According to IG, her mother runs a hospitality business in Myeongdong. When she called, her mother insisted they stay there for free. Cheon-soo and Hae-wook-soo practically cheered with joy. She's an absolute angel. Do-jun checked the details on his phone. Is this the place you were talking about? Hunter Che nodded shyly. Ah, yes, that's the one. As they looked at the website, Cheon-soo and Hae-wook-soo were struck dumb. 400,000 won for a single night? IG ignored their shock entirely. Her eyes locked on Do-jun. I did well, didn't I, Manager Lee? Please, praise me. Do-jun just stared back blankly. Excuse me? Cheon-soo leaned in and whispered in his ear. Do-jun, why are you just standing there? You should be singing her praises from the rooftops. Do-jun let out a heavy sigh, then gave a reluctant thumbs up. Great job, Hunter Che, you're number one. IG cupped her blushing cheeks, overcome with joy. Oh my, Manager Lee, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Back in the present, they finally arrive at the resort, and every jaw hits the floor. Good heavens. This is my first time in a place this fancy. Doesn't this look a bit too luxurious? They all cheered in unison. Hunter Che is the best. Suddenly, a figure emerged to greet them. Welcome, everyone, Jung-hwan said with a polite bow. You must be the guests from Seoul. I've heard so much about all of you from my daughter. Her tone was filled with genuine warmth. Thank you so much for taking such good care of my girl. Cheon-soo stepped forward with a smile. Oh no. We're the ones who should be thanking you, ma'am. A moment later, Jung-hwan's lips curled into a curious smile. By the way, which one of you is Manager Lee Do-jun? Hearing his name, Do-jun stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Hello, I am Lee Do-jun. the crack manager from the Seoul City Center. Jung Hwan chuckled, covering her mouth. My daughter has told me so much about you. Ah, I shouldn't keep you standing out here. Please, come inside. Ji was so embarrassed, she was practically stomping her feet. Mom! Meanwhile, Hai Wook-soo squinted at Cheon-soo. Chief, you were definitely drooling just now, weren't you? I'm telling your wife. The boss frantically denied it. When did I ever do that? IG took the initiative, sliding her arm through Do-jun Lee Do-jun's. She smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling with joy. We should head in too, Manager Lee. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun gave a small nod. All right then. In-hee glares at their retreating figures, her face twisted in pure annoyance. That man, that's the scoundrel trying to seduce her kind, innocent sister. The more she thinks about it, the more her blood boils. How dare he even think about dating her? In-hee stalks Do-jun Lee, Do-jun's every move, her eyes sharp as a hawk's. She mutters under her breath, swearing she'll never, ever accept him, even as the cheers of the crowd roar around them. The beach is breathtaking, but In-hee's mind is elsewhere. She clenches her fists, a silent vow burning in her eyes. I'm telling you now, I will never agree to this. Right then, Do-jun Lee, Do-jun suddenly speaks up. Excuse me, do you have something to say to me? It feels like you've been tailing me for a while now. In-hee jumps, her voice hitting a panicked note. Who's tailing you? Don't be ridiculous. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun doesn't push it, his tone casual. Ah, my mistake then. But as he turns to walk away, In-hee's voice rings out. Wait just a second. Under Do-jun Lee, Do-jun's skeptical gaze, the girl's face turns deadly serious. Don't you dare think about getting close to my sister ever again. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun's brows knit in confusion. What? Before he can finish, she's already pointing a finger in his face. I know she's gorgeous, has a killer body, and is the sweetest soul alive. Not to mention, she's always buying you delicious food. It's obvious why a guy like you wants her. Her voice is sharp, cutting through the salty air. But listen up, I will absolutely, positively never accept you. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun stares at her, feeling a wave of sheer helplessness wash over him. It's clear this kid is trapped in a massive misunderstanding. In-hee doesn't stop, her words coming out in a frantic rush. I bet you won't give up easily, will you? You'll probably cling to her until the day you die. The girl makes a grand, dramatic declaration. So, I'm challenging you. A table tennis match. The loser has to walk away from her forever. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun's eyes flicker with sudden interest. This girl. Her energy is exactly like Hunter Chara's. A faint smirk plays on his lips. And what if I win? That calm, cocky reaction only makes In-hee's temper flare. Is he laughing at her? She immediately drops into a low, professional-looking combat stance. Oh, you're confident, aren't you? Fine. If you win, I'll do anything you want. She raises her voice, laying down the law one last time. But if you lose, don't you even dream about begging to stay by my sister's side. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun's lips curl into a sharp grin. Sounds fair, I accept. Within minutes, they're standing at the table, paddles ready. Cheon-soo watches from the sidelines, completely baffled. Hey, Hyuk-soo, what on earth are they doing? His assistant just shrugs, equally lost. I have no clue, boss. In-hee's grip tightens on her paddle. She channels every ounce of her strength into her next move. This is it, her secret technique. In-hee is brimming with confidence. There's no way this guy can return a shot from a provincial-level champion like her. She's got the trophies to prove it, after all. But the reality that follows leaves her jaw hitting the floor. Her heart skips a beat as a chill runs down her spine. Wait, why does this annoying guy feel like a grandmaster? No, it's more than that. It feels like he's on a level even higher than the greatest experts she's ever known. Panic surges through In-hee's chest. This is the aura of a true table tennis lord. In the blink of an eye, Do-jun Lee Do-jun catches the ball and sends back a return so perfect, it's terrifying. In-hee stares, unable to believe her eyes. Do-jun Lee Do-jun just looks at her, his expression cold and detached. The final score flashes, 9-0. He speaks, his voice low. Are we done now? In-hee collapses, her face buried against the table in total defeat. How? How did it end like this? Do-jun Lee, Do-jun leans in to confirm. You said you'd do anything if you lost, right? In-hee flinches, her voice trembling. Huh? Oh, right, yes. She pouts, her eyes filling with desperate tears. I'll do anything, just please. Can you please let my sister go? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's face goes stone cold. Do you have any idea how much Hunter Chara is worth? There is absolutely no way I'm letting her go. In-hee's head drops, her spirit crushed. Fine. I guess talking to you is useless. A bet is a bet, and I'm a girl of my word. She takes a deep, shaky breath and announces, I'll turn a blind eye to you two dating, but I will never let you marry her. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Who is dating who? Even Cheon-soo and Hyuk-soo choke on their drinks. What? In-hee stammers, you and my sister? Do-jun Lee Do-jun lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Look, you've got this all wrong. I am not dating Hunter Chara. The girl refuses to back down. Liar, are you seriously going to deny that you love her even now? Do-jun, Lee Do-jun is speechless. Love her? And he points her finger right back at him, nodding aggressively. That's right, I heard what you said earlier. You said she was priceless to you. He rubs his temples, groaning. That just means she's a priceless employee, kid. And he freezes, her brain short-circuiting. Wait, what? Then, what about when you said you'd never let her go? Do-jun explains slowly, as if talking to a toddler. I meant the city hall can't afford to lose someone with her skills. And he is stunned into silence, her mouth hanging open. What? Now it's Do-jun's turn to play the victor. And didn't you say you'd do anything I asked if you lost? Panic sets in as cold sweat beads on her forehead. Well, technically. She bites her lip, looking utterly miserable. A while later, In-hee stands alone in a corner, muttering to herself. Why am I the only one grilling the meat? She huffs in frustration. Is this really all he wanted? To make a beautiful girl like her his personal chef? Suddenly, Do-jun's voice whispers from right behind her. No slacking off, kid. In-hee screams, jumping nearly a foot in the air. Ah, you scared me. She pouts, clutching her chest. You're going to give me a heart attack if you keep doing that. Do-jun just grumbles back. Well, who told you to be so lazy? He points toward the shuttle. See that pile of gear by the bus? Go bring it over here. Until the barbecue is ready, that's your new job. In-hee groans, her shoulders sagging. That's way too much. Do-jun doesn't budge. Clock's ticking. Move it. In-hee's eyes narrow as a new plan forms. Oppa, she calls out, her voice suddenly sweet and fragile. She puts on her best puppy dog eyes. I'm so weak and tired. Won't you help me out, please? Do-jun's expression immediately darkens. Before he can even open his mouth to scold her, In-hee bolts toward the bus in a panic. I'm going. I'm doing it right now. Watching her run, a small smile tugs at Do-jun's lips. She's smart and full of life. He thinks to himself that she might actually get along well with Jun-hee. On the other side of the yard, In-hee is fuming. Why didn't that work? Don't tell me. Does he like boys instead? As time passes, the sound of laughter and clinking glasses fills the air. Come eat. Let's drink. Where's the booze? Suddenly, one of the men stands up and shouts. Listen up, everyone. Quiet down. The boss wants to say a few words. The big boss raises his glass, beaming with pride. Great job, everyone. You've all worked your tails off for the past 6 months. Tonight, forget about work and let's party. Everyone raises their glasses in unison. Cheonsu grins, clinking his drink against his assistants. Hyuksu, down it in one go. 100%. Hyuksu laughs and toasts back. You got it, boss. Cheonsu exhales in satisfaction. Now that's what I call a drink. Suddenly, a mischievous glint appears in his eyes. Hyuksu, you up for a little bet? The assistant looks up, confused. Huh? Cheonsu's gaze drifted toward Do-run and Wai-hee, who weren't far off. When do you think they'll tie the knot? Hyun-hee mused aloud. My money's on never, Cheonsu remarked, clearly unimpressed. Hyun-hee shot back. Seriously? After seeing them together like that, how can you even say that? Manager Lee doesn't see her that way. You can't have a relationship if the feelings are only coming from one side. Cheonsu pouted, muttering under his breath as he conceded the point. I know, but I still hope they make it work. Across from them, a flushed Wai-hee stumbled right into Do-run's arms. Manager Lee, come on. Have one more drink with me. Do-run felt helpless as he gently tried to nudge her away. Hunter Cha, please, that's enough. He looked around for an escape and spotted a colleague. Hyun-hee, help! She chuckled and walked over. What's the matter? Do-run sighed, explaining the situation. I'm sorry, but Hunter Cha is completely wasted. Could you please get her back to her room? Hyun-hee couldn't help but sigh. Oh boy, she was exactly like this on the bus. I guess she really can't handle her liquor. Actually, it's perfect timing. I was just about to turn in myself. Do-run finally managed to hand Wai-hee over to Hyun-hee. Thanks, I owe you one. He mumbled in a daze, Manager Lee, where are you going? Do-run slipped away to a quiet corner, breathing a sigh of relief until a voice called out to him. Manager! It was In-hee. The young girl was frantic, eyes darting around. Where's my sister? Do-run filled her in. She looked exhausted, so we got her back to her room. In-hee narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Wait, did you take her there yourself? Do-run kept it brief. No. Relief washed over In-hee. Good. Do-run rubbed his neck, muttering, I haven't forgotten. Thanks for thinking of me like that. In-hee took on a dead serious expression. I guess I can give you 5 more points. He offered a dry smile. And what's my total now? She didn't hesitate. -95 points. Do-run didn't say a word, just a faint smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly curious, In-hee asked, Is alcohol actually good? Do-run replied flatly, I wouldn't know, but I think soda is more your speed. In-hee practically jumped with indignation. Are you treating me like a child right now? He casually dropped the truth. Well, you're not exactly an adult. In-hee put her hands on her hips, fuming. What? I'm not an adult? If someone works hard and eats their veggies, doesn't that make them grown? By that logic, I'm a very well-adjusted adult. She quickly snatched up a glass of beer and took a gulp to prove her point. In-hee let out a satisfied exhale, but the second the taste hit her, she started wobbling. Ugh, what is this? How can anyone drink something this disgusting? Bitter, right? Do-run asked calmly. In-hee was spinning so hard she could barely stand, but her pride wouldn't let her back down. I'm fine. I can handle it. She staggered off in the opposite direction. Right, I'm an adult, so I should go back to work. Cheonsu watched her, looking a bit concerned. Hey, Manager Lee, don't you think you should take the kid back to her room? Do-run shrugged it off. It's her own house, she'll be fine. Meanwhile, In-hee stomped away, pouting. Why does my sister like a guy like that? She never shuts up about him. She remembered all the times why he had whispered in her ear. You know, whenever I'm in trouble, Manager Lee is always the first one there to help, like that first time at City Hall. In-hee sank to the ground, feeling drained. She thought back to the first time she heard those stories. She was convinced some creep was trying to prey on her sister. Now, her perspective was shifting. Maybe he's not so bad after all. But in the next heartbeat, a jagged rift tore open the air right behind her. A rift! She screamed in terror. Her pupils shrank as a series of system notifications flooded her vision. A rift has manifested. Deployment conditions. A maximum of 3 hunters may enter the rift. Clearance condition. Eliminate all monsters within the rift. Reward. All stats, strength, agility, and stamina increased by 15. Penalty. Withdrawal is impossible until the rift is cleared. 7 common monsters remain. 2 champion monsters remain. 1 boss remains. In-hee was sucked into the void, frantically banging against the barrier. What is this? Panic set in instantly. Why couldn't she get out? She could feel a deadly presence closing in. In-hee spun around on instinct, only to find a colossal monster looming over her. Her entire body began to shake uncontrollably with primal fear. She let out a terrified shriek and scrambled backward. The monster glared at her, saliva dripping from its maw. In-hee's mind was a chaotic mess. What would my sister do when she was in danger? She said something. I have to remember, now. In a flash, it came back to her. Just as the monster's massive axe began its downward arc, In-hee stood frozen. She said. Manager Lee helped her. A thunderous boom echoed. The monster's attack stopped dead in midair. In-hee peeked through her fingers. What? Why doesn't it hurt? Before her eyes, the monster's body was being torn apart. It let out a roar of agony. Still dazed, In-hee stumbled back and bumped into a solid, broad chest. She looked up, wide-eyed. What? Do-run stood there, his voice calm. I sensed something was wrong. Is this more trouble caused by the Earth's core? In-hee lost her footing and fell to the ground in shock. Manager, she stammered, trembling. But why are you here? Do-run didn't answer immediately, thinking it would be too dangerous to leave her alone while he cleared the rift. Without a word, he scooped her up. Excuse me! In-hee screamed in panic. Wait, why are you carrying me like this? Why? Do-run replied dryly. Don't you want to go home? In-hee blurted out. That's not what I meant. The next second, Do-run tightened his grip around her waist to keep her secure, leaving In-hee in a state of total confusion. Wait, what are you doing? I can walk! Before she could finish, Do-run's explosive speed turned her face pale. Stop for a second, manager, she shrieked. Do-run didn't even blink. Just hang on tight. No! Look! Right in front of us. That's a literal demon's den. We're going to die. In-hee yelled, desperate. But Do-run's voice was rock solid. Don't worry. I'll end this quickly. In-hee continued to wail. End what? Us? Are you ending us? Do-run sighed, feeling the headache coming on. Stop screaming. My ears are ringing. She was about to protest again, but when she saw Do-run's technique, her voice died in her throat. Huh? With a mere flick of his hand, Do-run effortlessly shredded the monsters blocking their path. In-hee slid off him, frantically pinching her own cheek. Is this a dream? That's right. No way. This has to be a dream. Do-jun Lee Do-jun mutters under his breath. It's not, In-hee shouts, jumping up in excitement. How could you finish off an A-rank monster in just one hit? This is totally insane. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoes toward them. Do-jun Lee Do-jun calmly covers his ears. In-hee screams in terror. Oh my god, heavy footsteps stomp over the piles of monster corpses littering the ground. A beast several times larger than the others emerges, greeting them with a bone-chilling growl. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks slightly annoyed. Why is everyone so loud today? In-hee shrinks back, whispering, Manager, should we really be running away this time? The monster, Maduk, bares its teeth and glares at them. but Do-jun Lee Do-jun's expression doesn't even flicker. Maduk roars, swinging its massive axe toward them. Do-jun Lee Do-jun narrows his eyes, perfectly timing his move. Dozens of dark blades pierce through Maduk's flesh. It howls in agony. In an instant, its massive body collapses heavily onto the ground. In-hai stands there, completely stunned and speechless. Huh? A second later, a notification pops up. Incredible achievement. You have cleared the worthless cave in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. A hidden piece has been unlocked for successfully clearing it within the allowed attack time. A clone of Belial, one of Solomon's 72 demons, has appeared. A blinding light erupts. In-hai is in a state of total panic. What's happening? I thought it was over. Do-jun Lee Do-jun merely raises an eyebrow. This is the moment he realizes he can sense an energy similar to the one leaking from the Earth's core. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's gaze fixes intensely on the figure before him, a creation of Belial's clone. In the blink of an eye, a beam of light shoots directly at him. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun casually lifts his hand, easily redirecting the beam. Suddenly, a cold laugh rings out. Impressive. A figure with massive white wings spread wide appears, shrugging in admiration. Even though I am just a clone, you managed to completely block my ultimate attack. She is the clone of Belial, the 68th of Solomon's 72 demons. Her voice drips with condescension. You, a mere human. You've actually managed to pique my interest. Join my army. There is no greater honor than becoming my subordinate. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun immediately shoots back with a sarcastic smirk. A subordinate? To something that looks just like a pigeon? Belial's brow furrows in rage. Do-jun Lee Do-jun steps into a combat stance, ready to strike, his eyes cold. Who did you say was becoming a subordinate? Belial feels a sudden surge of panic. What the hell is this? What is this terrifying energy? It's strong enough to rival my original self. She panics and shouts, "Wait! Just give me a second." Do-jun Lee. Do-jun cuts her off coldly as he moves to suppress her. "No, I'm busy." The demon screams in terror, "But I said it's over." In-hee looks at him with deep suspicion. "Brother, who on earth are you really?" Do-jun. Lee Do-jun replies nonchalantly. "Just a regular office worker." In-hai doesn't believe it for a second. "Stop joking around." Do-jun Lee Do-jun answers flatly, "I'm serious, let's move." She has no choice but to follow his lead. "Wait, hang on, I have something to say before we get out of here." She speaks up timidly. I think I should thank you. I don't care if you're a secret hero or part of some elite special forces. Thank you so much for saving me, Manager Lee." Do-jun Lee. Do-jun nods to himself. "It's strange seeing you change your attitude so suddenly. Just act like you usually do." In-hai nudges him with her shoulder, grinning. "No way, you don't have to play it cool. Are you doing this to look good in front of my sister?" Do-jun Lee Do-jun sighs in frustration. Not at all. He then drops a line that leaves In-hai frozen in place. Because if you're not there, who's gonna clean up after the barbecue is over? The girl is so mad she practically jumps out of her skin. "Mr. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun." He just laughs. "What? I'm pretty sure you promised to handle the mess." In-hai grumbles, "Come on, don't kill the mood like that." Scene shifts to the Earth's core inside Belial's castle. A figure hidden in the shadows mutters, "What is this?" Belial strokes her chin, deep in thought. The tutorial rankings were never supposed to change. Wait, they just did. According to the update, an anonymous player has taken the top spot. Belial is stunned, and this is the first time someone with a rank above purple has ever appeared. I bet Paimon is absolutely seething right now. Her hand unconsciously grips the arm of her throne. More importantly, how dare he kill my clone? Belial remembers every single mocking word Do-jun Lee Do-jun said. "You look like a pigeon." She growls, her voice trembling with rage. What the hell even is a pigeon? Either way, he's really pissed me off. Belial's eyes flash with malice. "Just you wait, you pathetic human. I will personally tear you limb from limb." Saturday morning, the day Do-jun Lee Do-jun heads to the Central Zone. A comedy show is playing on the TV. What advice can I give to a sister-in-law who's been remarried 3 times? Cassie is watching intently, while Isa laughs and eats snacks. Do-jun Lee Do-jun has seen enough. He grabs Isa by the wing, instantly killing the mood. "Huh? What's going on?" Do-jun Lee Do-jun says, "You're coming with me today." Isa is confused. "Ow, what? What are you saying, Master?" Cassie speaks up for him. "It seems you've done nothing but sit at home and laugh lately. So, Master is taking you to the Central Zone today instead of me." Isa can't believe it. "I'm going to the Central Zone with Master?" Do-jun Lee Do-jun confirms it with a blunt observation. "Yeah. Besides, you've gotten so fat lately you're practically rolling around." Isa is so happy he's moved to tears, throwing himself at Do-jun Lee Do-jun. "Thank you so much, Master." Once set down, he starts dancing and singing, "Let's go. We're going outside." Do-jun Lee. Do-jun didn't expect this kind of reaction. Cassie finds it adorable. It seems he really wanted to go, Master. Finally, they arrive at the central zone, the final tutorial land. Looking at the landscape for the first time, Aiza is in awe. This place looks savage. Do-jun asks, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" He immediately puffs out his chest. "Me? Scared? I might look like this, but I'm the Dragon King. I'm on a completely different level than these losers." Aiza glares at the snakes below. "Look at them acting all tough. Did they just hiss at me?" The giant vipers keep their mouths wide open, waiting for prey to fall in, even tearing each other apart. The more Aiza watches, the more he wants to jump in. "Master, can I go play with those things? Or do you want me to take care of them for you?" Do-jun quickly stops him. "Wait." Aiza immediately starts pouting. "Ah, man. I thought I'd finally get some exercise after all this time." Just then, Twila appears, scolding them. "Why are you so late? I almost thought you weren't showing up at all." Do-jun responds with a single question. "Were you waiting for me?" Twila's face turns red with fury. "Of course I was. Out of all the challengers here, I'm currently the only one from Earth." Celia, seeing her friend overstepping, quickly covers her mouth. "Oh, oops." Do-jun remains skeptical, his gaze piercing through her like shards of ice. Tusitala finished her piece and prepared to slip away. "Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, you are the only one they can truly rely on, Master." Ayas felt a surge of irritation. How dare this woman take such a haughty tone with her master? Do-jun, however, filed the name away in his mind. "Cecilia, huh?" Judging by the way she awkwardly tried to rephrase her words, something suspicious was definitely going on. "I'll remember that name," he thought. He then turned to her and asked, "So, what am I supposed to do here?" Tusitala held out a tiny, minuscule object. "Ah, first, please take this." Curiosity got the better of Ayas as she hopped onto Do-jun's shoulder to peek at the glowing item in his palm. "What is it? Can I eat it?" Her confusion grew when she realized the object was actually a living, breathing creature. "It's a baby snake, Do-jun said quickly, pulling it back. "This isn't food." "Ayas, give me the book." Ayas handed it over instantly. "Yes, master, here you go." Inside the book, notes detailed the information for this pure white hatchling. Window snake. Current status, colorless. Classification, system organism. Detailed information below. The grade of a person's status window varies depending on the color of the gemstone the window snake absorbs. If the snake is killed, the absorbed gemstones will reappear. Danger level, 1 star. Active status window, none. Tusitala chimed in as he finished reading. "Now that you've gone through the description, do you understand how it works? According to the guide, you need to let it absorb gemstones. You can't just charge through recklessly like you did back on the 3rd floor." Do-jun nodded, the plan forming in his head. "Got it. I'll be right back." He told her to wait there. Tusitala bid him a respectful farewell. "Understood. I wish you a safe journey. Good luck." With that, Do-jun dove straight into the pit of vipers below. The snakes, mid-slaughter, all froze to stare at the intruder. Do-jun called out to his companion. Ayas responded immediately. "Yes. Ensure you collect the fallen gemstones from these snakes by color and bring them to me," he commanded. Ayas was already bursting with excitement and lunged forward. "Thank you so much, master," she cried out. Meanwhile, Do-jun stood calmly, checking his equipment. "I think I've left this thing at home for far too long," he mused. Ayas was already tearing through the giant serpents. "Where do you think you're going? Get back here." Standing atop a mountain of snake corpses, Do-jun looked at Ayas and thought, maybe I should take her out for walks more often. He recalled that when he returned home that day, he had even bought a book titled How to Care for Pets. Moments later, Ayas had wiped out the entire swarm and gathered the gems for Do-jun. "Master, is this enough?" Do-jun praised her and offered a gemstone to the tiny hatchling. "Good job." Ayas beamed with pride. "It was nothing, master." Once the little snake swallowed the purple gem, its entire body shifted to a deep violet hue, its belly bulging. Do-jun looked around. "Are there no snakes left?" Ayas, still riding the high of his praise, puffed out her chest. "Of course not. Who do you think I am?" Realizing it wasn't enough, he grabbed Ias's backpack. "Is that so? Well, I think I should check for myself just to be sure." He suddenly surged upward, carrying both Ayas and Tusitala into the air, leaving them in a panic. "Master, what are you doing so suddenly?" Ayas cried out. She was worried, but more than that, she wondered why she felt a strange, overwhelming energy radiating from somewhere nearby. Ouroboros, the serpent that appears in the 4th stage of the tutorial central zone. After reaching a bizarre location, Do-jun finally stopped. Tusitala stared at the massive snake, which looked like a living island, in utter disbelief. "Master, what on earth is that?" This was a mythical creature that even Tusitala hadn't known existed. To her shock, Do-jun drew his blade. "I don't know either, other than the fact that I have to kill it." Without a second's hesitation, Do-jun leaped and delivered several devastating strikes to the serpent's body. In a flash, it was over, leaving Ayas feeling seasick from the sheer speed. I see. Tusitala was beyond shocked. What the hell just happened? She stammered, pointing at the now decapitated island-sized snake. How did you even know something like that existed? Even I was in the dark. But Do-jun didn't answer. He was too busy looking down at the small snake in his hand, which made her snap. Hey, are you even listening to me? Ayas watched in amazement as the baby snake began to move. Now pitch black, it slithered up and coiled itself around Do-jun's wrist, transforming into a sleek bracelet. Ayas tilted her head. I don't know. It would have looked way cooler if it were red. Do-jun simply replied, red is the weakest. Just then, the system interface flickered to life. The window snake has devoured Ouroboros. Classification: System organism. Currently active status windows: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, navy, purple, black. Special effect 1. All status windows are at 100% proficiency, except for the black window. Special effect 2. The black status window can be used on every floor. Special effect 3. Locked. Ayas pouted, clearly dissatisfied. That's so weird. Red is the color of kings. Do-jun breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky for you, it turned out black. The system then announced, congratulations, you have cleared all stages of the tutorial zone. Would you like to make your achievements public in the central area? He didn't hesitate for a second. No. Next up was the reward phase. You have received the amulet of the central area for completing a hidden achievement. This amulet allows you to teleport to any location you have previously visited. Even while being carried by Do-jun, Ayas didn't miss her chance to bargain. Master, I feel like I did a really good job today, don't you think? So, what if we went to that BBQ place again? She suddenly panicked at her own boldness. Master, I mean, it doesn't have to be beef. You're not mad, are you? Do-jun remained composed. I'm not angry, so stop making such a fuss. Ayas let out a long breath of relief. Really? Oh, thank goodness. I can finally breathe. But if you're not mad, then why is there an earthquake? The ground began to shake violently as thick smoke billowed up. Even Do-jun looked curious. I have no idea. Dark vortexes began to swirl from below, growing more ominous by the second. Then Tusitala's voice rang out. Congratulations, Master. This is the entrance to the first floor of the central area. Seeing Tusitala acting so respectful, Ayas couldn't help but mock her. Why the sudden change in attitude? I bet she's just terrified after seeing how scary Master looks when he fights. Whether Ayas hit the nail on the head or not, Tusitala was fuming. You little, she screamed, trying to defend her dignity. It's not like that at all. I'm simply showing proper etiquette to someone who cleared the tutorial. Don't you dare start spreading rumors. Do-jun ignored the bickering and asked, do I have to wait a week this time too? Tusitala shook her head. No, that won't be necessary. That delay was a device meant to prevent overlapping with explorers from other dimensions within the tutorial. From the first floor of the central area onward, that system is used for mutual support instead. Do-jun raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. Explorers from other dimensions? Tusitala explained. Yes. To be precise, they are duplicates of Earth's explorers. If the Earth you live on is considered the center, then the surrounding planets are copied and turned into other versions of your world. There are planets with places that are identical to your Earth, but there are also places that are entirely different. The adventurers from the cloned Earth all look like ordinary humans. But make no mistake, they weren't fakes. They were living, breathing people made of flesh and bone. Ignoring the long-winded explanation, Do-jun gave a half-hearted reply. Is that so? Tusitala froze, her excitement deflated. Was that really all he had to say? Usually, when people learned the truth, they'd vomit or even pass out from the shock. But Do-jun? He was already reaching for his blade. To him, there was nothing to be surprised about. From the very beginning, these skills and systems were already beyond logic. Tusitala cried out in frustration. Are you being a bit too reckless, sir? If you enter the central area where the dimensions are blurred, there's no coming back to Earth. She immediately clamped her hand over her mouth, realizing she had said too much. Do-jun narrowed his eyes. No coming back? Ayas's face went pale, but not for the reasons you'd think. Does that mean no more braised ribs? No more spicy chicken soup? Tusitala had hoped to scare him, but now she was the one panicking. I'm an idiot. I'm a complete idiot. This man was the only one who could possibly save Cecilia. If that's the case, why would anyone even enter the central area? Do-jun ignored Ayas's whining and watched Tusitala mumble to herself. What is wrong with me? I've lost my mind. Why did I say that? This has to be the biggest mistake of my life. Meanwhile, Do-jun secretly pulled out a talisman. It was a central area talisman, a treasure-grade accessory from the spirit realm. Its description was simple. It could instantly teleport the user to any memorized location. The cooldown? 24 hours after a single use. Do-jun looked at Ayas, who was currently throwing a tantrum. The dragon clearly had no idea what a central area talisman was. Master, master, you can't go, Ayas wailed. The dragon's heart was set on braised ribs and spicy chicken soup. Do-jun reached out and patted Ayas's head. Don't worry, Ayas. Thinking Do-jun had agreed to stay, Ayas's face lit up with joy. So, master, you're not going, right? Do-jun's smile quickly shattered that brief moment of happiness. No, I'm still going. He gripped Ayas's head as the dragon began to struggle. What do you mean by that? I'm not going. Someone call a lawyer. I said I'm not going. Ignoring the dragon's screams, Do-jun called out to Tusitala, snapping her out of her spiral. Without another word, Do-jun dragged Ayas along and dove straight into the gate. We're off. Tusitala screamed after them. I told you, you won't be able to return. He always does whatever he wants. Then, a realization hit her like a ton of bricks. Wait, I haven't even explained the basics to him yet. As they fell, Ayas's screams echoed through the void. Seriously, if you're going, you should have at least told me. The dragon's voice was like a megaphone, forcing Do-jun to cover his ears. So noisy. Shut up for a second, will you? Ayas continued to squirm. Just how long are we going to keep falling? Do-jun replied calmly. We're almost there. Ayas, desperate to escape, asked again to be sure. I said we're almost there. Once we hit a certain depth. Suddenly, a system window flickered to life in front of them. Warning. Your current status window has been sealed. Central area dedicated status window opened. Black status window has been applied. The black snake bracelet on Do-jun's wrist began to glow, shifting through various colors. Current status window mastery. Purple 100%. Black status stats have been awakened. Awakened stats. Black status inner chi, mastery 0%. Title, Heavenly Demon. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Stamina, 5. Inner chi, 5. Physical resistance, 5. Magic resistance, 5. Registered skills, none. Do-jun frowned. These stats were absurdly weaker than his original ones. They hit the ground with a heavy thud. Do-jun stood up, still examining the screen. But this is the black rank. There's no way the stats are actually just 5. The stats are unlocked, so now I just need to register my skills. Do-jun touched the black ring on his finger. Beside him, Ayas was dazed, looking around in confusion. Where am I? Who am I? Do-jun gave the ring a slight twist. Registering skills. Heavenly Demon Mind Method. Pocket Watch, Armament, Slash. The system window popped up, but the slots remained empty. He wasn't in a hurry. He'd save the empty slots for later. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? Good to see you, my proficiency. A man named Tae-suk stepped forward, reaching for the weapon on his back. Do-jun looked at him like he was a nuisance. Proficiency? What are you talking about? Tae-suk leveled his weapon at Do-jun, looking equally confused. What? Did you not get the briefing before coming to the central area? He let out a cold laugh. If you hunt monsters or other adventurers here, they drop gems that increase your status mastery. Do-jun's response was flat. Oh? Is that so? Tae-suk couldn't believe the man's indifference. Is that so? Is that all you have to say? What do you mean, is that so? Senior, you're supposed to use your gems to pave your own path and become stronger. Ayas's blood boiled at those words. Pave the path? Do-jun watched him, saying nothing. Unaware of the danger, Tae-suk even chuckled. What's this? A cute little thing, huh? Ayas looked him dead in the eye. Hey, do you know how to make spicy chicken soup? Tae-suk smirked. Spicy chicken soup? What is that even supposed to be, you little brat? Ayas pressed on. What about braised ribs? The look in Ayas's eyes changed instantly. He began a rapid-fire interrogation, listing braised ribs, rice cakes, and grilled meat until Tae-suk's face turned pale with fear. What? What the hell are you talking about? Ayas reverted to his primordial state. I am the king of all dragons, the one who desires to taste every delicacy in this world. From now on, anyone who isn't Do-jun, the person who cooks for me, is nothing in my eyes, except for my master. Tears streamed down the dragon's face as he roared. Tae-suk stood before the massive beast, trembling like a leaf. Ayas, driven mad by his stomach, let out a scream that shook the heavens. My braised ribs, my spicy chicken soup. He wailed in grief. I want to tear you apart and eat you alive right now, but if you can cook me a feast, I might just spare your life. Ayas was seconds away from breathing fire when Tae-suk turned tail and bolted. Do-jun let out a long sigh. Ayas, I told you, I have this talisman. We can go home whenever we want. Junhee said she was making braised ribs today. The giant dragon froze, his eyes suddenly sparkling like stars. Really? Is that true? He immediately began to shrink back down. Why didn't you tell me sooner, master? Ayas clung to Do-jun's leg, tears of pure relief flowing down his face. I thought I'd be stuck eating grass for the rest of my life. Do-jun. Do-jun looked down at him, feeling helpless. He then whispered, they should be showing up soon, right? Ayas's mood shifted instantly. Yes. Do-jun glanced behind him. I'm talking about the ones hiding over there. Curious, Ayas turned to look, then turned back. There's no one there, master. Between two large rock crevices, the landscape was hauntingly silent. Nothing moved. Do-jun reached for his blade, his voice cold. Your comrade has been caught, and yet you still refuse to show yourselves? I guess Murim hunters and the ones here are all the same. Tae-suk trembles, paralyzed by an overwhelming pressure as his very existence begins to fade. Help! Somebody help me! He screams, but his voice is swallowed by the void. The last remnant of him is nothing more than a tattooed hand, disappearing into thin air. Isis watches the scene unfold, witnessing this power for the first time with a calculating gaze. Disgusting, he mutters. Somewhere nearby, a man is spiraling into a panic. What on earth is happening? The ambushers hiding at the foot of the mountain look toward the source of the disturbance, their faces pale with dread. Is that a monster? Do-jun asks, his voice tight with disbelief. Have we been discovered? From this distance? Kang-han snaps, his eyes darting around. That doesn't matter anymore. Just shut your mouth and run. The two of them bolt into the forest, leaving their comrade behind. But everything happens too fast. Darkness lunges forward, swallowing the man whole in a pit of despair. Wait, don't leave me, he wails, but his plea is cut short by the silence. Kang-han pushes himself to the limit, his mind racing in shock. Damn it! Wasn't he only supposed to be able to use the red status window from the first floor? What in the world is that terrifying black energy? Kasyu is just as clueless. How should I know? She screams back. But the malevolent energy is already upon her. Kang-han watches in horror as the shadows reach out. Ah, wait. What's happening? He glances back to see his other teammates being consumed by the creeping dark. Kang-han refuses to believe his eyes, desperate to find an exit from this nightmare. This isn't real, he whispers to himself. This has to be a dream. It's just a dream. Please, let this be a dream, he begs. But then a voice chills him to the bone, whispering right next to his ear. Our little game of tag is over, isn't it? Don't tell me you're acting scared now, not after you've killed so many people for fun. Do-jun appears right in front of him, causing Kang-han to drop to his knees instantly. He shakes violently, his forehead hitting the dirt. I have committed a sin punishable by death. Please, spare my life. Kang-han looks down at the tattoo on his wrist, a desperate plan forming. What do you think about signing a blood oath? It will be incredibly useful to you. I can give you everything. A strange transaction begins. The tree god reaches out, inviting Do-jun to sign a blood oath. But the response is immediate and cold. The invitation is flatly rejected. Kang-han clutches his wrist, panic surging through him. Why? Why can't I? Suddenly, a system notification flares to life. Cannot invite a monarch to a blood oath. Kang-han's heart stops. You have the monarch trait? Before he can process the shock, Do-jun's hand clamps down on his head. A blood oath, huh? I suppose it's similar to joining a sect in the martial world. But regardless, I have no intention of associating with people like you. He exerts his power, and the man begins to dissolve into nothingness. The reason I refuse everything is simple. If I joined your lot, I'd be a shameful father to Junhee. Back at home, Junhee is busy in the kitchen. She calls out to Kasi, "Hey, instead of braised ribs, how about I make some seasoned spinach today? What do you think?" Kasi continues chewing her food while giving a big thumbs up. "I'd love that." Junhee begins mixing the greens, but her movements slow down as a shadow of doubt crosses her face. But why does Dad always have to go on business trips during the weekend? Kasi freezes, looking awkward. Well, Master told me I have to keep it a secret. Junhee leans in closer, her curiosity piqued. Can't you just give me a tiny hint? I'll just pretend I don't know anything, okay? But Cassie remains firm in her loyalty. I can't do that. Master said he was afraid the little master would worry, so I'm forbidden from speaking. Junhee gets even closer, her eyes narrowing. So, does that mean Dad went somewhere very dangerous? Suddenly, Kasi bursts into tears and hugs Junhee's leg. You're so mean. Why are you trying to trick me into telling you? You shouldn't do that, Kasi wails. Junhee sits down at the table and lets out a long sigh. Kasi looks up at her, heartbroken. See? Look at this. You're already worried sick. But Junhee shakes her head. It's not like that. It's just. I'm so happy right now that sometimes I get scared. She looks down at her hands. I'm afraid this happiness might just disappear one day. It's because of a dream I had. I dreamt that Yang, Kasi, and Dad were all gone. I was so scared that I woke up crying. I'm pretty silly, aren't I? Kasi is deeply moved, her eyes shimmering. Little Master. Kasi had often wondered why she seemed unhappy at times. It turns out she had been carrying this weight all along. She reaches out and grabs Junhee's hand firmly. Little Master, please don't worry so much. You really don't have to. Even if you try to kick me out, I'm never leaving you. Suddenly, a shadow near the table startles them both, and they cling to each other in a fright. Junhee gasps. Yang, Dad! When did you two get back? Do-jun looks incredibly embarrassed, sweat beading on his forehead, but he tries to maintain his cool. I just got back. Isis, on the other hand, puts on a bright face. I just stepped inside. Junhee isn't buying it for a second. Why were you two sneaking around like that? Isis protests. What are you talking about? I walked in through the front door, fair and square. Junhee crosses her arms. Fine, then how much did you hear? Isis, unable to keep a secret, spills the beans immediately. Well, since you're asking, we heard everything from the part where you started crying. It was very dramatic and emotional. He starts laughing, holding his stomach, completely unaware of the danger looming behind him. Just like those web novels from the 90s. Very old school. Junhee reaches out and pinches Isis's cheeks, pulling them hard. I was not being like that. Isis winces in pain, realizing his mistake. I'm sorry. He quickly points toward the other room to distract her. Look over there. Master knew you were feeling uneasy, so he bought that giant bed over there. Junhee's eyes widen as she looks toward the bedroom. Once released, Isis rubs his sore cheeks. You've been sleeping at the dining table and crying in your sleep, haven't you? That's why Master bought it. From now on, Kasi and I will sleep there with you, Junhee asks, wanting to be sure. Is that true? Isis makes a grand gesture of assurance. I have to tell you this, sister. We of the dragon race cherish our nests more than our own lives. Even if you chase me away, I will never leave. This is my home. Kasi chimes in. That's right. This place has become a nest for me and Lord Isis. Junhee is overwhelmed with emotion. Yang, Kasi. Do-jun finally speaks up, his voice soft. If we do that, you won't feel so anxious anymore, right? Junhee whispers, Dad. Her eyes well up with tears of joy. Thank you, Dad. Do-jun places a comforting hand on his daughter's shoulder. If anything makes you feel uneasy in the future, just tell me. We're a family, after all. Outside, the sun begins to rise, and a muffled groan echoes through the house. Isis is being hugged so tightly by a sleeping Junhee that he gasps for air. Help! Save me! Junhee groggily opens her eyes, still half asleep. Kasi is already wide awake, sitting politely by their side. Little Master, did you sleep well? Junhee smiles brightly. I don't know if it's because I was with Yang and Kasi, but I slept so soundly. It's been a long time since I've had such a wonderful rest. She sits up and checks her phone. All right, time to get breakfast ready. Suddenly, she realizes the time. 8:20 already? She screams. I'm late! I'm so late! She rushes around trying to get ready in a frantic blur. No! This is not the time for this. Lee Do-jun looks at her, genuinely confused. Why are you up so early? Junhee is in a full panic. Dad, you're going to be late for work. I'll get your clothes ready right now. Go take a shower. Hurry. Lee Do-jun scratches his face, baffled. What's gotten into you? It's Sunday. Junhee freezes mid-motion, her brain taking a moment to process. Lee. Do-jun continues. And, did you wake up at all during the night? Junhee blinks, still a bit dazed. Oh, what was that? Lee Do-jun asks again. Did you have any more nightmares? She slowly shakes her head. Ah, no I didn't. A look of pride washes over him. That's a relief. It seems switching to a larger bed really did the trick. Junhee looks at him with deep gratitude. It's all thanks to you, Dad. From the corner, Kasi speaks up thoughtfully. Little Master, let me help you with everything. Breakfast is served, but Lee Do-jun's curiosity is already piqued. Junhee, what was that you said? She flushes crimson, stammering a quick denial. No, nothing. It's nothing at all. With a nervous laugh, she playfully shoves him toward his chair. Let's just have a light breakfast for now. I'll prepare something much more elaborate for lunch. Meanwhile, Issa looks like he hasn't slept in a century. Kasi tilts his head, concerned. Lord Isis, why do you look so utterly exhausted? The dragon groans, the weight of the world on his shoulders. In all my years as a dragon, this is the first time I've ever dreamed that someone was actually trying to kill me. Just then, the television blares to life. At 10 o'clock on the morning of Wednesday, April 10th, the Hunter Management Bureau headquarters held a major press conference regarding the restructuring of the S-rank Hunter standings. Director Yang Cheon announced that based on data from Rift raids over the past year, the top 30 rankings will be reorganized to reflect the true level of contribution from each Hunter. The director emphasized that this announcement is a turning point for the industry, and the news has already sent shockwaves of interest through the entire nation. Do-jun Lee Do-jun chews on his sandwich, a thought suddenly crossing his mind. Right, I still have to deliver those central area documents to the director. What a hassle. Maybe I should just send a quick email instead? But then, his practical side kicks in. No, he'll probably have a million follow-up questions. It's better to just meet him in person and get it over with. Before he can even dial, Yang Cheon's voice booms through the phone. Manager Lee, what's going on so early in the morning? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun winces slightly. Director, I'm sorry for calling you on a Sunday morning like this. There's something I need to discuss with you. He glances over at Junhee and hesitates. I can't talk here. If she hears about me going to the central area, she'll lose her mind with worry. On the other end, Yang Cheon sounds eager. Manager Lee, how about I just come over to your place? I can be there in 30 minutes. Do-jun Lee Do-jun quickly shuts that down. No, that won't work. I'll send you an address. Meet me there instead. Do you have the time? Yang Cheon doesn't miss a beat. Don't you worry about that. Just tell me where. Do-jun Lee Do-jun nods to himself. Understood. I'll text you the location right now. The streets of South Korea are peaceful on a Sunday morning. Inside a quiet cafe, Yang Cheon is already waiting. When he sees Do-jun Lee Do-jun approach, he stands up immediately. Manager Lee, you're here. He beams with hospitality. I took the liberty of ordering a coffee for you. Please, make yourself comfortable. As Do-jun Lee Do-jun sits, the director offers a respectful bow. I apologize if I've put you in a difficult position again. Do-jun Lee Do-jun waves it off. Not at all, director. There's no need for apologies. Yang Cheon looks at him with genuine admiration. You know, looking at you up close, you look incredibly young. You could pass for a university student. Do-jun Lee Do-jun pulls a tablet from his bag, unbothered. I'm 26. In Korea, that's still a perfectly normal age to be in university. Yang Cheon chuckles, a mischievous glint in his eye. To be honest, I've been thinking about introducing my daughter to you. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun's mind instantly flashes back to the spoiled, arrogant Yu-in. Do you have any idea who my father is? I'll do whatever I want. Her voice echoes in his head. He gives a polite, hollow smile. I appreciate the thought, director. But let's focus on this. He slides the tablet across the table. Please, take a look. Yang Cheon picks it up, his brow furrowing. What is this? Suddenly, his face pales. Is this for real? Manager Lee, did you go to the central area all by yourself? I thought you were just scouting for entry tickets for us. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun responds with a nonchalant shrug. The work was actually quite manageable. I've cleared the tutorial zone once, so it won't reset for another month. No one will be able to enter until then. It's completely locked down. Make sure you pass that message along to the Behemoth Guild. I'll email the rest of the detailed files to you. Yang Cheon stands up and bows deeply once more. Manager Lee, I cannot thank you enough. He reaches out and grabs Do-jun Lee, Do-jun's hand tightly. How can I ever repay this immense favor? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun tries to pull back, feeling awkward. We can discuss that later. For now, could you please let go of my hand? Yang Cheon quickly regains his composure. My apologies. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks down at his hand, now smelling strongly of the director's expensive cologne. Just make sure to notify me before Behemoth enters the central area. That's all I ask. Yang Cheon nods vigorously. Understood. Thank you again. Truly. Do-jun Lee Do-jun cringes. Please, enough with the thanks. He quickly changes the subject. By the way, I saw the news this morning. You have a big announcement coming up this Wednesday, don't you? What's it about? The director suddenly looks around suspiciously, checking for eavesdroppers. He leans in close to Do-jun Lee Do-jun's ear. I'm only telling you this because it's you, Manager Lee. The air feels heavy with anticipation. Do-jun Lee Do-jun nods. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Yang Cheon whispers. The truth is, we are establishing a rank above S, the double S rank. A brief silence hangs between them. I plan to name Lee Kang-hyun as the very first double S rank hunter. Do-jun Lee Do-jun blinks, looking entirely unimpressed. Is that all? Yang Cheon's excitement instantly evaporates. Well, yes. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun stands up and takes back his tablet. Right then. I thought it was something serious. I've said what I needed to say, so I'll be taking my leave now. Yang Cheon calls out, sounding desperate. Wait, won't you join me for a meal? I've reserved a table at a very prestigious restaurant. Do-jun Lee Do-jun doesn't even turn around. I'm just a humble civil servant, director. If I'm caught accepting a meal worth more than 300,000 won, it'll be a scandal. Excuse me. He walks away, leaving Yang Cheon reaching out into empty air. Wait! Manager Lee! Monday morning at the Rift Management Bureau. Do-jun Lee Do-jun notices a colleague looking like he's about to collapse. Senior, is something wrong? Hyun-wook looks up, his face a mask of misery. A Class A Rift suddenly appeared right in front of my house. I have 30 years of mortgage payments left, and now my home is practically a pile of rubble. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun is confused. Doesn't the Hunter Association handle rifts in residential areas? Hyun-wook sighs dejectedly. They do, but a Class A rift isn't something you can just handle easily. He looks ready to burst into tears. Even if they kill the boss, the lingering energy and remnants make the area uninhabitable. And since it's under the Management Bureau's jurisdiction, we can't even touch it. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun glances at his other colleagues. He could easily ask the Ghost Guild to handle it, but knowing Hyun-wook's pride, he'd never agree to such a massive favor. Suddenly, Hyun-wook shivers, looking around nervously. Why did I just get a sudden chill down my spine? A nearby colleague snickers. What's this? An idiot like you is actually catching a cold? The door swings open, and Yurin walks in with a bright smile. I'm here! She stops, surprised to see Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Oh, manager, you're actually in today? It feels like forever since I've seen you. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks at her, a plan forming. With her current abilities, Yi-rin could easily solo a Class A rift. Miss Yi-rin, he calls out. She perks up instantly. Yes, manager? Do-jun. Lee Do-jun flashes a charming smile. Would you like to work the night shift with me today? Yi-rin's heart skips a beat, her eyes widening. Me? Really? Do-jun Lee Do-jun keeps that mesmerizing smile fixed on her. Yes, you. Yi-rin is practically glowing, her imagination running wild. Yes, I'd love to. How did you know I've been wanting to work the night shift with you? Do-jun Lee Do-jun, having secured his target, pats his stomach. Since I'll be getting some exercise tonight, I should probably have a light dinner, right? He gazes out the window, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yi-rin is staring at him, her pout growing by the second. Manager? Do-jun Lee Do-jun blinks. Yes, Miss Yi-rin. She bites her lip, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and annoyance. I thought, it was just going to be the two of us tonight? Why on earth did they end up at Manager Hee-wook-soo's place? Poor Hee-wook-soo is actually tearing up while brewing coffee. The atmosphere is so awkward it's painful. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun calmly replies that he's there to investigate the level of anxiety among the local residents. Joo-hee can't decide if she's impressed by his thoroughness or just blushing because he looks so handsome saying it. Right then, Hee-wook-soo brings over the drinks, begging them to stop bickering now that the coffee is served. Joo-hee is instantly deflated, pouting because the mood was just getting interesting. Despite the tension, Do-jun Lee Do-jun's gaze turns sharp as he notes that the rift is massive. He finally understands why his senior was so worried. Even for a rank A rift, this scale is overwhelming, especially since it appeared right next to a residential home. Do-jun Lee Do-jun wastes no time and turns to Joo-hee. Finish your coffee, then we're heading inside the rift immediately. Hee-wook-soo panics, shouting, Wait, this is a rank, a rift! He argues that while Hunter Lee Joo-hee's growth is unprecedented, this is suicide. He begs them to just finish their drinks and go home where it's safe. But Joo-hee has already made up her mind. She's not afraid. Just knowing manager Lee Do-jun will be right there cheering her on fills her with unstoppable power. Do-jun Lee Do-jun backs her up, telling his senior not to worry because he'll be right by her side. Hee-wook-soo is deeply moved, wondering if they're really doing all this just for him. Joo-hee just gives a polite smile, saying they're a team like family. But under her breath, she mutters her true motive. She definitely isn't doing this just to get some alone time with manager Lee. Outside, the perimeter is being set up as the Rift Management Bureau confirms Lee Do-jun's arrival. Surprised, Joo-hee asks, Wait, are you actually coming inside too? Do-jun Lee Do-jun replies that since the hunter he manages is going in, there's no way he's staying behind. Joo-hee pouts, reminding him that he's been letting her go in solo lately. Do-jun Lee Do-jun avoids eye contact, feeling a bit guilty, but Joo-hee's concern is genuine. She insists it's too dangerous for him because of the rift's massive size. Do-jun Lee Do-jun doesn't flinch. Instead, he flashes a playful, puppy-like smile that melts her heart. Won't you protect me, Joo-hee? She is instantly hooked. Yes, of course I will, she chirps. Do-jun Lee Do-jun immediately starts walking, ready to enter. Joo-hee feels a bit played. He's definitely getting craftier at handling her lately. Suddenly, a voice calls out to them. Both Do-jun Lee Do-jun and Joo-hee turn to see a man named Sang-woo waving a camera at them. He asks if they're heading into the rift. When Do-jun Lee Do-jun asks what the problem is, Sang-woo scratches his head sheepishly and asks if he can tag along. He explains that solo hunting is getting tough and he could use the help. He confidently promises that he won't be a burden or get in their way. In fact, he argues that hunting together will skyrocket their success rate. Joo-hee realizes he looks familiar. She recognizes him as the hunter Lee Sang-woo. Do-jun Lee Do-jun is surprised she knows him. Joo-hee explains that he's actually a major celebrity on the internet these days. He's famous for live streaming his hunts using top-tier cameras, sometimes pulling in over 10,000 viewers at once. And more importantly, he's actually got the skills to back it up. He's a rank-A hunter himself. Sang-woo plays it cool, acting humble despite his fame. Do-jun Lee Do-jun offers a polite compliment, noting that 10,000 viewers is quite an achievement. Sang-woo sighs, saying it's nothing compared to streamers with 1 million followers. He's full of energy, though, and asks for their names. Joo-hee introduces herself first, then gestures to her companion, and this is manager Lee Do-jun. Lee Do-jun gives a stiff, polite nod. Sang-woo is thrilled to meet them, but then he spots Lee Do-jun's ID badge, a civil servant from the Seoul Police Department. His jaw drops. He stares at the badge in disbelief. Wait, a civil servant? Lee Do-jun? Are you the legendary civil servant? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun immediately denies it, claiming it's just a common name. Sang-woo laughs it off, agreeing that the legend would probably be living a very different life. He jokes that the real legend is likely a billionaire property owner by now, flying private jets to have breakfast in France and beef noodles in Vietnam. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun is left speechless by the vivid imagination. Do-jun wonders if all streamers talk this much, but Sang-woo is fired up, promising to give this hunt his absolute best. Do-jun decides it's fine. Having 2 hunters will take the pressure off Joo-hee. He takes the lead, signaling for them to follow him into the rift as their new journey begins. Once inside the Ranka rift, Lee Do-jun immediately scans the area. There are no low-level monsters nearby that could threaten Joo-hee, meaning the boss must be lurking in the center. This one will be too much for Joo-hee and Sang-woo to handle alone. Lee Do-jun tells Joo-hee to keep moving, and Sang-woo immediately flips on his livestream. What's up, guys? Thanks for tuning in. I'll edit the highlights for YouTube later. Wait, someone's asking if the girl in front is my girlfriend? Joo-hee is caught off guard, pointing at herself in confusion. Suddenly, a notification pops up. A viewer named CP Shipper has donated 500,000 won. The chat is blowing up, asking Sang-woo why he lied about being single. Joo-hee frantically denies it, blushing and insisting she already has someone she likes. Lee Do-jun tells her to just ignore the comments and focus. Sang-woo addresses his fans, sighing that he's unfortunately still very much single. Another viewer, praying for Sang-woo's eternal loneliness, pokes fun by donating 1,000 won. As the stream continues, more questions start flooding in. Someone asks why the guy in the back is wearing a suit. Did he come here straight from a blind date? Sang-woo quickly introduces him. He tells the viewers that Lee Do-jun is the manager for the beautiful Joo-hee and a government official helping them today. The comment section explodes. Mom, I found my husband. Where does this civil servant work? Why does he look so familiar? He's gorgeous. Sang-woo assures everyone he's a Ranka hunter and will keep the handsome manager safe. The viewers are completely smitten, joking that they just sat down with a glass of milk and immediately fell for this flower boy manager. The fans start demanding more screen time for Joo-hee too. Meanwhile, back at the house, Lee Do-jun's daughter, Jun-hee, walks into the living room wearing an apron. Is Dad home yet? She's worried because he's so late. But then the truth comes out. It's not Lee Do-jun at the door, but his face appearing on a live stream. Even Seer is puzzled. Seer notes how strange it is, thinking Master hated that kind of attention. Jun-hee is visibly disappointed, wondering when her dad will finally come home now that it's almost 8 p.m. Back on the stream, the donations are pouring in faster than ever. Big Spender S drops 100,000 won, asking if they're going to stream until the boss is cleared. Seeing the opening, Yas suggests, let's donate to ask when the master is coming back. He slams the sponsor button, but a notification pops up. The minimum amount to leave a message is a staggering 100,000 won. Isa curls her lip in disgust. A 100,000 won minimum? This guy is a total shark. She grabs Sier's head, forcing him into a bow alongside her. Jun-hee, please, top up the account for us. Jun-hee shuts them down instantly. Absolutely not. Do you have any idea how much 100,000 won actually is? Yas collapses onto the floor, throwing a full-blown tantrum. But why? Your meat is getting cold right now, Jun-hee argues. If you don't eat it fast, it'll be ruined. Honestly, this is all Master's fault anyway. Coming home late without even sending a single text? Jun-hee wavers, the guilt-tripping finally working. Fine. But only this once. You hear me? Yas's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. Ding! Supreme Dragon has donated 100,000 won. When is the master coming home? Sang-yu catches the message on his screen and his heart skips a beat, thinking they're asking about him. This is the first time I've ever heard someone call me master, he muses, feeling the ego boost. My place is pretty far, so I'll likely be back late. The chat erupts in mockery. Who's calling you master? Are you delusional? Sang-yu is loving the new title. Who is this master? He asks playfully. Whack! Jun-hee delivers a sharp blow to Yas's head. You absolute idiot. Yas is stunned. Wait, why? Why is he the one answering? Jun-hee snaps back. Because of the way you phrased the question, moron. Seer just shakes his head, knowing exactly where this bickering is headed. Good grief! Jun-hee shrieks in frustration. Long, do you realize just how much 100,000 won is? Seer stares into the void, devastated. It was 5 whole bags of dog food. Jun-hee grabs Yas by the collar, shaking him like a rag doll. How could you waste money like that? Seer adds a stern rebuke. You really should have used the master's actual name. I bet little master would beat me senseless if I made a mistake like that, Seer mutters. Junhee nods in grim agreement. Seer is right. Yas, undeterred, pipes up. Okay, Junhee, let's try one more time. This sends Junhee over the edge, and she shakes Yas until his vision blurs. You fool, even if I wanted to, I don't have any more money. Yas mumbles through his hands. Can't we just dip into the living expenses? Junhee's response is stone cold. No, that is the money Dad works his soul away for. We are not wasting it. Kasi nods solemnly in support. Exactly. Do you have any idea how much Master spent on Little Master's meat feast last month? Yas looks up with big shimmering eyes. But if we work hard to earn it back, we can give Master even more in the future. Right, Junhee? Besides, aren't you dying to know when he's coming home too? Junhee wavers, her pride crumbling as she admits. I am. Yas smirks, playing her like a fiddle. Then what are we waiting for? Are you two really bad children who don't even worry about their own father? He pivots to a fake display of empathy. We can't just throw money away, of course. Dad works so hard for every cent. Junhee is completely sold on the Angel Yas persona. That's right. Meanwhile, the devil Yas inside is cackling. What a sucker. She's so easy to manipulate. Don't you realize he might hurry home if we ask? Yas whispers. You'll get to see Dad even sooner. Junhee's eyes widen in realization. Wait, what did you just say? Suddenly, a notification flashes on the screen. Supreme Dragon has donated 100,000 won. Please ask civil servant Lee Do-un standing next to you when he's coming home, and don't forget to tell him his family is waiting for him. Sang-yu turns and shouts for Lee. Do-un glances back to see Sang-yu racing toward him, out of breath. Manager Lee Do-un. Yas is pacing, waiting for a response, when a voice crackles through the stream with a chuckle. Were you waiting for me? Supreme Dragon. Yas grumbles under his breath. That slowpoke is making us wait forever. Finally, Sang-yu delivers the news. Manager Lee says he'll wrap things up and be home within 3 hours. For the safety and peace of his family, I, Lee Sang-yu, will do my absolute best to clear this rift immediately. He gives a playful wink to the camera. Oh, and Mr. Lee's kid wants to know. Do you spend money on streams often? Yas's heart drops as he frantically types his reply. Please tell him of course not. Never! Suddenly, a comment from a user named I Love Sang-yu flashes on screen. I'll donate 2 million won if you can wipe out this A-rank rift in 3 hours. Do we have a deal? Sang-yu practically hits the floor in a bow. Thank you so much. Challenge accepted. Do-un is at a loss for words. What on earth is he doing? But Sang-yu is radiating pure fire. All right then, let's get this party started. He turns to charge in, but the ground suddenly erupts in a violent tremor. Yas screams at the top of his lungs. Manager Lee, get behind me, now! The earthquake intensifies, dust and debris choking the air. Massive trees are ripped from their roots. Then, out of nowhere, a gargantuan gate manifests, hovering in the void. A notification flashes red, a transitioning rift. The chat goes wild. Sang-yu is cooked. It was nice knowing you, man. Yas gazes at the anomaly in shock. What is happening? I've never seen a rift transition like this before. She shudders. Even the name itself is chilling. On the stone tablet facing them, mystical letters begin to glow. You who dare disturb the slumber of this forest, this place shall become your grave. Sang-yu's lips tremble as he bites down hard. I think we're standing right in front of the boss room. Yas looks at June, her heart racing. She's already resolved to protect the manager at all costs, but what if the door she picks leads straight to a slaughterhouse? Inscriptions burn into each gate. The first door of the slumbering forest. The gate beside it reads, You who dare challenge the ancient woods. Yas is falling into a state of panic. Which door do I choose? How can I possibly keep Manager Lee safe in a place like this? Her eyes dart between the options. The third door of the slumbering forest. Sang-yu makes a quick call. Let's take the first one. The edges are always safer than the center. Do-un rubs his chin deep in thought. It won't be that simple, he predicts. I don't think all three of us can enter the same one. It looks like it's one person per door. Sang-yu lets out a sharp curse. Damn it. Is that really how it's going to be? Yas's voice is tight with worry. Then stay here, Manager Lee, she commands urgently. Wait for the Hunter Bureau rescue team before you move. Do you hear me? Yas stands before the first door, while Sang-yu faces the second. Her gaze is fixed, burning with a singular purpose. I will protect Manager Lee, no matter what. In an instant, they both vanish into the gates. Do-un gives a short, cold response. Fine. But internally, his mind is racing. The rescue team, huh? He told himself she probably knew the rescue teams wouldn't show up once hunters entered a rift. She must be feeling incredibly anxious right now. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun paced calmly toward the third door. A hunter, he mused, is someone who must take full responsibility for their own life. Without a shred of hesitation, he stepped inside. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun scanned the room with a cold, detached gaze. Sitting leisurely in a chair directly across from him was a lone figure. The figure stood up slowly, his voice dropping to a low rumble. "It seems we have a guest, don't we?" He suddenly posed a question. "Do you know why this forest is called the Slumbering Forest?" "Not really, Do-jun," Lee Do-jun replied curtly. Han Shu smiled thinly and explained that the name was accidental, a kingdom where they, the Dark Elves, had their sleep disturbed by wretched intruders. "I'm quite fond of the name, actually," he said, before erupting into a fit of crazed laughter. "The Slumbering Forest. Isn't that the perfect name for my home? A place to punish those who dare trespass?" Han Shu looked down at the man before him with disdain. "Since you're the first guest I've had in a very long time, I'll grant you a special gift. I'll send you on your way without any pain at all." Do-jun Lee. Do-jun didn't flinch. A single thought crossed his mind. He didn't think this dungeon would be cleared just by slaying the boss. It seemed he needed to wrap things up here quickly to go help Y. With that, he spoke up. "Hey, let's just end this right here. I was wondering why you were the only one here. But it looks like your subordinates all ran away because you talked too much, didn't they?" Han Shu's eyes narrowed as he let out a guttural growl. "You dare provoke me? You'll regret that soon enough." The moment the words left his lips, he spread his arms wide to unleash his technique. "You shall perish within a nightmare where you can neither see nor hear a single thing." Do-jun. Lee Do-jun remained unfazed by the rambling as alarm notifications began to flash incessantly. The other side of the slumbering forest had manifested, and his status window was now locked. He remained perfectly calm, thinking to himself, "So, my status window is locked, is it?" At that moment, Han Shu kindly revealed more. "Oh, and there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Since this suppression applies to all 3 doors, every single one of your comrades will feel the agony while being unable to do a thing about it." He emphasized those last words with chilling confidence. "They will wither and die right here. I'm certain that by now all your companions have become nutrients for this great forest. You too shall become a sacrifice." Before he could even finish his sentence, Do-jun cut him off. "Why don't you just stop right there?" Han Shu gnashed his teeth in absolute fury. "Insolent brat. You dare interrupt me while I'm speaking?" He swept his hand forward aggressively, letting out a cold snort. "That arrogance of yours is about to vanish forever." As he spoke, a barrage of arrows surged toward Do-jun Lee Do-jun. His expression darkened as he muttered, "Sorry, but I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Notifications began to jump across his vision. The black status board had been reactivated, and his skill enhancement circle was now live. A blinding light erupted from Do-jun Lee Do-jun's wrist. Han Shu was instantly struck with shock. "What? How is such a massive surge of energy being gathered?" He stood frozen, paralyzed by the sight. "I was certain the status board you use on Earth was supposed to be sealed." His voice couldn't hide the rising panic. "Don't tell me, are you a transcendent?" In a mere blink, a devastating attack crashed down upon Han Shu. Do-jun Lee Do-jun watched the aftermath with an indifferent gaze. A message appeared. "You have slain the ruler of the slumbering forest." The 3 doors merged into one. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun quickly located Y, but his heart sank. She had collapsed on the ground, her back pierced by a thicket of sharp spears. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's face turned grim. He had made a fatal mistake. The monsters within the room raised their spears warily, shouting, "Don't you come any closer!" Do-jun, Lee Do-jun slowly picked Y up, murmuring under his breath, "I never imagined a skill like this would exist." He waved his hand with a cold expression. "But there is one thing that makes me feel relieved." Dark energy rapidly coiled around the monsters. In an instant, they were wiped out, turned to nothing but ash. Do-jun Lee Do-jun tightened his grip into a fist. Because the skill window from the central hub had reactivated, as long as he didn't die, he could still utilize this power. Cradling Y protectively in his arms, he activated the skill, the regression clock. It was a trump card meant to trigger only upon Do-jun Lee Do-jun's death. A mechanical voice announced that the penalty for activating it for the deceased only applied once, and its power was boosted after use. Time began to flow backward, returning to 24 hours prior. Do-jun Lee Do-jun watched the 2 young dragons splashing in the water before him and let out a soft sigh of relief. It seemed he really had made it back to 24 hours ago. He fell into deep thought. He truly hadn't expected to be able to use his skills within Earth's rifts through the central hub status board. Could this be one of the errors caused by transcendence traveling to the central hub and disrupting the balance there? Do-jun Lee Do-jun speculated silently. Considering how they called those who broke through the central hub explorers, it likely meant they weren't natives of that place. If that was the case, there was a high probability they came from planets identical to Earth. Even after finishing his bath, his mind remained consumed by thoughts of the central hub. Other planets and Earth were all interconnected. If these events continued to occur, Earth would remain in constant peril, even if the monsters were headed toward the hub. C's complaining voice drifted into his ears. "Shouldn't you dry yourself off before leaving the bathroom, Master?" At the same time, Junhee asked tenderly, Are you done bathing, Dad? Let me bring you a cup of tea. He gently declined. It's fine, I'll get it myself. If you keep doing all these little things for me, I'll turn into a fool who can't handle living alone later on. Junhee's hands faltered. She looked down gloomily. Do you want to be alone, Dad? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun sighed softly. It's not that I want to, it's just something that will happen one day. He painted a picture of the future when she would get married, and when Long Long and Kasi would return to their caves. He would be on his own then, wouldn't he? Aiza pouted and muttered, I'm not going anywhere. Junhee suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up, startling everyone. She declared firmly, Dad, I'm never getting married. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun replied helplessly. That's your choice, but I suppose that's just the single life trend among young people these days. Yas, overjoyed, threw his arms around Junhee. Then you'll make us spicy braised chicken and braised ribs forever, right? Right, big sister Junhee? He kept nuzzling her affectionately until she burst out laughing. All right, I give up. Okay, Long, I'll do that. Wai cheered excitedly. Sister Junhee is the best. We'll be a family forever. Watching the harmonious scene, the corners of Do-jun Lee Do-jun's mouth curled into a faint smile. He felt incredibly lucky to have found a family like this. I guess I'll have to take it upon myself to clear the central area. If situations like yesterday's keep cropping up, the peaceful life I crave will crumble into dust. Do-jun Lee Do-jun hardens his resolve and reaches out to pat Yaz on the head. All right, time to head to bed. Do-jun Lee Do-jun's face turns stern as he calls him by his livestream ID, and the Supreme Sovereign Yaz breaks out into a cold, nervous sweat. How did you know? Since when did you find out? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's voice drops to a low, warning tone, noting that it seems he's been spending quite a bit of coin watching those streams lately. Yas frantically tries to explain himself. It's not what it looks like, sir. I do donate occasionally, but that's just money I've diligently saved up from scrounging for spare change on the streets. I haven't even touched Junhee's allowance or our living expenses. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun doesn't bother listening, slamming the door so hard it leaves Yas's face pressed flat against the glass. He desperately bangs on the door over and over, pleading for belief, claiming everything he said was the absolute truth. Meanwhile, Do-jun Lee Do-jun steps out onto the balcony to make a call. The person on the other end picks up instantly. Hello, Manager Lee. Why are you calling me at this hour? He moves his lips and speaks softly. Miss Yi, you really must live a long time. Yi is completely bewildered, wondering what could have prompted such a sudden comment. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun lets out a faint smile, saying he just wanted to hear her voice and that he'll see her tomorrow. She stands there in a daze, unable to process what's happening. Wait, hold on. By the time she tries to respond, he has already hung up, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. Huh? Yi stares blankly at her phone screen for a long moment, her heart racing uncontrollably against her ribs. Could this be? Is he finally giving her the green light? Thinking of the possibility, Yi rolls around on her large bed in sheer ecstasy. She can't believe he actually wanted to hear her voice. It feels like a dream. She never imagined he could be so sweet. Then she remembers something. He even made an appointment to see her tomorrow. She can hardly wait for morning to come. The scene shifts to the Rift Management Bureau. Good morning, everyone. Dressed to the nines and looking more polished than ever, she speaks up shyly. Mr. Lee, where are we heading for our date today? However, Yi finds no sign of Do-jun Lee Do-jun in the office. Hyo Okegu kindly chimes in to break the news. Apparently, Manager Lee took half the day off. Yi is struck with disbelief. What? She presses Hyo Okegu urgently. Do you have any idea where he went? He stammers in response, admitting he doesn't know. Though he mentions Do-jun Lee, Do-jun told him not to worry about his house anymore. Elsewhere, the atmosphere is quite different. Kang Chan's expression is heavy with gravity as he sits across from Do-jun Lee Do-jun, who calmly sips his coffee. A small white dog, the shop's pet, yaps happily nearby. Kang Chan looks apologetic, explaining he heard Do-jun Lee Do-jun stop by the rift before coming here, and says he's sorry for being late. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun responds with polite indifference. It's fine, sir. This cafe reminds me of the dragons back home, so I didn't really notice the time passing. At the cafe's outdoor seating, Kang Chan keeps bowing his head low, offering another apology to Lee Do-jun. Do-jun Lee Do-jun waves it off, feeling helpless. If people see this, they'll think you were an hour late. Since I'm the one who called you out here, please stop. It's making me feel quite awkward. Kang Chan's voice remains desperate as he insists they are forever in his debt. Do-jun Lee Do-jun cuts him off directly, stating that being treated this specially makes him uncomfortable. He tells him to just act natural. Reluctantly, the man settles back into his seat. All right, I'll try. So, did you call me because of new information regarding the special rift? Do-jun. Lee Do-jun confirms it and hands him the menu. Exactly. I think this conversation is going to take a while. Would you like something to drink? Kang Chan makes a serious selection, a reminiscent nut chocolate that supposedly makes one think of their lover. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun is momentarily stunned. What lover? Soon, the staff serves the order. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun stares intently at the other man's drink, wondering if such a bizarre menu item actually exists. After hearing the full report, Kang-chan is left in total shock. A dungeon where no one can access their status window? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun speaks frankly, explaining that he doesn't know when another rift like this will appear, and he can't be there to handle every single one of them. You understand that, don't you? Kang-chan's face turns grim. He realizes Do-jun Lee Do-jun wants him to use this information to train hunters to be significantly stronger. Do-jun Lee Do-jun adds slowly that every time a tutorial stage is cleared, hunters must choose between receiving an item or the challenger's memories. He insists they must always choose the memories. Kang-chan is baffled. What? Is there a specific reason for that? Do-jun Lee Do-jun explains calmly. They need to acquire a hidden piece called the Talisman of the Central Area. Only with that item can they ever hope to return to Earth after entering the Central Area. Stunned, Kang-chan bolts upright, dropping his spoon in the process. What? You mean if they don't have that item, they can never come back? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun sighs, helplessly wiping a smudge of fresh cream off his face. First of all, sit down and listen to the rest of what I have to say. Kang-chan apologizes profusely. Do-jun Lee Do-jun suddenly asks if there's a way to broadcast video from inside the rift. He wants a broadcasting team sent into the central area. Only then can he keep a watchful eye on them. Kang-chan suddenly clears his throat with a loud ahem. Before Do-jun Lee Do-jun can react, the man pulls him into a sudden, emotional hug. As expected of Mr. Lee Do-jun, you've done all of this for us. Do-jun Lee Do-jun nudges him away, flustered. Hey, don't do that. Back at the apartment, 2 humans and 2 dragons sit gathered together. Yaz tensely checks the cards in his hand, his movements extremely cautious. In an instant, Yaz's face lights up with joy. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun catches it immediately, noting that he seems to have a lucky hand. Yaz smiles slyly and pulls out 5 lollipops. He declares boldly, I'm going big this round. I'll bet 5 lollipops, 3 days worth of snacks. Do-jun Lee Do-jun calmly matches him. I'm in. Junhee sighs in boredom and folds her hand. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun raises an eyebrow slightly. Then I'll see your 5 and raise you 4 more lollipops. Yas is visibly shaken. Nina lollipops? Do-jun Lee Do-jun seizes the moment to challenge him. What's wrong? Don't tell me the Supreme Sovereign is scared now. Yas calculates carefully, feeling a chill as if a knife is hovering over his heart. He hesitates, but he's holding a pair of 9s, the 3rd highest pair. Yas reasons that since Seer has a 10, as long as the master doesn't have a pair of 3s, or an 8, then victory is guaranteed. His eyes lock onto Do-jun Lee Do-jun's cards before he confidently flips his own. I've got a pair of 9s! Yas skips with joy, then boldly grabs the master by the collar. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun flips his cards with agonizing slowness. Why the rush? He asks, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Aiza freezes as the reality sinks and a pair of 8s takes it all. Fast forward 3 hours. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun rakes in his massive hall, crossing his arms with a satisfied grin. Looks like you're going without snacks this week, he teases. Aiza collapses, tears streaming down his face. No, this can't be happening. How on earth did you get a pair of 8s 5 times in a row? Aiza wails. Seer rolls her eyes and mutters under her breath. You never stood a chance against Master from the start. Yas, offended, rounds on the little girl. Whose side are you even on? Yas demands. Seer offers a smug little smile, claiming that dragons always live by the truth. Do-jun Lee Do-jun nods in approval. Good dragon. Seer drops to her knees in total submission. Thank you for the high praise, Master. Junhee lets out a helpless laugh. I'm heading off to study now. Do-jun Lee Do-jun raises a skeptical eyebrow. At this hour? Is this about the practical rift training tomorrow? He asks. Junhee nods, her eyes full of determination. Yes. I've been moved to Class B because I did so well on the last drill. She shares her goals with a spark of pride. This time, I'm heading into a rank C rift. If I pull this off, I might even get promoted to Class A. Do-jun Lee Do-jun gives her an encouraging smile. Keep it up, you're doing great. Aiza bounces up and down, his eyes lighting up. That sounds so cool, I want to go too. Junhee can only offer an apologetic smile. Maybe next time, okay? We'll go together then. The points for this practical session are crucial, so I need to give it my all, she explains. Yas crosses his arms, looking uncharacteristically pensive. I guess she has no choice. Junhee is caught off guard. She expected him to throw a tantrum and demand to go, but has he actually matured? Despite her surprise, she still feels a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, okay? I'll buy you something delicious when I get back, she promises. Yas turns his face away, remaining silent. Panic starts to set in for Junhee. What's wrong? Is he sick? Or just exhausted? He looks like he's sulking. Now I feel terrible, she thinks. Cut to the next morning, Junhee waves a cheerful goodbye. I'll be back soon. Long, give me a smile. I'll definitely bring back treats, so stay here and guard the house, all right? Yas remains stoically silent, leaving only Aiza to give a bright farewell. Have a safe trip, sis. Junhee hasn't even made it past the gate before Yas is already tailing her, fully geared up and ready for action. All right, let's move out. Seer frowns, looking concerned. The little master is going to hate you if you keep following her. Yas lets out a scoff. Fine then. Stay here and guard the house by yourself. Seer hesitates, her mind racing. An internal voice screams, "Don't go! You'll betray the little master's trust." But another voice counters, "Don't listen to that bore. Do you really want to sit here alone? What are you going to do for 10 whole hours by yourself?" Her good side jumps up in protest. Better that than getting punished later. But the rebel side shouts back, "You're an idiot. Punishment only lasts a minute, but loneliness lasts 10 hours. Seer rubs her chin, weighing her options as the two sides clash. Finally, she reaches a verdict. Actually, getting punished is just a temporary setback. Up ahead, Yas is already pulling away, shouting with pure excitement, "Let's go!" Seer scrambles to catch up. "Wait for me! Don't leave me behind!" Back at the office, Do-jun is typing away when his desk phone rings. He picks up immediately. "Hello? This is Do-jun from the Rift Management Bureau." A raspy cough echoes from the other end. Do-jun. Is that you? Do-jun is taken aback. "Senior Kwon-hyuk-ju, are you sick?" His colleague groans in response. "Yeah, I think I've got the flu. I'm so sorry, but could you handle my leave request for today?" Do-jun agrees without hesitation. "I'll put in a good word with the boss for you. Just stay home and focus on getting better. Hyuk-ju isn't finished yet." "Wait, there's one more thing. This is important. Would you mind heading over to the Hunter Academy's practical training in my place? It should be easy. Hunter Han Minji is the lead instructor today." Do-jun nods slightly. "Don't worry about it. Just get some rest." He hangs up, but a sudden realization hits him like a lightning bolt. Wait a second. Today is the same day Junhee's school is holding their training session. Elsewhere, Han Minji is sprinting toward her car in a blind panic. "I have to get to the training grounds now or I'm going to be late." She stops dead in her tracks when she hears a commotion nearby. What's going on over there? Did a rift open up or something? She wonders, drawn toward the gathering crowd. People are gasping and pointing. "Excuse me! Let me through! What on earth is that?" As she pushes through the crowd, she freezes in shock. There's Yas, being held by the scruff of his neck by a security guard, flailing his tiny limbs in a rage. "Unhand me. I said get your filthy hands off me this instant. How dare you touch me? I am a dragon, I tell you." The two guards ignore his protests entirely, whispering to each other. You think they were abandoned by their owner? The other guard rubs his chin, fascinated. "I can't believe there's actually a talking dog in this world." Yas continues to struggle desperately. "This is an outrage! How dare you treat me like this?" Minji finally snaps out of her daze and rushes forward. "Wait, let me through." The crowd gasps in recognition. "No way. Is that Hunter Han Minji?" She approaches the guards politely. "Did these little ones cause any trouble for you?" The guard looks confused. "Little ones?" Minji doesn't miss a beat, spinning a lie right then and there. "That's right, they're my pets. I must have looked away for a second and they got lost. Thank you so much for watching over them." The guard doesn't push any further, simply offering a warning. "Just be more careful next time, miss. The world isn't a safe place these days." Minji forces a nervous smile. "I will. Thank you." Yas narrows his eyes, studying her closely. "This woman, I'm certain I've seen her before. But where? Wait, she's helping me, isn't she?" A second later, he leaps into Minji's arms with a joyful shout. "Mommy!" She stares at him, completely dumbfounded. "What did you just call me?" The guards are stunned. "Mom?" Seer's face turns pale as a ghost. "Is she the mother of the Dragon King?" Minji just rolls with it, gently patting Aiza's back. "Yes, sweetie." "Were you really scared?" He rubs his head against her neck, acting like a spoiled child. "Yes, I was so scared, Mommy." At that moment, Seer begins to tremble. "The late queen." She drops to the ground, bowing her head in deep reverence. "I am honored to meet the late mother of the great Dragon King." Yas makes a face, judging her silently. Seriously? What is wrong with her? Soon after, the three of them are safely tucked inside Minji's car. Outside, the crowd is still buzzing with gossip. Minji cuts straight to the chase. "So, you're heading to the Academy's training grounds?" Yas nods. "That's right, mother." Minji sighs in exasperation. "Stop calling me that. You're lucky I'm heading that way too." He looks up at her, his eyes wide with curiosity. "I see. By the way, Auntie, how much did this car cost?" The word auntie hits Minji like a physical blow. "What?" She crushes the coffee can in her hand with a menacing crunch. "About 8 billion. And instead of auntie, try calling me sister, got it?" In the back seat, Seer clutches her chest, thanking the heavens. Thank goodness, she's not the late queen. Meanwhile, Yas's eyes nearly pop out of his head. 8 billion? He gives her a sly, knowing smile. So, sister, would you be interested in marrying my master? Minji sprays her coffee everywhere as the car swerves violently. Watch out, Yas screams in terror. What? Sis, just focus on the road. Meanwhile, at Junhee's side, a crowd of students gathers around a rift. A friend is shell-shocked. No way! Are you serious? You just transferred to Class B, and you're already aiming for Class A? Junhee gives a bright, determined smile. Yeah, I just want to give it my all. Just then, a voice calls out her name. Junhee. Jin Shu walks up looking bashful. Let's both do our best today. Junhee offers him a gentle smile. Thank you. Good luck to you too. He scratches his head nervously, stammering a response. Then, hesitating, he finally speaks up. Junhee. By the way, would you like to grab a bite with me after training? Junhee looks conflicted. Oh, I need to review some materials right after this. I'm so sorry. Watching from the sidelines, Do-jun can't help but be impressed. Isn't that Soo Jinu, the heir to the IG group? Junhee's popularity is truly no joke. Her friend nods in agreement. Yeah, I think he's liked her since the very first day she transferred to Class B. Ah, young love is nothing but pain. She clicks her tongue in sympathy. I feel so bad for all the girls who've been constantly chasing after him. I bet even more guys will start pursuing Junhee now. I've never seen a girl as perfect as her. Do-jun chuckles to himself. Birds of a feather really do flock together. His friend agrees. Definitely. They both look at Junhee, feeling a sudden pang of pity for Jinu. But Junhee is completely oblivious to his feelings. Even though the whole class knows, she seems totally uninterested. Suddenly, Instructor Lee raises his voice to announce, All right, everyone gather round. We're about to start. Since this is practical training, go ahead and form your groups. He gives the students a cheerful reminder. Now, eyes on me, please. Junhee gasps when she sees the figure that just stepped forward. Instructor Lee introduces him with excitement. This is Manager Lee Do-jun from the Rift Management Bureau. He's taken time out of his precious schedule to attend today's training. Let's give him a big round of applause. Junhee's eyes light up instantly. So Dad is the one supervising. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun speaks up with a calm greeting. Good afternoon. It's an honor to meet all of our future hunters today. If any of you have questions regarding the rift, don't hesitate to ask. A student nearby gapes in awe. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Junhee clenches her fists, making a silent vow. Perfect. I'm going to work harder than ever today. I'll show Dad just how much effort I've been putting in. At that moment, Do-jun Lee Do-jun is also scanning the crowd for her. There she is. As soon as their eyes meet, Do-jun Lee Do-jun smiles and gives Junhee a small wave. She happily waves back. Jin Shu catches her expression and freezes for a second. Huh? A sudden sense of danger washes over him. I've never seen her smile so brightly before. Jin Shu glares at Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Don't tell me she's into that older guy. His competitive spirit starts to boil over. He swears to himself. No way. Not a chance. I'm going to show Junhee exactly how cool I can be during this practical training session. Every student's attention is glued to Do-jun Lee Do-jun when the roar of an engine suddenly echoes. Instinctively, the crowd turns toward the sound. They cry out in shock. What is that coming from behind us? Everyone scrambles back cautiously. Who on earth is driving like that? The next second, every student's jaw drops. Hanmin steps slowly out of the car. Sorry, everyone. I almost made myself late. The crowd goes wild. Is that Hunter Hanmin? She gives a sweet smile. I'll teach extra hard today to make up for it. Instructor Lee steps forward to reply. It's quite all right. Hunter Han, is it? The students are still reeling. Is Hunter Hanmin really going to train us today? This is amazing. Han Minji replies politely. Thank you so much, instructor. She suddenly stops, her gaze landing right on Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Manager Do-jun Lee Do-jun. The students continue their excited chatter. Do you think we can join the Icarus Guild if we do well? Someone immediately kills the mood. Keep dreaming, buddy. Not a chance. Amidst the whispers, Han Min walks up to Do-jun Lee Do-jun. Mr. Manager, what are you doing here? The students are instantly intrigued. Wait, the manager and the hunter know each other? Meanwhile, whispers come from inside the car. Looks like that lady is quite famous. Seer fidgets nervously. Sir, what are we going to do if the master finds us? Yaz snaps back irritably. Stop jinxing us. As long as we're careful and stay hidden, there's no way these kids will spot us. In front of them, the students are still in awe. I never imagined I'd see her this close. Hunter Han, can I have your autograph? Yas peeks out, muttering, even if we do get caught, we'll just pretend to be toy dolls. Kasi nods vigorously. Understood, boss. Yas raises an eyebrow confidently. And now everyone is focusing on that big sister who might marry the master? He suddenly goes quiet, his whole body trembling. Kasi asks with concern, What's wrong, sir? Yas has locked eyes with Do-jun Lee Do-jun's dark glare. He stammers to himself, Why is the master here? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks at the two little dragons with a chilling smile. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun says in a low voice. I'm giving you 5 seconds. Yas and Seer scream in terror. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun cuts them off before they can bolt. Kasi starts to feel regret. I should have just stayed home. Junhee quickly notices the commotion. She's stunned. Long and Seer? Did they follow me all the way here? Junhee sighs helplessly. I thought it was weird that Long gave up so easily. Turns out it was all an act. How could they? Still, this is better than seeing him looking so lifeless. Her eyes unintentionally drift to the two figures nearby. By the way, Dad and Hunter Han Min look really good together. Maybe it's because they're both so good looking? Do-jun, Lee Do-jun is politely saying, thank you for giving those two a ride. Han Minji smiles back courteously. It was nothing. Traveling with the little ones was actually quite fun. Junhee thinks gloomily. For some reason, I really don't like seeing them like that. The friend next to her suddenly asks, Junhee, don't you think that manager is super handsome? She looks him up and down. He looks cold, but he has this strange magnetic charm. Junhee forces a smile. Yeah, I guess so. Unexpectedly, her friend gives a sly grin and judges him. But there's always a price for a face like that. He probably has women surrounding him all the time. If a guy like that was mine, I'd be worried sick. Junhee instinctively snaps back. No, my dad is a decent man, you know. She immediately realizes her slip of the tongue and covers her mouth. Hyejung narrows her eyes suspiciously. Dad? Junhee scratches her cheek, trying to change the subject. No, I mean, he looks like the type who would be a decent man if he were a dad. Her friend shrugs. Is that so? How would you know? You really have no eye for men, and that's a real problem. The scene shifts to a lush, green forest as Min's voice drops to a calm tone. Now, all you have to do is follow the rules I've laid out for you. Divide into your assigned teams, then you're free to rest. Hyejung mutters to Junhee in frustration. Hey, I actually got put in the manager's group. Do-jun watches the scene, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Seeing the girl blend in so well with her friends, his focus suddenly shifts elsewhere. Do-jun shoots a freezing glare toward Isar and Casey. Now, what on earth should I do with you two? A moment later, he lets out a helpless sigh. Go on, get out of here and play. Isar and Casey stand frozen in shock until they hear Do-jun's reassurance. I'm not going to scold you. Casey is over the moon. Master, you're really not going to be mad at us? Do-jun nods in confirmation. That's right, I'm serious. So just go have some fun, just make sure you don't accidentally hurt any of the kids. Isar pouts, hesitating before finally speaking up. Well, Master, Casey lets out a weary sigh. I'll speak for him. The little girl relays the message. Master, if you aren't too busy, would you like to come for a walk with us? Do-jun strokes his chin, actually weighing the offer. A walk, huh? I did feel something strange coming from behind the orc village, and just like that, the destination is set. You two, okay with that? The two dragon kids shout in unison. Yes, sir. Isar leads the way with a bright smile. Let's go. Casey rushes after him, frantically reminding him of the rules. Sir, we're supposed to walk behind the master. Junhee watches their retreating backs, thinking to herself, I want to go too. Meanwhile, Hyejung is still beside her, complaining. I wish I could be trained by Hunter Han Minhee right now. She lets out a long, heavy sigh. When is it finally going to be our turn? Jinsu cuts in irritably. Then stop waiting and just come this way. He tilts his head back with pure confidence. Don't worry about the orcs, because you've got me right here. Hyejung immediately bursts out laughing. Jinsu glares at her. What are you laughing at? She squints her eyes teasingly. Oh boy, don't you think you're being a bit too extra? What's the reason for all this? Are you two just trying to act cool or something? Jinsu's face turns red with embarrassment. No way. It's just that I'm the strongest one here, so... He stammers his assurance. Anyway, Junhee, just trust me, okay? Junhee finally snaps out of her daze and gives a polite response. Ah yeah, thanks. But I've gotten stronger too, so you don't need to worry about me. Without another word, she grips her weapon and walks straight ahead. Hyejung covers her mouth, giggling at the poor guy. Jinsu scrambles after them, shouting, Wait for me. But Junhee's eyes are filled with pure determination. That's right, I need to focus on this training. It'd be great to show Dad how much I've grown. But wait, where did Dad go? The scene shifts elsewhere, where a green orc is cowering and whimpering. Isar balls up his fists and barks. Who's making that noise? He stomps around the group of green orcs with a menacing air. With a stern face, he commands, Get down! Did you not hear me? Be serious! Casey runs over to advise him. Sir, we left the house without permission. So, I think we should probably apologize to the little master. Isar looks back. What? It's fine. He winks with total confidence. She'll let us slide. Don't worry about it. Isar puts his hands on his hips and lets out a boisterous laugh. Now this is the life. Casey grumbles internally. Have you completely forgotten that you're actually a dragon king? Right then, Do-jun decisively shoves Isar's head aside. Move! His hand tightens into a powerful fist at his side. Do-jun throws a massive punch into thin air, and a notification window instantly pops up. Warning, you have discovered a hidden dungeon. An entrance slowly manifests before his eyes. Casey speaks up respectfully. Congratulations, Master. Since you found a hidden dungeon, I'm certain you'll find incredible treasure. Isar looks at the little girl, completely dazed. What do you mean by that? Casey explains. If you find a dungeon inside a rift, instead of powerful monsters, a treasure goblin will appear. She continues her detailed explanation. If you hunt it, you might even get items like skill books. Isar doesn't even listen, charging straight inside. Whatever, it's nothing special. Casey stands there blankly. She wasn't even finished. But I heard a single skill book can sell for 35 billion won. Do-jun gently pats the girl's head. Even if you told Isar, he wouldn't understand. By the way, you sure know a lot of information. Casey absolutely glows at the praise. I just picked things up while waiting for the little master while she was studying. Do-jun gives a soft smile. Good girl, let's head inside. Casey quickly snaps to attention. Yes, master. In no time, the two of them step into the unknown. Casey quickly announces, I think we're here, master. A sudden blinding light hits them, making Do-jun squint. What greets them is a vast, endless carpet of green grass. Two red orcs are laughing and chatting away. A mechanical notification rings out. These monsters have never been registered. Since you are the first to find them, Do-jun, please name them. He thinks it over for a second. Since they're red, let's go with red orcs. The system continues its prompts. You can now input the danger level and other information regarding the red orc species. Do-jun muses, I think they're probably rank A or B monsters. And I should probably try fighting them to see if this species has any unique traits. With that, he walks straight forward, giving instructions. You two, stay right here. Isar asks in confusion, you want us to just stand here and watch? He refuses to accept it. Ignoring us like this is a form of animal abuse, especially for a pet who was raised on the love of his master. Casey sighs in exasperation. Sir, it seems you've completely convinced yourself that you really are a pet. Do-jun explains his reasoning. Those monsters will run away if they sense the two of you coming with me. Casey obediently accepts his decision. I wish you a safe journey, master. Isar is still grumpy. I wanted to have some fun too. Suddenly, something catches his eye. What's that over there? Casey observes seriously. With how bright it's shining, that might be the treasure goblin. Hearing this, a sly smirk spreads across Isar's face. He tilts his chin up and barks, Hey, you bright yellow goblin! The golden orc snaps back in rage. Who dares call me yellow? But before it can finish, it freezes. The moment it sees Isar approaching, it gasps in a low, panicked voice. The golden orc is too stunned for words. No, you're a dragon? Isar looks at it with pure impatience. What? You're not coming here yet? The moment he hits the count of 1, the golden orc scrambles over on all fours and kneels submissively. Isar still isn't satisfied. Do you have a death wish? Why didn't you move faster? The golden orc doesn't dare resist. Please, forgive me, my lord. Casey stands by, completely speechless. Please, have some self-respect. Suddenly, the little girl grows curious. I wonder how the master is doing over on his side. If an edible trophy appears, it's best to feed it to Lord Long Long. Having finished his work, Do-jun sheathed his sword and stepped back. He gazed thoughtfully at his tablet, where the analysis of the battle against the red orcs was complete and the hidden dungeon data had been updated. Do-jun muttered under his breath. It seems all that's left is to find the treasure goblin and finish mapping this place. Suddenly, Ayers' grumpy shout echoed through the chamber. 1? You've only got 1? Do-jun turned to see Ayers aggressively questioning a golden orc. In a bag that massive, you only have 1 single item? Does that make any sense to you? The orc could only tear up in helplessness. Here, I'll take everything out right now. Ayers threatened coldly. I'll give you 3 seconds to empty the whole thing. The golden orc fell to its knees, trembling. This is everything, I swear. Ayers scanned the pile of items. You're sure this is all of it? The creature's voice quivered. Of course. I wouldn't dare lie to a noble being like yourself. Still unsatisfied, Ayers stomped his foot in frustration. No, this isn't enough. It feels like you're forgetting something vital. The golden orc panicked. What? What did I forget? Ayers let out a furious roar. Food! It's all about the food. Why is there nothing to eat? Cassie sighed as she looked around, spotting Do-jun's return. She ran over excitedly. Master, you're back. Do-jun asked calmly. What's going on? Cassie reported truthfully. He's trying to shake down the goblin for snacks. Ayers immediately shook his head in denial. I am not. The golden orc clutched its head, heart racing in pure terror. This is insane. A great dragon is calling a mere mortal master? Do-jun leaned down to inspect the loot. Ayers seized the chance to snitch. Master, is this guy just a beggar? Like, a professional super beggar? The golden orc scrambled to defend itself. That's not true. This is considered a high-paying job among my kind. Kasi glared at it, her voice cold. How dare you raise your voice to my great master? He is not someone you are allowed to judge. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun patted the girl's head to calm her down. It's all right. The golden orc folded its hands, pleading. Please, don't hurt me. I have a frail wife and 3 young children waiting at home. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun rested his chin on his hand. I have no intention of hitting you, so stop worrying. Suddenly, something caught his eye. The item he picked up displayed its stats. Skill book, binding chains, grade A. Allows the user to learn the binding chain skill through reading. The book is destroyed after use. Skill effect. Summons chains to restrain a target. The strength of the chains increases relative to the user's mana. Minimum mana consumption. 10. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. How lucky. He turned to the golden orc with a deal. I'll let you go if you give me this. The creature blinked in confusion. What? What about the other items? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun shook his head slightly. I don't need them. You have a life to look after, don't you? The golden orc's jaw dropped. It replayed every human encounter it had ever had. Usually, humans hunted its kind like maniacs, trying to strip them of everything. In its memories, it was always running for its life from greedy treasure hunters. At this moment, it was truly moved. He only took what he wanted and spared me? The golden orc couldn't help but marvel this man was an angel. It thanked Do-jun Lee Do-jun profusely. Thank you so much, Great Master of Dragons. Do-jun Lee Do-jun replied politely. I should be the one thanking you. I'll make good use of this book. The orc kept bowing its head. Yes, please take it. Before they left, Ayers huffed a warning. Next time you'd better hide well. Don't get caught and beaten up again. Wait, Great Master of Dragons, the golden orc called out. It pulled something out and offered it up with deep respect. Please, accept this as well. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looked at it curiously. What is this? Casey and Ayers gasped in unison. Wait, is this? The golden orc bowed even lower. Great Master, please take this too. The item was an S-rank Treasure Goblin Company entrance card. Upon use, the holder is teleported to the Treasure Goblin Company. Seeing Do-jun Lee Do-jun accept it, the orc finally felt at ease. If you ever visit, I will give you the warmest welcome. With that, it bowed its goodbye. I shall take my leave now. Ayers let out a mischievous smirk. A warm welcome, huh? He laughed loudly, eyes gleaming. Does that mean there will be seafood and dishes we've never tried before? Elsewhere, blue orcs were running for their lives. Beams of light erupted from a gun barrel as the blue orcs screamed in terror. Honey, run, save our daughter. It was Junhei. She was ruthlessly taking down the monsters. A clear voice suddenly rang out. Amazing. Honestly, just looking at your mana gun control, you could easily reach A rank. Junhei spun around, alert. The speaker was Minji. She offered some enthusiastic advice. However, there's some mana leakage when you charge the gun. If you fix that, you won't waste any energy. Junhei smiled and nodded. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Minji then asked, by the way, where did manager Lee Do-jun go? She couldn't see him anywhere. Do you happen to know where he is? Junhei stammered. I don't know. Hai-jung, noticing the commotion, walked over hesitantly. She was curious. Wait, do you two know each other? Minji smiled brightly. Oh yes, I've been to Junhei's house once. Hai-jung was absolutely stunned. Why would S-rank hunter Han Minji go to her house? Wait, I know Junhei is talented, but this is weird. Why would an S-rank hunter visit a trainee's home? Minji rubbed her chin, thinking back. Actually, the first time I met Junhei was at the entrance ceremony. She was with Mr. Lee Do-jun. The confusion on Hai-jung's face deepened. What? Lee Do-jun? That Lee Do-jun? She couldn't believe her ears. The civil servant from earlier? That super handsome guy? Hai-jung asked, her voice rising in excitement. Why was Junhei with him? Do you know him? Minji replied matter-of-factly. Of course she does. They're father and daughter. Hai-jung felt like a bolt of lightning had hit her. What? Junhei tried desperately to stop her, but it was too late. Hunter Jin Seo immediately perked up, so he's her father. Perfect. Junhei turned to Minji, flustered. Why did you tell them? Realizing she had slipped up, Minji waved her hands nervously. Oh, was that a secret? Junhei bit her lip, unable to respond. Minji looked for an escape route. Oh, it looks like some students over there need my help. She bolted away, leaving Hai-jung in a state of total shock. I just called Junhei's dad sexy. Jin Seo covered her face in panic. Wait, did I just glare at my future father-in-law? Minji kept running, not daring to look back. In the back, Hae-young and Jinu bow their heads low. I'm so sorry, Junhei. She cries out, waving her hands frantically. Junhei just smiles and shakes her head. It's okay, really. Minji watches them, lost in thought. It seems manager Lee isn't the only one in her corner. This girl actually has some incredible friends around her. Minji can't help but sigh, a hint of longing in her voice. I'm actually a little jealous. Hae-jung pulls Junhei into a tight hug, making a solemn vow. Junhei, I promise I'll be a better friend. Later that evening at Do-jun's house, the atmosphere is warm. Junhee's voice rings out through the halls. Dinner's ready, everyone. Yas takes one look at the feast and nearly leaps out of his skin. Yes, it's a meat party. Casey, now in her human form, huffs in frustration as she fumbles with her utensils. Why are these chopsticks so hard to use? Do-jun chuckles and hands the little girl a small spoon. Here, take this. Cassie stares at it, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is this supposed to be? She pouts, muttering under her breath. Isn't this for little kids? I can use chopsticks just like you, master. This thing is so annoying. Do-jun just offers a gentle smile. I know, but just use it for tonight. Cassie huffs, but she eventually obeys him. She puffs out her cheeks, still grumbling. But I'm being serious. Just then, Junhee speaks up, her voice hesitating. Dad? She shyly slides a box toward Do-jun. Please, I want you to have this. Yas's eyes go wide as he leans in. What is it? Is it food? Do-jun carefully takes the gift from his daughter. Is this for me? Junhee fidgets, her words tripping over each other. Yes. It's nothing expensive, really. Inside lies a sleek watch. Junhee looks away, explaining softly. I just noticed your wrist looked a bit bare lately, so I picked it up at a shop on my way home. What do you think, Dad? Do-jun is taken aback. You bought this yourself? Junhee nods, her cheeks flushing. Yes. I earned some money from hunting orcs today, and I wanted you to be the very first person to get a gift from me. Her gaze drops as she whispers, If you don't like it, then… Do-jun cuts her off immediately. No. Thank you, sweetheart. I'll cherish it forever. Junhee beams, her face lighting up with pure joy. Really? Do-jun starts searching for something. Actually, I have something for you too. Junhee's eyes widen in surprise. For me? Do-jun pulls out a thick tome and hands it over. Here. Junhee tilts her head in curiosity. What is this? She quickly flips it open. It looks like some kind of skill book. A sudden flash of light erupts from the pages, making Junhee jump. Her heart stops when she realizes she's holding an A-rank skill book. Panicked, Junhee slams the book shut. I can't possibly accept this. Do-jun looks at her, confused. Why not? Junhee's voice rises in desperation. Dad, are you serious? This thing is worth at least 100 billion won. Yas bolts upright, nearly choking. 100 billion? Do-jun still doesn't get the big deal. He tilts his head, his expression blank. And? Junhee just sighs in disbelief. What do you mean, and? Do-jun speaks slowly, his voice heavy with sincerity. Junhee, this family is worth far more to me than 100 billion won. Junhee stands there, stunned into silence. Suddenly, the phone in Do-jun's pocket begins to blare. He steps outside to take the call. Hello? The voice on the other end is urgent. Hello, this is Hunter Lee Kanghyun. I'm terribly sorry for calling so late. I'm calling to let you know that we're finally ready to enter the central zone. Do-jun's response is cool and collected. I see. Good luck to you all. The hunter continues. Thank you, sir. Also, regarding the discussion with the director, we've agreed to live stream the entire operation to the world just as you requested. The director mentioned we'd need to ask for your advice during the mission, but honestly, with the incredibly detailed report you sent, I don't think we'll run into any trouble at all. Thank you so much. Do-jun replies calmly. It's nothing. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the rift, where Kanghyun hangs up with a confident smile. Well then, I'll see you after the trip. He turns to his teammate. Jun-young, is the live stream up? His partner gives a sharp nod. It's live. People everywhere are glued to their screens for the 20-second broadcast, watching as the hunters attempt to conquer the central zone. The world is on edge, eyes fixed on every movement. Back at the scene, Kanghyun flashes a grin at the camera. And we are officially underway. In the office, Cheon-soo watches the screen, cheering like a fanatic. Good heavens! Just look at how handsome our Hunter Lee Kanghyun is. He's the star of the Behemoth Guild and the true guardian of South Korea. Suddenly, Do-jun's voice cuts through the excitement. I'll be taking my leave now. The director looks up, puzzled. Wait, you're leaving? Where to? Then it hits him. I can't believe I almost forgot. Today is your inspection for that E-rank rift, isn't it? Hyuk-soo suddenly shouts, Boss! The Behemoth Guild has finally entered the first stage of the tutorial. Cheon-soo spins around. What? Even EJ is stunned. Are you serious? Do-jun gives a faint smile. Miss EJ, if you want to keep watching the broadcast, you're welcome to stay behind. EJ shakes her head vigorously. No way! How could I let you go on an inspection without a single hunter to back you up? Do-jun raises an eyebrow. But you look like you really want to watch them. She blushes, admitting the truth. Well, yeah, but if you feel bad about it, you can just buy me dinner later. Suddenly, a shout breaks the tension. Master! It's Yas. He leads the way with a bright grin. We're here. Kasi can only let out a long, weary sigh. Sir, You are the king of dragons. Could you please show some dignity for once? This is embarrassing. Junhee just scratches her cheek, laughing awkwardly. Do-jun is genuinely confused. What are you all doing here? Junhee quickly hands him a lunchbox. I was planning to visit the Hunter Training Center since I have the day off, so I thought I'd bring Dad some lunch. Do-jun immediately sees right through her. So the lunch was just a last-minute thought? Junhee stammers, unable to find an excuse. Move aside, Kasi says, stepping forward. I'll handle the explaining. According to the little girl, the young mistress woke up late for the first time today. Junhee had been screaming in a panic. I'm going to be late. Do-jun had gently reassured her. Junhee, I'm fine. Just get ready for school. Kasi explains that because of the rush, she couldn't make breakfast for her father, and the guilt was eating her alive. The makeshift breakfast was perfectly fine for the little girl, but Yas looked absolutely miserable. You call this food? Kasi recounts every detail perfectly, and after that, she spent exactly 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 35 seconds preparing this lunch for you. Do-jun is stunned. Really? Of course. We helped out too. Junhee cuts her off, her face bright red. Kasi, Do-jun chuckles. Well, I'm actually on my way to the training center myself. How about we eat lunch and head over there together? Junhee's eyes sparkle instantly. Yes, please. Yas chimes in eagerly. Master, give me a bite too. Do-jun glares at him. If you dare eat it all, I'll beat you senseless. Yas huffs in anger. Stop treating me like I'm some kind of evil dragon. EJ watches them in silence, her thoughts unreadable. Later, as the car speeds down the highway, Do-jun gets straight to the point. Hunter Cha EJ, I'll give you a brief rundown on our way there. He explains that the rift they are about to enter is known as the Tomb of Souls, and its scale is unlike anything they've seen. It will take at least half a day just to survey the entire perimeter. You might have to work overtime today. Are you okay with that? EJ's eyes light up with excitement. Wait, so you're saying this is basically a date? Just the two of them, all afternoon. While Do-jun is dead serious, treating this as a survey, Junhee's expression darkens as she repeats one word. Date. Yas scrambles to change the subject. Right, sir. Didn't you say pets aren't allowed in the training center? The other party raises an eyebrow, completely lost. What on earth are you talking about? Yas instantly claps a hand over the girl's mouth, speaking in a rush. I guess it's a no-go then, master. If it's on your way, could you take us to the rift with you? Do-jun doesn't refuse, of course. Fine, let's go then. Junhee finally lets out a long, relieved breath. She looks at Yas, puzzled. Long gives a reliable thumbs up. We'll keep an eye on that sister for you, just make sure you feed us meat for 1 whole week. We don't want a stepmother either. The two share a deep sense of empathy, united by a single goal. Before long, Do-jun's group reaches the rift designated for the survey. They step into the Tomb of the Spirit. Yas asks curiously, Master, is this a dungeon that needs to be cleared? Do-jun confirms. That's right, it's a rank E dungeon. Izas rubs his chin, muttering. Those drawings? They are only found where Jia Kim resides. Yas tilts his head. Who's Jia Kim? Sarah explains. Jia Kim, the Spirit King. She is the first spirit and the mother of all her kind. Yas can't help but marvel, the Spirit King? Do-jun scans the area, thinking to himself, the energy I'm sensing is far beyond rank E. It feels as though the place is beckoning them inside. It's a relief they're inspecting it before other hunters arrive. He muses that leaving IJ here might be for the best. Beside him, IJ suggests, Manager Lee, should we head back for now? This is the Spirit King we're talking about. It's bound to be dangerous. A faint smirk plays on Do-jun's lips, making IJ even more anxious. This is no time for smiling. I'm against going inside. If that really is the Spirit King, that's the name of a monster one that could even be rank S. Suddenly, her head begins to spin. Do-jun catches IJ, his voice soft. That's a very rational decision. I hope you never forget that mindset in the future. He settles her into a safe corner. He turns to the 2 dragon kids with an order. I'm going in to check things out. I want you 2 to wait here. Yas eagerly raises a hand. Master, I'm coming with you. Kasi, ever obedient, nods. I'll stay behind and protect this red-haired sister. With that, Yas excitedly follows in Do-jun's footsteps. Adventure awaits. They step into a void of darkness. As they venture deeper, Do-jun can't help but be impressed. The interior is worlds apart from the entrance. Yas nods in agreement. Well, it is where the Spirit King lives, after all. Do-jun murmurs casually. Junhee would have loved this. Yas shares his thoughts with a grin. Master, they might look like that, but they're still spirits. The moment they realize there's an intruder, they'll get incredibly noisy. In his opinion, it's still far too early for her to face them. Izas adds that even high-ranking spirits are something to behold. Suddenly, he flinches. Yas reflexively breathes fire to counter an attack, screaming, Master! 2 forces of energy clash violently in mid-air, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Jia Kim swears irritably, Damn it, it's you, isn't it? What do you think you're doing? Master isn't some stranger. The opponent counters with a low, menacing growl. I don't care who that human is, but why did you come looking for me? You're the one who ran away alone on the final day of the battle. As soon as the words leave her mouth, a barrage of attacks rains down. Yas asks blankly, me? What final day? What are you talking about? Do-jun is all too familiar with this. Did you do something again? Busy dodging the onslaught, Yas frantically denies it. What? Not at all. Wait, what do you mean by that? Jia Kim suddenly chokes up. How despicable. The Dragon King, a disgusting traitor. Summoning a sphere of light, Jia Kim roars in fury. You have the nerve to show your face to me again, you traitor? Yas is in total shock. Traitor? Why on earth am I a traitor? Listen, lady, you're the one who attacked first. The opponent is so frustrated she's on the verge of tears. Are you really going to play dumb until the day you die? She slams down a terrifying blow. Yas is truly at a loss for words. I've been telling you this whole time. Why do you keep attacking me? At least give me a reason. He grumbles indignantly. This is so unfair. Jia Kim's attack is devastating. The ground is left with a deep crater, swallowed by rising smoke. Jia Kim pauses. Do-jun has raised his hand, blocking the strike and shielding Yas in his arms. Are you the Spirit King? He flicks his hand with a command. Get down here. Coils of black and blue energy wrap around Jia Kim, dragging her down. She crashes face first into the dirt. Yas brags triumphantly. See that? My master is incredibly strong. Do-jun cuts straight to the point. I have something to ask you, so calm yourself down. After listening for a while, Yas confirms skeptically. So, you and I were once allies, forming some kind of supreme union to fight against evil, is that right? Jia Kim grinds her teeth, spitting out every word. You're saying? Yas leans his weight on her, muttering with a pout. I don't remember a thing. That comment sends Jia Kim over the edge. You damn dragon! Do-jun steps in. Long, get off. Yas obeys instantly. Yes, master. He quickly shrinks his size. Do-jun speaks calmly. You can stand up now. Jia Kim gasps for breath. Thank you, sir. Yas clicks his tongue in disdain. Your endurance is pathetic. Jia Kim is beyond outraged. Why am I being treated like this while he's the one who betrayed us? Do-jun looks at her thoughtfully. Based on what Long said, she should be in the center area. Her appearing in this rift means something has gone wrong with the erosion. One point particularly interests him. This place was supposed to be part of the second floor of the center area. Meanwhile, Jia Kim and Yas continue their endless bickering. She screams at the traitorous dragon while he plays deaf. What was that? Do-jun stares at his palm, musing, I can use the powers from my black status board that I normally can't access. He calculates silently. This place is nothing like the forest of that pointy-eared elf. Bringing this girl along might actually prove useful. Jia Kim orders her subordinates to attack Yas. Spirits, bite him for me! He annoyedly brushes them off. Get lost! Do-jun narrows his eyes. He understands the situation, but if he takes her, these creatures will lose their protector. After considering for a moment, Do-jun speaks. Long, let's go. Yas responds quickly. Yes. Just as they turn to leave, Jia Kim's hesitant voice stops Do-jun in his tracks. It seems you're heading to the center area, aren't you? What do you plan to do about those transcendental beings and the demons? They possess enough power to tear the entire center area apart. If you start a war, your life will be in danger. Will you be all right? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun shrugs nonchalantly. If they start the fight first, then there's really no helping it. Joachim's eyes light up with pure admiration. Ever since that dragon started following you, I knew you were something special. You're a demon-slaying saint. A true holy man. Aya scowls, muttering under her breath, Hey, your king is seriously weird. Her mood swings faster than a pancake on a griddle. And for the record, I'm not a demon. Kim stomps his foot in a rage. Shut up, you coward! Ayas lets out a long sigh. Fine. He adds grumpily, let's just say that's true, but I seriously don't remember a thing. Cut to Saturday morning at Do-jun Lee Do-jun's house. He's on the phone. The Grave of Souls dungeon has reverted back to rank E status. It went back to its original rank, so nothing happened. Cheon-su replies warmly, I see. Good work, Manager Lee. Sorry we couldn't join you. The livestream was just too addictive. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun doesn't hold a grudge. It's fine. You don't need to apologize for that. The other side chirps back happily. Thanks for saying that. You're getting kinder by the day. Get some rest. He gives a simple reply and quickly hangs up. Yes, have a great weekend. Seeing Ayas glued to the tablet again, Do-jun Lee Do-jun asks sternly, Supreme Ayas, are you blowing money again? He jumps in surprise. No! Look at this, my lord. Ayas shows the screen to Do-jun Lee Do-jun. It says divine snake meat is the hottest trend lately. He rubs his chin, considering the options. Perfect timing. I need to hit a dungeon anyway. Let's go. Kassia and Ayas cheer in unison. One of them asks eagerly, Are we leaving right now? so we can get ready. But Do-jun Lee Do-jun's answer instantly deflates their excitement. No, I'm going alone. Ayas mumbles dejectedly. I see. So you're going alone. He puts on a pitiful act, dabbing his eyes with a handkerchief. I heard mounts can only survive if they receive love from their masters, yet here you are, abandoning us. I understand. But why must you be so cruel? Do-jun. Lee Do-jun finally caves. Fine, you can come along. But only one of you. Ayas snaps his head toward Cassia. Perfect. Whichever dragon wins this battle gets to go. Little Cassia pouts back. Why are you being so mean? Let's do rock, paper, scissors. That's the only fair way. Ayas agrees to the challenge. Fine. Rock, paper, scissors. The tension is thick as they play. Rock, paper, scissors. Ayas complains in frustration. Hey, why do you keep copying me? Keisha isn't backing down. You're the one copying me. The two dragons keep at it for a while, leaving Do-jun Lee Do-jun speechless. Finally, a winner emerges. Kasha holds an ice cream cone, smiling sweetly. Seeing this, Do-jun Lee Do-jun can't help but grin. Do you like it that much? She nods vigorously. Yes. This time, Do-jun Lee Do-jun uses a fake identity. The system confirms. Rank F Hunter. Kim Hyun-woo and Kasha skip ahead. I can't wait to get inside. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun's arrival catches a man's eye. He's only rank F, probably just an errand boy. Why would he bring a child to a place like this? He should know exactly how errand boys are treated. Inside, a trio of thugs leans back in their seats, looking arrogant. Do-jun Lee Do-jun settles into his spot and wipes Keisha's mouth. Eat carefully. She mumbles through a mouthful. Sorry, Daddy. The man next to him asks hesitantly, is that your daughter? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun nods. That's right. The man's suspicions are confirmed. He offers a kind warning. Bringing your daughter into a rift isn't just dangerous. Are you sure you want her to see you looking pathetic in there? Cassia suddenly remembers right. In public, she's his daughter. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun replies politely. Thank you for your concern. The man panics instantly. Keep your voice down. Those guys behind us will target you. He scratches his head awkwardly. Sorry if I'm overstepping. You see, I'm raising a son on my own too. He's growing up without a mother, so I get it. Ah, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Kim Ho-chun. Do-jun Lee Do-jun quickly shakes his hand. And I'm Lee Do Kim Hyun-woo. Ho-chun smiles. Nice to meet you, he speaks warmly. Even though we're both shameful fathers, let's do our best for our kids. Suddenly, a foot shoots out. Woo-sik brutally kicks Ho-chun in the head, making him cough and gasp. The thug sneers, people will think we're the villains if they hear you talk like that. Can a weakling even be considered a good person? And are we the bad guys for picking on innocent people like you? Ho-chun answers tremblingly, of course not, I didn't mean it like that. Woo-sik refuses to let it go. Didn't you just say to keep it down? As he looks away, he catches Do-jun Lee Do-jun's ice-cold stare. Woo-sik immediately shifts his aggression. Look at this guy's eyes. What? You got something to say? You piece of trash? Woo-sik pulls out a gun to intimidate him. What? Got a problem? He roughly taps Do-jun Lee Do-jun's head with the barrel. Does it piss you off seeing someone like me standing in front of you? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun doesn't react. Kassia, sitting next to him, is already shaking with rage. Ho-chun feels a wave of guilt. It's my fault. I should have stayed quiet. Why did I even talk to him? He stammers out. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. At that moment, Do-jun Lee Do-jun speaks up slowly. You're speaking to me without any respect, even though we don't even know each other. Are you my superior or something? Ho-chun freezes. Woo-sik is momentarily stunned. What? From the back seat, a burst of laughter erupts. Whoa, I wonder what our boss is gonna do now. Another thug chimes in. Looks like the boss managed to piss off our distinguished rank F hunter. Woo-sik grinds his teeth in fury. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun continues, unfazed. I'll reluctantly accept your advice if you're my superior, but if you're trying to threaten me, I suggest you stop. The thug smirks mockingly. Look at this, I'm getting a lecture on morality from a weakling. He speaks as he releases a surge of energy around him. Are you blind before even entering the rift? Or should I help you see more clearly? Do-jun Lee Do-jun's eyes instantly narrow, and Cassia begins to radiate a terrifying pressure. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun growls out each word. I'm only warning you once. Kasha glares with murderous intent. Do you want me to rip your body in half? Hyun is still laughing and joking. Boss, what are you waiting for? Just shoot him. Wanin sighs in boredom. Or should I help you out? Before the sentence is finished, Woo-sik barks out an order. No! He warns his underlings. Stop talking nonsense. He then obediently scampers back to his seat. Ho-chun stares, completely bewildered by what just happened. Do-jun Lee Do-jun calmly asks Cassia, "Where's your ice cream?" The little girl huffs. I got so mad I accidentally smashed it. I'm sorry. Do-jun Lee Do-jun smiles. It's okay. Daddy will buy you another one. The little one obediently bowed her head, saying, Thank you, Dad. She even added, Everyone at home must be waiting, so let's finish up and head back early. Do-jun Lee, Do-jun replied tenderly. Don't you worry. Since he couldn't come with us, Long Long went out with Junhee. I'm sure those two are having a blast. The scene shifts to a huffy Ayas, who demanded, Sister Junhee, didn't you say we were going somewhere fun? Junhee smiled and shot back. What? You're not having fun? Ayas knit his brows tightly. How old do you think I am? It turned out Junhee had dragged him to a children's playground, even playfully guessing he was only 5 or 6 years old. Ayas grumbled in frustration. I am over 8,000 years old. And yet you bring me to a place for toddlers? I'm a tyrant dragon for crying out loud. He sulked, thinking to himself that he couldn't just let this slide. He had been patient with Junhee for far too long. This time, he had to show her his true authority. At least, that was the plan in Ayas's head. He quickly spoke up. Sister Junhee. But before he could finish, Junhee scooped him up and plopped him right onto the slide. There. Our little Long Long is 8,000 years old, isn't he? Ayas struggled in vain, crying out, Wait, I have something to say. Too late! Junhee let go, giggling as she cheered. Look at Long Long fly. She then caringly asked how he felt. How was it? Fun, right? Ayas just sat there, frozen in shock. Finally, Ayas cleared his throat and muttered, Well, I suppose playing on these things is fine while we wait for the divine snake meat. Junhee happily suggested. Then do you want to go ride the horses next? Ayas was a bit baffled. Why did your tone suddenly change? Are you just making fun of me? Junhee curled her lips into a smile. Not at all. According to her philosophy, the best way to make a stubborn child behave is to always use a gentle, nurturing voice. The scene shifts again to the hunter's office. Do-jun Lee Do-jun spoke with a serious tone. Attention, all hunters at Soon City Hall, please listen up. He got straight to the point. As you all know, today is the day you receive your enhancement items, featuring rank C magic stones. Do-jun suddenly added. By the way, is there anyone here with a rank higher than the stones prepared for today? The room fell into a dead silence. He immediately turned to leave. In that case, I'll go inside and get the items for everyone. As soon as he was out of sight, someone clicked their tongue in annoyance. Ever since that car accident, he doesn't seem scared of us anymore. He used to tremble just by us walking near him, Cheon-woo remarked from the side. Hey, have you heard about Hunter Cha Yeji? She jumped from rank F to rank A overnight ever since she started working with that manager. Swan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That piece of trash became a rank A? He was clearly indignant. Should I request a manager change? That bastard Kwon Hee-wook hasn't been any help at all. Cheon-woo burst out laughing. Do you really think you'll get stronger just by working with him? Swan's voice was dripping with confidence. If a useless girl like her could reach rank A, he must have a secret. If he won't tell me, I'll just have to use a little force. Just as the words left his mouth, someone intentionally shoved him hard. Suwon barked, What the hell? Everyone gasped in shock, while he frowned, confused. What's going on? Yang Cheon-won and his elite team of hunters bowed in unison with deep respect. Welcome, Manager Lee Do-jun. Whispers immediately flooded the room. Why is the Baekhyun Guild greeting him so formally? Everyone wondered what was happening. Someone muttered, You think I know? Kang Hyun spoke up. First, please forgive us if we overdid it. The moment we heard you were coming, we couldn't sit still. Kung bowed a full 90 degrees. Please, overlook our behavior. Lee Do-jun remained silent. Junyun suddenly chimed in. But why are you letting that brat slide, sir? Manager! Kang Hyun warned Junyun with a frown. But Junyun just kept smirking. I mean, we could hear everything that Jerk was saying from a mile away. There's no way a man with Manager Lee's skills didn't hear it too. He walked over and threw an arm around Swan's shoulder, his tone mocking. Isn't that right? Swan's voice shook. Excuse me? Junyun kindly reminded him, I'm not the one you need to apologize to. He then grabbed Swan by the collar. You should be apologizing to him. You're lucky, I've been under a lot of stress lately. Even Kang Hyun felt exhausted watching this. Man, he changed gears fast. Junyun let out a loud laugh. Kung roared. That's enough, and he froze in his tracks. Kung hissed through gritted teeth. You crazy bastard. Junyun, what the hell do you think you're doing? His colleagues clutched their heads, wishing they could just disappear. One shouted, He's lost it. He's actually pointing his spear. Junyun lowered his weapon and said calmly, Fine. Yang Cheon-won stepped forward with a professional smile. Manager Lee, it's a pleasure to see you again after so long. Do-jun nodded slightly and replied calmly, Yes, thank you. Director Yang chuckled. This is nothing, really. It's the least we could do. Inside, Yang Cheon-won breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Do-jun Lee Do-jun didn't seem to hate the attention. However, Do-jun Lee Do-jun's voice turned icy. Next time, I hope you consider whether the person receiving the greeting actually enjoys such a display. Since you are a wise man, I hope this kind of greeting won't happen again. Yang Qianwan replied, pained, of course, understood. Junyan turned and shouted, Hey, you lot! Swan bowed his head instantly. Yes, sir, Junyan warned. Don't you dare regret bad-mouthing manager Lee Do-jun. That man? Treat him with the utmost respect. I'm telling you this for your own good. Junyan narrowed his eyes. Understand? He scrambled to respond. Yes, sir, I understand. Cut to the school, where someone was slowly approaching. Hee-jung called out, Jun-hee! She turned around in surprise. Hee-jung. Jun-hee then looked to the side. Jin-woo, you're here too? The practical training is over. Can we come over to your house to play? She shook her head immediately. My house? My dad won't allow it. Hee-jung clicked her tongue. At least try asking him. Don't tell me you're scared to ask for permission. Jun-hee waved her hands. No, my dad is very understanding. Hee-jung grinned mischievously. That's perfect then. Isn't he curious about who you hang out with? Jin-woo chuckled softly from behind. Nice one, Hee-jung. After a moment of hesitation, Jun-hee dialed the phone, silently praying her dad wouldn't pick up. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun's voice came through. What's up, Jun-hee? She spoke quickly. Dad, is it okay if I bring 2 friends home to play? Jun-hee grips her phone tight. You'd better not go, she thinks, her heart racing. She holds her breath. Please say no, please say no, please say no. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun responds flatly. All right. Jun-hee freezes. Wait, what? He continues. Is there anything you want me to pick up for you? Behind him, Jin-soo pokes fun at Do-jun Lee Do-jun. The hunters at City Hall are surprisingly polite to you. They treat you like royalty. What did you even do? She quickly cuts in. No, Dad, you don't need to buy anything. Yes, sir. Hae-dung leans in eagerly. Well, what did your dad say? Jun-hee's face drops. He said I could bring friends over. Hae-dung cheers. Oh yeah, throwing her hands up in victory. You're the best, Hae-dung. After the meal, Hae-dung gulps down some water. She grins. Jun-hee, your cooking is absolutely legendary. This was so good. Jun-hee blushes. You guys help too. Your cooking is great as well. Hae-dung and Jin-soo talk through mouthfuls. So delicious. She whispers. Not really. Every time she tries to cook, she just makes a massive mess. Hae-dung snaps. Say that one more time. Jin-soo recoils. Why are you so violent? Suddenly, Yas's voice drifts in. What's going on? Why is it so noisy out here? Jun-hee whips around. Yas, looking half asleep, says, First time I've seen you bring friends home. Sarah sleepily welcomes her back. Little master? He asks, confused. Before he can finish, she's already moving. Jun-hee grabs Yas and the little one, shoves them into the room, and whispers, Sarah Long, I am so sorry. Just for today. Can you two pretend to be dogs? Yas is appalled. What? The pride of a dragon. What about it? How could you even ask us to do that? Sir calmly replies, If it's what you want, we'll do it. But even if we do, we are still dragons. She lowers her voice. I'm sorry. Jun-hee quickly adds. But things are complicated right now. I heard that if people realize you're dragons, the whole world will flip out. Everything will descend into chaos, and we'll have to go on the run. Her voice trembles. We won't get to eat beef, ramen, or even dog food anymore. Yas panics instantly. I'm sorry, Jun-hee. I don't know what happened, but it's all my fault. Jun-hee gives a small smile. Long, sir, thank you. Jun-hoo asks. A bit surprised, Jun-hee. I had no idea you even had dogs. She laughs awkwardly, trying to fix the situation. Yeah, I just forgot to feed them. Sorry about that. He tilts his head, observing them. They don't look like normal dogs, though. Just then, the door clicks open. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun's voice booms. I'm home. Jin-soo scrambles. Jun-hee's dad? He bows deeply. Hello, father-in-law. Hello, sir. I'm Soo-jinu, Jun-hee's classmate. He responds. Nice to meet you. In the distance, Yas grits his teeth, muttering, I have to eat dog food because of these little rats. Hae-dung squeals. The puppies are so cute. Yas shakes with rage. You're really pushing it. He clenches his claws. Do you want to? She freezes. Did it just talk? Do-jun Lee, Do-jun quickly interrupts. You said your name is Soo-jinu? Jin-soo says nervously. Yes, sir. I'm Jun-hee's classmate, Jinu. He asks the big question. Are you Jun-hee's boyfriend? He turns bright red and stammers. Well, I do like her, but I haven't actually confessed yet. A heavy silence falls over the table. Hae-dung hides her face. You idiot, she mutters. Yas growls under his breath. You bastard. How dare you say that to her? Sarah tries to hold Yas back. You have to play your part, my lord. She's stunned, thinking to herself, oh my god, he just blurted it out. Jun-hee speaks softly. Then she looks up, wide-eyed. You, like me? Do-jun Lee, Do-jun chuckles, oh ho, the secret's out. He teases. So Jun-hee has a boyfriend after all. She jumps, startled. Huh? She slams her hands on the table, refuting it instantly. That's not it at all, Dad. He's just a friend from school. She frantically clarifies, he is really, really, really not my boyfriend. Jinsu whimpers, I get it. You didn't have to say really 3 times. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun nods. The girl's reacting pretty strongly. The scene shifts to the street. Yas calls out, Junhee, wait. He's surrounded by kids. Take me with you. Junhee gives a strained laugh. Well, I want to, but the kids love you so much. They're stuck to you like glue. If we go shopping, it'll take forever, long. She takes the little girl's hand. I'll go with Sir. You wait here, okay? Yas glares, fuming. I am the king of the dragon emperors, you little rats. The kids laugh. Yay, this is so fun. Yas's eyes flash with fury. How dare you? Right then, a surge of blue energy erupts. The system voice rings out. Due to the effects of erosion, a rift from the central district has appeared. Warning, warning. A powerful entity from the abyss has emerged. Vapula's deep, distorted voice echoes. Oh, lowly and weak earth. I have finally set foot upon this soil. The system confirms. Vapula has manifested. It spreads its arms and sneers. I shall become the law of this world. Emergency data appears. Vapula, the archdemon. One of the 72 demons of Solomon. Vapula laughs maniacally. All sustenance must be destroyed so that evil may reign. All of humanity shall exist only for my benefit. The creature looks up and proclaims, I am a great archdemon. Who shall be the king of this earth? It is I. Yas grimaces, turning his head with a scowl. What's wrong with this psycho? The kids are still oblivious. Yay, so fun. Yas points directly at him. Hey, you shaggy dog. Vapula's face darkens. You're quite arrogant to face a great being like me. He suddenly stops. Yas retorts coldly. Do you really think Earth is just your playground? A mutt like you doesn't even deserve to step foot here. Vapula panics. Huh? Wait, let's talk this out. Yas responds flatly. Talk to my fist. He roars, unleashing a blast of searing energy. Vapula screams in agony. The kids stare in awe, then erupt in cheers. So cool, that was amazing. Yas lets out a smug smirk. He crosses his arms, looking at the children. These runts actually have pretty good taste. He laughs. All right, since I'm in a good mood, I'll show you something even better. Just then, Junhee's voice calls out, Long, let's go, time to head home. The kids cling to him, whining, No, don't go, puppy, stay. Yas says gently, Little runts, I'll be back next time, don't be sad. He pats their heads. I'm off. She tilts her head. It seems he's actually starting to like kids, hasn't he? Yas glares at the little girl. Sir, what's that on your mouth? His eyes go dark. How dare you eat that without me? Junhee quickly intervenes. Calm down. Long, you have a share too. Yas scowls. What even is this? It's not even food. She gives a mysterious smile. Oh ho, it's far too early to say that. Junhee holds a ticket out in front of him. This is an event ticket you can only get through shopping, she said, pointing at the spinning wheel. Look, it says premium beef right there. Yas jumped in surprise. Wait, what? For real? He asked, stunned. You want me to play? Junhee nodded cheerfully. Go for it. Yas focused every fiber of his being. He had to hit the beef, nothing but the beef. The game host's voice boomed. Now, listen to your heart and let your hand find the prize. Only 1 dart per round, folks. Good luck winning your heart's desire in today's event. Yas glared at the spinning wheel. He thought about his 8,000 years of existence. As the king of the prestigious dragon race, a pathetic mistake here was unthinkable. Yas's eyes flared with intensity. Found it, he blurted out. Ah, right there. That's the spot. Suddenly, Seer piped up. Little master, we forgot to buy soy sauce. Right then, the dart left his hand. Yas roared in fury. Seer, you brat, the little girl stammered. Master, I didn't mean to. He glared daggers at her. You're dead meat. Just then, the host cheered, Congratulations. You've hit the grand prize. Junhee clapped enthusiastically. You won the top prize. Look, it's the grand prize. His eyes bulged. What? Does that mean more meat for me to eat? She beamed at him. We're going camping. Yas's face instantly dropped. But that's not meat. I don't want it. Junhee quickly explained. No. It includes a voucher for an all-you-can-eat barbecue party. You can eat as much as you want. He gulped hard. For real? She pulled out her phone. Let me call Dad and tell him. He muttered under his breath. Lucky for you, kid. Seer bowed her head. Yes, master. Junhee suddenly paused. The voice on the phone echoed. The number you have called is currently outside the service area. Please leave a message after the beep. Junhee tilted her head, puzzled. Huh, where did Dad go? The scene shifts to the deep forest. Bill whispered, Mister, you really shouldn't be here. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looked down with a cold gaze. The innocent girl continued. You're going to die if you stay here, Do-jun recalled the ancient records. 3 gods possessed top-tier power in the central area. The strongest was Anusa the Kirin, followed by Laika the White Whale, ruler of the sky and sea. However, the identity of the final god remained a total mystery. Not a single explorer had ever laid eyes on them. Suddenly, Do-jun felt a disturbance. The book was reacting something that had never happened before. He gripped the book as the system's mechanical voice droned on. You have discovered an unidentified god. Information cannot be confirmed. This god is not recorded in the archives. Bill's eyes went wide. What is that, mister? The system shrieked a warning. Danger! Unidentified god discovered. Immediate flight is recommended. Do-jun frowned. An unidentified god, this little girl? She nodded simply. That's right, Bill chirped. Mister, there's no time left. Run, quick! He looked at her. Why? Bill pointed into the distance. It's coming from over there. She narrowed her eyes. The fish! Moments later, a colossal monster emerged. A booming voice echoed. A mere mortal dares to encroach upon my territory? You've got a death wish, Bill asked, worried. Mister, why aren't you running? Do-jun replied calmly. It's fine. Back in my home, we have a saying for this. She tilted her head, confused. What saying? He said coldly. 1 hit, 1 kill. Do-jun swung his blade in a blur. The system alerts went haywire. Incredible achievement. You have slain the monster. Would you like to announce your achievement to the central area? Do-jun replied curtly. No. Bill immediately ran over. Mister, what's your name? He looked at her. Lee Do-jun. And yours? Bill replied softly. I don't have a name. Lee Do-jun froze for a moment. You don't have a name? The little girl nodded. No, sir. He smiled gently. Then, how about I give you one? Bill asked sadly. Really? Do-jun continued. If that's all right with you, she beamed. Yeah, I'd love that, he spoke slowly. Then Bill. Your name will be Bill. She whispered it to herself. Bill. My name is Bill. The system updated. A god has been tamed, the voice continued. A god of the central area has awakened. Lee Do-jun patted her head. Bill, I have to head home now. She blinked. Home? He nodded. Yeah, I live in a place called South Korea. Bill asked. Crestfallen. Does that mean I won't see you again? Do-jun replied softly. No, I'll be back. She grabbed his hand tight. You have to promise you'll come back. Do-jun smiled. All right, I promise. Cut to a restaurant, the man spoke up. Do-jun. Hi, Ukshu, let it all out. I think you're truly incredible. I'm selfish, so I'm always just busy with my own life. His voice dropped to a heavy tone. But raising a child alone at your age, that's something I can't even begin to imagine. Do-jun replied calmly. I don't know your situation well, but I'm sure you'll do just fine. A thought crossed his mind. Wait, is he reading a parenting book? I thought he lived alone. Lee Do-jun's thoughts trailed on. I think having a child is a wonderful thing, but it can also be terrifying. He continued with total sincerity. No one at City Hall cares for their juniors or teaches them as much as you do, senior. Do-jun smiled warmly. And if you were really selfish, you wouldn't have bought a book on child education. Hai Ukshu burst into tears. Do-jun, thank you so much, he asked point blank. But senior, when are you planning to get married? The man stammered. Huh? Me? Oh, I bought this because I'm babysitting my nephew next week. Do-jun nodded. Ah, I see. Stepping inside his house, he called out, I'm home. Seer bowed low. Welcome home, master. Yas grinned widely. Ah, you're back. Junhee said politely. Welcome home, Dad. Seeing her, Do-jun asked, Haven't you eaten dinner yet? Junhee shook her head. No, we already ate. Since you said you were going out for a few drinks, I prepared some hangover soup for you. Do you? Not like bean sprout soup? He hesitated. No, but the system clarified. Lee Do-jun is immune to all toxins. He doesn't get drunk. Junhee offered quickly. Maybe I should cook you a different hangover soup? Do-jun replied happily. No need, I love bean sprout soup, thank you, dear. He picked up the bowl. I'll drink it. Yas asked, bewildered. Why is he eating a bowl full of grass? Do-jun changed the subject. By the way, didn't you have something to tell me? He continued. Your school is having a 4-day, 3-night trip, right? Do-jun guessed. I assume you'll be needing some pocket money. Junhee gasped. What? How did you know about that? He looked at her with a gentle, scolding gaze. You should have told me yourself, Junhee said quickly. I wasn't trying to hide it. She smiled faintly. I just wasn't planning on going. Do-jun asked why, confused. Isn't this the last trip you'll ever take at the Hunter Academy? The system immediately logged. Lee Do-jun has memorized the Hunter Academy schedule to become the perfect father. Junhee hesitates, her voice small. But the fourth clause of the contract says I have to do house chores. He shoots back. And you're planning on skipping the trip because of that? His voice is full of indignation. Master, I don't think you're that kind of person. Sarah interjects immediately. There's no way Master would actually do that. Do-jun concludes firmly. Just go. You're participating. She freezes. He says decisively, no father would stop his kid from going on a trip just to do chores. I'll give you extra pocket money, eat whatever you want. Kasi speaks in awe. Master is exactly as expected. Junhee beams, a bright smile lighting up her face. Then, I'll go on the school trip. Do-jun reminds her. Go to bed early so you can wake up tomorrow. Yas pleads, big sister Junhee, please carry me with you. He glares at Yas. As for you, keep your hands in the air until morning. Yas panics. Master, please forgive me. Sir bows low. Sleep well, sir. The scene shifts instantly. It's time to meet Manhwa. The screech of brakes echoes. Junhee sighs, muttering, I only packed simple clothes. Why is my bag so heavy? She wonders, did I accidentally bring something else along? Junhee zips open the bag and gasps. Yas pops his head out. Hello, Sarah follows behind. Greetings, little master. Her face instantly turns pale with stress. He lets out a long breath of relief. Phew, I thought I was going to suffocate in there. Junhee asks in a panic, why are you guys here? Yas answers nonchalantly, Master told us to go with you. That's right, little master, Kasi confirms. She goes blank. Why did he sound so serious? Suddenly, Yas stops, something is wrong. Junhee looks around as the Hunter Festival begins. Manhwa speaks with burning passion. Can you feel the incredible power of South Korea? This is the nation of the very first hunter, Lee Kang-yun. And if we have Lee Kang-yun here in South Korea, she points and smiles, then Japan has the esteemed Mr. Kanzaki Sojiro. Manhwa's voice booms through the speakers. The hunter who tamed the Emperor of the Skies, the Wyvern Lord. Yas scowls. Emperor of the Skies? A mere wyvern? Sir whispers. I know, right? It's ridiculous. It seems humans are incredibly weak, excluding Master, of course. She shouts, now, everyone, feast your eyes on the great Wyvern Lord. A massive, terrifying dragon manifests before the crowd. Manhwa continues the introduction, and riding on its back is Mr. Kanzaki Sojiro. She announces loudly that the Hunter Academy students will get a rare chance to touch the Wyvern Emperor. The students erupt in wild cheers. A brown-haired girl says excitedly, Junhee, let's go touch it. She jumps, startled. What? Really? The girl is beaming with excitement. It's a top-tier monster we'll rarely see in our entire lives. Now's our chance to pet it like a common animal. A boy charges forward, full of spirit. I'm going first. Manhwa tries to stop him. Wait. Student, stop. Her voice turns sharp. Listen to the warnings first. You absolutely cannot touch its head. The student is stunned. Huh? Manhwa's expression twists. No, it's dangerous. Everyone, get away now. The students scream in pure terror. Help! The dragon thrashes its massive body. Yas gasps. He lets out a pained scream. No, my meat skewer. She panics. Mr. Sojiro, is there any way to calm it down? He snaps back. It's impossible. That's why I told you to warn them. Sojiro curses in a fit of rage. The dragon raises its sharp claws. A boy in glasses trembles, pleading for help. He chokes on his words, then looks up. What? What is that? Yas's voice thunders. A mere puny creature like you. He growls with pure, unadulterated rage. How dare you interrupt the meal of the Dragon Emperor? Manhwa stammers, speechless. A dragon? Sojiro immediately denies it. No way. Junhee looks over in horror. Since when did Long Long get over there? Sir rushes to speak. Sir, please, try to stay calm. Yas grits his teeth. Do you have any idea how delicious that skewer was? His voice trembles with emotion. It was everything. In a flashback, Yas beams. Big sister Junhee, I finished cleaning. She claps. Great job. Here's your reward, a sticker just for you. He shows it off proudly. I've collected all the stickers now, Junhee. She smiles warmly. Well done. Here is 5,001. You've been a big help to me. Long no. Yas nods solemnly. That's right. Inside his mind, fury boils. I had to collect every single sticker, and it was so hard to finally buy that one skewer. And yet, how dare it? Yas roars, you're dead meat. Below, Sojiro is dragged along, clinging to the tail for dear life. Junhee thinks tensely. Thanks to Long Long, no one was hurt by the wyvern, but the screaming is everywhere. Why is there a dragon here? People shriek in panic. We have to run. Fast, she groans inwardly. This is getting completely out of hand. Junhee swallows hard. This is definitely going to be all over the news. Yas lets out a soft, oh? His voice turns ice cold. Go ahead, scream all you want. I'm going to turn you into a grilled meat skewer right here and now. Behind the rubble, a student trembles. Sojiro thinks he has to help, but Junhee suddenly calls out to Long Long. He looks up in shock. Is there another dragon? She yells, Long Long, you bad boy. Sojiro stammers, first one dragon, now another. Junhee scolds him. How could you make things even more chaotic? Ya snaps back, annoyed. Big sister, don't stop me. She says awkwardly, I'll buy you another skewer. 2. No, I'll buy you 3 skewers. He bargains immediately. Make it 4. Junhee sighs. Fine, 4 it is. That's the deal, no more. Yas grins. All right, I'll go back to being a friendly dragon then. He stops suddenly, then tosses the wyvern aside. It deserves at least 1 hit. He glares at the creature. Hey, you're lucky today. Yas's voice drops low. Because of you, your entire species was almost wiped out. He turns back, suddenly excited. All right, let's go. Skewers, here we come, big sister. She holds up a hand to stop him. Before that, promise me you won't do this again. Yas scowls. But I didn't do anything wrong. Junhee's voice turns stern. Do you have any idea what will happen if Dad finds out? This will be all over the news, he freezes. If Master finds out? Do-jun's voice echoes in his mind. I didn't intend to draw this sword. She softens her tone. I'm just worried about you. So, promise me you won't do it again. That's the only way I can cover for you with Dad. He panics. Yes, I promise, but you have to help me, okay? Junhee smiles. All right. Yas starts plotting. Is there a way to keep Master busy? Something massive. Something that makes him completely ignore today's events. Kasi shakes his head. That's impossible. Master is the strongest being there is. The scene shifts to the office. He looks on in surprise. Akyung gasps, watching Hunter Lee Do-jun tremble slightly. Please, you have to help me, she pleads. Her heart is a chaotic mess. How did everything spiral out of control like this? Rewind to 30 minutes ago. Akyung calls out, Do-jun, as she grabs his hand. Why are you so late? She asks. But Do-jun remains perfectly calm. I actually arrived earlier than expected, he replies flatly. Akyung leans in close, dropping her voice to a frantic whisper. Manager, things are complicated right now, so please, just play along with me. He tilts his head, confused. Play along? Suddenly, she raises her voice for everyone to hear. You see this? This man is my boyfriend, so stop pestering me and just get lost. Master Kang bursts into a mocking laugh. Ha, him? Your boyfriend? He eyes Do-jun from head to toe, unimpressed by his slender frame. He looks like one of my low-level lackeys. Is this really your type? Master Kang smirks, flexing his arms. I saw the way you looked at my muscles. Akyung grits her teeth, whispering. This guy is delusional. She snaps back coldly. I already told you I'm not interested. Do-jun leans in and asks quietly, I get the situation, but is all this acting really necessary? She bows her head, her voice urgent. If I do something reckless here, rumors will explode and get blown way out of proportion. Do-jun looks at her, unfazed. Are those tabloid headlines actually true? He asks. Akyung shakes her head instantly. Of course not, she quickly adds. I'm nothing like Ru Jun-yeon. He frowns. Then why is that man threatening to cause trouble for the Behemoth Guild? Akyung suddenly shouts. So, where should we go for our date, honey? Then, she switches back to a whisper. I know this sounds weird, but if he knew who I really was, he wouldn't be acting this way. Do-jun's voice turns serious. We don't have much time left. If you want to get through the first floor of the hub, I'll help you. Akyung sighs in relief. Thank you so much. But Master Kang sneers, cutting in. Like I said, a guy with a puny body like that can't protect you. Don't you think your man should at least be on my level? Master Kang brags. Do-jun looks him dead in the eye and speaks softly. You must be quite overweight. The blood flow to your heart is dangerously weak. You really need to lose some weight, Do-jun adds. Master Kang's face darkens with rage. What did you just say, you little? Akyung stifles a laugh behind her hand. Oh, Do-jun, she giggles. Master Kang bellows, you brat! But Do-jun cuts him off before he can explode. We aren't just a simple couple. Do-jun pulls Akyung close, his voice turning ice cold. We're married. You've crossed the line, pal. Now that you know we're husband and wife, are you going to stop? Do-jun demands. The man's arrogant grin turns into an awkward grimace. She's married? You should have told me sooner. If I had known that, I would have just walked away quietly, he stammers. Do-jun raises an eyebrow. Is that so? Master Kang nods frantically. Absolutely. Please, just let it go. Do-jun finally lets go of his hand. Then leave. Now. He watches the man scurry away, glad that the situation ended without a bloodbath. Akyung turns to him, her eyes wide. Even so, why did you tell him we were married? Do-jun shrugs. It worked, didn't it? He gave up. Kyung yells back. He ran away because you were about to snap his wrist in half. Later, at the hub center, Do-jun sighs. It's been a while since I've been here. Just then, a figure approaches. Kang Hyun bows deeply. Forgive my lateness, Manager Do-jun. Do-jun remains indifferent. It's fine. You're actually right on time. The Behemoth Guild members exchange shocked glances. Really? We're usually getting screamed at. Do-jun tilts his head. Who screams at you? Kang Hyun stammers, letting out a heavy sigh. It's the instructor, Tusita. He's always berating us for being too slow. In Kang Hyun's mind, Tusita's mocking voice echoes. You idiots already know the tricks to pass, yet you're still slow as snails. You're literal trash. Do-jun notices something. It looks like Hunter Roo-jun Ion was even beaten. Kang Hyun quickly corrects him. No, he only got hit because he talked back to Tusita. Do-jun nods slowly. I see. Kang Hyun hesitates before adding, on another note, Kyung is acting strange. Her face is bright red. I'm worried she might have caught a cold. Do-jun glances over at her. Is that so? Her mana circuits seem perfectly fine to me. Suddenly, a man named Tae Kang storms over, scowling. Hey, you rookies! He barks at them. If you're new here, you'd better learn some manners and bow to your seniors. Your attitude is pathetic. Did you think you came here for a stroll? He growls. Roo-jun Ion winces, muttering under his breath. Is this guy a monster? Does he even know what skincare is? Kang Hyun whispers urgently, Jun Eon, shut it. His energy is off the charts. Tae Kang narrows his eyes at Do-jun. Ho, you look like you were quite the big shot back where you came from, eh? Do-jun turns around slowly. Tae Kang snarls, come here, I'm gonna make you bleed. But then Tae Kang freezes, his face pales. Wait, you? Why are you here? Do-jun asks calmly, make me bleed? What was that? The man recoils in terror. It's him, Tae Kang stammers. The man who captured a god during a single trial, Lord Do-jun. Why is someone like you hanging around with these fresh recruits? His voice instantly switches to a desperate fawning tone. So, you all are friends of Lord Do-jun? Oh heavens, I had no idea. Tae Kang turns to flee, but Do-jun's voice stops him dead in his tracks. Stay right there. His tone is low and chilling. It's a hassle for me to track everyone down individually, so this works out perfectly. Do-jun says slowly. Go and tell every faction on the first floor. He continues, his gaze piercing. Tell them they're finished if they dare lay a finger on the Behemoth Guild members. There are 3 of them here today. Do-jun pauses, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. And if they ignore this warning, tell them I will come find them personally. Do you understand? Do-jun exhales, looking relieved. Now the biggest time waster of the day is taken care of. Kang Hyun blinks, stunned. Ah, yes sir. Now then, shall we begin the first floor evaluation? Do-jun asks. I have somewhere I need to be, so let's make this quick. Kang Hyun hesitates. Somewhere you need to be? Is it a dangerous place? Do-jun ponders this for a moment. Dangerous? Well, you could say that. All 3 members shout in unison. Even you think it's dangerous, manager? He offers a small, soft smile. But I still have to go. His eyes turn gentle for a fleeting second. Because it keeps reminding me of my daughter. Elsewhere, in a hidden realm, little Boo whispers to herself, I want to see him so much. When will he finally come? Suddenly, the world tree calls out, Boo! The deep, ancient voice vibrates through the air. You must never meet that human, Do-jun. Again, Boo is confused. Why? After a long silence, the tree responds, that man? He may be the one who seals the doom of all dimensions. The girl stares in shock. He's going to destroy the world? The voice grows somber. I cannot be certain, but Do-jun is a dangerous existence. You must stay away, or he might just do it. Boo freezes, her fists clenching in pure rage. I can't see him? She screams. I don't want to, I won't! The little girl screams at the top of her lungs. Don't you dare speak ill of him like that. It lets out a heavy sigh. Fine, but I still believe it would be better if that person just stayed on Earth. Bill shakes her head defiantly. He promised. He will come. Humph. She runs off with a joyful skip. He's already here. The world tree gasps in shock. Oh, heavens. Its voice drops to a low rumble. I truly hope this sense of foreboding is misplaced. Do-jun speaks up. We'll conclude the basic lessons right here. He continues. It seems we've finished much earlier than anticipated. Kang Hyun asks boldly. In that case, are we allowed to fight the monsters? The ones you showed us before? Do-jun raises an eyebrow. You've already faced them once. Is it really necessary to do it again? He scratches his head, recalling the memory. It felt a bit strange being the ones actually fighting them. Kang Hyun continues with a look of absolute seriousness. Even though you help us immensely, everything becomes meaningless if we can't find the strength to stand on our own. Then he adds firmly, "We refuse to be weaklings who do nothing but depend on you." Do-jun thinks to himself, "I like the way this guy thinks." He nods in approval. "Then let's proceed with that." Kang-hyun is overjoyed. "Thank you, sir. Since Miss A-kyung isn't feeling well today, I'll head out with Jun-won." She flinches in a panic. "Wait, what?" He turns to ask a favor. "Please keep an eye on her for a while." A-kyung quickly interjects. "Wait a minute, Captain." She mutters under her breath. "It's not that I'm feeling unwell." Just then, "Bill cheers, mister." A-kyung is startled. "Yeah, I'm here," he says as the little girl throws her arms around Do-yun. "You're finally here," he smiles warmly. "It's wonderful to see you so happy," she panics. "How on earth did a child manage to appear inside this place?" Do-yun explains. "She isn't an explorer," he adds with a serious tone. "This little girl is actually a mythical being from the central region." A-kyung is completely stunned. A mythical being? Does that mean she's even more powerful than a double S-rank monster? He answers with absolute certainty. Nothing can even come close to the power this little girl possesses. Bill asks curiously, "Are you from South Korea too, ma'am?" She stands there, frozen like a statue. He struggles to suppress a laugh. The girl asks with genuine concern, "Does something hurt, ma'am?" A-kyung snaps in frustration. "How can you just stand there and laugh?" Do-yun replies nonchalantly, "I'm still an uncle after all, aren't I?" She blinks, realizing, "Ah, that's right. That's what she called you." Bill says excitedly, "Mister, come with me, please." He asks, "Where to?" The girl beams, "To see my giant friend." Do-yun nods. "All right then, let's go together." Bill warns him, "But you have to stay right behind me, mister. There are places here you absolutely must not step on." A-kyung panics. "Wait, where is that child running off to?" He thinks to himself, I have a feeling she knows exactly where she's going." Do-yun worries that it'll be incredibly dangerous for A-kyung since she knows nothing about this realm. "What should I do?" He speaks up. "Miss A-kyung, climb on," she asks in shock. "What?" Do-yun's voice turns stern. "There's no other way. It's far too dangerous here." She hesitates. "This is a little embarrassing." Bill leads the way cheerfully. "Let's go." A-kyung blushes furiously, thinking to herself, "This is so awkward. Am I really the only one feeling this way?" He lets out a soft breath. "It is a bit much." Upon arriving, Do-yun comes to a halt. Bill whispers, "We've arrived." She looks around in awe. "Where are we?" The World Tree's voice echoes, "Oh, my lady, you really shouldn't show my location to total strangers." The girl says innocently, "It's okay, he's a good person." It sighs in response. "Fine, I suppose it's all right, especially since I need to speak with him face to face. You're Lee Do-yun, aren't you? I'll get straight to the point." The World Tree continues. "She wants to go to South Korea, the place where you live." Bill nods her head vigorously. Yes, I really want to go there." Do-yun thinks, is this happening because of that system notification? It feels as though the girl is treating him like her own father. He realizes he hasn't even finished reading that book on parenting children aged 3 to 5 yet. The World Tree instructs, "My lady, please remember to obey your parents." Bill replies obediently, "I will." She then turns to A-kyung and shouts, "Mommy!" She is left speechless. A-kyung frantically waves her hands. "Me? No, that's not it at all," Bill asks sadly. "Are you not my mommy?" She lets out a long sigh. Forcing a cheerful tone, she says, "No, I am. I'm your mommy. Mommy's right here." The girl runs over happily. "Mommy!" A-kyung replies helplessly. "Yes, sweetie, mommy's here." Do-yun calls out seriously, "Hunter Moon." She replies wearily, "Yes?" He speaks slowly. "Would you like to come live with me?" A-kyung is momentarily stunned. "What?" She pauses. Ugh. She covers her mouth and lets out a massive yawn. A-kyung wakes up feeling dazed. She sighs deeply. She couldn't catch a wink of sleep. A-kyung mocks herself. "I really ended up here just because I became an accidental mother." Bill mumbles in her sleep. Num. She looks at the child and her heart softens. It's a relief that Bill is sleeping so soundly. The system's voice rings out. Bill has sleeping habits so bad that even the World Tree couldn't bear them. A-kyung reaches out to gently touch the girl's nose. What a precious child. A-kyung frets again. If Bill and I had just checked into a hotel, maybe I could have actually slept. Memories of last night come flooding back. Bill had asked curiously, "Don't mommy and daddy sleep together?" She frowned slightly. Bill wouldn't stop asking why she wasn't staying in the same room as Manager Lee. She thinks to herself, even though he's just sleeping on the living room sofa. At that moment, Do-yun walks in and asks, "Did you sleep well? Come on out for breakfast." A-kyung replies reluctantly, "Yes." She thinks tensely, how on earth could I sleep well while sharing a house with a man? He calls out softly, "Bill, time to wake up, honey." A-kyung is flustered. Does he really feel nothing at all? Am I just overreacting? The sight in front of her leaves her stunned, her eyes widening in surprise. Did he really cook all of this? The system explains. This food was prepared by Junhee. She compares herself to him. He's so incredibly diligent. Do-jun says, I'm heading to work now. I'll leave Bill in your hands, dear. The system chimes in. Since they're playing house, they have to use intimate titles. Kyung replies awkwardly. All right. She thinks to herself, they look exactly like a real father and daughter. If we were actually married, would I get to see this every single day? Kyung smiles. It really is a wonderful start. But then Bill starts bolting around. Kyung panics. Bill, don't run, it's dangerous. The girl laughs. This is so much fun. Kyung rushes to scoop her up, reminding her never to run off alone. Bill asks worriedly, Are you mad, Mommy? Kyung quickly reassures her. No, not at all. Just stay close to Mommy. Come on, let's go shopping. The scene shifts to a clothing store. The sales clerk beams and says, Welcome. Oh, look at this little princess. Young smiles warmly. Let's try this one first, okay? Byal chirps back. Yes, Mommy. A moment later, the little girl twirls in her new outfit and calls out, Mommy! Young's eyes light up with excitement. Oh my goodness, Bio, you look absolutely beautiful. The clerk chimes in. She really does, little princess. Would you like to try this set too? Young is practically buzzing. This one is gorgeous too. She looks at another rack and continues, Wait, this one is adorable as well. She mumbles to herself, How does every single thing look so perfect on her? She can't help herself and shouts, I'll take everything, charge it all. The clerk asks if she'd like to use an installment plan, but Young shakes her head decisively. No need, pay in full. The clerk bows with a huge grin. Thank you so much for your patronage. We hope to see you again soon. As they walk out, Young suddenly freezes. Wait, I only meant to buy 1 or 2 outfits. Is this a bit much? I think I got a little carried away back there. Byol calls out softly. Mommy? The little girl smiles and says, Thank you, Mommy. Young is momentarily stunned by the sweetness. The staff continues to bow behind them. Thank you, please come again. Thank you so much, ma'am. The little girl waves her tiny hand. Bye-bye, ladies. Young finds herself thinking she should have bought even more. Byol tilts her head and asks, Mommy, where's Daddy? Young asks, Do you miss him already? The girl answers instantly, Yes, I love Daddy. Young's voice softens. Then let's go see the let's go see your father. Byol, cheers, yay. Meanwhile, Cheon-soo is talking nonstop to Do-jun lead Do-jun. Like I was saying, Do-jun lead Do-jun. This is the chance of a lifetime. Look at this, he says, emphasizing his point. She's an elementary school teacher and her family is quite well off. I'm specifically recommending her to you. I even told them you have a daughter, but they said it doesn't matter at all. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun responds with total composure. If that's really the case, then just like you said, boss, this is a one-of-a-kind opportunity. Cheon-soo nods eagerly. Exactly, of course it is. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun shakes his head. I appreciate the gesture, but I have no plans to get married right now. The boss looks displeased. But why not? Do-jun, Lee Do-jun gives a direct answer. I know it's hard to meet someone like her, but I'm honestly just not interested. He thinks to himself, I don't plan on even considering that until after my daughter is married. But knowing how they'd react if he said that, he decides it's better to stay silent. Hyuk-soo cuts in with a laugh. Cheon-soo turns to him. Right, Hyuk-soo? You think so too, don't you? Hyuk-soo suddenly freezes. Hunter Moon, Jung and Byol call out in unison. Daddy. Do-jun Lee Do-jun leans down. You got new clothes? Did Mommy buy them for you? The little girl nods happily. Yes. Mommy said they look really pretty. Cheon-soo's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Hyuk-soo, did that child just call Hunter Moon Mommy? Is the nation's top hunter really her mother? Hyuk-soo is just as panicked, and the girl called Manager Lee Daddy too. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun turns to Jung, curious. What brings you guys all the way here? Jung gives a faint smile. Byol really missed you. The little girl shouts, I love Daddy. Later at home, Jung is tasting some food she's cooking, muttering, Is this seasoned right? She takes a sip and winces. It tastes a bit salty. Just then, the girl cheers. Daddy's home. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun asks softly, Are you cooking dinner? Jung is startled. Eek? Purely by instinct, she lashes out with a strike. Do-jun Lee Do-jun instantly scoops up Byol and dodges. When she realizes what she did, she panics. Mr. Do-jun Lee Do-jun, I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention. And Do-jun Lee Do-jun calmly replies, It's okay. I'll just buy a replacement for what broke. He adds, Don't worry about it. By the way, everything from yesterday has been taken care of, so you don't need to be anxious. She blinks, remembering the events of the previous day. Do-jun Lee Do-jun mentions how his colleagues misunderstood her as his wife. Jung sighs in relief. Ah, thank you, she thinks to herself. Misunderstood? I bet he explained it so calmly. Does Mr. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, feel nothing at all while living with me? A fleeting sensation passes through her heart. It feels like she's the only one whose heart is racing. Meanwhile, Do-jun Lee Do-jun asks Bio playfully, "Were you a good girl today?" The little girl beams. "Yes, I was." Then Do-jun Lee Do-jun pauses. "I think I smell something." She panics instantly. "Huh? What?" A-young rushes back to the kitchen, whispering, "The soybean stew!" She frantically cries out, "Ah, I'm so sorry!" Do-jun lets out a light chuckle. He looks at A-jung and says, "But really, thank you." She looks up, bewildered. "Huh?" Do-jun Lee Do-jun says gently, "Taking care of Biol must be exhausted, right?" Biol mumbles, nuzzling into his shoulder. Daddy." Do-jun Lee. Do-jun looks at the dinner table and continues, "And you even went through the trouble of making dinner yourself." A-young waves her hands shyly. "I just wanted to try it once. It's really not a big deal." He smiles at her. "I'm actually looking forward to tasting your cooking." She stares at him, dazed. A-jung takes a deep breath. "Well, there's no turning back now. I just hope you don't hate it." The little girl chirps, "Mommy, why is your face so red?" She flusters. "Biol, no, it's not." Do-jun Lee Do-jun takes a sip of the soup. A-jung asks nervously, "How is it?" Biol watches curiously. "How does it taste?" He replies simply, "It's good." The little girl winces. "It's salty," A-jung says happily. "See, Biol, your daddy says it's good." She smiles. "Eat up, sweetie." The girl makes a face. Do-jun Lee Do-jun thinks to himself, Hunter Moon A-jung. It seems she's getting a bit too into character. Or maybe she's just an incredible actress because she's a top-tier hunter. Suddenly, Biol speaks up. "Oh, Mommy, your phone is ringing." The girl looks confused. "Huh? That's weird." Biol points at Do-jun Lee Do-jun and says, "Daddy is right here, so how can Daddy be calling Mommy?" A-young rushes to explain. "It's nothing, Biol. It's not your dad, don't worry about it." But the girl already hits the answer button. A-young panics. "No, Biol." From the other end, a man's voice booms. A-jung recognizes it immediately. Do-jun Lee Do-jun whispers, "Hunter Moon, stay quiet." She freezes and stammers. "Yes, Father." Hyun-woo asks bluntly, "Who is that man standing next to you?" She stutters, "Huh? Do-jun Lee." Do-jun reminds her in a low voice, "I was trying to tell you, this is a video call." Her father continues, "The last time I saw you was 10 years ago. Come visit me when you have some free time. As a daughter, that's the bare minimum you should do." Hyun-woo pauses, then adds, "And bring that boyfriend of yours along." She tries to fake it. "I can't hear you at all, Father. The signal must be really weak here." After hanging up, Biol asks worriedly, "Daddy, is Mommy sick?" A-jung is lost in thought until Do-jun Lee Do-jun speaks up. "Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. You've already helped me with my own unreasonable requests." She asks softly, then, "Could you come with me to visit my family?" He ponders for a moment. "Should I tell him that I'm not actually your boyfriend? Though explaining why we're living together would be even harder." Do-jun Lee Do-jun sighs lightly. "It looks like we don't have much of a choice." A-young thinks to herself, "Even though we're just pretending to be a family, seeing him draw such a clear line between us, for some reason, it actually hurts." Suddenly, he interrupts her thoughts. "Wait, there is one more way." Do-jun Lee Do-jun looks at her. "What do you think about this?" She is stunned. "What?" She gasps. "But don't you think that's a bit too obvious?" He continues. "Of course, we can use different phrasing." She finally nods. "Then, let's go with that." Do-jun Lee Do-jun made his decision. "I get it now. First, we need to give Bill a little lesson." The scene shifts to the home of Hunter Moon, A-kyung's parents. Bill's eyes went wide. "It's huge." A-kyung scratched her head, thinking it was all because her father's business was booming. "He's also the CEO of the SG Group," she added. Do-jun Lee Do-jun's eyebrows shot up. "The SG Group? You mean the conglomerate with over 50 subsidiaries?" The little girl pointed her finger. "Daddy, look, there's something behind your back." Do-jun Lee Do-jun glanced at A-kyung, wondering why on earth someone like her would ever choose to be a hunter. She lowered her voice and whispered, "Just so you know, my father is a man of very few words. I hope you can bear with him." Inside, Hyun-woo's voice rang out, "If you're here, then stop standing around at the door and get inside. You should really visit more often." Hyun-woo's gaze locked onto the child. "How adorable." "Wait, who is this kid?" Bill chirped politely. "Grandpa," the little girl continued. "Mommy and Daddy said you're my grandpa." Hyun-woo froze, then promptly passed out. Mrs. Seon cried out in a panic, "Honey, dear!" Hyun-woo rubbed his forehead with a grimace, staring at Do-jun Lee Do-jun. "So, let me get this straight. You're asking for my permission for my daughter to play the role of a mother? Just for today?" Do-jun Lee. Do-jun replied with a polite nod. "Yes, sir. That is all I ask, as her real guardian will be arriving shortly." Hyunwoo grumbled. The two of you could have at least mentioned something over the phone. It's been 10 long years since Ae-kyung left this house. Bill called out softly. Grandpa, what would you like to drink? Please, you pick. Hyunwoo couldn't help but gape at how incredibly cute she was. Bill whispered, if you don't pick one, I won't give you anything. Hyunwoo let out a hearty laugh. In that case, I'll have some black tea, little lady. The girl turned and shouted, Grandma! Grandpa wants black tea. Hyunwoo muttered to himself, tea, huh? I guess it really is time for Ae-kyung to get married. Ae-kyung frowned. What was that, Dad? Hyunwoo coughed awkwardly. Nothing, it's nothing. Suddenly, Bill spoke up. Oh, look at all those pictures of Mommy. Ae-kyung gasped in surprise. What are you talking about? Pictures of me? The little girl pointed her finger. Over there, come on, Mommy, let's go look together. Hyunwoo jumped in urgently. Wait, just a second, he stammered, That room is private. You can't just go barging in there. Bill tilted her head. But why not? Hyunwoo answered curtly. Everything happens for a reason. Now, a good child listens to their elders, don't they? The news anchor's voice suddenly blared. Breaking news! 2 dragons have just appeared at the National Hunter Fair in Busan. Although they vanished immediately, the public is in a state of shock. Japan's top-ranked hunter and his mount have been kidnapped. This has triggered an emergency summit between South Korea and Japan. Do-jun. Lee Do-jun grew pensive. Long. It has to be him. But why would he kidnap a hunter and a dragon, he thought. I'll have to punish him by cutting off his meat for a while. Bill's eyes went wide. Whoa! Giant wings. They were so huge. Mrs. Sion chuckled. Oh my, you're so adorable. Are you describing that bird from the news? As they saw Ae-kyung off, Hyunwoo cleared his throat. Ahem. Ae-kyung, come home whenever you want and bring Bill and him along with you. Mrs. Sion teased him in surprise. My goodness, what's with the sudden change of heart? He avoided his daughter's eyes. I know I don't usually say things like this, but I wouldn't mind if Bill became my real granddaughter. Bill waved happily. Grandpa, Grandma, bye-bye. Hyunwoo turned and shut the door. You can go now. Mrs. Sion quickly scolded him. Hey, you'll startle our granddaughter if you slam the door like that. Ae-kyung looked at the little girl with a dazed expression as she whispered Mommy. Do-jun Lee Do-jun spoke up. Hunter Moon Ae-kyung? She snapped out of it. Yes, present, Ae-kyung whispered. It seems my dad really likes Bill. He even wants her to be his real granddaughter. He agreed. It certainly looks that way. Then I'll bring Bill to visit them from time to time. Whenever you're free, let's go together. Bill beamed. I love you, Mommy. Ae-kyung's heart suddenly grew heavy. Starting today, she wouldn't be staying with them anymore. She thought to herself, if he hadn't been so kind from the start, I wouldn't feel this sad. Back at the house, Junhee announced. I'm home, Cassiel added wearily. I hope the master is doing well. Junhee looked around. Dad, are you out? The young girl looked suspicious. Didn't he say we were going to have dinner together? Maybe he's in the shower. Her eyes suddenly landed on a woman's shirt. Why on earth is this in our house? Cassiel and Yastin asked in unison. What? Just then, Do-jun Lee Do-jun called out, Junhee, you're back? Did you have a good trip? A system notification pinged. Step 102 to becoming a good father. Ask your daughter a question in a friendly manner. She asked furiously, Dad, what is this? Do-jun Lee Do-jun replied calmly. Oh, that? I'm planning to return it tomorrow. It wasn't completely dry yet, so I couldn't give it back to her. Cassiel whispered. That was a wise move. Yastin hissed, run now, before things get even worse. Bill watched him and let out a sigh of relief. I don't think the master will see the news. The young girl nodded in agreement. I hope so too. Sayer chimed in to reassure them. Given the current situation, it doesn't look like he'll bring it up. Yastin sighed heavily. It's ridiculous. I'm the Dragon Lord, yet I'm getting lectured for beating up a dragon. Then he asked, but who is that kid? Bill waved hello. Cassiel narrowed his eyes. I don't think she's an ordinary child. Yastin circled her, inspecting her closely. I bet she's from the Central District. Bill replied with a bright smile. That's right. I just moved here. She pinched Yastin's cheek so hard it hurt. You little brat, Junhee continued her interrogation. Dad, what exactly were you doing while I was away? Do-jun, Lee Do-jun, and Cassiel shared a heavy sigh. Junhee crossed her arms. So, Hunter Moon Ae-kyung had to stay at our house for 4 whole days? I bet you had a wonderful time, didn't you, Dad? Do-jun Lee Do-jun replied with a straight face. I'm just grateful she helped out with a few things while you were gone. She immediately protests. I can finish the chores as soon as I get back from my field trip. He smiles kindly. It's all right. You must be exhausted, aren't you? Why don't we have dinner first? Suddenly, Bill rushes over, shouting, Mommy! Junhee freezes in shock. Huh? Seer? What's going on? Why so sudden? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun guesses, I think she's mistaken you for her mother. Seer quickly clarifies, Father, there is only one mother. This isn't mommy, but young master? No, she's big sister. The little girl nods. Bill speaks with absolute certainty. The tree said that any woman who is kind to daddy is mommy. She recalls the world tree's words, "You shall call the woman close to that man mother." Yas mumbles to himself. So, how many are there? 1, 2. The little girl sighs, her face scrunched up. More than one mother? Junhee rubs her forehead, sighing. This isn't good. Long Kasi, I think we're starting your lessons tomorrow. Long panics. Huh? Why? Junhee gives him a serious look. Social education for Star will be a disaster if we don't teach the children at the right time. This is the most critical age for a child's development. Yas thinks to himself, is she really worrying about that kid named Star again? I don't care if her name is Star or whatever, but why did she just barge into our house out of nowhere? Sometimes Junhee is so strange, I swear I'm the only normal person in this building. Seer nods, I understand. The system chimes in, Long will never admit that he's the one who isn't normal. Junhee suddenly remembers something. If it's tomorrow. Oh, Dad, what a coincidence. Let's all go camping tomorrow. Do-jun is taken aback. Camping? She excitedly shows him a ticket. Long won a camping pass at the fair. Do-jun glares at Yas, his voice dropping an octave. Is that so? Long, since I have some free time tomorrow before heading to the Rift expedition. Do-jun continues. I suppose we can go. Yas cheers. Really? That means we get to eat all the meat we want tomorrow. The little girl claps her hands. Congratulations, young master. Bill asks about the trip, and Do-jun says softly, I guess I'll have to lift the ban on meat for now. Kasi whispers, Sir, do you think the master is talking about that incident? He must have planned to punish us for the wean situation, but decided to let it slide. Do-jun gives a cold laugh. If you're smart, you'll stay on your best behavior. There won't be a second time, the little girl quickly adds. We thank you for your mercy, sir. In the background, Bill shouts happily. Camping! Junhee laughs. Wow, I'm so excited. Yas trembles. Thank you, sir. The scene shifts to a Rift campsite overflowing with food. Do-jun checks his phone. I have to head to work now. Junhee looks worried. But Dad, you've been busy grilling meat this whole time. You haven't eaten a single bite. He shakes his head. It's fine. Kasi stands up. Safe travels, sir. Bill asks, Daddy, where are you going? He pats her head. Yeah, I have to go to work now. Do-jun turns to the dragons. Long, Kasi, I want you two to come with me. Kasi responds instantly. Yes, at your command. Yas starts throwing a tantrum. Why do I have to go too? There's still so much meat left. No, I don't want to go. Stop. He screams at the top of his lungs. Help! Someone! A dragon is being kidnapped. Meanwhile, Junhee stays behind to look after Bill and Star. Eat plenty of yummy food, okay? Say, ah. Bill points her finger. Mommy the puppy is crying. Junhee soothes her. It's okay. Now say, ah. The scene shifts to the inside of a rift where a group of hunters is moving out. Yeji calls out to manager Lee, a light smile on her face. You're early. Do-jun replies, I just arrived myself. When she spots the two dragons, Yeji is curious. But Mr. Lee, what are these? They look like that dog from before, but a bit different. Yas tries to look intimidating, while Seer immediately denies it. I don't know that dog. He says it with a straight face. Oh, they're the same one. I just brought them along for a walk, Do-jun says nonchalantly. She looks around, puzzled. I see, but this doesn't exactly seem like the ideal place to walk a dog. Do-jun glances at them. You don't need to worry about them. Are you ready to hunt? Yeji is surprised. What? We're starting already? It's been so long since we last met. Why don't we scout the area first? He asks. Scout around inside the rift. Do-jun speaks bluntly. If you don't start hunting soon, you won't be able to fight many monsters or gather much loot. Items. Drop the items for me. The voices of other hunters echo. Items. Drop the loot. She hesitates, but Do-jun looks into the distance. I wonder why no hunters are heading in that direction. Yeji explains. Oh, that's because there's a wasteland over there. Do-jun narrows his eyes. A wasteland? She nods. Yes, I heard hunters gave up on it because the difficulty is just too high. I even heard the Icarus Guild formed a team to clear that area a few months ago, but they failed. I see, he says. Do-jun thinks to himself. Judging by the energy and size I'm sensing, it's probably similar to Titan Malinu. Yeji adds more details. They say the monsters there are affected by something that makes them feel no fear at all. But they're also famous because they drop an incredible amount of loot. Suddenly, a monster appears. He looks at it coldly. Yas fidgets restlessly. I'm seriously itching for a fight. I'm going crazy here. Do-jun commands. Stay put. Yas snaps back. Why? I could blow these flies away with a single flap of my wings, he replies coldly. If it were that easy, Why would I have brought you here? Just then, Yeji charges forward. Mr. Lee! She smiles, showing off her spoils. I got 3 items! Do-jun Lee. Do-jun smiles. Congratulations. You seem much stronger than the last time we met. She blushes. Yes. Yeji holds out her hand. Look at this. The system window pops up, showing a ring in her hand. Yeji giggles. It says it was made to be given to a wife. Isn't that romantic? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun lets out a soft breath. You're right, she reminisces. This ring reminds me of that time at the restaurant. Gathering her courage, Yeji asks, So, can we have dinner together today? He thinks for a moment. All right. I feel guilty for calling you out on a weekend, so dinner is on me as an apology. She shakes her head. No, I wanted to treat you. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun gives a light smile. It's okay, it's my treat today. He thinks to himself, I can head back to the wasteland after dinner is over. Do-jun Lee Do-ed grade continues. Let's gather a few more items before we head to dinner. Down below, Yas is prepared. Is it finally my turn to shine? Yeji happily agrees. Yes, let's go. Yas whispers. Why does it feel like the master is treating her like a child? Kasi whispers back. You're right. Seeing the master so happy. I almost feel like they're in love. Yeji beams with excitement. Let's give it our all and then go eat. Yeji sits on her bed, her face full of joy. She mumbles, I feel so good. If we start dating at this pace, what should I call him when we're in the rift? Honey? Yeji turns red. I don't know. I should check when I'm free next. A notification suddenly pops up on her phone. She leans in, her voice a hushed whisper, the rift at Olympic Park. That's the same place we entered this afternoon. He gasps in disbelief, but that place is considered invincible. They say no one has ever conquered it. A single haunting question begins to take root in her mind. If that's the case, then who was the one who cleared the dungeon at the apartment complex? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun falls into a deep, brooding silence. It's far too dangerous to hand this over to Junhee just yet, he mutters as the system window flickers back to life. He recalls the dark rumors he'd heard stories of cold-blooded murders committed just to snatch a single powerful item. He decides he'll wait to give it to Junhee until she has grown strong enough to defend herself. Junhee looks up with a sweet smile. Daddy, let me peel some fruit for you. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun shakes his head gently. No thank you, sweetheart. Suddenly, Bill pokes her head out and asks her mother with wide, expectant eyes. Mommy, can I go outside and play, please? Her mother turns her down immediately. No, it's far too late now. We'll go out and play tomorrow instead. Bill's lip trembles as she pouts. But I really want to go out and play right now. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun speaks up, breaking the tension. It's all right. Go ahead. Junhee is caught off guard, whispering a soft, Yes, sir. He glances over and commands, Long, Kasi, go with her. Yas nearly chokes on his own breath. He grumbles in annoyance. I can't go. Even when we went camping, I didn't get to eat a single bite. He stands his ground, snapping defiantly. I don't care what happens. I'm not going anywhere. Without a word, Do-jun Lee Do-jun slides an item toward him. Aiza starts to protest. I'm telling you, this time I'm definitely not. He freezes mid-sentence. Whoa! Aiza stammers, staring at the gift. What? What is this? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun replies curtly. Now, get going. His tone flips instantly to one of absolute loyalty. Orders received. Master! Yas turns to Bill with a grin. Let's move out, kiddo. The little girl's face lights up. Really? Junhee smiles warmly at the group. Have a great time, you guys, Junhee calls out. Aiza starts playing around. Mic check. Sparrow calling Eagle. Over. Sarah responds instantly. Over. Bill shouts happily. Let's go. As the three head out, Yas yells, Hey, wait up, where are you going? But the little girl is already sprinting away. Liga is over there, she yells. He knits his brows in confusion. What on earth is a Liga? Bill skids to a halt, looking back. A lure? She explains. It's always angry and it's super huge. Yas looks over and scoffs. You call that huge? He shakes his head. You've got it all wrong, kid. That's not a Liga, it's just a butterfly. Bill claps her hands in pure admiration. Wow, Long, you're so smart. Yas beams, soaking up the praise. Hey, well, if you lived on Earth for 3 months like me, you'd be just as smart. The little girl giggles. That's amazing. Long, you're number 1. At that moment, the system voice chimes in. For the first time, Long feels the intoxicating rush of being praised. He stands frozen, his heart fluttering. I'm number 1? Yas clears his throat, desperately trying to act natural. Well, fine then. Since I'm in such a great mood, I'll buy you a special treat called ice cream. I'm telling you, this is the good stuff, he says. Junhee only lets us eat it once every 3 days. Suddenly, Sarah's voice turns razor sharp. Sir, she points a finger ahead. Bill is walking straight into a rift. He jolts in shock. What? He screams. Hey, where do you think you're going? Bill ignores him, stepping deeper into the portal. There's a butterfly, she chirps. His heart hammers against his ribs as he scowls in panic. Wait, if this keeps up, the system triggers a memory. Long Long recalls the stern warning Do-jun gave him. Do-jun's cold, echoing voice rings through his mind. Do you have any idea what will happen if you end up on the news again? Yas bellows at the top of his lungs. Stop right there! Kasi chases after them, panting. Ah, master, wait up! What did you eat to make you run so fast? Bill keeps chasing innocently. Butterfly, butterfly! Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks, staring ahead. What is that? She asks. Yas rubs his nose, huffing. Now what? A pack of monsters is viciously beating a man. Taeho screams in pure terror. Stop! Please, don't hit me anymore. I have to protect this bag no matter what. Yas narrows his eyes at the scene. What's going on? Bill steps forward, her voice firm. You shouldn't be mean to that, mister. She reaches out and gives a simple, light flick of her finger. The monster is sent flying, smashing into a stone wall so hard it leaves a massive crater. Kasi and Yas stand there, jaws dropped, completely speechless. Bill looks around, confused. Huh? They're all running away. He grits his teeth. What do you mean running away? He hisses. Do those things look like they're just running to you? If you cause a mess like this, I'm the one who's going to get chewed out by the master. Yas mutters frantically to himself. I have to hide this from the master. If he finds out, being banned from eating meat will be the least of my problems. Suddenly, a desperate plan forms in his mind. But if there are no witnesses? Taeho speaks up, his voice trembling. Don't worry. I swear I won't say a word. I only came here to make some money for my tuition fees. Please, I'm actually pretty famous in the digital art world, Taeho pleads, his voice cracking. If you want, I'll draw as many pictures for you as you like. I'm poor, so I have nothing to offer but my art. Taeho suddenly freezes. Wait, what is this? Yas gives a sinister little chuckle. I'm giving you all these mana stones. In exchange, you didn't see a single thing just now. Got it? Taeho stares in utter shock. Aren't these the mana stones from those orcs that just got obliterated? You're really giving them all to me? He replies coolly. That's right. And next time you come in here, remember to bring a weapon, Yas says as he turns to leave. I can't tell if you're brave or just plain stupid. Bill, let's get out of here. What happened today stays a secret, okay? Bill happily agrees. Okay. Taeho desperately calls out after them. Wait, please, at least tell me your name. I want to repay you someday. He shrugs his shoulders. My name? I don't think that's necessary. But I'm Long Long. Bill adds politely. I'm Bill. The other little girl clasps her hands. And my name is Sir. Yas walks away, waving a hand dismissively. We're leaving now. Keep your mouth shut. Taeho watches them go, a burning resolve in his chest. As an artist, I swear on my honor. One day, I will pay you back, Taeho whispers to himself. Long, long, Bill, sir. Back at home, Bill calls out happily, Daddy! Do-jun looks at her, his voice low. Did you go into a rift? She nods quickly. Yes. Bill suddenly freezes, her eyes widening. Wait, I was just playing on the grass. Do-jun's expression darkens instantly. Did Long Long tell you to say that? She panics. Yes, no, Do-jun. Do-jun remains silent for a heartbeat, giving a slow, deliberate nod. I see. A chilling, razor-sharp smile spreads across his face. Long Long, come with me. Yas turns pale as a ghost, his entire body trembling as he screams, Please, master, have mercy. At the office, Cheon-su stands over his desk and roars, Hee-wook-soo. Where is today's rift management report? Hee-wook-soo scrambles, begging for time. Sir, just one more minute, please. Cheon-su continues to bark orders. Hurry up! The big bosses are already breathing down my neck. He then yells out again, Do-jun Lee, Do-jun, where are you? Do-jun Lee. Do-jun answers immediately. I just sent it, sir. Cheon-su's face lights up with a smile. Got it. Now, Hee-wook-soo, where is the emergency rift probability report? Yoon-ju rushes over to Do-jun Lee, Do-jun, asking if there's anything she can do to help. Do-jun Lee. Do-jun speaks calmly. I've already sent that one too. He then turns back to his boss. Sir, you'll need to take this file with you as well. Yoon-ju lingers by his side. Excuse me, is there really nothing I can help with? Cheon-su beams at Do-jun Lee, Do-jun. Excellent work as always. He grabs his notebook and adds, I'm heading to the rift meeting now. Hee-wook-soo sighs in massive relief. He and Do-jun Lee, Do-jun call out in unison, Have a safe trip, sir. Hee-wook-soo then turns to Do-jun Lee. Do-jun, man, this morning was like a total battlefield. You really worked hard, senior. Yoon-ju remains standing there, her voice patient but strained. I'm sorry, but is there anything at all I can do to help everyone? When Do-jun Lee, Do-jun and Hee-wook-soo finally turn to look at her, they see Yoon-ju practically fuming with suppressed rage. Hee-wook-soo breaks into a cold sweat, stuttering out, Yoon-ju, why do you look so angry? I am here as an intern to learn. And you told me to just observe how everyone works, Eun-ju says, her voice trembling with fury. But that does not give you the right to treat me like I'm nothing but a burden. I might not be as good as you, but I can do everything. Do-run hears this and replies nonchalantly. When it comes to combat, that's true. But unfortunately, you can't help us with anything in this situation. Eun-ju grows even angrier, stepping closer to Do-run. What did you just say? Beside them, Hyuk thinks in terror. How can you be so blunt with her? But Do-run calmly repeats himself with cold precision. I said I have nothing to ask of you. He continues speaking, his words cutting through Eun-ju like a sharpened blade. Look at the documents we finished today. They took at least 1 week, some even several months. Do you honestly think you can understand all that information after just one glance? Even though it was compiled through everyone's grueling hard work, it's great that you're so enthusiastic, but there's a time and a place for that. Hearing that, Eun-ju stops being stubborn, but she still whispers under her breath. But just sitting here like this, Do-run asks why the school sent her here to learn in the first place. Eun-ju replies seriously. They said it's so I can understand what goes on in hunter-related work and how civil servants operate to support the hunters. And they said the career path I choose is entirely up to me, Do-run continues. This is where we handle the office work. I'm sure you've noticed that clearly by now. Eun-ju is speechless, thinking to herself about how he always brings up the manager. Manager Lee is number one. He's always praising the manager, saying how amazing he is. But from what I've seen, it's all because of the manager, though I can't exactly say that out loud. Eun-ju closes her eyes, resting her hand on her chin as she ponders. Honestly, if he helped the Behemoth Guild that much, could he be as strong as Kenjaki So? Beside her, Do-run has no idea what's going through her head. Sensing the atmosphere turning sour, Hyuk finally speaks up. Hey, Do-run, didn't you say you had work to do? Isn't today the day to check the rifts on the list? He then turns to Eun-ju with a suggestion. Hunter Eun-ju, why don't you go with Do-run? It's close to the academy anyway. Want to tag along? I'm sure there's plenty he'll need help with. Eun-ju looks like she's considering it, but her curiosity is still far from satisfied. Suddenly, a thought clicks in her mind. I don't quite believe him yet, but what if I intentionally put the manager in danger? If he's even half as strong as they say, then a little danger won't hurt him. Eun-ju feels a sudden surge of confidence, and if it really gets dangerous, I'll just handle it myself. Simple as that. With that in mind, she accepts the offer. Okay, I'll be in your care then. Hyuk smiles with immense relief. I'm so glad you're coming along. Eun-ju, I'm counting on you. Inside, he's silently screaming an apology. I can't control this girl on my own. Sorry, Do-run. He repeats the apology in his head once more. I am truly, deeply sorry. A moment later, a loud voice echoes outside the building. Manager, this way. How can a rift manager go the wrong way? Eun-ju follows behind Do-run, trying to steer him. Manager, I told you the rift is over there. She grumbles internally. What exactly does my brother see in this guy to keep praising him non-stop? Good grief. Do-run glances at her and says, I know where the school rift is. Eun-ju asks back, Really? She looks around skeptically. Then why are we here? I don't see any rifts around here. She balls her hands into fists and declares boldly, Don't tell me you're planning to confess your feelings to me. I suggest you give up on that idea right now. I'll only marry someone stronger than my brother. Do-run immediately denies it. I don't know what you've misunderstood, but that is definitely not it. Eun-ju remains stubborn in her conviction. Sure, I know. I've received hundreds of confessions, and they all start the exact same way. Do-run doesn't bother arguing further. It's not that. The mana flow suddenly changed recently, and it seems to be fading away. Eun-ju asks in surprise, Wait, what? What do you mean? She realizes with a hint of annoyance that she might have been wrong. Suddenly, the air fractures as rifts begin to appear. Eun-ju panics. What is this? She stares in shock, wondering how a rift break could happen here. A rift break is a phenomenon where monsters appear even without an active rift. From the shattering space, a massive, terrifying beast emerges. Usually, only 1 or 2 low-level monsters appear. Eun-ju screams in terror. A Balrog. She stares at the monster in absolute shock, trembling with fear. Am I going to die here? Do-run turns back and warns her to retreat. Eun-ju's voice is still shaking violently. We can't escape from a Balrog. As her words trail off, she's hit by a sudden realization. Even the Balrog is looking up, sweating in sheer shock and mounting terror. Its massive legs brace for impact as it roars and leaps high into the air. Do-run extends his hand and shouts, You think you can escape? A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts from Do-run, ensnaring the Balrog mid-air. The monster shrieks in pure agony before exploding into a million pieces against the sky. Eun-ju's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. Do-run turns to her and asks calmly, Are you okay? He approaches and gently pats her head to reassure her. I don't think you're hurt. Was that a bit too violent for a student to witness? Eun-ju is still reeling. Did he Did he just kill an S-rank monster with a single blow? Even my brother couldn't do that. Suddenly, she rushes away, shouting back over her shoulder, "Please excuse me, I'm going home first." Do-run watches her disappear, completely baffled by her behavior. I really don't get kids these days, he thinks. It's so awkward. Maybe she's just going through a rebellious phase? But then Do-run reconsiders. I haven't seen Junhee act like that. Maybe she just grew up a lot faster. Back at the apartment, the phone rings incessantly. Aiza runs in to report, "Master, your phone won't stop ringing." Do-run tells him, "Read it out loud for me." Aiza quickly complies. He reads it aloud. Lee Eun-ju sent a photo for her major's report. Aiza gasps as he sees the rest. Wait, has she become Master's #1 fan? What on earth? What's wrong with everyone? It feels like Master is the main character of a manga or something. He turns to Bill Saw. "Try counting how many moms you have now." Bill asks. "Saw's moms." The little girl holds up 2 fingers. 2. Aiza corrects her. "Plus 1 more. Now you have 3. Wait, if you call Junhee's friend mom too, we'll probably get arrested. Let's just stick with 2. In the apartment, Bill Saw falls asleep at the table, mumbling in her dreams. Do-jun gently tucks the blanket around the little girl. He gazes at Biu, thinking to himself that if he wakes her now, she'll undoubtedly insist on going right back to her studies. Even though his How to Be a Good Father book doesn't offer advice for this specific situation, letting her sleep is definitely the better choice. He quietly leaves a note on the table. Do-jun figures that since he's heading out so early, he should leave a message for Junhee as well. This mock exam period must be grueling for her. He decides he'll have to buy her something delicious later. Finally, Do-jun reaches down and snatches Ayas by the tail. "Master, where are we going?" Ayas groans. Do-jun simply replies, "Time for some morning exercise." Dragged onto the rooftop, Ayas whines in protest. "I want to sleep." Do-jun hushes him. "Keep your voice down." They've reached the entrance of the second floor's central district. Jin Seok stares ahead, his voice trembling. "We were set up, weren't we?" Yoon-jae nods grimly. "Yeah, looks like it. Among the many kings of this realm, this one bears the title of King too. They say his power rivals the 60th of Solomon's 72 demons." Jin Seok turns, panic flaring. "What is this? The second floor gatekeeper was supposed to be just a bunch of vultures." "Just looking at him makes me want to pee my pants," Jin Seok stammers. Yoon-jae pinches her nose and glares. "Wait, did you actually go?" "Ugh, that smell." Jin Seok snaps back, desperate to deny it. "No way!" Jin Seok shouts. Baekjin chimes in. "Did the forums really say it was just vultures?" He notices Yoon-jae covering her face. "What's wrong with you?" "It's nothing." Yoon-jae sighs. She continues, "Since we can access information starting from the second floor, I thought we could breeze through this using the guides. But because I trusted that bedwetter's intel, I never expected a monster like this to be standing guard." Jin Seok keeps trying to defend his honor. "Hey, I did not wet myself," Jin Seok yells, but Yoon-jae ignores him. "We've been played." But now that we're on the second floor, there's no turning back to the first. Baekjin looks at the massive beast. "So, do we challenge the boss now, or do you want to wait for other Awakened to show up?" Yoon-jae points a finger at Jin Seok. "We wait. There's no way I'm putting my life in the hands of a man who pees himself at the first sign of trouble." Jin Seok bristles. "What did you just say?" Baekjin tries to play peacemaker. "Come on, stay calm. As long as the king doesn't wake up." Suddenly, a chilling notification rings out. A challenger has appeared. The gatekeeper's power has surged from 50% to 100%. The gatekeeper, King Tugota, is awakening with a terrifying thirst for battle. Jin Seok's eyes widen. "Wait, why? Why is this happening?" From the shadows, Do-jun steps forward and looks at Yoon-jae. "Why do you look so shocked?" She sputters. "Because of the king, obviously. But why are you in here all by yourself?" Yoon-jae looks behind him, her voice frantic. "Is there anyone else? There has to be, right? Are they following you?" Do-jun just looks down at the sleeping Ias. "I'm here alone," Do-jun says calmly. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes through the chamber. "How much longer do you plan on making me wait while you chat?" Gota towers over them, radiating power. "The trial has begun," Gota sneers. "If you won't come to me, then let me show you some hospitality." Do-jun turns to the others, his expression flat. "Are you guys really panicking over that?" Baekjin's jaw drops. "Are you blind? He's right there. What else would we be panicking about?" Do-jun's gaze sharpens. "Got it." He prepares to lunge. "Hold on, young man," Baekjin shouts. "You can't just charge in like that. We need a plan." Yoon-jae suddenly grabs his shoulder. "Wait, let him go." Baekjin turns to her, confused. "Why?" he asks. Yoon-jae narrows her eyes, analyzing the situation. At the very least, he can force the gatekeeper to reveal his skills. That will give us a much better chance at winning. She thinks to herself, "Even if it costs you your life, is this really the choice you're making?" Gota looks down at Do-jun with pure arrogance. "So, you intend to challenge me alone? I see you've brought a little bug with you. Is this the one who'll accompany you to hell?" He pokes at Ayas with his weapon. Tiny things like this little brat are beneath me. Gota closes his eyes, dismissive. Go ahead, call 100 more no, 1,000. Or better yet, summon the strongest creature you've got. Suddenly, a voice dripping with rage cuts through the air. Hey! Gota looks down to see Ayas fuming. Get that thing off my head right now. Gota freezes, finally sensing the raw power radiating from the small creature. Do-jun watches in silence. Finally, Gota pulls his spear away from Ayas's head. Consider yourself lucky. Today is a day for mercy. He clears his throat, trying to regain his dignity. On second thought, the essence of this trial is fairness. Therefore, I shall only permit one-on-one combat. Jin-seok blinks, stunned. One-on-one? Is that even a real rule? Jin-seok asks. Yoon-jae shouts out, There's no such thing. The ones who cleared the dungeon before said they just rushed the gate. In this test, it is the law. Gota bellows. He adds sternly, Regardless, you must respect the spirit of fair play. Do-jun raises his hand, channeling his power. In a flash of blinding energy, Gota is sent flying. Jin-seok, Baekjin, and Yoon-jae stand frozen, their mouths hanging open in utter shock. I thought conquering the second floor would take a day or two, Do-jun says nonchalantly, but it turns out it's easier than I expected. Let's go, Long, Ayas sighs, sounding completely drained. Fine. But master, Ayas asks, if you're already this strong, why did you even drag me along? Do-jun gives a short, simple answer. For a walk. A notification pops up. Congratulations. You may now enter the true second floor through the testing chamber at the entrance. Ayas continues to grumble as they walk. Master, you really shouldn't treat your pets like this. We finished quickly, Do-jun says softly. Now, let's get back to sleep. Ayas warns him. Don't you dare wake me up later. I'm serious. I'm not getting up again. I mean it. Do-jun nods. I get it. Ayas flops onto the bed and groans to Bu. I'm so exhausted. A sleepy Bu turns to Long. Did you just get back from somewhere? Suddenly, her eyes snap open. Wait. Oh, that's right. She starts shaking Ayas. Long, get up. Ayas looks at her with glazed eyes. Why? Not you too. Why can't any of you just let me sleep? Bu shouts, full of energy. We have to go right now. Ayas groans. No. But Bu isn't giving up. She leans in, whispering urgently into his ear. Right now. We have to go outside immediately. Wake up, little Long. Ayas covers his ears. Please, just stop. Their bickering echoes through the room. Let me sleep, Ayas begs. Long's awake. Great. Let's go. Hurry. Bu cheers, pulling him along. Faster. Long. Ayas stumbles after her, confused. Where on earth are we even going? Ayas asks. Bu points ahead. Right there. Ayas pants, looking up. What? Why here? He stares at the supermarket entrance. They aren't even open yet. The supermarket doesn't open until 9 o'clock. Bu's face falls as she realizes. It's not open? Ayas looks at her suspiciously. Don't tell me you're planning to sneak ice cream behind Master's back? No, Bu says quickly. I want to buy cake and make breakfast for Mom and Dad. Her eyes turn pleading. I had it all planned out. But the supermarket betrayed me. Ayas blinks. You plan to cook breakfast? He crosses his arms, looking even more suspicious. Wait, where did you even get the money for that? Bill beamed with pride, showing off her loot. She had earned it all by herself, doing little good deeds one by one. Holding out her tiny hands, overflowing with coins, she chirped, Look, I earned all of this. I'm going to show Mommy and Daddy how I can buy my own food, Bill declared. Yas glanced at the small pile of coins and scoffed, Only 801? Forget it. He then floated up and told her to wait right there. Bill tilted her head, confused. Where are you going, Long? A moment later, Yas returned with his own wallet and handed it to Bill. The bakery is open now, he said. Go in there and buy whatever you want. Bill looked at the wallet, completely lost. What is this? Yas gave a smug smirk. This is a secret weapon. Inside the bakery, Bill started doing the math. She had saved exactly 801, but the price of just one loaf was 2,501. As the reality hit her, the little girl burst into tears. Bill doesn't have enough money, she wailed. Meanwhile, Yas was ignoring her, busy stacking a mountain of bread onto a tray. This one too, and definitely this one, Yas muttered. Bill gasped and tried to stop him. No, Long, don't. But Yas was lost in his own world, convinced every single pastry looked delicious. The little girl warned him nervously. Mommy said if we're short even 1 cent, we aren't allowed to touch it. Yas didn't pay her any mind. He just kept hauling the massive bread-filled tray toward the counter. This should be enough, right? Yas mused. Bill tugged at his sleeve, pleading, Please don't. Yas looked up at the cashier and asked, Miss, can you pick me up so I can reach? The cashier smiled kindly. Would you like a bag for an extra 101? He didn't hesitate. Yes, please. Then the cashier tallied the total. All right, that will be 47,101, please. Bill was terrified. That's so much. she cried, timidly holding out her few tiny coins. I only have 800, she whispered. Suddenly, Yas slapped a bill onto the counter. Here, Bill stared, her jaw dropping as she counted the 50,000 won. 1, 2, 3, 4. She wondered how many reward stickers that much money could buy. Her eyes sparkled with pure adoration as she looked at Yas. Long, you're the best ever. He gave a triumphant smirk. Oh, you're just realizing that now? Yas puffed out his chest with pride. From now on, maybe you should call me the most majestic god, lord of all dragons, ruler of heaven and earth, and master of all things. Bill didn't even blink. Agreed, she shouted. Yas turned to her, looking totally exasperated. Do you even understand what I'm saying? Back at the apartment, Yas was still drilling her on his new titles. All right, repeat after me. My lord. Just then, Do-jun walked out. You two are back? Yas jumped, startled. Oh, master, you're awake? Do-jun nodded. It's time for me to head to work. Yas immediately started making excuses. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Even if I wanted to go out, I would never actually Do-jun cut him off. I know. Suddenly, Bill called out to him. Daddy! The little girl ran over, happily clutching 2 bags of bread. Daddy, look! I got your favorite bread! Do-jun leaned down and gently patted her head. Good girl. Thank you, Bill. Now I can eat what I like, he said softly. Then, he looked over and added, You did well too, Long. Yas froze, his eyes widening. What? He looked at Do-jun with pure suspicion. Did you just compliment me? Yas asked, sounding offended. Do-jun continued. You took her to the store and bought bread without causing any chaos. You did a good job. I'll pay you back for the bread tonight, Do-jun said. Yas grumbled. Why does it feel like you're actually scolding me? But Bill was all smiles. Bye-bye, Daddy. Suddenly, Yas stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing. Wait, how did you know we went to the supermarket and the bakery? He looked at Do-jun, trembling with a mix of fear and awe. How did you know? Master, please, enlighten me. Cassie rubbed her eyes as she walked out, asking Bill, Did Master leave for work already? Bill beamed. Yep. Meanwhile, Yas was still standing there, stuck in a deep analytical spiral. Whatever. It's not like he's using cheats or hacks to live, but how does he know everything? No, it makes no sense for a human to be this powerful, Yas muttered to himself. Bill was back to her cheerful self, running around and shouting, Let's go! Cassie chased after her, frantic. Bill, no running! Yas was still obsessing. How can he be that strong? His brain finally reached its limit. In a fit of frustrated rage, Yas let out a roar of fire, filling the room with thick smoke. Bill pointed at the blank screen. The TV is broken. Cassie sighed. Yeah, I see that. The little girl turned back, her voice trembling. What do we do? What happens when Master sees this? Yas stood up abruptly, looking determined. No, it's fine. It's okay. He grabbed his hat and coat, putting them on as if he were ready to go to war. Everything will be fine as long as I leave. Cassie blinked, totally lost. What are you talking about? Yas didn't look back. You just try to survive, he whispered. In his mind, he was saying his final goodbyes. Farewell, my children, my siblings, my home. Cassie lunged forward, trying to stop him. She grabbed his leg and held on tight. This is our home. Why are you saying you're leaving? Yas screamed at the top of his lungs. Let me go. Do you want me to stay here and die? Stop pulling. You'll be just fine without me. Bill giggled and gave Yas a big hug. Me too, let's go. Cassie wailed in despair. Can't we just try to fix it? Yas scoffed. You have to buy a new one. How do you expect to fix a TV that's been turned into a charcoal briquette? Casey remained stubborn. But let's just try first. She picked up the charred TV and started walking. Wait here for a second, she told Yas. He stared in shock, then scrambled after her. Hey, where do you think you're going with that? She was moving incredibly fast. Cassie set the TV down and bowed low. Cassie, servant of the great Lord Yas, ruler of dragons, requests an audience. A booming, terrifying voice erupted. It was the Dragon Hawkus. Did you say Cassie? You actually dare to show your face here?